The Perfect Supreme Chapter 2617 to Chapter 2697. Fight to protect. I definitely want to reach the top of Huanyu, but I can't kill the innocent. Another voice rang out. It was filled with determination, and it came from a man's body. Lin Ling. Queen Qianji could tell that it was Lin Ling's voice. Furthermore, evil infernal god, it had to be known that Lin Ling cultivated the demonic flame transformation. Could it be that his cultivation method had mutated, and he had given birth to his own soul? Foolish. The man roared, if you don't kill them all, how can you become a god? Trash doesn't have the right to live. You are the ignorant one. They are the motivation for me to become strong. Without them, where would I be today? I, Lin Ling, tell you, no matter who you are, I am the owner of this body. No one can change my principles. Lin Ling's voice also came out crazily, with an unprecedented firmness. He rose from Gu Yan's sect and fought for the sake of protecting. This was his principle and his motivation to become strong. He would never slaughter his family and friends for the sake of becoming stronger, because those were not burdens, but forbidden areas in his heart that could not be violated. You don't have the right to talk about me. That man also roared angrily, his imposing manner extremely strong. Look at the top of your head, and see what it is. Lin Ling's voice became hysterical, causing the man to look up. Above his head, a huge divine steel smashed down with a loud bang. Its terrifying aura was even more terrifying than the heart in the distance. The space-time steel. The man's eyes were filled with deep fear. He had just awakened and wanted to seize Lin Ling's body to revive himself in this world. But who would have thought that Lin Ling would have such an ancient artifact? Boom, the gigantic divine steel of time and space smashed down, causing the void to tremble and sparks to fly in all directions. You can deny my words, but you will understand in the future. The man let out a cry of indignation. In the end, he was smashed down by the space-time divine steel. From afar, he looked like a tombstone. On the other hand, Queen Qianji witnessed the shocking scene with her own eyes. She stood there blankly without saying a word for a long time. This area of space seemed to have fallen silent. Only the heart in the distance continued to beat, adding a strange atmosphere. Lin Ling, are you all right? After some time, Queen Qianji finally reacted. She let out a worried voice. She had also guessed what had happened. It should be that the evil infernal god had awakened and wanted to take over Lin Ling's body and consciousness. Unfortunately, Lin Ling's tenacity exceeded the evil infernal god's expectations. At this moment, the space-time divine steel slowly floated up. A man covered in blood lifted the space-time divine steel. It was a ghastly sight. You're Lin Ling? Or the evil infernal god? Queen Qianji's heart skipped a beat. I'm Lin Ling. The man originally had his head down, but at this moment, he slowly raised his head. His face was cold, but his eyes were firm. However, that pair of eyes no longer contained the madness and evil intent. It was Lin Ling's gaze. Seeing this, Queen Qianji finally felt relieved. Lin Ling lifted the space-time divine steel with both hands. He held the space-time divine steel with one hand and walked forward step by step. Waves of terrifying aura spread out from his body. Queen Qianji was stunned. She was a middle true immortal realm expert, but when she saw Lin Ling, she felt that she could not fight him. That guy is the evil infernal god that was summoned by the evil flame change. No wonder it wanted to come here. The fire element spiritual energy here is dense enough for it to awaken. Lin Ling said as he walked. He was very clear that there were two reasons why he could suppress the evil flame god. Firstly, the evil flame transformation was something he had cultivated. The evil flame transformation couldn't kill him, it could only seize his body and consciousness. Second, it was the space-time divine steel. However, that guy was not dead. It had just fallen into a deep sleep again. You've broken through to the next realm. Queen Qianji sensed Lin Ling's terrifying aura. Yes. Lin Ling nodded. Now that both of his dantians had reached the first stage of true god realm, his strength was 3 times stronger than before. Of course, Lin Ling was able to successfully break through to the next realm because he had been on the verge of breaking through for a long time. Second, the evil infernal god had taken over his body and given him some power. However, Queen Xianxia could see that Lin Ling's eyes were filled with anger. Obviously, if the evil infernal god had taken over his body, Lin Ling would no longer be Lin Ling. He would kill his family and friends just to become a god. Obviously, this had touched Lin Ling's reverse scale. That guy won't be able to come out for now. With the space-time divine steel, he won't dare to be too arrogant. However, I know that he has been trying to take over my consciousness and change me. Lin Ling kept the space-time divine steel and said coldly. The evil infernal god had been hiding in Lin Ling's skill. It was like a ticking time bomb. However, Lin Ling was confident that one day, he would be able to take over the evil infernal god's consciousness. Heart of the infernal god. Then, Lin Ling looked at the beating heart in front of him, and a smile finally appeared on his face. He did not expect that after coming to the Wheel of Flames, he would be the final winner. Moreover, his strength had been restored and increased greatly. This made him want to roar at the sky. The heart of the infernal god belongs to me. Lin Ling moved and shot towards the heart that was floating in the void, gradually disappearing into it. Seeing this, Queen Xianxia was happy for Lin Ling. Lin Ling had sacrificed so much, and now, he was finally reaping the rewards. The mysterious heart was hanging in the sky and beating. Every time it beat, a wheel of flames would spread out. It was extremely mysterious. This ancient heart of the infernal god was actually one of the infernal god's hearts. It had divine power that could not be underestimated. Without the true god martial spirit, Lin Ling would need a long time to refine it. However, the true god martial spirit was already 90% refined. Therefore, Lin Ling took advantage of the situation and successfully refined it. At this moment, his second dantian exploded. The space-time flame was roaring. Moreover, the ancient heart was moving because of the flame wheel that came out of his heart had also turned into a myriad of colors at this moment. The heart of the infernal god seemed to have completely merged with the space-time flame. Kid, a man of great ambition does not care about trifles. I'm doing this for your own good. At this moment, the evil infernal god's voice sounded again. It actually entered the heart. I was born from the evil infernal transformation that you cultivated. I am you, and you are me. Give me your consciousness and let us merge into one. A large amount of flames floated out from the heart and finally condensed into a figure. It was Lin Ling's figure. However, it was different from the real Lin Ling. It was more emotionless and cold. Get lost. At this moment, Lin Ling sensed the scene in his dantian. He shouted angrily. The space-time divine steel appeared in his right eye and swam towards his dantian. Finally, it fiercely suppressed the heart. Sooner or later, you will understand. His strength had increased tremendously. Lin Ling's eyes flickered. Although he had refined the infernal god's heart, it had turned into the infernal god's heart. Luckily, both the infernal god's heart and the infernal god's heart had merged with the space-time flames. Therefore, the space-time divine steel could suppress everything. As long as he did not use the heart of the infernal god would not be able to come out. I didn't expect my second dantian to condense a true god martial soul. Lin Ling exclaimed inwardly. True god realm cultivators possessed a true god martial soul, but not everyone could comprehend it. However, Lin Ling's flame Dao had it, and it was the heart of the infernal god. The heart of the infernal god is not to be underestimated. If I use it, I will be able to unleash a terrifying power. Lin Ling said. Not only had he broken through, but he had also discovered that his talent had reached the 9th grade awakened divine physique. Moreover, his ultimate flame Dao had reached the perfection stage of the true realm of Dao. This allowed Lin Ling to easily cultivate the 4th stage of the demonic flame change, heaven and earth change. This stage could be said to be the watershed of the demonic flame 6 transformations. It raised one's cultivation by one whole true god realm and reached the speed of 4 realms. If Lin Ling used the heart of the infernal god, he did not know how strong he would be. At least, Lin Ling would not be afraid of a 3rd-level true god realm cultivator, and he would be able to kill him easily. I cultivate essence, qi, and spirit. In the qi realm, I have already met the requirements of the next stage of the chaos divine formula. Only my physical strength and soul power have not met the requirements. Otherwise, I would have formed a 3rd dantian. Lin Ling was looking forward to it. With 2 dantians, he could already defeat many experts. What if he had 3 dantians? Then, Lin Ling stood up. You're awake? At the same time, Thousand Traps Queen could not help but laugh. She could feel that Lin Ling's strength had increased once again. Not only was he invincible in the same realm, but he could also defeat a second-level True God Realm cultivator. She had been following Lin Ling all this time and had witnessed Lin Ling's growth with her own eyes. She knew how monstrous Lin Ling was. After all, Lin Ling had not even been in the martial god realm for 1,000 years, yet he had already stepped into the true immortal realm. Moreover, he was an existence that could not be underestimated in the early stage. We can go home now. Lin Ling, on the other hand, smiled slightly. Thinking of everything that had happened before, he immediately felt a sense of joy after suffering. Do you know how to get back? Hearing this, Queen Xianxia's eyes lit up. There are 2 paths back here. One leads to the 4th floor of the 8 Gods' heavenly palace, and the other is the path that the sect leader of the Yan Emperor sect and the others came from. The end of the second path is also the huge whirlpool where the worlds collide. Others don't dare to pass through that huge whirlpool, but we have already experienced it once. I think it won't stop us a second time. Lin Ling said confidently. He had the 10,000 mammoths' demonic eyes, which allowed him to see through everything in the universe. This was something that no one could compare to. After that, he led Queen Xianxia forward. There were many caves in the void, and one of them led to the huge whirlpool. However, just as Lin Ling was about to step into the huge whirlpool, he stopped. What's wrong? Queen Xianxia could not help but ask. It's all thanks to the Yan Emperor sect that I was able to increase my strength so quickly. It would be immoral for me to just leave like this. So, I might as well pay them a visit. Lin Ling smiled, which made Queen Xianxia shake her head helplessly. You don't trust them, right? Why are you looking for excuses? You are a righteous person. However, even though she said that, she knew that this was the difference between Lin Ling and Xianxia. Think what you want. Lin Ling curled his lips, turned around, and headed towards the Yan Emperor sect. This was because he suddenly remembered that the Yan Emperor sect's betrayal did not happen suddenly. It was a plan that had been prepared for a long time. Most importantly, if it was an internal conflict, the sect leader of the Yan Emperor sect could solve it. But what if it was a war between the 3 sects? That would be hard to say. I just made a breakthrough in my cultivation. I hope that the experts in this fragment of the flame world can give me a surprise. Lin Ling's confident voice floated out of the cave. At this moment, everyone in the Yan Emperor sect could finally put down their worries. Now that the sect leader had come out of seclusion, all the disasters would be suppressed. Jiang Gaofei, what else do you have to say? At this moment, the Yan Shan king put his hands behind his back and looked at the traitor who was kneeling on the ground. All the traitors lowered their heads, and their faces were ashen. Even their eldest senior brother, Jiang Gaofei, was the same. Traitor, what else do you have to say? The crowd roared furiously as well. They hated Jiang Gaofei because their family and friends had all died in this calamity. Jiang Gaofei was kneeling on the ground with his head lowered. No one knew what he was thinking. What else do I have to say? Master, I have sacrificed so much blood and sweat for the Yan Emperor sect in my life. I have been so loyal and devoted. But, what have I gotten in return? He suddenly said to himself. Don't tell me that I haven't put enough blood and sweat into you? Have I neglected you? The Yan Shan king said coldly. Haha. Jiang Gaofei raised his head and couldn't help but laugh. What's the use of blood and sweat? What I want is respect, respect from the bottom of my heart. Do you know how I've been through all these years? When those junior brothers entered the sect, I taught them martial arts, and they were extremely respectful to me. But in the days that followed, they surpassed me. When I taught them again, they said to me, eldest senior brother, you're too weak. You can't even learn this bit of martial arts. I'd better ask eldest senior sister for guidance. That kind of sarcasm, that kind of contempt, who would know? The entire Yan Emperor sect looked down on me, thinking that I was just lucky. If I wasn't the first disciple to become master's disciple, I wouldn't even be qualified to be a guard disciple. Jiang Gaofei's eyes were red. So, you betrayed the Yan Emperor sect and killed your junior brothers? The Yan Shan king said angrily. Yes, they mocked me in the past. Today, I will make them pay the price. Haha, I, Jiang Gaofei, am not someone who can be bullied. I am also a man. Jiang Gaofei seemed to have thrown caution to the wind and laughed crazily. Then let me ask you, without me, what kind of person would you be? However, the next sentence of the Yan Shan King stunned Jiang Gaofei. Without the Yan Shan King, he would just be an ordinary person in the flame world. He wouldn't be able to enjoy the feeling of being above others. Let me ask you again, even if your talent is ordinary, have I ever mistreated you all these years? The Yan Shan King said again. Jiang Gaofei had no words to refute. The Yan Shan King valued friendship. Jiang Gaofei was his first disciple. Hence, he had never mistreated this disciple. You don't understand. I want to dominate the flame world with my strength, not with master's reputation. Yan Shan King, since you brought me into the world of martial arts, you should make me the strongest. You are not worthy of being my master. However, Jiang Gaofei didn't feel guilty. Instead, he shouted angrily, and for the first time, he called the Yan Shan King by his name. Translator, Transin editor, Transin the enemy is here. Bastard. Elder Chen and the rest couldn't take it anymore and scolded. Sigh. Yan Shan King let out a long sigh. He couldn't help but admit that he was an unqualified master. However, Jiang Gaofei stood up and laughed arrogantly. Yan Shan Emperor, I know that you're going to kill me today. Since that's the case, our relationship as master and disciple is over. Don't blame me for being merciless, you're the one who forced me to do this. Moreover, as a master, you killed your disciple. Who can be more cold-blooded than you? Today, all of you must die. All of you are jealous of me and want me dead. You won't live past today. Jiang Gaofei became hysterical as he roared again and again. Yan Shan Emperor and the rest frowned. Jiang Gaofei, what did he mean? Jiang Gaofei, you're really disappointing. At this moment, a cold voice came from the sky. Then, a large number of figures came from afar. They were from Meiyu sect and Taichu sect. Moreover, the leaders of the two sects came personally. This was the gathering of the three leaders of the flame world. This was the first time many people saw the three strongest cultivators of the flame world together. Old Mei, Taichu, what's the meaning of this? Yan Shan Emperor looked at the sky and frowned. I think we don't have to waste time explaining. An old man in a Taoist robe said calmly. There was a flaming moon embroidered on the back of his robe. He was the leader of Meiyu sect. In fact, Yan Shan Emperor had already guessed it. He looked at Jiang Gaofei and asked, you colluded with them? Haha, Yan Shan Emperor, it's too late for you to know. Jiang Gaofei immediately sneered, causing Elder Chen and the others to curse him. This was simply a cruel and unscrupulous beast. Most importantly, he obviously wanted to seize the Yan Emperor sect, but he acted like a victim. It was extremely shameless. Jiang Gaofei, I asked you to take control of the Flame Emperor sect. It's such a simple task and you can't even do it. You're really useless. The leader of Taichu sect said. According to their plan, Jiang Gaofei would take control of the Flame Emperor sect and then they would come and kill Yan Shan Emperor. Who knew that it would still fail? A cockroach ruined my plans. Hearing the sect leader's words, Jiang Gaofei immediately said angrily. The cockroach in his words was Lin Ling. In his opinion, that Lin Ling was simply a lowly commoner among lowly commoners. He actually dragged down such a noble person like him. Alright, let's talk about this later. The two sect leaders spoke at the same time. Then, they looked at Yan Shan King. In the past, we made an agreement to control the flame world together. However, you, Yan Shan King, were too greedy. You took over the flame wheel and the mines. Hence, don't blame us for being merciless today. So that's how it is. You've been eyeing us covetously for a long time. What's with the excuses? Flame Flash King was not surprised by their ambition. In fact, he had been wary of them for a long time. It was just that they were not as strong as him, so he did not fear them. Let's cut the crap. Let's fight. The two sect leaders immediately unleashed their powerful auras, causing the flames to soar into the sky. Then, they walked towards Flame Flash King. Sect Master. Many disciples of the Yan Emperor sect started to worry. It's alright. The sect master's strength is above theirs. They are here to die. Elder Chen said confidently. This was because this was not the first time such a battle had happened. In the past, the sect master had returned victorious. Moreover, the sect master was magnanimous. Every time he won, he did not kill the other party. This was because the sect master cared that the other party came from the same world and was from the same hometown. This was a secret of the Yan Emperor sect. Not many people knew about it, however, they did not know that this time, the other party came prepared. They were obviously very confident. Boom, the sect master of the Meiyu sect emitted a powerful aura. It was as if a flame god was floating in the sky. 4th level true god? You have broken through? Flame Flash King was originally very confident. However, at this moment, his expression changed drastically. The other party's cultivation level was higher than his. Haha, I used all the flame crystals in the sect to cultivate. I forcefully broke through so that I could defeat an old man like you. The sect master of the Meiyu sect roared proudly. Flame Flash King, to think that you would have such a day. The other sect master also shouted angrily. He raised both his hands and countless sparks of flames poured out. These flames were very small, like dust. However, when they landed on the bodies of the crowd, they immediately felt that the energy in their bodies was suppressed. They could not use any spiritual energy. Didn't you promise me that you would not devour the talent? Seeing this, Flame Flash King's expression turned ugly. This was because he had used the illusory demon flame, a level 9 awakened godly body. This demon flame was born in the flame world and was not very powerful. However, this talent had a fatal advantage. It could suppress all fire elemental talents and prevent fire elemental martial artists from using spiritual energy. In the past, Flame Flash King had seen this talent. However, because it could only suppress fire elemental martial artists, it had too many flaws. Therefore, he did not use it and even sealed the talent, who knew that the sect master of the Taichu sect would violate the agreement and secretly refine the talent. This meant that it would be difficult for the sect master to change his talent. If he left this place, his strength would be limited. Any martial artist could defeat him. Only fire elemental martial artists would be suppressed by him. Although this talent is of little value, I have thought it through. As long as I don't leave this place for the rest of my life, it will be enough. Everyone here is a fire elemental martial artist. Therefore, my talent is enough to be called a king. The sect master laughed crazily. Bang bang bang, at this moment, the disciples of the Yan Emperor sect fell powerlessly on the ground. They had lost the ability to fight. This showed how heaven-defying the talent was. As for the disciples of the other two sects, they had their own special antidotes. Therefore, they were safe and sound. Antidote. Jiang Gaofei also felt that his spiritual energy had been sealed. He quickly shouted. Soon, someone threw the antidote to him. This made him laugh excitedly. In the entire Yan Emperor sect, only Flame Flash King could still fight. After all, his talent was higher and he was immune to a portion of the demon flame's power. You all are despicable. At this moment, Flame Flash King felt that he was too kind in the past. Because, if he wanted to dominate the flame world, he would have killed the two sect masters. He cared about the past, but the other party did not. Haha. Hearing this, the other two sect masters laughed sarcastically. Don't make it sound so good. You didn't kill us because you wanted to humiliate us slowly. We came from the same place, but you became a king in the flame world. We are all your subordinates. This is the feeling you want. One of them said coldly. A gentleman's virtue is like the wind, a villain's virtue is like the grass. Flame Flash King roared and then rushed towards the sky. Boom, his talent exploded, causing a blazing sun to appear in the sky. He was the most talented martial artist in the flame world. He had a true divine body, court of the gods. After his talent exploded, flame gods descended from all directions, as though they were blessing Flame Flash King. This was the court of the gods. It was a unique characteristic of the divine body. It was similar to the divine light protection of the awakened divine body. It had a strong supporting effect. Temperature. Translator, trans and editor, trans and boom boom boom. The mountains around the Yan Emperor sect started burning without any fire. As for the people on the ground, their mouths and tongues were dry. Because the temperature was too high, Looking at the Yanshan Emperor's aura, the two sect leaders looked serious. Although the Yanshan Emperor's fire spiritual energy was suppressed, he was still a force to be reckoned with. His spiritual energy is depleting quickly. With the suppression of our evil flames, he will be defeated sooner or later. Delay him. Delay. The old man from the Mayu sect said coldly. He was extremely cunning. 100,000 burning heavens and earth. Boom. While the two of them were talking, a huge flaming palm came. The Yanshan Emperor's attack was coming. Stop him. The two sect leaders joined forces and used their ultimate skills, boom. However, they were no match for the Yanshan Emperor. After the first clash, they spat out blood and flew backwards. They were in a sorry state. Haha, Yanshan Emperor, your attack has weakened. Come on, come on. I know you are loyal and treat your disciples as your family. However, your family betrayed you and caused more people to die. Are you in pain? However, the two sect leaders endured their injuries and flew into the sky again. 500,000 flaming pagoda. Hearing their words, the Yanshan Emperor was enraged. An even more terrifying temperature burst out, 500,000 degrees, boom, the mountains were roasted by the temperature and exploded. The Yan Emperor sect was also engulfed in flames. At this moment, the entire flame world seemed to have become the bottom of a volcano. However, the two sect leaders sneered. They did not want to fight the Yanshan Emperor head-on. Instead, they used their movement skills to fly in the sky. They were obviously trying to exhaust the Yanshan Emperor's energy. Yanshan Emperor, your daughter is very beautiful. After you die, I will treat her well and make her my 29th concubine. Haha, old May, after you are tired of her, you must let me play with her. As they ran, they mocked. Bastard. Behind them, the Yanshan Emperor was so angry that his eyes were red. He chased after them. Not good, sect leader fell for their provocation. If it wasn't for the illusory demonic flame, sect master wouldn't be afraid even if they were to play tricks. However, the illusory demonic flame is constantly suppressing sect master's spiritual energy. Seeing this, Elder Chen and the rest were extremely anxious. However, they did not even have the strength to fly and could not help at all. As time passed, Flame Flash King's aura began to weaken. Die. The leader of the Mayu sect sneered, stopped in her tracks, and suddenly launched a sneak attack. Boom, Flame Flash King couldn't react in time and was immediately smashed to the ground. This made the sect leader stand in the sky and laugh out loud. After so many years, this was the first time he had seriously injured Flame Flash King. However, Flame Flash King was going all out. He rushed forward once again, but everyone could see that it was only a matter of time before Yanshan King lost. Let's see how hard your bones are. Come on, you're worried about your daughter, right? I'll let my disciple humiliate her in front of you and let you hear your daughter's moans. The two sect leaders continued to provoke Flame Flash King with their words. They were like two cruel wolves toying with an injured elephant. Every time Flame Flash King was seriously injured, he would fight again and again until his entire body was covered in blood. Sect leader. Father. Seeing the tragic scene in the sky, all the Flame Emperor sect disciples' faces turned pale. They knew that they had lost the battle, they would all die. Yan Yeyu and Yang Xiaotian sat on the ground powerlessly. Their faces were filled with pain. They had tried their best, but it was a pity that they could not change the outcome. Flame Flash King, look at your daughter. At this moment, a sinister smile suddenly sounded. Jiang Gaofei had already appeared in front of Yan Yeyu. Moreover, he grabbed Yan Yeyu's neck with his big hand. Marry me and I'll spare your father's life. Jiang Gaofei licked his lips. He wanted to humiliate Flame Flash King's daughter in front of him. This would also cause Flame Flash King's mind to be in a mess and he would be more likely to be defeated. Xiao Yu. In the sky, Flame Flash King was stunned. At this moment, the attacks of the two sect leaders arrived, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. However, his gaze was still fixed on the ground. Father. Yan Yeyu said with difficulty. Jiang Gaofei smiled proudly. However, just as Jiang Gaofei was expecting Yan Yeyu to nod her head, a firm voice sounded in Yan Yeyu's mind, go forward, don't look back. Go to hell, bastard. You trash of the Flame Emperor sect. Xianxia immediately scolded. Since she had decided to fight with her father, then she would continue to walk forward and never look back. This was what Lin Ling had taught her. No matter what kind of storm or calamity she would encounter, as long as she had made a decision, then she would walk forward resolutely. Bang! Xianxia forcefully slapped Jiang Gaofei while scolding, causing the latter to be enraged. Flame Flash King, you dominate the flame world and do whatever you want. Today, I will let you watch your daughter die in front of you. Haha, you trash who values friendship and loyalty. You will definitely be in pain. Jiang Gaofei was hit by Xianxia. He seemed to have gone crazy. Of course, what completely infuriated him was that sentence, trash of the Flame Emperor sect. This reminded him of the strange gazes of his junior brothers. He threw Xianxia far away. At this moment, the Flame Emperor sect had already been destroyed. There were flames everywhere. Xianxia was thrown down the mountain and was about to smash into the flames. Her fate was obvious. Xiao Yu. Seeing this scene, Flame Flash King immediately cried out in pain. Unfortunately, he was too far away to save Xianxia. Senior sister. All the disciples of the Flame Emperor sect shouted. They admired senior sister's courage, but they were unwilling to see her fall here forever. The Flame Emperor sect will never be defeated. At this moment, Xianxia was smashed into the flames at the foot of the mountain, but she shouted, as the senior sister, she couldn't be weak in front of the Flame Emperor sect today. Otherwise, the Flame Emperor sect, her junior brothers, and all her friends and family would lose the will to fight. She must have the demeanor of a senior sister. However, as she got closer and closer to the foot of the mountain, her eyes started to moisten. She remembered Lin Ling's words. Lin Ling once said that the Flame Emperor sect was too peaceful. Once they encountered a great calamity, they would definitely be wiped out. Lin Ling was right. Lin Ling, you lied to me. You said that you would protect us if we made a deal. She couldn't help but cry. Although she had always been strong, she still had a weak side in her heart. At this moment, she saw a black shadow appear in the smoky sky. It was like an eagle soaring in the sky, and it was getting closer and closer to her. When everything became real, she stopped crying because it was a young man in a blue robe. When have I, Lin Ling, not gone back on my words? That lazy voice suddenly drifted into her ears. Soon after, she felt herself being hugged by someone. It was the most peaceful harbor in the world. Bang! At the same time, a figure hugged Xianxia and slammed into the ground. With me around, the Yen Emperor sect will have nothing to worry about. Following that smash, the flames on the ground scattered. A man carrying Xianxia walked out from the dispersing flames like a flame god. Moreover, he was heading towards the top of the mountain. This scene shocked all the experts on the mountain peak. Who is he? Doubts arose in many people's hearts. However, it was undeniable that the man was like a divine soldier descending from the heavens. This scene shocked their hearts. Lin Ling, you're not dead. Being hugged by Lin Ling, Xianxia felt like she was in a dream. Then, she couldn't help but cry. Although she was Lin Ling's senior sister, in reality, Lin Ling was more like her senior brother. This mysterious man was carefree and unrestrained, standing aloof from worldly affairs. However, at critical moments, he was more reliable than anyone else. Lin Ling, the Yen Emperor sect is going to be destroyed. Everyone is going to die. Xianxia's tears flowed out. This caused Lin Ling to halt his steps. He shook his head and smiled, "Don't you still have me?" His voice was calm, but it was filled with great confidence. Xianxia was stunned. Lin Ling's smile was very charming, and she was actually mesmerized by it. But after Lin Ling put her down, she also reacted. They are two great sect masters. Although she knew that Lin Ling was very magical, she did not think that Lin Ling was a match for the two sect leaders. Unfortunately, after Lin Ling put her down, he had already climbed up the stairs to the Yen Emperor sect. At this moment, the Yen Emperor sect was covered in smoke, but it was silent. Just as the Yen Emperor sect was about to disappear from the world, a young man suddenly appeared and joined the battle. How could they not be shocked? Countless gazes were fixed on Lin Ling, including the three sect leaders in the sky. It's Lin Ling. Yang Xiaotian was the first to speak, her face filled with joy. Elder Chen couldn't help but smile. But soon, their faces dimmed. Although they were surprised by Lin Ling's appearance, they didn't think that Lin Ling could change anything. Elder Chen almost shouted, "Lin Ling, get out of here." If they stayed in the Yan Emperor sect, they would be completely annihilated. However, before his voice could be heard, Lin Ling had already spoken. "As long as I'm here, the Yan Emperor sect has nothing to worry about." As soon as he said that, the Yan Emperor sect became even more silent. Everyone thought that Lin Ling would say something, but in the end, Lin Ling said that there was no need to worry about the Yan Emperor sect, and the only one they could rely on was Lin Ling. Boom, in just a short moment, everyone's hearts were pounding. They couldn't believe it. The two sect leaders in the sky let out disdainful smiles. They did not even bother to look at Lin Ling. "You are just a disciple of the Yan Emperor sect. Who gave you such confidence?" After hearing Jiang Gaofei's words, the disdainful smiles on the two sect leaders' faces deepened. They were wondering who it was, but it turned out that it was just a disciple of the Yan Emperor sect. Where did this junior come from? He's just a disciple, but he's deliberately mystifying things. Be the first to kill him. The disciples of the other two sects shouted coldly. Some of them were even tempted to kill Lin Ling. They were not even afraid of the Yan Emperor sect's sect leader. How could they be afraid of a disciple? Could it be him? At this moment, Yan Shanqing's eyes flickered. He guessed that the young man was the one who had saved the Yan Emperor sect. This made him feel extremely grateful. When the Yan Emperor sect was in danger, the one who dared to fight against the enemy was a disciple that he did not know. Go, leave immediately. The Yan Emperor sect is like a flame. If it is extinguished today, it will burn again in the future and meet the flame world. Yan Shanqing couldn't help but roar. That disciple was the pride of the Yan Emperor sect. With him around, the Yan Emperor sect would never disappear from the world. Unfortunately, Lin Ling did not care about his words. Instead, he walked towards Jiang Gaofei. Jiang Gaofei sneered. He was not afraid at all. He did not realize that Lin Ling was already a true God Realm expert. Perhaps to him, there were only 3 people in the flame world who had reached the true God Realm. It was impossible for others to do so. Why? Are you not going to greet your senior brother? Jiang Gaofei said coldly. Lin Ling stopped in his tracks. Do you know? I hate ungrateful people the most in my life. Even though you're just an ant, you've successfully angered me. Haha. Jiang Gaofei could not help but laugh. Peasant, if you did not enter the Yan Emperor sect, you are nothing. You are the cockroach that ruined my plans. Do you know what you did wrong? You did wrong because you did not know your place and ruined my plans. He still regarded himself as the senior brother and Lin Ling as the junior brother. If the geniuses of the Resplendent Academy were here, they would definitely be laughing their heads off. Not everyone could be the senior brother of the #1 genius in the history of the Resplendent Academy. Trash. Lin Ling did not bother to explain anything. He continued to look at Jiang Gaofei with contempt. Say that again. Jiang Gaofei's face immediately became gloomy. The word trash was his reverse scale. Look at my mouth. Lin Ling laughed. The reason why he was talking nonsense with this ant was because the other party disgusted him. Trash. Another sarcastic remark floated out in shock. Jiang Gaofei is the senior brother. He hates it when his junior brother looks down on him. That guy is pouring oil on senior brother Zhang's anger. There will be a good show to watch. The disciples of the two sects rejoiced in Jiang Gaofei's misfortune. As expected, Jiang Gaofei's face darkened. As a junior brother, you really can't see yourself clearly. Pitiful, you are the one who can't see yourself clearly. Lin Ling's eyes turned cold. He waved his right hand and a sword light flashed. The tyrannical song sword once again shone in the flame world. Jiang Gaofei was unable to react in time. Everything below his knees was directly cut off, and his entire body fell to the ground. Then, a cry of pain floated out. You crippled me. Jiang Gaofei said in disbelief. He was shocked. What a fast sword. He did not even notice it. How could this junior brother Lin Ling be so strong? Do you know why I didn't kill you? I wanted to show you how strong your so-called world is. However, Lin Ling did not even look at him. He turned around and looked at the sky. Then, he pointed his sword at the experts in the sky. I am a merciful person. I don't like to kill. The reason why I used my sword is because I owe the Yan Emperor sect a favor. I also made a deal with the young miss of the sect. So, you have 3 breaths of time to escape. The moment the sword was drawn, the world fell silent. However, the disciples of the 2 sects were stunned. So arrogant, even the disciples of the Yan Emperor sect were shocked. Was Lin Ling going to kill them all? So powerful. Only Yang Xiaotian and Yan Yeyu had admiration in their eyes. Was this what a real martial artist was like? Compared to Lin Ling's arrogance, their martial arts practice was just child's play. You are just a disciple. Who gave you the right to be so arrogant? However, after a moment of silence, the disciples of the 2 sects shouted angrily. Sect leader, I will kill him. I will. No one is allowed to snatch him from me. Translator, trans an editor, trans an unparalleled might. Die. Many disciples swooped down from the sky, fighting to be the first to attack. In their eyes, a mere disciple of the Yan Emperor sect was limited in strength. He might not even be as strong as an elder of the Yan Emperor sect. Some of the top geniuses from the 2 sects even said arrogantly, I don't care who you are, but you're obviously a disciple of the Yan Emperor sect. Let me, the #1 genius of the Meiyu sect, fight you. Flames that filled the sky erupted at this moment. It was as if a multicolored meteor had smashed into the ground. Although the disciples of the 2 sects couldn't compare to the Yan Emperor sect, they had the advantage in numbers. If they attacked together, even the elders of the Yan Emperor sect wouldn't be able to block them. Their talents weren't weak either. They had all reached the 5th grade awakened godly body. Damn it. If my spiritual energy wasn't suppressed, I would definitely help him. Lin Ling, be careful. Seeing this, everyone in the Yan Emperor sect was worried for Lin Ling. Although they knew who Lin Ling was, that was all they knew. Lin Ling used the Yan Emperor sect's cultivation technique, the blazing origin protection technique. Elder Chen was the one who was most worried about Lin Ling, so he reminded loudly. He knew that Lin Ling had just arrived, so he was the least affected by the demonic flames. However, his strength wasn't enough to stop the disciples of the 2 sects. However, under everyone's gaze, Lin Ling just stood there motionless. Stupid, he's scared stupid. Jiang Gaofei roared on the ground, his eyes filled with hatred. He wanted to see Lin Ling burn to death with his own eyes. Rumble, that was indeed the case. Countless flames came crashing down and drowned Lin Ling, but at this moment, swords flew out from Lin Ling's body, intertwining with each other. The sword light was like water. The 81 swords easily blocked the sea of fire in the sky. One had to know that no one in the World King realm could block the descent of the sea of flames. Therefore, everyone was shocked. At this moment, everyone in the sky was stunned. The disciples of the Yan Emperor sect on the ground opened their mouths wide. In their eyes, Lin Ling's blue robe fluttered as he stood on the ground. He held his sword with one hand and didn't move at all. Yet, those terrifying attacks were all blocked. To them, this scene was no different from a god. He didn't use any fire attribute martial arts? Even Elder Chen was in disbelief. In Flame World, fire attribute martial arts represented everything. When had he ever seen a sword path that had nothing to do with fire attribute? As for Jiang Gaofei, he was dumbfounded. What kind of technique is this? He thought that he was the senior brother, and Lin Ling had joined the Yan Emperor sect later, so he was the junior brother. His status was not as high as his. However, he suddenly realized that this junior brother was mysterious beyond his imagination. He was like a frog at the bottom of a well. A mere spark dares to compete with the sun and moon. At this moment, Lin Ling coldly spat out these words. He waved his sleeve as if he was the king of swords. Whoosh! Whoosh! The Ashura sword formation shot towards the sky with a crushing force. Boom! 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 The sea of fire that came crashing down from the sky was actually cut into pieces and exploded in all directions. With just a move, the attacks of all the disciples from the 2 sects were easily disintegrated. Those exploding flames sprinkled down like a rain of fire. However, in the dazzling rain of fire, Lin Ling walked out step by step, blue robe, ancient sword, like a fire god. So powerful. Yan Yeyu's eyes trembled violently. She never expected Lin Ling's strength to be beyond her imagination. Who is this guy? He doesn't have any fire attribute martial arts, but he easily blocked our attacks. Your strength is comparable to an elder's. Admirable. The top geniuses of the two sects stared at Lin Ling and said solemnly. Of course, this is only for now. In the future, I will definitely surpass you. The title of Flame World's genius cannot be humiliated. Then, they began to retreat. They didn't have the heart to fight, however, when they retreated, they were still arrogant because they were the geniuses of Flame World, however, they wanted to escape because they couldn't win. Wasn't this a little too optimistic? In front of me, no one in Flame World is qualified to be called a genius. Lin Ling sneered and pointed his ancient sword at the sky, swoosh. Swoosh, 81 Shura swords shot into the sky. The powerful aura caused the wind and clouds to roll in the sky. Indeed, in front of Lin Ling, they really weren't qualified to be called geniuses. Even in the martial god world, not many people dared to call themselves geniuses in front of Lin Ling. Not good. What kind of swords are those? Did this guy take advantage of us? He actually dares to attack us. Burn his swords. Seeing the black ancient swords shooting over, the disciples were immediately enraged. In their opinion, with the two sect leaders here, Lin Ling didn't have the qualifications to be arrogant. Of course, after the anger, they were also a little panicked. However, where the 81 swords passed, the sky was immediately filled with blood. No disciple was able to block those swords. Then, corpses fell from the sky one after another, and blood rained down like rain. Of the disciples that came out to fight, over 90% had been killed in a single move. There were still several disciples that hadn't died. At this time, their complexions were incomparably pale. They remembered Lin Ling's words. If they didn't retreat in 3 breaths of time, they would all be exterminated. At the time, these words were arrogant, but now, they were tyrannical. Looking at the unparalleled might of the swords, Xianxia and the others covered their mouths with their hands. Even Elder Chen's pupils widened. This was because he couldn't understand what those swords were. With such unparalleled might, Lin Ling was still a disciple? You beast, you are so heartless. What martial arts path do you speak of? Just wait for me to break your sword. In the sky, the elders of the two sects were stunned for a moment. Then, they roared out in anger. Lin Ling wanted to cut off their sect's lineage. Moreover, he was killing their disciples right in front of him. How could they just stand by and watch? Flame Fist. Boom. A 9th-level World King Realm Elder attacked. His hands formed complex seals as he punched out. Horrifying flames condensed into a giant fist, as if they would destroy all the swords. It's Elder Giant Flame. Great. Great, he's finally made a move. Haha. Seeing this, the remaining people of the two sects cheered again and again. They looked forward to seeing the Flame Fist destroy all the swords. This was because Elder Giant Flame's strength was at the peak of the 3 great sects. But the Flame Fist was like a mountain and the 81 swords were like a swarm of locusts. They simply weren't on the same level, and most importantly, that Elder's talent was extremely formidable. He had a 9th grade awakened divine body. Lin Ling absolutely could not block him. You have formidable talent but you don't even have the ultimate martial path, so how can you talk about the flame path? Haha. However, on the ground, Lin Ling coldly spat out a few words, causing the earth to fall silent. Lin Ling faced the elder's attack. Not only did he not treat it seriously, but he actually reprimanded the elder for his flaws and his cultivation. In the eyes of others, you may be an elder, but in my eyes, you are nothing but an ant. Haha. Azura Sword Array, go. Haha. Then, Lin Ling shouted out loud, his sword pointing to the heavens, whoosh whoosh whoosh. The 81 swords turned into long snakes, as if they wanted to soar into the skies like eagles, and the giant flame fist also came smashing down. At this moment, countless people stopped breathing. They were extremely nervous, especially when the flame fist and the swords were about to collide. Their hearts leapt into their throats. Translator, trans and editor, trans in half an hour, rumble. However, the scene that everyone had imagined did not happen. Instead, the 81 black swords slashed through everything. The gigantic flaming fist was sliced into pieces and exploded, turning into incomparably resplendent fireworks that poured down onto the ground. Among the 81 swords, a black sword sliced through the air and split the elder into 2. Before he died, he could only watch as his lower body fell to the ground, his eyes wide open. When the elder's corpse floated down from the sky, the entire Yin Emperor sect fell into a deathly silence. This scene was completely different from what they had imagined. They thought that defeating the flaming fist and not the ancient swords would be enough to defeat them. Who would have thought that the swords would be so sharp that they would cut through the flames like tofu and kill the elder? Even the elders couldn't withstand a single blow from him? Is this still Lin Ling? Cries of surprise finally rang out like the waves of the sea. Especially the elders of the Yin Emperor sect. They were tongue-tied because in their hearts, Lin Ling was a disciple who stood aloof from worldly affairs and had no ambition to improve himself. They had even thought of removing Lin Ling from his position as a disciple many times. But now, they realized that Lin Ling was even stronger than the elders. It was no wonder that Lin Ling didn't care about the elders' reprimand. With such strength, who would care? On the contrary, the elders who had reprimanded Lin Ling felt ashamed. While they were still in shock, Lin Ling had already walked up to the sky. The Shura sword flew around him, and his long robe fluttered in the wind as he killed his enemies. Every time he swung his sword, a disciple would die. Every time he swung his sword, an elder would die. Every step he took killed 10 people, and the elders were no exception. Invincible. Lin Ling is invincible. The disciples of the Yin Emperor sect exclaimed in shock. The battle in the sky was a one-sided suppression. They would never forget this scene for the rest of their lives. Is this the real Lin Ling? Even Yang Xiaotian felt as if she was seeing Lin Ling for the first time. Although she knew that Lin Ling was powerful, she still felt that it was a miracle when she saw Lin Ling easily suppress the two sects. Compared to their shock, the disciples of the other two sects were terrified. All of them had moved out, and none of them could stop Lin Ling. They could only be killed. They were arrogant before, and they were now filled with bitterness and regret. Of course, it was not because they had underestimated Lin Ling Yun, it was because the strength that Lin Ling was Yun. That's enough. At this moment, a furious roar finally rang out. It was the head of the Meiyu sect. Previously, he didn't care about Lin Ling at all. But now, he couldn't ignore him even if he wanted to. You're finally willing to look over here. Lin Ling also stopped and looked at the old man with a cold smile. Who are you? You're not from the flame world. The Yu sect leader said coldly. Lin Ling didn't rely on the flame Dao to kill them. Who I am is not important. Even who you are is not important. What's important is that the two of you must die today. Lin Ling said indifferently. I have to admit that your sword is not bad. Looks like it's your trump card. However, I want that sword. The other Yu stared at Lin Ling's sword Dao. His words stunned Lin Ling and he smiled helplessly. At this moment, the other party didn't even think about his strength. Instead, they coveted his sword. It seemed like he had no choice but to kill these two elders. A level 3 true god and a level 4 true god. Not bad. I hope they can pique my interest. Lin Ling said. Haha, do you think that we didn't attack because we underestimated you? Young man, it's good to have fighting spirit, but don't underestimate your seniors. I know that you've already reached the first level of true god realm. One of the sect leaders sneered. What was ironic was that he didn't save his own sect before. His goal was to let his sect elders and disciples test out Lin Ling's strength. Of course, the result also surprised him greatly. True god stage? It must be fake. Hearing the headmaster's words, the crowd on the ground immediately cried out in alarm. Because True God Realm was the strongest power in Flame World. He is indeed at the True God Realm. At this moment, Flame Flash King said in a weak voice, but his face was full of surprise. This was because the Yin Emperor sect actually had a True God Realm expert. He didn't know about this at all. Also, he's very young. Yan Shan Emperor said again, causing the disciples of the three great sects to be stunned. Then, the shock in their eyes became even stronger. Yes, only now did they realize that Lin Ling was very young, such a young true God realm expert. This was simply beyond their imagination. This was the true number one genius of Flame World, especially Jiang Gaofei. His face was extremely pale. Compared to Lin Ling, if he wasn't trash, what was he? What was ironic was that with his strength, he actually thought that Lin Ling was a cockroach. In fact, he was the cockroach. Little friend, be careful. The two of them are very cunning, and their realms are higher than yours. At this moment, Flame Flash King said again, "Can you help me hold them off for 2 hours?" "No, 1 hour is fine. After that, my strength will recover and our chances of winning will increase greatly." After these words, the morale of the Yen Emperor sect's disciples was greatly boosted. As long as their sect leader recovered his strength, their Yen Emperor sect might win. On the other hand, the two sect leaders' faces were gloomy. If not for Lin Ling's arrival, Flame Flash King would definitely die. Unfortunately, Lin Ling ruined their plans. This meant that within 1 hour, they had to kill Lin Ling and then kill Flame Flash King. Otherwise, the situation would be unimaginable. Haha, Flame Flash King, right? During this period of time, I, Lin Ling, am indebted to your Yen Emperor sect for taking care of me. Only 1 hour? Hearing this, Lin Ling couldn't help but laugh. This made Flame Flash King frown. "You can't hold them off for an hour? Then try your best to hold them off for 3 incense sticks time. Although it won't allow me to recover 30% of my strength, if I can recover 10%, we won't be trampled on." Flame Flash King thought that Lin Ling could only hold them off for 3 incense sticks time. Of course, even so, he was still shocked by Lin Ling's strength. "Lin Ling, come on, you must hold them off for 3 incense sticks time." Hearing this, Yan Yeyu and the others on the ground also shouted. 3 incense sticks time, this was the most crucial moment. "No need, Flame Flash King, you should rest well. Within 1 hour, you will see their corpses." Unfortunately, Lin Ling said indifferently. Previously, he said 1 hour because he wanted to kill the two sect leaders within 1 hour. In fact, if it wasn't for the fact that he wanted to experience his own strength, he could also do it within 3 incense sticks time. However, when his voice came out, not only the crowd, but even Flame Flash King was stunned. A level 1 true god fighting against 2 level 3 true gods, and he actually used 1 hour to kill them? This must be a joke. 1 against 2. Haha, then I want to see just how you'll kill us in an hour. The absolute beginning sect master coldly said. Even Flame Flash King couldn't block their joint attack. Lin Ling was only a first stage world king, this was even more impossible, let alone 3 incense sticks of time. Even an incense stick of time would be enough to end the battle, and the result would be Lin Ling dying in battle. As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately attacked. "Denounce the chaos of the world, strengthen the walls and clear the land of blood." A heroic voice floated out from his mouth. Although he was sinister, one couldn't deny that he was an ambitious and ruthless character of his generation. His talent was only useful against fire attribute martial artists. But, his cultivation was at the 3rd stage of true divinity, it was enough to crush all. "I want to see just how you'll block this." His voice filled the skies, causing the distant Flame Flash King's complexion to change. He never imagined that against a junior like Lin Ling, the absolute beginning sect master would erupt with his full strength. This fellow was even more despicable than he had imagined. Good. However, facing the absolute beginning sect master's attack, Lin Ling wasn't afraid. Instead, his eyes blazed with the flames of war. After reaching the true divinity realm, he also wanted to experience the strength of a true divinity. A great saber suddenly appeared above Lin Ling's head. Flames blazed around it as it ruthlessly slashed down. Before the saber even landed, the originally shattered Flame Emperor sect couldn't withstand the pressure. It completely shattered, falling to the ground like an island. Lin Ling. Seeing this terrifying scene, Flame Yeyu couldn't help but shout out loud. Lin Ling could defeat disciples and sweep away elders, but what about the absolute beginning sect master? Bang, a deafening sound erupted. It was as if the saber had cut Lin Ling in half. "Little brat, you're too inexperienced to fight us." The absolute beginning sect master roared, shaking his head in disdain. Too simple. He thought he would need 3 incense sticks of time, but in less than an incense stick of time, that brat had been defeated. He couldn't even withstand a single blow. "Old ghost, when I, Li Xiaoyao, swept through the world, you were still drinking milk." However, just as the Taichu sect leader finished speaking, a disdainful voice floated in the air. This caused the minds of countless people to tense up. Amidst the scorching flames in the sky, the young man stood there with both of his hands stretched out. He actually used both of his hands to catch the saber, and that was the all-out strike of a 3rd stage world king. It could be said that if it was placed in the myriad worlds, one slash would be able to sever 10 worlds. Lin Ling didn't use his sword to block such a terrifying strike, but instead used his palm to catch it? How is this possible? The sect leader of the Taichu sect let out a cry of surprise. His pupils constricted. Die. He condensed all of his realm essence and ruthlessly slashed at Lin Ling. Is that all you've got? Why is your boundary river so weak? The dignified sect leader has really disappointed me. Unfortunately, Lin Ling was still holding the flaming saber with both hands, and he let out a roar. This scene could be called heroic. Even the Flame Flash King forgot to heal his injuries. He looked at Lin Ling in horror. What was going on? In fact, he didn't know that Lin Ling had already fused the boundary river of the two Danshans, and his cultivation was at the second stage of True God Realm. In addition, Lin Ling's ultimate martial path was stronger, so he was able to block that slash. I'll help you. At this time, the Plum Moon sect leader saw that the situation wasn't right, and he immediately attacked. Surging moon flames gushed out, turning into a pillar of light that shot towards Lin Ling from another direction. That kind of power was also terrifying, able to break through the 10 realms. Old Turtle May, you're despicable. Seeing this, the Flame Flash King couldn't help but curse. He was very surprised that Lin Ling could block the attack of one sect leader, but to block 2 of them, that was simply impossible. Haha, he can only blame himself for being too arrogant. Most importantly, the Plum Moon sect leader was at the 4th stage of World King Realm. Seeing the 2 sect leaders attack, Lin Ling's expression turned serious. He knew that if he didn't use more powerful techniques, he wouldn't be able to win. You're not the only ones who know how to play with fire. The flaming coffin descended. At this moment, Lin Ling activated the universe change, and his cultivation increased by another level. The size of the boundary river was comparable to the 3rd stage of True God Realm. Multicolored flames also burst out in a shocking manner. You're not qualified to play with fire in front of me. Seeing that Lin Ling was also a fire attribute martial artist, the Taichu sect leader wasn't shocked, but happy instead. This was because his talent could restrain any fire attribute. Suddenly, specks of flames floated out, enveloping Lin Ling. What a strange talent. Unfortunately, you only have talent, but no strength. However, Lin Ling wasn't afraid at all. The flaming coffin behind him began to shake. The lid of the coffin seemed as if it would be pushed open at any moment. A terrifying aura filled the air. Although the Taichu sect leader's talent could restrain fire, his ultimate flame path was very weak. It could even be said that he didn't have it. In this flame world, no martial artist had the ultimate flame path. For example, their talent was a treasure sword and Lin Ling's was a wooden sword. But, in terms of swordsmanship, Lin Ling clearly surpassed the treasure sword wielder by several times, and although a wooden sword couldn't clash with a treasure sword, it could still kill. Thus, the Taichu sect leader's talent couldn't affect Lin Ling at all. His complexion changed. This was the first time he had seen such a freak, but at this time, the Plum Moon sect leader's attack arrived. One was at the 3rd stage of World King Realm and the other was at the 4th stage of World King Realm. How could Lin Ling block them? Would a miracle be born again? Rumble rumble rumble. However, it seemed that a miracle wouldn't be born again. After the Plum Moon sect leader attacked, a terrifying beam of flame shot towards Lin Ling, smashing him into the earth and into the earth's core. This time, Lin Ling had been defeated. The entire Flame Emperor sect was silent. The disciples all paled. Not even 3 incense sticks of time had passed. Had Lin Ling been defeated? But they didn't blame Lin Ling. This was because Lin Ling had blocked the attacks of 2 great sect leaders. Although he had been defeated, it was still a glorious defeat. Lin Ling. Yan Jingyu absent-mindedly watched this scene. Then, he couldn't help but cry. This man had fought for the Flame Emperor sect. He was a hero, someone they would worship forever. But now, he had also died? You said to walk forward and not look back. Why did you turn back? Why did you stop? Yan Jingyu cried out, causing many people's faces to darken. Their eyes were filled with despair. Unfortunately, only white flames shot up from the ground. A large hole appeared, spewing out flames like a volcano. Lin Ling had disappeared into that large hole. He had probably died, in fact, not to mention the Flame Emperor sect disciples. Even the Flame Flash King believed that Lin Ling had died. This was because only he knew how powerful the two great sect leaders were when they joined forces. How long has it been? In the sky, the two great sect leaders had their hands behind their backs, their expressions proud. It shouldn't have been 3 incense sticks of time. The Taichu sect leader lightly said. Walk out of the coffin. Despicable. Both of you are seniors, yet you're joining forces to suppress a junior? Where's your arrogance coming from? Seeing the arrogance of the two sect leaders, the disciples of the Yan Emperor sect scolded them. Unfortunately, the two sect leaders ignored them and became even more arrogant. Xianxia Emperor, what else do you want to say? The Meiyu sect leader looked at Xianxia Wang and said. Flame Flash King hadn't even recovered 10% of his strength. His face was gloomy, but he still shook his head resolutely. The winner is the king, the loser is the bandit, there is nothing to say. What a pitiful person. You actually believed in a junior. You must be very disappointed now. Ha ha ha. You just saw hope but it was snuffed out. Xianxia Emperor, you must be in a very bad mood. The Taichu sect leader laughed out loud. Looks like my strength isn't invincible in the 3rd level of True God realm. It's hard for me to win if they join hands. However, right at this moment, an indifferent voice resounded, and it caused the heavens and the earth to fall silent. This was because the sound was very strange. It came from the big hole in the ground. Could it be? At this moment, the eyes of the two sect leaders narrowed as they stared at the volcanic hole in the ground in disbelief. Could it be that Lin Ling was still alive? This was too heaven-defying. At this moment, a figure slowly floated out from the volcano. His long hair wildly danced in the wind and his right hand was holding a giant flame coffin. At this moment, he gave off a strange and demonic aura. He was Lin Ling. This scene undoubtedly shocked the world once again. Especially when he came out with the coffin. Just how divine was that? How could you possibly block our joint attack? You have to know that even a 3rd level true god wouldn't be able to block our joint attack easily. The pupils of the Meiyu sect leader narrowed as he let out a cry of surprise. The arrogance on his face had completely disappeared. I've said it before, my world is not something you can understand. Lin Ling carried the coffin with one hand as he walked. His eyes were also looking at the people on the ground. Finally, his gaze landed on Xianxia. I've been practicing martial arts all my life. I've never regretted it, and I've never turned back. His voice was filled with boundless determination, representing Lin Ling's heart of martial arts. No matter what kind of strong enemy he encountered, no matter what kind of danger he faced, Lin Ling never looked back. He would only walk towards the path of martial arts, bravely moving forward. Yes. Xianxia wiped away the tears on his face and nodded heavily. What a strange junior. The sect master of the Taichu sect stared at the coffin in Lin Ling's hand and said with a serious expression, however, even if you can stop the two of us together once, can you stop us twice? Xianxia King was the first to react. His previous happiness immediately disappeared, and what replaced it was a deep worry. That's right, Lin Ling didn't die this time, but it didn't mean that he could block the joint attack of two great powerhouses. However, Lin Ling's next sentence made him freeze on the spot. I don't think it's difficult. In fact, I still have 2 ways to kill you. I just wanted to test my limits before. In fact, when these words floated out, not only were the 2 sect leaders shocked, even everyone on the ground was shocked like a celestial being. Lin Ling has been fighting for so long, yet he still has more tricks up his sleeve? Could it be that he was just warming up? Facing the joint attack of 2 sect masters, he was just warming up? This guy was simply audacious. You're lying. The Meiyu sect leader shouted angrily. She didn't believe that such a terrifying cultivator of the 1st level of true God existed in this world. Everything was fake. Hee hee. Hearing this, Lin Ling laughed and didn't bother to explain. Instead, he looked at the coffin in his right hand and his expression turned serious. That power was a double-edged sword. If he wasn't careful, his consciousness would be devoured. However, Lin Ling didn't believe this. The more double-edged the sword, the more he wanted to control it, because, on the other side of the double-edged sword, it was also an incomparably powerful and sharp blade. Flaming coffin, evil flame. Lin Ling mumbled to himself. Instantly, the coffin in his hand began to shake violently. Flames and eerie energy filled the air. It was terrifying. It was as if a terrifying ancient demon was hiding in the coffin. At this moment, many people looked at the mysterious flaming coffin. When they saw the flames coming out of the coffin, their mouths and tongues turned dry. Even the 3 sect masters felt the same way. Flames turning into fog. The Flame Flash King exclaimed in shock. At this moment, he couldn't understand Lin Ling at all. Boom, at the same time, the flaming coffin exploded. Endless flames filled the air and engulfed Lin Ling. What? Did he play with fire and get burned? The 2 sect masters were stunned. Could it be that Lin Ling had used a technique that he couldn't control and was burned to death by the flaming coffin? As time passed, the sky quietened down. Only the flames continued to burn. Something's not right. Let's attack immediately. The Taichu sect leader frowned. The flames in front of him gave him an ominous feeling. All right. Yes. The sect leader beside him nodded immediately. However, just as they were about to attack, the flames in front of them gradually dispersed, revealing a flaming coffin. The coffin remained motionless as it floated in the sky. The atmosphere became even more eerie. Boom, boom, boom. At this moment, the coffin let out a rumbling sound. The lid of the coffin slowly opened and an arm covered in red scales slowly reached out from the coffin. The coffin was something that contained the dead. However, at this moment, someone had come out from the coffin. Could it be that something had awakened? That eerie scene caused everyone's faces to turn pale. Everything that happened today was something they had never seen before in their lives. Moreover, the one who caused all this was a young man with no reputation. Boom, almost at the same time, the lid of the coffin exploded and a figure shot out like a fiery god. The moment he landed, the heavens and earth fell silent. Countless flames were like smoke that actually lingered in the sky. Amidst them, a man with long red hair and black eyes stood silently in the sky. His body was covered in red scales, and wisps of evil aura emanated from him. All of you must die. Kill. One sentence was enough to make thousands of living beings submit to him. It was terrifying. Attack now. The Mayu sect leader shouted angrily when she saw the man who looked neither like a god nor a demon. She had a feeling that if she didn't attack now, they would all be finished. Moreover, if this stalemate continued, the mysterious atmosphere would give her immense pressure. She couldn't hold on any longer. Boom. Seeing this, the other sect leader hurriedly attacked as well. However, the red-haired man in the sky smiled and reached out with one hand. He planned to resist the combined attack of the 2 sect leaders. Boom, boom, boom. The terrifying collision of power caused the flame world to shake. The sky was filled with multicolored flames exploding. This was a clash of flames. Is he dead? After attacking with all their might, the 2 sect leaders asked at the same time. They were very nervous and even very afraid. Translator, Trans and Editor, Trans and Flame will destroying the world. That's all you got? A soft voice sounded at the same time, like thunder, causing the faces of the 2 sect leaders to turn pale. So scary. What did the young man do? Why did he become so strong after coming out of the coffin? Was he still a first-level true god? Thump, thump, thump. At this moment, the sound of a heartbeat came from the sky and earth. Look at the sky. At this moment, someone exclaimed and pointed to the sky. There, a huge heart appeared. The heart was surrounded by colorful flames. It was shocking, like the heart of a giant. True God martial soul. Xianxia opened his eyes wide and shouted in disbelief. Because even he did not realize the true God martial soul. Moreover, the mysterious heart gave him a sense of familiarity, causing him to roar, Flame Wheel. In fact, the other 2 sect leaders also shouted, Flame Wheel. Flame Wheel was the highest secret of the flame world. It was said that it came from the ancient era and was an ancient artifact left behind after the flame god and the water god clashed. The 3 sect leaders went to see this ancient artifact, but they could not get close to it and could not understand its secrets. Now, the secret appeared on the young man. Did the young man get the highest secret of the flame world? Hee, are you surprised? That's why it's fun. At this time, the man in the sky let out a sinister laugh. It was very evil. He stretched out his right hand and raised it high, his palm facing the sky. Flame Wheel. Then, he shouted and circles of flame wheel bloomed. It was like a flower, but also like ripples on the water surface, and it started to gather. Gradually, it formed a huge fireball. There were circles of wheel marks on the surface of the fireball, revealing a terrifying aura. Looking from afar, the man was holding a fireball that was 100 times bigger than him. He was like a flame god standing in the sky, causing thousands of people to look up at him. When the fireball appeared, the entire flame world continued to explode. Many places started to burn without fire, and fire snakes shot into the sky. Such a terrifying power. Such a terrifying power, it caused the two sect leaders to turn pale and their bodies to tremble, because they seemed to have seen the flame ancestor. Enjoy your last moments. The man's smile became even more devilish as he threw out the fireball. Run. Needless to say, the two sect leaders had already run in two different directions. They were completely terrified. They would never have thought that Xianxia would not be the scariest person in the Yan Emperor sect, but a disciple from the Yan Emperor sect. Unfortunately, even though the wheel of flame was huge, its speed had reached the speed of 5 realms. Boom. The flame wheel caught up to one of them and exploded in the sky, shaking the heavens and earth. Boom. Boom. The entire flame world shattered, turning into islands that floated in the air. The moment the flame wheel appeared, it was terrifying. This was a move that could destroy the world. Also, this was a fireball thrown towards the sky. If it hit the ground, the flame world would no longer exist. Crackle, a dazzling light exploded in the sky, and the surging fluctuations caused the void to burn. This is the ancestor of the flame world. Xianxia was hit by a huge force and fell to the ground. At this moment, he sat on the ground and looked at the destruction in the sky in horror. Everyone else was the same. This move that could destroy the heavens and the earth was the most they had ever seen. It was certain that if the flame world was not destroyed, hundreds, thousands, or even tens of thousands of years later, this battle would be remembered forever and recorded in the annals of history. God, if there was a god in the world, then this was an attack from a god. Old Mei is dead. This guy is so scary. On the other side, the Taichu sect leader's voice was trembling. At this moment, he was about to cry. How could the Yan Emperor sect have such a monstrous existence? He should not have come, he should not have come. He and the Meiyu sect leader ran in different directions. Luckily, the mysterious man killed the Meiyu sect leader first, allowing him to escape. He swore that he would never come to the Yan Emperor sect again. Unfortunately, he did not have this life. Thump. Thump, a huge heart suddenly appeared in front of him, hanging there and beating silently. Hee hee, you run pretty fast. An evil voice floated out. Just as the Taichu sect leader was about to get lucky, a red-haired man appeared in front of him and grabbed him with his hand. It was the flame god. No. The Taichu sect leader cried out unwillingly. He did not know that the flame god had the 5 realms speed. How could he escape? After that, the red-haired man appeared in the shattered sky of the Yan Emperor sect. He was holding the Taichu sect leader in his hand. At this moment, the Taichu sect leader was like a dead dog, unable to resist at all. This scene made the people of the Yan Emperor sect excited and shocked. Bang, a rumble was heard, and the Taichu sect leader's neck was crushed. It was as easy as killing an ant. 2 sect leaders were completely annihilated. The ground was dead silent. At this moment, everyone finally knew who the flame world's god was. Hee hee, it seems like I haven't killed enough. However, the red-haired man in the sky also looked down, causing the crowd on the ground to be extremely terrified. If the godlike existence in the sky were to attack, they would only end up losing their lives. Go back. However, at this moment, a majestic and angry voice rang out. It actually came from the red-haired man's body. Time and space divine steel. After that, the voice roared again, filled with an imposing aura. I am not satisfied. Sooner or later, you will understand that only by killing everyone in the world can you become a god. The red-haired man let out a hideous cry. He held his head with both hands and looked like he was in extreme pain. Even the huge heart on top of his head was beating violently. However, at this moment, a flaming coffin appeared. The lid of the coffin opened and a strong suction force appeared, causing the huge heart to disappear into the coffin. At the same time, the red hair on the red-haired man's body quietly retreated and gradually turned into a pale-faced young man. Before an hour has passed, the enemy has been killed. The young man's gaze swept across the ground and finally uttered a sentence. This sentence immediately caused everyone to laugh excitedly. The young man seemed to have recovered. At least on the surface, the young man gave off a more realistic feeling. Lin Ling. Seeing this, Yan Yeyu, Yang Xiaotian, Elder Chen and the others' eyes moistened. They were so excited that they almost danced. They never expected that the person who saved the Yan Emperor sect from the great calamity would be Lin Ling. Moreover, after the terrifying battle with the Yan ancestor, they didn't believe that such a powerful person was right beside them. Sect leader. He said that he wouldn't even need an hour to deal with the enemies. Looks like he's keeping his word. Yan Shanqing muttered to himself. However, his gaze towards Lin Ling was filled with respect. He didn't expect Lin Ling to have the flame wheel. Moreover, the power that Lin Ling had displayed was very mysterious. He couldn't understand it at all. Looks like he came to our Yan Emperor sect for the flame wheel. Forget it, he saved everyone. I'll just give him the flame wheel. Alright. Yan Shanqing thought to himself. Of course, the power that Lin Ling had displayed was too terrifying. He had no choice but to give it to him. Of course, he looked towards the Yan Emperor sect and the entire flame world. He smiled bitterly, that guy's destructive power was too terrifying. If the battle had continued for a little longer, the entire flame world would have been destroyed by him. At this moment, Lin Ling had already landed on the ground. However, other than Yan Yeyu and a few others, everyone looked at him with respect. They were afraid that Lin Ling would kill them if he wasn't happy. Obviously, they were completely afraid. Of course, Lin Ling didn't care about this. Instead, he felt the weakness in his body. Previously, he had used his full strength. This allowed him to understand his own strength better. With the fusion of two Dantians and the evil flame transformation, he could defeat a large number of stage 3 true gods unless they joined forces. Once he unleashed his true god martial spirit, he could easily kill a stage 4 true god. However, once he unleashed his true god martial spirit, he would have to face the danger of being devoured by the mysterious man. Until now, Lin Ling still didn't know if the mysterious man was the real evil flame god or a side effect of cultivating the evil flame transformation. However, Lin Ling was more inclined towards the latter. This was because the man didn't want to kill him. He only wanted to devour him. When the two merged into one, they seemed to have intelligence. However, they were actually acting according to principles. After that, Lin Ling put away his thoughts and looked towards the remaining people of the two sects. The two sect leaders are already dead. So, let them go. Yan Shanqing sensed Lin Ling's thoughts and immediately said. If you don't remove the roots, there will be endless trouble in the future. However, Lin Ling said coldly. He finally knew why the Yan Emperor sect was facing such a calamity. It was because Yan Shanwang was too soft-hearted. His sect was almost annihilated, but now he was pleading for mercy for his enemy. Spare us, spare us. Senior, we were forced to do this. At this moment, the remaining people all knelt down and kowtowed continuously. Hearing that, Yan Shanqing couldn't help but feel pity for him. He was too indecisive, he really wasn't cut out to be a sect leader. Seeing this, Lin Ling sighed inwardly, then coldly said, there is no such thing as being forced in this world. Perhaps you are indeed innocent, but since you have chosen this path, then you have to bear all the consequences. This is what it means to be a warrior, a man. Wasn't Lin Ling the same? Because he had exposed the space-time divine steel, he had been framed. Did someone sympathize with him at that time? Did someone let him go? No, he had to rely on himself, and this was the price. Everyone had the right to choose, but after making a choice, there was no choice but to face the price. He could only face it bravely. Even so, they are too weak to be a threat to the Yan Emperor sect. Although Yan Shanqing was in awe of Lin Ling, for the sake of his principles, he still spoke. This made Lin Ling too lazy to talk nonsense. This was the Yan Emperor sect's own matter, he was just giving a suggestion. Of course, those suggestions were also from the bottom of his heart, based on Lin Ling's life experience. Kill them. But at this moment, a firm voice suddenly sounded. It was Yan Yeyu, which surprised Lin Ling. It seemed that after this incident, this little girl had grown up. Little you. Yan Shanqing didn't expect his daughter to help outsiders refute him. Father, you were wrong once, do you want to be wrong a second time? But Yan Yeyu looked at her father fearlessly. In the past, the two sect leaders provoked you time and time again, but you let them go time and time again. In the end, the Yen Emperor sect was almost massacred. Don't you know where you were wrong? Do you know how painful it was for me to see my friends and family die on the way? And all of this was caused by your indecisiveness. Now, you let them go again. This is cruel to your friends and family. Maybe you can live with your conscience, but how can you face the people who died? Also, if the Yen Emperor sect's disciples didn't die, how many people would they help? If they died, how many people would die because of them? These debts will be borne by you. Yan Yeyu said word by word, making Yan Shanqing tremble. The Yen Emperor sect's disciples' faces also changed drastically. One had to admit that Yan Yeyu's words were very reasonable. Little you have grown up. Yan Shanqing suddenly felt that he had aged a lot, but he also felt gratified. In the past, you were timid, but because you were the eldest senior sister, you pretended to be strong. But now, you are really strong, because your heart is strong. Hearing this, Yan Yeyu shook her head, but her eyes were fixed on Lin Ling. She knew who made her stronger. From now on, the Yen Emperor sect's sect leader is you, Yan Yeyu. Yan Shanqing let out a long sigh, then shouted. He finally knew that he was just a martial artist, and did not have the style of a general. His daughter had a better view of the big picture than him, and was more suitable to be the sect leader. Suddenly, he looked at Lin Ling, and realized that Yan Yeyu's change seemed to be related to Lin Ling. Sect leader. At this moment, the Yen Emperor sect's disciples were all excited. With a strong sect leader, the Yen Emperor sect could go further. Lin Ling smiled and left. Quietly. Now was Yan Yeyu's time, and he did not want to take advantage of it. Moreover, he had achieved his goal of staying here, and it was time to go home. Lin Ling, you want to escape again? However, just as he moved, Yan Yeyu's voice rang out, making Lin Ling smile bitterly. Previously, you saved me and allowed me to inform my father. When we were grateful to you, you ran away. Now that you have saved the Yen Emperor sect, are you going to run away again? Looking at Lin Ling, Yan Yeyu's eyes were wet. Lin Ling was too low-key, and she felt indignant for Lin Ling. Sect leader. Then, under countless gazes, Yan Yeyu knelt down on one knee in front of Lin Ling, and her words shocked the entire Yen Emperor sect. Sect leader, Yan Yeyu called Lin Ling sect leader, even Lin Ling was shocked. I think the most suitable person to be the Yen Emperor sect's sect leader is Lin Ling. Yan Yeyu raised her head and looked at the crowd, saying, apart from saving the Yen Emperor sect, it's more his responsibility, strength. Little you. Yan Shan Emperor could not help but exclaim. However, after thinking about it, Lin Ling was indeed very suitable to be the sect leader. 1. Lin Ling was powerful. 2. Lin Ling's ambition was not in the Yen Emperor sect. All these showed that Lin Ling did not care about the Yen Emperor sect at all. Translator, Transan editor, Transan evil flame sect leader. They shouted in unison, piercing through the clouds. Lin Ling smiled bitterly, but his eyes flashed. It was normal for Yan Yeyu to recommend him to be the sect leader, but Yan Shan Emperor also agreed. This old man was cunning. To put it bluntly, he wanted to get on Lin Ling's good side. With Lin Ling's current strength, he could easily become the Lord of 10 Realms, let alone a sect leader. I can be your sect leader, but there is a condition. Yen Emperor sect has to change its name. Lin Ling said. This. Yan Shan Emperor was stunned. Yen Emperor sect changing its name? Is it still Yen Emperor sect? Sure. Yan Yeyu agreed immediately, and looked at her father. A name is just a name. As long as the person is still around, that is the most important thing. Yan Shan Emperor smiled bitterly. He didn't see it as clearly as his daughter. In that case, let me think of a name. Lin Ling rubbed his chin and smiled. Let's call it Evil Flame Sect. Hearing this, everyone was stunned. Although this name gave people a feeling of evilness, it also made it even more domineering. There was fire in the evilness, and those who dared to violate it would be killed no matter how far they were. Okay, from now on, Yen Emperor Sect will be called Evil Flame Sect. Yan Yeyu was the first to stand up and smiled happily. The reason Lin Ling agreed to be the sect leader was because the flame world was located in the void of the universe. It was a good hiding place. If something happened, he could have his family and friends come here to hide. Also, Evil Flame Sect could become one of his hidden factions. In the future, when he went against the Heavenly Court, this force would be of great help. Since it is called Evil Flame Sect, I will teach you a fire attribute skill, Evil Flame Change. Lin Ling waved his right hand, and a colorful light shot towards Yan Jingyu. Yan Jingyu was delighted. She felt that after the light entered her mind, there were many things in her mind. Evil Flame 6 Change? Ultimate Flame Path. So this is the real Flame Path. What we cultivated before was just the Flame Path. Yan Jingyu's eyes flickered as if he had seen something new. Ultimate Flame Dao. Yan Shanqing also exclaimed. This was a realm of Dao, but he had never touched it in his entire life. At this moment, he looked at Lin Ling seriously. He was even more convinced by Lin Ling. You people of Flame World are very talented. Unfortunately, you have treasures but no keys. With the ultimate flame path, you can use your talents. Lin Ling smiled faintly and said, Deputy Chief Yan Jingyu, do you have the confidence to make your disciple stronger? Yes. Yan Jingyu immediately raised his head. Alright, I'll leave the evil flame sect to you. Lin Ling said slowly. He was once again a hands-off boss. Of course, he had been a marshal, a commander, and even a realm lord in his life, but this was his first time being a sect master. This was Lin Ling's first sect in his life. Sect master, are you leaving? Yan Jingyu asked reluctantly when he saw Lin Ling's expression. Yes, I've said that I'm just a person who is in a hurry to go home. Now, I'm going home. However, I'll be back at any time. Yan Jingyu, after experiencing the calamity of the Yan Emperor sect, you have grown up. I believe that you can lead them better. Lin Ling turned and left. His blue-robed figure made everyone's eyes wet. Yan Jingyu nodded heavily. She almost blurted out something in her heart, but she held it back in the end. That sentence was, I like you. When they had gone through life and death together, she had already relied on that man. She was even infatuated with his calm demeanor. That man had left a huge shadow in her heart. His world is not something we can imagine. Let's leave it to fate. Yan Shanqing said softly when he sensed his daughter's thoughts. He also knew that a man like the sect master would have many women in the world who liked him. It would not be easy for Yan Jingyu to climb up the social ladder. I know. However, he'll be back at any time. As long as I can see him, I'm already satisfied. Yan Jingyu smiled. Yan Shanqing's eyes lit up. His daughter was stronger than he thought. Lin Ling, you must come back. Yang Xiaotian and Elder Chen said reluctantly. Lin Ling was their savior. Because of him, they had become an existence that could not be underestimated in the evil flame sect. Lin Ling waved his hand and left with his back to them. Lin Ling, if you leave, how will you find this place in the future? You should know that the void of the universe is constantly changing. It's harder to find than the myriad of worlds. Queen Qianji said. Time and space divine steel. Yes. Lin Ling smiled confidently. I've left my mark here. If I want to come back, I just need to go through the time and space divine steel. Yes. The time and space divine steel was the flame ancestor of the time and space divine steel. It had the power of space and time. In fact, Lin Ling already knew that the time and space divine steel had this ability. However, he was only a world king in the past and could not control it. Moreover, as his realm increased, the time and space divine steel's power would also surface. When he came to the land of flame wheels again, an enormous whirlpool appeared in front of him. Lin Ling looked back and then continued forward. This flame world had left a good impression on him. It was time to go home. Queen Qianji, you protected me last time when we passed through the huge whirlpool. This time, I'll protect you. Yes. The two of them disappeared into the huge whirlpool. Rumble, after an unknown period of time, the chaos in the universe exploded. Then, a figure rushed out in a slightly disheveled state. This huge whirlpool is really fierce. The person who appeared was Lin Ling. His face was extremely pale, although he had found the path of the whirlpool with the help of the 10,000 elephant demon eyes. The process was very dangerous. He did not want to face such a terrifying power again. I'm back. Lin Ling couldn't help but be overjoyed as he strode forward. This was the Western world. Although it was Lin Ling's first time here, he was eager to go home. Therefore, he went straight to the martial god world. After spending some time, he finally arrived at Qing province. Everyone in the three great academies of Qing province thought that Lin Ling was dead. Lin Ling appeared in First Ring City. Hearing the voices of the passers-by, he frowned. He did not know what happened to Yu Yu and the others while he was away. However, at this moment, a commotion came from the front. A large number of people surrounded the street, pointing and talking. Lin Ling also looked over. There, he saw several disciples wearing the robes of the Resplendent Academy. They were defeated on the ground. Most importantly, those disciples were wearing the robes of the second generation. More importantly, Lin Ling knew those disciples. They were Falling Flowers Flowing Water Sword and the others. Not far from them, there were also disciples of the Resplendent Academy. They were the strongest second-generation disciples in the past, Genji. However, they lowered their heads and did not say a word, because the person who attacked them was a first-generation disciple from Third Ring City. A first-generation disciple was not someone they could fight against. One by one, they were crippled. Isn't Resplendent Academy very impressive? Why are they acting like dogs now? One of the youths wearing a long robe sneered. It's Heavenly Saint Academy's first generation. They're so arrogant, actually beating people on the street and humiliating Resplendent Academy. Yeah, look at Resplendent Academy's strongest second generation, Gung Qi. Even he doesn't dare to speak. However, the first generation bullying the second generation, this is too much. Under normal circumstances, the first generation wouldn't bully the second generation, but rumor has it that Lei Tianlan was bullied by Resplendent Academy's Lin Ling. Although he's dead now, many of the first generation want to avenge Lei Tianlan. Especially Lei Tianlan's fiancé, Yu Qing. He even said that he'll beat up anyone who knows Lin Ling. The crowd discussed, knowing the reason for the conflict. Bah, only Lin Ling isn't here. If Lin Ling was here, would you dare to be so arrogant? In front of Lin Ling, you're just a dog. Who knew that the humiliated Falling Flower Flowing Water Sword would be so stubborn? Although they were beaten black and blue, they wouldn't compromise at all. Haha, I love teaching this kind of arrogant fellows the most. Unfortunately, your boss, Lin Ling, is already dead. Moreover, even if he isn't dead, he wouldn't dare to appear because there are many people who want his life now, including me. Heavenly Saint Academy's first generation sneered, then stretched out his hand. I heard that you're Lin Ling's subordinate. Then I'll step on you and see where your so-called Lord Lin Ling is. Cripple him. Another person beside him said. Cripple? How ruthless. This is First Ring City. Don't talk about crippling someone's cultivation. Even if you kill someone, it's fine. Those first generations purposely captured him here. Hearing the first generation's words, the crowd's heart trembled. As for Gung Qi, his eyes narrowed. If Falling Flower Flowing Water Sword was crippled in front of him, then he, the strongest second generation, would be too ashamed to face anyone. However, he had just taken a step when the first generation members beside him looked over with icy gazes. This caused him to subconsciously stop in his tracks. He could only lower his noble head in the face of a first-generation member. At the same time, the first-generation expert sneered and grabbed the Falling Flower's water sword. This grab could absolutely cripple Falling Flower's water sword. Some of the more cowardly ones had already narrowed their eyes, because those who could enter the three great academies were not simple people. However, having one's cultivation crippled was undoubtedly like having one's bones pulled out and tendons pulled out. It was extremely painful. However, at this moment, an arm suddenly grabbed at him, followed by a loud bang. The sound was very loud, accompanied by the sound of bones breaking. At this moment, everyone's pupils constricted, and their gazes were fixed on it. Nothing happened to the Falling Flowers Flowing Water Sword. Instead, the unlucky one was the first generation. He was already smashed to the ground. A foot stepped on the first generation's cheek, flattening his nose. This scene could be described as shocking. When everyone's gazes followed the unlucky first generation, they immediately cried out in surprise, Lin Ling. Lin Ling, the strongest second generation of the three great academies, plus the fact that he dared to flirt with Lei Tianlan right after becoming a second generation, caused the three great academies to be abuzz with the name Lin Ling. some of the flower protectors even declared that Lin Ling had died quickly. Otherwise, they would have punished this scum on behalf of the heavens. Of course, many people only dared to say such arrogant words because Lin Ling was not around. He still dares to come back? Some people cried out in surprise. Currently, there were many people who wanted to teach Lin Ling a lesson. According to common sense, even if Lin Ling was not dead, he should be hiding. Lin Ling. Genji also stared at Lin Ling with a complicated look in his eyes. Clearly, he did not expect Lin Ling to appear, and in such a domineering manner. However, the most shocking thing was yet to come. Lin Ling sneered and moved his foot. A huge amount of realm energy flowed into his fist and slammed into the first generation's dantian. The realm energy flowed into the dantian and directly shattered the young man's dantian. The young man bent over like a prawn and spat out a mouthful of blood as he screamed in pain. Crippled, that was the word in everyone's mind. Of course, no one was more surprised than the first generation because he felt that the realm river in his dantian was collapsing. It was shattered by the punch. In the past, he was above everyone. If he pointed to the east, no one would dare to go west. But now, he had lost his capital. You crippled me. Finally, he let out a furious roar. Bang, what greeted him was a kick. It was like kicking a gourd, sending him flying hundreds of meters down the street and finally disappearing without a trace. This kick was extremely domineering. You crippled him? The other first generations all widened their eyes. In fact, compared to Lin Ling's domineering action, they were more surprised by Lin Ling's strength. After all, not everyone could beat a powerful first generation like a dog. Didn't you want to see me? Now, I'm back. Lin Ling's eyes were cold as he looked at the first generations. After saying that, he attacked like lightning, he moved like thunder and punched like lightning. He's attacking again. Everyone's eyes widened. Lin Ling was the strongest second generation. Now, he was challenging several first generations. Bang. 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 Unfortunately, with Lin Ling's current strength, there weren't many people in the first generation that he was afraid of. His fist smashed into the dantian of the first generations. They couldn't react at all. They could only feel the power of the realm river sweeping over them and a terrifying power gushing out from their backs. Puff, they spat out a mouthful of blood. Then, a second and a third, the first generations all spat out blood as their dantian completely collapsed. In reality, they were the weakest in the first generation, second only to Xianxia. Before Lin Ling went to the flame world, he didn't fear this kind of first generation, let alone now, and those first generations spat out blood. As they fell to the ground powerlessly, they stared at Lin Ling with only fear in their eyes. When Lin Ling wasn't here, they were arrogant and domineering and didn't think much of Lin Ling. But after Lin Ling returned, they knew how terrifying Lin Ling was. In reality, this was their first time seeing Lin Ling. But the first time they met, this greeting was very heavy, turning them directly into cripples. Most importantly, this was First Ring City. Not to mention that Lin Ling crippled them. Even if he killed them, the three great academies wouldn't care. Sir. At this moment, Falling Flower, Flowing Water and the others got up with ecstasy on their faces. What happened? Lin Ling's expression was still cold. He sensed that in his absence, Falling Flower, Flowing Water and the others were under great pressure. It's Lei Tianlan. Falling Flower, Flowing Water immediately said. It turned out that although Lin Ling wasn't here, Lei Tianlan didn't get the space-time divine steel, so she resented the people around Lin Ling and made many first generations attack them, and although Lin Ling was the strongest second generation, he was clearly not famous in the first generation. No one feared him, so, more first generations still gave face to Lei Tianlan. Boiling rage. Lei Tianlan. Lin Ling coldly roared, causing the surrounding people to tremble. From Lin Ling's body, they could feel a cold killing intent. That killing intent was so strong that it did not seem like it belonged to the strongest second generation, but the strongest first generation. After that, Lin Ling ignored the surrounding people and left with Falling Flowers, Flowing Water sword and the rest. That's Lin Ling? That's really fierce. That roar from before actually caused my boundary spirit to tremble. From what I can see, his strength has already entered the first generation. There's going to be a good show. The surrounding martial artists were all excited. As for the second generation of Resplendent Academy, they were all fired up. When they were bullied before, no one dared to stand up for them, not even Genji, but now that the strongest second generation had arrived, he was able to dominate the entire street. Of course, the one who was the most shocked was Genji. He looked at the first generation on the ground in shock. These are all first generation, true immortal experts. Fuck. He knew that Lin Ling was stronger than him, and should be able to defeat some of the first generation. But to cripple them like cutting vegetables and melons, this was not as simple as defeating them. No wonder he can stand above me. I can't compare to him, Genji said with a long sigh. A scholar who had been away for 3 days, had a whole new level of respect for him. This was precisely Lin Ling. He, Genji, had grown in this period of time, but Lin Ling's growth was even faster. At this moment, Lin Ling's goal was the Rainforest City Market. Through the conversation, he knew that the Rainforest City Market was currently under great pressure. The one who attacked was not Lei Tianlan, but a first generation from Resplendent Academy. This first generation was called Zhao Ritian. He rarely appeared in Resplendent Academy, but when he did, even a dragon would have to bow down, and Genji was the best example. Most importantly, Zhao Ritian was from Resplendent Academy, but he actually helped other academies to bully his own people. Yu and the others didn't invite Sunset Glory? Lin Ling asked Falling Flowers, Flowing Water, and the others. Yu and the others did not wish to trouble Senior Luo Riyao and the others. Although Zhao Ritian was arrogant, he did not dare to kill anyone. Therefore, Yu and the others took responsibility for it. Even Vice Principal Gong did not know about this. The chess boy immediately said. Hearing this, Lin Ling understood the painstaking efforts of Yu and the others. Powerful warriors like Luo Riyao could help him once, but not forever. He still had to rely on himself for everything. If they owed Lin Ling too many favors, they would have to repay them in the future. Therefore, Yu and the others did not want to bring trouble to Lin Ling. I got it. I'll head back immediately. Lin Ling nodded and quickened his pace. Walking forward, Lin Ling arrived at Second Ring City and headed straight for the Rainforest Market. Before he even got close, he saw that there was no one around the Rainforest Market, and the walls were filled with blood-red words. Widow. Debt must be repaid. Those words were so shocking that no one dared to go near the Rainforest Market. As for the word widow, it was referring to Yu and Xianyuan. It meant that Lin Ling was dead, and all of this was done by Zhao Ritian. Although he did not dare to kill Yu and the others, his actions were even more vicious than murder. Around the market, there were a few passers-by who were pointing and laughing at them. Get out of the way. Falling Flowers, Flowing Water and the others opened a path in front, causing the passers-by to laugh in disdain. How dare you be so arrogant when the sun has set? Hearing those words and looking at the words on the wall, Lin Ling's eyes turned red instantly. An evil fire rose in his heart. Bang, he did not say anything. Taking a big step forward, he knocked away all the passers-by in front of him and entered the Rainforest Market. What an arrogant guy. Do you have a death wish? The passers-by who were knocked away felt pain in their shoulders and could not help but shout angrily. Wait, isn't that the shopkeeper of the Rainforest Market? It can't be, right? Isn't he dead? It's definitely true. In the past, when he became the strongest second generation, I saw his return with my own eyes. How glorious was he at that time? It's a pity that he offended the first generation. Sigh. Many people cried out in surprise, and some felt pity. Offending the first generation, and the other party was a force from Four Ring City. No matter how monstrous Lin Ling was, he was no match for them. At this moment, Lin Ling entered the market. Suddenly, his cold face was filled with malevolence. The market was in a mess. Spiritual herbs and pills were scattered everywhere and were trampled to pieces. The pill furnace had collapsed and was full of junk. The pressure that Zhao Ritian gave to the Rainforest Market was indeed not small. At this moment, in the market, people were gathered in 2s and 3s. They were listless. Falling Flowers, Flowing Water and Flowing Water, how many times have I told you? Don't go out at this time to avoid trouble. You and Soccer better behave yourselves. A clear and melodious voice sounded, carrying resentment. It was Yu. However, Falling Flowers, Flowing Water and Flowing Water did not care. Instead, he shouted happily, Yu, look who's back. This shout was not important, but it made the market even quieter. Everyone stood up and turned their heads to look. Suddenly, they were excited. Master! Lin Ling! Brother Ling! Voices rang out crazily as everyone rushed over. The anger in Lin Ling's heart disappeared quietly, and he revealed a warm smile. These people were Lin Ling's people. No matter what danger Lin Ling encountered, they still believed that Lin Ling would return. They were all waiting for Lin Ling. There were many people. Other than Yu and Xianxia, there were also Lin Ling's 3 disciples, the Fire Spirit Princess, Tang Yue, Gong Yanjiang, and some geniuses from the rainforest sacred land, such as Lai Qing, Yang Gan, and the others. These people had fought alongside Lin Ling. They were Lin Ling's companions. I'm back. Seeing this, Lin Ling could not help but say. We knew you would come back. Everyone replied immediately. Although there were rumors that Lin Ling was dead, they had gone through countless ups and downs with Lin Ling. They knew that Lin Ling had created countless miracles. This time, he would definitely not die. Lai Qing, Yang Gan. Lin Ling looked at these 2 familiar faces. These 2 were once saint sons of the 6 holy lands and had memories with Lin Ling that couldn't be erased. Afterwards, Lin Ling's growth had been too fast, causing them to also go out adventuring. He never imagined that after so long, they would be the 3rd group of people from the rainforest sacred land to arrive at Martial God World. Hee, we're here. Lai Qing and Yang Gan glanced at each other. Yang Gan immediately smiled. Although they were only at the 3rd stage of the World King realm, Lin Ling could feel a mysterious aura from their bodies. These 2 fellows must have had some lucky chance. Lai Qing didn't speak. She was as cold and indifferent as before, standing there with her sword in hand. However, there was a trace of worry in her eyes. This was because as soon as she arrived at the city square, she saw the miserable state of the city square. This caused her to feel extremely uncomfortable. To her, Lin Ling was her big brother, her senior apprentice brother. She could not tolerate others humiliating Lin Ling. It's good that you're back, it's good that you're back. Yu and Xianxia held on to Lin Ling's hand. But, as Lin Ling saw their haggard complexions, his heart ached. It was clear that during this time, Yu and the others had suffered a great deal. Goodbye, big brother. Yu and the others were worried about Lin Ling. They quickly smiled and said, it's okay. Although those guys are arrogant, they obviously don't dare to kill anyone. They are only venting their anger. They naturally knew who the main culprit was, but such a character was not someone that Lin Ling could provoke. That's right, do you remember your big brother? Suddenly, Yu asked in surprise. She seemed to want to divert Lin Ling's attention. Big brother. Hearing this, Lin Ling's complexion changed. He had many brothers in his life, but only 2 of them had the best relationship. One was the ancient flame demon, and the other was the long-lost Sakura. In the past, Sakura had gone out for adventure and had not returned for a long time. Even Lin Ling had thought that his big brother had fallen. After all, going out for adventure was a narrow escape. F***ck, you little bastard, if my sister-in-law didn't tell me to cause trouble, I would have already torn down your city square. At this time a deep voice sounded from the door, causing Lin Ling to excitedly look back. That tall and sturdy figure, that overbearing aura, everything was so familiar. Big brother! Lin Ling couldn't help but shout. The man stopped and looked at Lin Ling with disbelief. Suddenly, his square face revealed a look of excitement, and his eyes became moist. He was Sakura, the big brother that Lin Ling had met in the 7 profound martial house. Second brother! Sakura roared and threw himself at Lin Ling. Haha, big brother, you are not dead. Lin Ling was also the same. The 2 of them hugged each other. Although they did not have the same blood flowing in their bodies, their feelings were closer than blood brothers. In fact, Lin Ling knew that Sakura had been deceived by the second dream, so he went out for adventure. In addition, the second dream had followed Lin Ling, so Sakura might not have had the face to come back, but now that Sakura had returned, he had clearly seen through all of this. I've wronged you all these years. Sakura looked at Lin Ling and said with guilt in his eyes. He knew very well what Lin Ling had done for the holy land of the rainforest. It was his second brother who had protected his hometown. Let's not talk about this anymore. Where have you been all these years? Lin Ling hurriedly said. He had already walked through the entire rainforest sacred land, but he didn't see Sakura. Clearly, Sakura had appeared in a place that he didn't know about. I came to the Qing province earlier than you because someone brought me here, and you know that person as well. Di Jietian said mysteriously. Who is it? Lin Ling could not help but be surprised. To be able to bring Sakura from the rainforest sacred land to Qing province, this strength was absolutely terrifying. However, the rainforest holy land didn't seem to have such an expert. Could it be her? Lin Ling couldn't help but think of the only person in the rainforest that he couldn't see through was his grandmother, Grandma Wendao. Hee, second brother is so smart, you should have guessed it. Sakura said, some things aren't as simple as you think. When it's time for you to know, you will know. The reason why I didn't tell you was to protect you. Hearing this, Lin Ling nodded. He also thought of the mysterious cloaked man he met in the Eight Gods' celestial palace. The latter had also secretly helped him. You've reached the third level of True God realm. Subsequently, Lin Ling stared at Sakura and said. That's for sure. Otherwise, how can I be your big brother? Sakura proudly laughed and looked at Lin Ling with a pampering gaze. He hadn't been in the market square for long, but he saw the scene of the market square being humiliated. At that time, he flew into a rage and almost tore down this street. It was Yu who stopped him, saying that she didn't want to make a big deal out of it. However, he was still unwilling because Lin Ling was his younger brother, someone he had to protect for his entire life. Therefore, he could only endure for the time being. The waters of the martial god realm are very deep, but if you want to bully a brother from my hometown, you're looking down on me too much. Second brother, you only need to say one word. Are you going to do it or not? Sakura looked at Lin Ling and said. Lin Ling smiled and looked at everyone. The others were silent. Although they were also furious, they knew that this was no small matter. After all, the other party came from the Fourth Ring City, not to mention entering that place, they didn't even know if there were any ancient factions inside. Do it. However, Lin Ling's gentle words made them laugh. That's right, do it. Hearing this, Yu was delighted. Obviously, she had also suffered a lot, but she still said worriedly, Brother Ling, they are forces that even Senior Luo Riyao and the others are afraid of. Yes. Even if the divine monarch of the Great Azure Divine Dynasty is here, he still has to do something. Lin Ling said word by word. Haha, good, today we brothers will fight side by side. Haha. Sakura gave a heroic smile. He remembered that in the past at the Seven Profound Martial House, he and Lin Ling had dominated the martial house. At that time, he had given the impression of being overbearing, but Lin Ling had given the impression of being frivolous. The two brothers had smashed all the geniuses of the Seven Profound Martial House to the ground and dominated the Seven Profound Martial House. That was also the happiest time of his life. Oh, then you should be careful. Shan Yuangur sighed. He knew that once Lin Ling decided on something, no one could change it. Good, let's do it. Haha, we'll help from the side. Falling Flower, Flowing Water and the others laughed because they had been waiting for Lin Ling to speak. Of course, they also looked at Sakura in awe. When this guy had first arrived, he had the attitude of someone who would destroy the heavens if the heavens did not accept him. At that time, if they hadn't reported their background, they would have already been smashed to the ground, and now, such an overbearing character was actually Sir Lin Ling's brother. This was their good fortune. This Sakura seems to be someone from the Great Azure Divine Dynasty. The chess boy secretly said. He didn't think that Sir would know such a tyrannical character. I know, he has definitely been to Five Ring City. Falling Flower, Flowing Water also quietly replied. Then, they followed Lin Ling out of the market square. At this moment, outside the market square, a large number of martial artists were watching. They were surprised that Lin Ling had returned. Where is Zhao Ritian? Lin Ling coldly shouted. Sir, Zhao Ritian is the Grand Master of Weilan Market. He is. At the end of the street. They have stolen all of Rainforest Market's business, but the master behind Zhao Ritian is the Sovereign Marquis. Falling Flower, Flowing Water immediately said. This guy seemed to have investigated the other party's background. Obviously, he knew that this day would come. Good, Weilon Market is it? Today, I will tear it down. Lin Ling sneered and strode forward. What? The background behind Weilon Market is not small. I heard that it is the sovereign marquis. This Lin Ling actually dares to touch the sovereign marquis's territory? How arrogant. The crowd discussed animatedly, and their faces turned pale. Then, in their eyes, Lin Ling had already moved forward. Let's follow and see. Yeah, Lin Ling is courting death. After all, Zhao Ritian is the one who is ranked 68th on the Heavenly Crossing list. How can Lin Ling be his opponent? Many people moved forward with the intention of watching a good show. Lin Ling and the others soon arrived at Weilon Market. It had to be said that this market square was filled with customers. Moreover, the decoration was extremely gorgeous, and the plaque on the door was a precious immortal treasure. This meant that the master behind this market square was not small. Translator, Transin editor, Transin which dog is Zhao Ritian? What are you doing? Cutting the queue? At this moment, customers were entering the market one after another. Some of the warriors looked at Lin Ling's group coldly. They thought that Lin Ling's group was here to buy something, but they didn't line up. Too arrogant. Hee, I'll give you a choice. Get lost immediately, or I'll tear you apart. However, before Lin Ling could say anything, Sakura spoke first. He was even more arrogant than Lin Ling. This made Lin Ling smile helplessly. Big brother must have followed a big shot before. Otherwise, he wouldn't have such confidence. What did you say? That warrior was enraged, and so were the others, because they had never seen such an overbearing character. Hee. Sakura laughed, stretched out his palm, and said indifferently, do you see this slap? I see it, so what? That warrior immediately frowned. Nothing, just use it to hit dogs. Sakura roared, and his palm fiercely swung out. Rumble, a terrifying power erupted. Those warriors seemed to have been attacked by a storm, and actually flew out of Second Ring City. This slap directly made the people on the street open their mouths, and there was silence. Even Lin Ling sucked in a breath of cold air. Big brother's strength was so strong. He was very sure that Sakura definitely had a divine body, and now he was hiding his strength. This made Lin Ling curious. Big brother followed Dao Grandma. What exactly did he experience? Second brother, do you want to do it, or should I do it? Sakura then looked at Lin Ling and made Lin Ling nod. Big brother should do it. All right. Sakura nodded proudly, and punched out. Countless sounds of bones colliding rang out. That punch actually turned into a huge white bone fist, and fiercely smashed on the plaque. Rumble, that immortal treasure plaque immediately shattered, and the entire market that was more than 10 floors was also on the verge of collapsing. This punch was so terrifying, the people on the street were scared silly again. One must know that in Second Ring City, there had never been such a terrifying expert. Of course, Lin Ling was also shocked. Then, he smiled proudly and strolled into the market. Weilon Market? Bullshit. Falling Flowers, Flowing Water Sword and the others followed Lin Ling. They stepped on the broken plaque on the ground and couldn't help but mock him. Of course, they were more proud and elated. Are you trying to steal our business? It's just that our sect leader isn't here. If he returns, we'll tear down your sect's plaque. After entering, the city square was completely silent. Whether it was the guests or the people in the city square, they all frowned as they looked at Lin Ling's group. Obviously, they didn't expect that someone would dare to behave so atrociously in the sovereign marquis territory. Several of the more powerful first-generation experts were sneering at the corners of their mouths. They were thinking about how these idiots were going to compensate them. Who is Zhao Ritian? Get out here. However, before they could even speak, Lin Ling roared, shaking the entire city to the brink of collapse. This caused the expressions of those first-generation elites to become furious. They hadn't even flared up, yet this person had already flared up. Did they think this was a market? Sir, who are you? Do you know who's here? One of the young men with long flowing hair who was sitting on a chair said indifferently. He held a pill bottle in his hand and seemed to be tasting the pill. Throughout the entire process, he didn't even look at Lin Ling's group. He was filled with strong confidence. It's peerless. Someone said in fear. That person was a first-generation elite from Songning Academy. His strength was ranked 70th. If he wasn't recruited by the sovereign marquis, such an elite wouldn't have appeared in Second Ring City. Seeing this, Lin Ling smiled and strode forward. This caused the eyes of the elites in the city square to flicker. They didn't know what Lin Ling wanted to do, however, they could see that Lin Ling was only at the first level of True God realm. This strength was considered pretty good in Second Ring City. Of course, the premise was that these powerful first-generation elites weren't in Second Ring City. Lin Ling came in front of the long-haired young man. With a wave of his right hand, he snatched the pill bottle from the young man's hand and poured the pill over the young man's head. It was as if he was pouring water. This frivolous action undoubtedly caused the crowd to suck in a breath of cold air. That guy was crazy. At this moment, all the elites in the city square narrowed their eyes and almost attacked. However, the storm seemed to be suppressed and didn't erupt. How terrifying. The oppressive atmosphere made the elites who were watching a good show quietly retreat because this wasn't a battlefield they could join. Do you know what you're doing? The storm didn't erupt because Peerless didn't attack. He asked coldly. You're smelling the pill? I'm sorry, after I came back, I saw the pills in my house scattered on the ground and trampled on by others. I was very unhappy, so you should know what I'm doing. Peerless seemed to be angry, but Lin Ling's anger wasn't any smaller than his. After saying this, Lin Ling smashed the pill bottle in his hand on Peerless' head. Clang! The pill bottle broke under the force and glass flew everywhere. Although it couldn't hurt Peerless, it was still a huge humiliation. Peerless asked Lin Ling if he knew what he was doing. Lin Ling's answer was that the pill bottle exploded his head. Go to hell. Peerless was completely enraged, causing the entire city square to shake. His aura rose steadily and he stood up crazily. Seeing this, Indra's eyes turned cold and he was ready to attack. However, Lin Ling couldn't wait any longer. The two Dantian's boundary rivers merged instantly. Boundary essence condensed on Lin Ling's fist and he punched out. Boom! That punch landed on Peerless' face and twisted his face. However, time seemed to have stopped and that punch didn't send Peerless flying. This didn't surprise many people. Peerless was a second-level true god. How could Lin Ling shake him? However, this was only temporary. In the next moment, the void exploded and Peerless flew backward as if he was hit by a spring. With a bang, he smashed into the wall, causing a clear crack to appear on the wall and it continued to expand. Then, an unconscious figure slid down from the wall like a pile of shit. This was still the city square's defense that was obviously not weak. Otherwise, that punch would have sent Peerless out of the Second Ring City. This simple and violent scene caused the city square to fall silent. Even Indra's pupils constricted. Lin Ling was only a first-level true god. However, he didn't rely on martial arts and relied on boundary essence power to send a second-level true god flying. This made Indra's mouth reveal a smile. His second brother seemed to have hidden his strength and was always mysterious, even though he had witnessed countless geniuses in the Great Azure Divine Dynasty and there was no lack of Heaven's chosen children. In his opinion, Lin Ling was even more terrifying than those ancient Heaven's chosen children. Which dog is Zhao Ritian? Get out here. Next, Lin Ling roared again. However, at this moment, no one thought that he was crazy, especially those martial artists who saw Indra smashing the signboard with one punch. At this moment, they realized that the arrogance of that handsome young man wasn't any weaker than Indra. Swordsmen, especially those martial artists who saw Sakura smashing the signboard with one punch. At this moment, they discovered that the arrogance of that handsome youth wasn't the slightest bit weaker than Sakura. As for the first-generation members of the elite shops, their faces were pale. Juesher was not weak among them, but he was still sent flying by a single punch. This mysterious young man was too terrifying. If that punch had landed on their bodies, they might not have been sent flying, but rather, they might have been blasted into pieces. Most importantly, they still didn't know what kind of monster he was. Who was ruining this daddy's market square? At this moment, a skinny figure finally walked down from the second floor. He was Zhao Ritian. However, despite his mighty name, he looked like he could not bear the burden. He was not tall, and his face was devoid of any flesh. When he was angry, he revealed his yellow front teeth. No matter how one looked at him, he looked wretched. Even Lin Ling's eyes lit up. He had thought that the person who dared to bully Yu Yu and the others would definitely be a valiant general. Who would have thought that it would be such an ugly person? Of course, although Zhao Ritian was ugly, he was not weak. He had received the mantle of an elder in the Resplendent Academy. That elder was called Xia Ren, an old enemy of ancestor Dragon Granny. He was also the elder who had repeatedly targeted Lin Ling. However, Zhao Ritian did not disappoint. After becoming the first generation, he managed to get into the top 60 of the Heavenly Surpass list. One had to know that the Heavenly Surpass ranking was a generation's battle prowess ranking. Those who were able to enter the ranking had strength that couldn't be underestimated in Threering City. Second brother, this person is not simple. Let me handle him. At this moment, Sakura Tian said secretly. This was because Zhao Ritian was a third-level true god. No need, I want to break his yellow teeth. Lin Ling shook his head and said coldly. Why did you cause such a ruckus in my marketplace? Zhao Ritian looked coldly at Lin Ling as he walked down from the second floor. Because you destroyed my market square first. Lin Ling said bluntly. Zhao Ritian's pupils constricted as he exclaimed, You're Lin Ling? You're not dead? He's Lin Ling? As soon as his words came out, the crowd immediately cried out in alarm, especially those of the first generation who were scared out of their wits. Their eyes trembled uncontrollably. This was Lin Ling? Wasn't Lin Ling the strongest second generation? How could he defeat the first generation as easily as swatting a fly? Could it be that after the Battle of Pride, Lin Ling had increased his strength again? This cultivation speed was indeed monstrous. Senior brother Zhao Ritian, kill him. Those first-generation elites immediately shouted. Lin Ling made them feel a strong pressure. A genius like Lin Ling must not be allowed to live. No wonder you came looking for me. So you're Lin Ling. But don't you think you're courting death? Zhao Ritian smiled. He was a little excited because Lin Ling had offended many big shots. If he could kill him, he would definitely be rewarded handsomely. You're a member of the Radiant Academy's generation, yet you're helping an outsider to bully a member of the Radiant Academy. How shameless can you be? Lin Ling retorted. I like it. You're bragging about me. Who knew? Zhao Ritian shrugged nonchalantly. Lin Ling, kneel down when you see your senior brother. The other generations also shouted angrily, as if they had found their backbone. Those words made Lin Ling's eyes turn even colder. You're a swordsman, aren't you? At this moment, Zhao Ritian stared at the sword Dao behind Lin Ling's back. A sharp aura shot out from his body and turned into boundary swords. At the same time, divine light seemed to sprinkle down from the 9 heavens, enveloping his body. This was his awakened divine body, Zen Sword Enlightenment. It had reached the 6th grade. This was a rare sword talent. According to legend, every sword was a type of martial art. There were flame sword, thunder sword, wind sword, and so on. They were all extremely powerful. An ordinary swordsman could only comprehend one type of sword in their lifetime. However, Zhao Ritian had a total of 18 swords, representing 18 sword daos. Moreover, among the 18 swords, several of them contained sword heart. So powerful. Zhao Ritian is indeed ranked 68th on the Heavenly Crossing list. A 6th grade awakened divine body and a sword talent. In the Resplendent Academy, he's definitely the strongest swordsman. I heard that in the Resplendent Academy, Zhao Ritian had cultivated in the sword Dao, flame Dao, wind Dao, thunder Dao, and so on. The other generations exclaimed in admiration. Although they were all from the same generation, Zhao Ritian was much stronger than them. So powerful. Sensing the sharp sword aura, falling flowers and flowing water swords' expressions changed drastically. Although they already knew that the first generation was strong, they only knew how strong he was after witnessing it with their own eyes. Even Lin Ling's eyes flickered continuously. This was because he had cultivated in the sword Dao and flame Dao, but Zhao Ritian had cultivated in all the martial Dao. No wonder he was ranked 68th on the Heavenly Crossing list. It could be said that Zhao Ritian was more powerful than the 2 sect leaders of the flame world. I know that you're unwilling to accept it. However, you need to have the ability to do so. The waters of the Great Azure Divine Dynasty are very deep. Not to mention those seniors, even I will never be able to cross over. Swords of different colors floated around Zhao Ritian. He said indifferently, moreover, you also use the sword? Do you have the ultimate sword Dao? Go, comprehend the Zen world sword. He waved his long robe and ordered the 18 swords to shoot towards Lin Ling. They were as fast as lightning, reaching the speed of the 3 realms. Those without sword talent are not qualified to use the sword. Accompanied by the shadows of the swords was a confident voice. Seeing this, countless people's breathing quickened. A powerful first generation had made his move. How would Lin Ling deal with it? Lin Ling was the strongest second generation and could defeat many first generations. However, he should not be a match for Zhao Ritian. The sword is the sword. It is not something that can only be cultivated by those with sword talent. The sword represents the person, not the talent. At this moment, Lin Ling waved his robe and the tyrannical song sword behind him floated up. The shadows of the sword surged and the murderous aura was extremely dense. It turned into 81 swords that covered the sky. Ashura sword formation? There are 81 swords. Lin Ling's sword Dao is also powerful. It's useless. Relying on martial arts won't be able to match the talent. Many people started to discuss and their emotions were inexplicably surging, especially Yu Yu and the rest. They knew that this battle was also the battle that would allow Lin Ling to gain a foothold in the first generation. Boom boom boom, clang clang clang, the collision of swords was colorful. Moreover, both of them were experts in the sword Dao. When they clashed, the entire market was unscathed. This showed how crazy their understanding of the sword was. I heard that you have the heart of the sword. Let me see how powerful your heart of the sword is. At this moment, Zhao Ritian's eyes flashed and he was slightly surprised. It was rumored that Lin Ling had cultivated the Ashura sword formation. Now that he had seen it, it was indeed extraordinary. However, he still believed that the sword Dao martial arts were unorthodox. Only talent was everything. Without a talented swordsman, cultivating the sword would be a waste of effort. Look, Lin Ling's swords are starting to crumble. Haha, he's going to die. At this moment, everyone was ecstatic. This was because although Lin Ling had many swords, they were obviously inferior to Zhao Ritian's swords. They were all being destroyed. I like it. Come on, brag about me. Clang, the 81 swords were indeed collapsing. Even though Lin Ling had fused his 2 dantians, he could only barely block Zhao Ritian's swords. Furthermore, as time passed, Zhao Ritian's colorful swords surrounded Lin Ling from all directions. Lin Ling, there was no way out. There's a difference of 2 realms. Furthermore, Lin Ling is not a match for a swordsman with powerful attacks. Some of the ancient martial artists outside the market sighed and shook their heads. They knew the purpose of Lin Ling's visit, so they admired Lin Ling. This was because Lin Ling was not afraid of power. He actually dared to come to Weilan Market to take back his reputation. Unfortunately, in this world, courage could not change anything. Strength was what mattered. However, at that moment, a crisp sound was heard. Zhao Ritian's swords had already sealed Lin Ling's path. He thought that he would be able to kill Lin Ling with his swords, but one of his swords was suddenly broken. What? Zhao Ritian let out a cry of surprise. Breaking his sword meant that his innate talent had been cut off. Second brother, you are indeed extraordinary. Sakura, who had been tense all this while, finally relaxed. This was because he saw that among the 81 swords, 2 of them were extremely extraordinary. Under the 2 swords, not only did they protect Lin Ling, they also broke the enemy swords. Clang. Furthermore, the crisp sound continued to ring out. Zhao Ritian's 18 swords were broken one after another. This scene shocked the surrounding people. Furthermore, they saw that only 2 swords had appeared around Lin Ling. They were the 2 swords that had broken everything. Impossible. Eclipse sword, go. Zhao Ritian roared and pointed with one hand. Traversing sword, go. Flourishing sword, go. The 3 swords he spoke of were extremely extraordinary. They were all existences with sword hearts. He did not believe that Lin Ling would be able to break his sword that possessed sword heart. The way of the sword is vast and varied. It is as vast as the universe. How can one only reach the top with talent? Some people spend tens of thousands of years to comprehend the way of the sword. Some people spend their entire lives trying to comprehend the way of the sword. Some people only use one sword in their entire lives. They don't have great talent in the way of the sword, but their sword is like a person. They also reach the peak of the way of the sword. At this time, a cold shout came from Lin Ling's mouth, as if he wanted to prove something. The two swords in front of him began to spin wildly. One was a fast sword, while the other was the tyrannical song sword. However, they were like two dragons emerging from the sea. The two swords complemented each other very well. The quick sword suppressed Zhao Ritian's sword while the large sword attacked. That perfect control made everyone exclaim in surprise. It was an eye-opener. Rumble. After the attack, Zhao Ritian's sword of eclipse instantly broke apart. Moreover, the remaining two swords with sword heart also broke apart when they collided. Puff, Zhao Ritian spat out a mouthful of blood. His face instantly turned pale. How is this possible? In fact, the people around him were even more surprised than Zhao Ritian. Zhao Ritian was one of the strongest of the generation. His sword techniques were profound, and he had left his mark in all the martial department of the Resplendent Academy. However, a swordsman like him had his sword broken. It was easy for a swordsman to defeat him, but breaking his sword was the hardest. That sword of yours is not an ordinary sword. Zhao Ritian looked at the tyrannical song sword in horror. At this time, he finally realized that it was an immortal artifact. Moreover, to be able to break his sword heart, the chaotic energy within it must be at least tier 2. This meant that the ancient sword was at least a tier 4 immortal artifact. In addition to Lin Ling's sword heart, this meant that Lin Ling possessed chaotic energy that was beyond tier 3. After all, a single sword heart only represented a single level of chaotic energy. I, Zhao Ritian, am not convinced that you are relying on external objects. Zhao Ritian roared at the sky. His 18 swords were broken, and he was also seriously injured. You're not convinced? At this moment, Lin Ling was like the sword monarch. He walked forward step by step. The sword heart floated in front of him, and the tyrannical song sword fell into his hand. You defeated other swordsmen with your talent. How can they be convinced? Cold. Zhao Ritian opened his mouth wide, unable to refute Lin Ling's cold voice. You said that sword Dao is the true Dao, and those without sword Dao are not qualified to practice the sword. Then, you lost to my tyrannical song sword today. What else do you have to say? Lin Ling's voice became domineering. Humph. Zhao Ritian was once again unable to refute. He believed that those with sword Dao were the true swordsmen. However, Lin Ling relied on an immortal artifact to break his talent. What did this mean? This meant that all roads lead to Rome. In the path of sword Dao, there was no absolute. To some of the weaker martial artists, this battle was tantamount to opening up a path. At this moment, Zhao Ritian's pupils were trembling. He did not expect Lin Ling to be so strong. He was completely different from the rumors. There were only two explanations. 1. Lin Ling was hiding his strength. 2. Lin Ling's strength had increased crazily during this period of time. Of course, between the two, he was more willing to believe the first. If the second was true, then Lin Ling's growth was too terrifying. I admit defeat. Seeing Lin Ling walking towards him, Zhao Ritian hurriedly shouted. He was no longer as confident as before, and his aura was extremely weak. Admit defeat? You should know that I will definitely kill you, just like how you want to kill me. Lin Ling held his sword and walked forward. His voice was cold. Killing Zhao Ritian was also to make an example out of him. He wanted to let the people of the 3 major academies know that they should not provoke him. Lin Ling. This was Yu Cheng's idea. Every injustice has its perpetrator, and every debt has its debtor. You should look for him. Moreover, the owner of the market is the sovereign marquis. Aren't you afraid that he will settle the score with you? Zhao Ritian suddenly thought of something and became more confident. The sovereign marquis. When these words came out, many people subconsciously trembled. That was a ruthless person who killed people like flies. The sovereign marquis, I will look for him sooner or later. As for Yu Cheng, I don't know him. However, if he dares to provoke me, the only outcome is death. However, Lin Ling did not care about those threats at all. He wanted to let Zhao Ritian know that Lin Ling was the kind of person who could do anything when he was angry. I have no grudges with you. Why don't you let me go? Why do you have to kill me? Zhao Ritian supported his injured body and kept retreating. If you're talking about a life and death grudge, there is indeed no grudge between us. Lin Ling suddenly stopped in his tracks. Zhao Ritian could not help but feel happy. Could it be that Lin Ling really did not want to kill him? However, this did not mean that he would let Lin Ling go. He wanted to let Yu Qing know that Lin Ling had returned and that he had a powerful sword in his hands. However, just as he was thinking complacently, Lin Ling's cold voice rang out again. If you say that we have no grudges, but killing you, I like it. You can boast about me. This sentence was very familiar. Previously, when Lin Ling asked Zhao Ritian why he bullied his market, Zhao Ritian had replied that he liked it. You can boast about me. Now, Lin Ling had answered him in the same way. This was the power of the strong. They could do whatever they wanted and be lawless. You. Zhao Ritian's pupils constricted. There were thousands of words floating in his heart. Unfortunately, Lin Ling did not give him the chance to speak. Whoosh. Enter the four-ring city, but Lin Ling turned around and left. He drew his sword and stained it with blood. He had killed the first generation ranked 68th on the Heavenly Crossing list. Plop, even after Zhao Ritian fell to the ground, the vast market remained silent. The first generation from the three academies were trembling in fear. A single generation was born from millions of geniuses. Every single one of them was a proud son of the heavens in the myriad of worlds. But now, one of them had died right in front of them. This scene was too surreal. Lin Ling is so strong. The first generation did not dare to speak. They did not even have the courage to lift their heads and look at Lin Ling. Of course, Lin Ling did not care about these clowns. He actually killed Zhao Ritian. Outside the city square, Genji and the other second generations of Resplendent Academy had pale faces. To them, this was something completely impossible. Let's go. Under Lin Ling's lead, Yu and the rest followed excitedly. They did not expect Lin Ling's strength to increase so much. It seemed that every time Lin Ling returned from a trip, his strength would increase greatly. His improvement was faster than anyone else. If Vice Principal Gong and the rest were to know about this, they would be happier than them. Weilan Market. After walking out of the market, Lin Ling sneered. His heart skipped a beat. 81 swords were shot out once again, cutting down the luxurious market. The largest market in the entire street was like tofu, collapsing under everyone's gaze. Weilan Market, demolished. In this street, the Rainforest Market is the largest. Anyone who wants to buy something here must first enter my market. If my market is too busy, then they can go to other markets. This is the rule. At the same time, Lin Ling's cold voice floated out, setting the rules for this street. With these words, the street was in an uproar. The other market owners' faces changed. Lin Ling was so overbearing, they did not expect that when the Rainforest Market was under great pressure, they would just stand by and watch. So, Lin Ling might not give them any face? Your Excellency, you are too much. A shopkeeper of the market said with dissatisfaction. But before he could finish his words, someone beside him immediately pulled him back. Are you looking for death? If you anger him, he will tear down your market. You can't do anything about it. The shopkeeper's face instantly turned pale. He couldn't afford to offend the returning Lin Ling. Alas, the icing on the cake is precious, but the most important thing is to provide timely help. Many city lords sighed. In the past, when Lin Ling had become the strongest second generation, they had immediately tried to curry favor with him. Afterwards, when they learned that Lin Ling had provoked a powerful enemy, they had immediately distanced themselves from him. Now, they really didn't have the face to say anything. On the other hand, Lin Ling had resolved the matter of the market square, but his brows were still furrowed. You are thinking about Lei Tianlan, aren't you? Sakura was very familiar with Lin Ling, so he knew what Lin Ling was thinking. I have no enmity with Lei Tianlan, but she harmed me and almost killed me. I will definitely take revenge for this grudge, but the Qing province is vast and boundless. I don't know where to find Lei Tianlan. Lin Ling shook his head and said. How people treat me is how I treat them. Lin Ling's personality was that simple. As for Lei Tianlan's origin, perhaps she was indeed powerful, but this had nothing to do with Lin Ling. If she wants to kill me, I'll kill her back. She's in the fourth ring city. Disher Tian suddenly said, causing Lin Ling's pupils to constrict. The four-ring city was even more ancient than the three-ring city. It was an even larger ancient city of martial arts. Currently, it was not a place that Lin Ling could casually enter. I have a way to bring you in, but after you enter, many things will be difficult to control. Second brother, do you dare to go? Sakura said again. Lin Ling couldn't help but smile, and immediately nodded. Why wouldn't I dare? Well, I'll go with you. Lei Tianlan harmed you, I can't take this lying down. Sakura immediately said, causing Yu Yu and the others to suck in a breath of cold air. That place was already very close to the core of the Qing province. If Lin Ling went, he didn't know if it would be dangerous. However, they knew Lin Ling's personality, so they didn't try to persuade him. Wait for me in the market. Lei Tianlan, I will definitely kill her. Lin Ling looked at Yu Yu and the others and said, then followed Sakura. The fourth ring city seemed to be very close to this place, but an ancient wall separated the two worlds, as if it was the difference between a mortal and a god. When Lin Ling followed Sakura to the ancient city wall, he couldn't help but be shocked. This was because the city wall was actually an existence that surpassed immortal treasures. It was an extreme weapon. This is the Four Symbols Divine Wall. No true God Realm expert can break through it. Its defense is extremely terrifying. Sakura explained, and looked at the people who entered the city gate. Those who can enter the Fourth Ring City all have illustrious reputations, and the lowest cultivation is at the True God Realm. As long as the strength of the first generation of the three academies increases, most of them rarely return to the academy, unless the academy specifically summons them. Therefore, they all stay between the Third Ring City and the Fourth Ring City, because there are more experts and more treasures here, which is more suitable for their growth. It's indeed not weak. Lin Ling nodded, but he had a headache about how to enter the Fourth Ring City. Although he could definitely enter if he showed the marshal's seal, this would also expose his traces. If Lei Tianlan knew, it would also alert the enemy. If she disappeared again, Lin Ling would have a hard time finding her. Take the scabbard with you. At this time, Sakura took out a scabbard and handed over a mask. These two items were extremely extraordinary, which surprised Lin Ling because the mask and scabbard were both extreme immortal treasures, and there was a mysterious aura lingering around them. An item of the Divine Dynasty. Sakura smiled, and Lin Ling put on the mask first. Suddenly, his aura was concealed, and others couldn't see through him. This made Lin Ling mutter, Big Brother shouldn't be an assassin in the Great Azure Divine Dynasty, right? Why does he have such a treasure? As for the scabbard, after putting it on, Sakura led Lin Ling forward. The experts guarding the gate were all in the True God Realm, and one of them was even in the 5th stage of True God Realm. However, they didn't stop Lin Ling and Lin Ling, as if they recognized the scabbard that Lin Ling was wearing. This showed that the scabbard was indeed an item of the Divine Dynasty. TSK, a 5th stage of True God guarding the gate. This Fourth Ring City is indeed profound. After Lin Ling entered the city gate, he immediately kept the scabbard and muttered. Looking up again, for ancient four symbols sat in the corner of the ancient city, and even from a distance, one could see their divine power: azure dragon, vermilion bird, white tiger, black tortoise. Moreover, Lin Ling sensed that they were the real four symbols divine beasts. One must know that since he started learning martial arts, Lin Ling had seen many four symbols divine beasts, but those were all fake, and there was no charm. That's the Four Symbols Divine Mansion, whose status and strength are comparable to the Grand Secretary, a huge ancient force only below the Imperial Censor. Sakura explained, and then he waved at Lin Ling, follow me. Lin Ling nodded, but he also looked deeply at the Four Symbols Divine Mansion, knowing that it was definitely in existence beyond the True God Realm. Then, Lin Ling also stepped forward. On the way, Lin Ling sensed that the Fourth Ring City was also vast and boundless, like the world of the Divine Dynasty. Dark clouds rolled in the sky, but from time to time, there would be divine light shooting into the sky, reaching the universe. Xianling Long, unknowingly, a light drizzle had begun to fall from the sky. Although the dusky sky had no effect on the cultivators, it still caused their mood to become depressed. Because of the light rain outside, Treasure Ground Restaurant was bustling with activity. The restaurant was spacious, and the aroma of meat and wine permeated the air. These were all extremely precious meats in the myriad of worlds. None of the people who appeared here were weak. At this time, two figures walked in from the entrance. They were both wearing large cloaks, giving off a mysterious feeling. one of them vaguely revealed a strange mask, as if a ghost was smiling. However, everyone present was an expert, so they merely glanced at it indifferently because they also noticed that the masked person was only at the first level of the true god realm. This cultivation level was obviously at the bottom of the fourth ring city. Second brother, there are 4 treasure ground restaurants in the fourth ring city. The owner behind them is mysterious, but this restaurant can get some information, so we came here to try our luck. Yes. Those two were Lin Ling and Sakura. I heard that Tai Chi Zhan obtained the position of tycoon. That guy just came to the fourth ring city and already obtained such a glorious title. He really can't be underestimated. Yes. His strength is ranked 42nd on the Heavenly Crossing list. I heard that he has a grudge with the Heaven Worship Camp's Marshal Yu Qing. Now that he obtained the position, Yu Qing can't be arrogant in front of him. Yes. Among the 3 great academies generation, Heavenly Saint Academy is still more powerful. That Feng Tianji also became a commander-in-chief. Most importantly, he didn't have a backer and relied on his strength to obtain the position. Yes. Feng Tianji is a member of the Heavenly Court. In fact, the Heavenly Court can be considered as a backer. Yes. In the restaurant, whispers could be heard. This was indeed a good place to gather information. At this time, another few figures walked in from the entrance of the restaurant. There were a total of 4 people, 2 men and 2 women. These 4 people's auras were extremely extraordinary. The men were handsome and had a heroic spirit, while the women were beautiful and had an aura that could topple cities. This was especially true for a woman wearing a green robe. Her long hair was like a waterfall that draped over her willowy waist. Wisps of green aura quietly spread out, causing her long hair to flutter occasionally. She was extremely extraordinary, and if one looked carefully, one could vaguely see 2 horns in her hair. Seeing this, the restaurant instantly fell silent. Because many had recognized the woman's origins, and they were surprised that such a woman with such status had actually come here as well. There are no more seats. The woman let out a clear and melodious voice that was very pleasant to the ears. Then, her gaze landed on the 3rd floor of the restaurant. She smiled and said, I saw some acquaintances. I'll go and greet them. Find a place and wait for me to come down. Go, Sister Linglong. A slightly younger girl at the side immediately replied. After which, her gaze swept across the room. Unfortunately, the 1st floor was already filled with people. Only a chair in the corner was occupied by 2 people. There are seats over there. The young girl immediately smiled and led the 2 men forward. Clang, then, a bag of divine crystals was thrown onto the table by the young girl. She said indifferently, I've taken a liking to this table. You can go outside the restaurant and eat. The 2 people on the table were Lin Ling and Sakura. They raised their heads in surprise and their eyes were filled with disdain. Lin Ling waved his right hand and also recognized the bag of divine crystals. Take these divine crystals and disappear from my sight. Although he could see that the young girl was from the fourth ring city and her background wasn't small, to send him away with divine crystals, did she think he was a slave? Moreover, Lin Ling wasn't interested in those divine crystals at all. What do you mean? The young girl instantly frowned, as though she was greatly angered. Then, her aura directly exploded. It was actually at the 2nd level of True God Realm. Most importantly, she was young and it was indeed rare for her to possess such strength. However, that little bit of aura of hers simply couldn't move Lin Ling at all. He still continued to drink with Sakura to his heart's content. You're courting death. Seeing this, the young girl flew into a rage. The 2 men behind her also looked surprised. One of them, a white-haired young man, frowned as though he was thinking about something. Yan Yun, what's wrong? At this moment, a clear voice suddenly rang out. The green-robed lady had already walked down and was walking over slowly. These 2 are shameless. I only asked them to borrow a seat but they humiliated me. The young girl snorted coldly and inverted the truth. Because she directly used money to smash them and her words were filled with contempt for Lin Ling and Sakura. However, the green-robed lady was natural and unrestrained. She looked at Lin Ling and Sakura and smiled. Sir, the restaurant is full. Your seat is empty. Can we sit down? Although she wasn't angry, her tone and attitude were extremely arrogant. After speaking, she wanted to sit down. Sorry, you're not welcome. However, Lin Ling also spoke, and his words shocked everyone in the restaurant. Even the green-robed lady's eyes narrowed. Her background wasn't small. Lowering herself to sit at the same table as Lin Ling was Lin Ling's fortune. Who knew, with some guidance from her, Lin Ling could walk sideways in the fourth ring city. Who would have thought that Lin Ling would directly reject her? Xianling Long, I have a seat here, come over here. Over here. In an instant, a large number of voices came from the restaurant. Many people were looking at Lin Ling with mocking eyes, thinking that Lin Ling was a fool. Thank you. The green-robed lady smiled and led the group away. Of course, there was displeasure in her eyes. She was the Azure Dragon Manor's young miss, yet someone actually dared to reject her? If it weren't for her face, she would have taught that punk a lesson long ago. Compared to the others' enthusiasm, Lin Ling was indeed indifferent, shaking his head in disdain. No matter where you go, there will always be some servile people. Hee, not everyone has a lofty and unyielding character. Many people's arrogance is only shown in front of the weak. Only those who are arrogant in front of the strong are those who have a lofty and unyielding character. Sakura also laughed. Those people are so stupid, thinking that by flattering the Azure Dragon Manor, they can soar to the sky in one step and be revered from then on. They don't know that to be revered, it depends on strength. Big brother is right. Lin Ling nodded, clinking his wine cup with Sakura's and drinking again. The people around them thought that they would regret it, but when they saw them drinking wine casually, they immediately felt uncomfortable. How hateful, this is the first time I've suffered this kind of humiliation. Meng Lu, Dan Quan, how about you help me teach him a lesson? At this time, in another corner of the restaurant, the young girl was glaring at Lin Ling with resentment, whereas the green-robed lady was chatting happily with the person next to her, as if she didn't hear anything. Obviously, she had heard it, but was just pretending not to care. All right. Not simple. I'll go too. The young girl held the wine cup and her face was ferocious. I want to splash wine all over their faces. The three of them walked towards Lin Ling's second brother. It seems like they won't give up. Noticing the three of them walking over, Indra played with his wine cup and sneered. Don't bother about them. If they dare to mess around, they'll be the ones at a disadvantage. Lin Ling was still drinking his wine indifferently. Although his cultivation was the lowest here, his strength wasn't weak. Even if it was a fourth-level true god, he had the confidence to kill them. However, the others didn't see it that way. Those two guys are going to be unlucky. That young girl is from the Underworld Sky Cavalry Hall. In the Four-Ring City, she's second only to the Four Symbols Divine Mansion. I guess they'll be thrown out of the restaurant. Who knows, they might die in the ditch the next day. The surrounding people sneered as they drank their wine and watched the show. It wasn't their first time in the Four-Ring City. Naturally, they knew how terrifying this ancient city was and how deep the water was. I really admire you guys. After offending us, you can still drink your wine so indifferently. The young girl took the lead to come to Lin Ling's side and said in a crafty manner. The wine is good. Why don't you drink? Lin Ling didn't even raise his head as he played with his wine cup and said. This indifference undoubtedly made the young girl even angrier. Do you know who I am? Why are you talking nonsense with him? Just kill him and we can continue drinking. A cold young man at the side was also dissatisfied with Lin Ling's indifference and said coldly. He was one of the strongest generation in the Tsangming Academy with a third-level true god cultivation. Since when did a first-level true god have the right to act indifferent in front of him? If it wasn't for Xianling Long, he would have already taught them a lesson. After he finished speaking, Lin Ling and Indra finally raised their heads. Their eyes were extremely cold and an imposing manner like a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood filled the air. The two of them had been through countless ups and downs since they started learning martial arts. That gaze actually made the young man's heart tremble. What a fierce look. In terms of cultivation, the young man was clearly higher than Lin Ling. However, in terms of combat experience, he was clearly inferior to Lin Ling. As for Sakura, he had obviously concealed his cultivation, but his eyes were even more domineering. At this moment, the young man was stunned. What are you waiting for? Attack them. However, the young girl couldn't care less and shouted even more angrily. Wait, this is a misunderstanding. However, that young man hadn't spoken when the white-haired young man who'd remained silent until now had spoken. The young woman was stunned, and just as she was about to speak, the white-haired young man spoke again. This time, he was speaking to Lin Ling. Sir, this is a misunderstanding. She is young and willful, so don't take it to heart. Let's leave immediately. What? This made the girl's eyes widen. Scram. Lin Ling sneered. He knew why the other party was tactful. It was because he knew that person. Come back. At this time, the green-robed woman in the distance also spoke. This made the young woman very unwilling, but she still led the two of them back. The white-haired young man looked deeply at Lin Ling and thought, he really didn't die. Meng Lu, what happened? After the young woman and the others sat down, the green-robed woman asked. Meng Lu, the strongest second generation in the past, had a mysterious origin. Her father had once told her that the martial god realm was vast and boundless, and many people had great backgrounds, and Meng Lu was one of them. Therefore, the green-robed woman had always treated Meng Lu as an honored guest. Do you still remember the Pride tournament? Yes. After sitting down, Meng Lu said indifferently. Pride tournament? The green-robed woman's eyes lit up. Originally, you were going to take first place, and even the big shots of Four Ring City were confirmed. However, a dark horse was born and defeated you, making you the second person of the second generation in the three great academies. Could he be? Yes. It's him. Meng Lu said. The green-robed woman's expression changed slightly. He's the Lin Ling who was the talk of Three Ring City? But, isn't he dead? Yes. No wonder he's so arrogant. It's Lin Ling. This damn guy took liberties with Lei Tianlan. The young woman also realized. However, they obviously didn't care. After all, he was just the strongest second generation, Lin Ling. To them, he was indeed like a servant. This guy is not simple. Don't underestimate him. However, Meng Lu's eyes became serious, which shocked the green-robed woman. There was no need to say more about Meng Lu's background, and he was also the master of Four Ring City who feared nothing. Now, such a person actually admitted that Lin Ling was not simple. This meant that Lin Ling had secrets that even she didn't know. Most importantly, Xian Linglong, don't you have a grudge against Lei Tianlan? Lei Tianlan is also holding a meeting of heroes. If you want to disrupt the meeting, you can call on Lin Ling. Meng Lu said again. With his strength, is he qualified? The green-robed woman frowned. I believe that his strength is not much weaker than mine. Meng Lu smiled, which surprised the green-robed woman again. Although Meng Lu was defeated in the Pride tournament, he was simply the chosen one. In a short period of time, he had crazily improved his strength. Now, he had rushed into the Heavenly Surpass list and was conservatively estimated to be in the 30th place, such a monstrous genius. He admitted that Lin Ling was not weaker than him. This must be a joke. Are you sure? The green-robed woman obviously didn't believe it. I'm not 100% sure. It's just my intuition. However, Lin Ling has a grudge against Lei Tianlan. I'm afraid that he wants to kill her more than you do. So, with the same goal, we're friends for the time being. Meng Lu said lightly, which made the green-robed woman nod. If he's qualified, then let him participate. Outside Baodi restaurant, the rain continued to drizzle. Lin Ling and Sakura seemed to be drinking, but in fact, they were also inquiring about the news. Finally, they learned that Lei Tianlan and the Great Qing Divine Dynasty had convened the Valiant Ensemble. Finally, we know her whereabouts. Lin Ling looked at Sakura and said. There must be a lot of experts participating in this ensemble. If we want to go, I'm afraid it's a little difficult. Sakura frowned. Lei Tianlan had a strong background. If they alerted her, it would attract more experts. If they couldn't kill Lei Tianlan at that time, it would be more difficult to kill her. No matter what, we have to go to the meeting of heroes. Lin Ling also knew the difficulties, but he was determined to go. Whether it was for himself or for Yu Yu and the others, Lei Tianlan must be eradicated. The two of them walked and talked as they left the restaurant. Outside, night had fallen. The entire foreign city had just been lit, and it was thriving. However, that prosperous scene was actually piled up with countless bones under the city. Translator, Transin editor, Transin invited. I wonder how Yu and the rest are doing. Lin Ling muttered to himself. Although the distance wasn't too far, Lin Ling still missed them. Sakura also missed Sword Elder and the rest in his hometown. Then, the two of them walked and talked, reminiscing about their brotherhood in the past, but at this moment, a terrifying murderous intent arrived. This murderous intent was restrained and ordinary true gods couldn't sense it. Be careful. But Lin Ling and Sakura weren't ordinary people, so they warned each other. Lin Ling even sensed that the murderous intent was mixed with the might of the ultimate martial arts. Bang! Lin Ling's body burst out with flames and he activated the heaven and earth change. His speed reached the speed of 4 realms and he instantly dodged the murderous intent. Sakura was originally powerful. With a step, he also disappeared from the spot. Not bad, you didn't die. At the same time, on the roof of a house in front, a ghostly figure appeared. He seemed to have blended into the darkness. If it wasn't for Lin Ling's 10,000 elephant devil eyes, he wouldn't be able to see him. Most importantly, that figure was a true god martial spirit. Looking at his previous move, it was a dagger as thick as a finger. After Lin Ling and the rest dodged it, it actually shot into the ground and disappeared. It didn't seem powerful, but its realm essence was restrained. If it landed on a person, it was enough to kill a true god martial spirit. But that's all. I think until now, you still don't know where I attacked. That silhouette spoke again, his voice filled with disdain. However, just as his voice faded, Lin Ling and Sakura appeared on the roof, causing that silhouette to cry out in surprise, "How did you guys find me?" Of course, he was surprised because he had a 6th grade awakened divine body, the body of black ink. As long as there was darkness, no one would be able to detect his trace. Even if he was in the shadow behind someone, that person wouldn't be able to detect him. Everything has its own rules. As long as there's a change, I'll naturally be able to detect it. A sword appeared in Lin Ling's hand as he pointed it at the other party. Sakura, on the other hand, sneered. Of course, he was also surprised by Lin Ling's agility. Previously, he was scared to death, afraid that Lin Ling would encounter an accident. Very good, you barely pass. I'm here to tell you a piece of news. Xianling Long, whom I saw during the day, wants to see you. That figure recovered its indifference and said indifferently. So, you're here to inform us? Lin Ling frowned. Informing us is one thing, but why do you want to kill us? If you can't even dodge Heimo's dagger, then there's no need for you to meet Xianling Long. That figure replied as if he was used to it. I understand. Lin Ling nodded as he scanned his surroundings. When he found the true god martial spirit's true body, the corners of his mouth curled into a cold smile as he ruthlessly slashed down with his sword. At this moment, his sword heart bloomed with its sharpness. Boom, that true god martial spirit didn't expect Lin Ling to slash out with his sword. It couldn't react in time and was immediately split into 2. Then, it exploded and disappeared without a trace. At the same time, in a hidden corner of the street, a man spat out blood and his face was as pale as paper. His true god martial spirit was destroyed, his strength was crippled by at least 80%. Damn it! He roared angrily. However, just as his voice fell, 2 death-like voices appeared beside him as if they had been hiding beside him all along. These 2 people were Lin Ling and Sakura. I dare you to say that again. In the darkness, Sakura's cold smile was extremely ferocious. This caused that person's body to tremble. Although he was unwilling, he could only swallow his anger. I was only passing on a piece of news, but you destroyed my martial spirit. Passing on a piece of news, then ambushing us and taking our lives? Since that's the case, you can't even block my sword, then there's no need for you to pass on a piece of news. Lin Ling immediately replied with a cold smile. That person gritted his teeth and finally lowered his head. You can't kill me. Otherwise, no one will lead the way. Previously, he had received Xianling Long's order to recruit these 2 people. At that time, he was full of disdain and thought that Miss Xianling Long had misjudged them. Therefore, he was dissatisfied and tested Lin Ling by splitting them into 2 and taking their lives. Who knew that he had lifted a rock and smashed it on his own foot? Why did the Xianling Long you mentioned come to us? Lin Ling had doubts in his heart, so his sword was still pointed at that person. I can't say that. I can only say that this matter is beneficial to you. That person gritted his teeth and said. However, after he finished speaking, Lin Ling's sword moved closer, causing his body to feel cold and he almost knelt down. However, this person's backbone was not bad. He gritted his teeth and would rather die than submit. Seeing this, Lin Ling slowly put away his sword and said coldly, "Lead the way. If I know that this matter is disadvantageous to us, then you won't live to see tomorrow's sun." With that said, he and Indra strode forward in large strides. This is the strongest second-generation Master Lin Ling? He's completely different from the rumors. His strength is extraordinary, and he does things flawlessly. Why would such a person be so stupid to take liberties with Lei Tianlan? There must be something hidden here. Behind the two people, that expert muttered to himself. He no longer dared to underestimate Lin Ling. At this time, inside a mansion in the Four-Ring City, a large number of experts were gathered outside the entrance. These people's strengths were not weak. They were all first-generation masters, and most of them were third-stage True God Realm masters. They seemed to be waiting for something, and there was a hint of excitement on their faces. The Azure Dragon Manor's young miss is recruiting us. If we can enter the Azure Dragon Manor, then we can also enter the Great Azure God Dynasty. Dream on, there are only 12 spots, and a few of them have already been confirmed. The remaining 7 are competing, and you're not qualified to get a spot. Humph, Fang Ziyuan, you're only ranked 84th on the Heavenly Crossing list, you're even less qualified. These geniuses were opposing each other with equal harshness. After all, the Azure Dragon Manor was one of the 4 great ancient mansions in the Four-Ring City, not to be underestimated. Entering the Azure Dragon Manor was a rare opportunity for geniuses without any background. Who knows, if they made a name for themselves, they might even be able to enter the Five-Ring City. Of course, the Avenue of Stars was right in front of them, but the competition was also extremely cruel. Have you decided? Which 7 people will enter? At this time, the door was pushed open, and an old man walked out, coldly asking. I'll go. I'm stronger, I won't lose face for the Azure Dragon Manor. Sir, do you really want to compete with me? The powerful geniuses took advantage of this rare opportunity and shouted one after another. Wait. But right at this time, a voice that wasn't loud sounded, and then 3 people approached from the distance. The one in the lead was a man wearing a mask and a black cloak, speaking in a hoarse voice. What are these 7 spots for? His arrival made all the first-generation masters shudder. For some reason, they felt as if this person had walked out from the netherworld. Of course, this feeling quickly disappeared because they noticed that this person was merely a first-stage True God Realm master. Who could stop him? The old man looked deeply at Lin Ling, smiling without saying a word. Obviously, he knew who Lin Ling was. The other geniuses were stunned for a moment, then they frowned unhappily. What was this guy trying to do? He actually dared to interrupt them? One of the powerful first generation barked coldly, "You want us to wait? And wait for you? I'm just asking this senior, I didn't ask you to wait." Lin Ling stopped, looking indifferently at the first generation as if he didn't know that the first generation's anger was boiling. Do you know the consequences of interrupting us? The first generation raised his head, looking down at Lin Ling, and there was even a trace of sympathy in his eyes. Although Lin Ling was dressed mysteriously, he was only a first-level True God Realm cultivator. His cultivation wasn't enough to enter his eyes. Forget it, they were competing for a spot, so it was better to show off his strength. Didn't ask us to wait? I really admire your courage and guts. The Four-Ring City has too many trash like you, causing a foul atmosphere. True geniuses aren't buried. Today, I'll cripple you and let you know what it means to be a first generation. The first generation said indifferently, and a terrifying aura spread out. A finger with the speed of 2 worlds shot towards Lin Ling with the force of wind and lightning. The others sneered coldly, knowing that a tragedy was about to happen. Ah! But soon, a painful cry rang out. The first generation's finger was caught by someone, and the sound of bones breaking could be heard. His finger was directly broken. Looking at Lin Ling again, he was still standing there with one hand outstretched. His powerful godly devil physique didn't fear wind and lightning. He didn't even look at the first generation as he said, "The Four-Ring City has too many trash like you. Today, I'll cripple your finger and let you know what it means to overestimate yourself." Lin Ling waved his right hand, and the first generation was sent flying like a kite. The surroundings were silent. That first generation's strength wasn't weak, a third-level true god realm expert. His attack was actually caught. How could they know that without a fourth-level true god realm expert, no one could touch Lin Ling? "Sirs, please come in." The old man's eyes flashed as he spoke to Lin Ling. Lin Ling and Sakura instantly looked at each other and strode towards the door. As for the other first generations, their eyes were solemn. A first-level true god easily defeating a third-level true god. In fact, such a thing wasn't rare, but it rarely happened to them. But now, they finally witnessed it with their own eyes. One had to know that the fact that they were able to enter the Four-Ring City meant that their strength was unquestionable. However, when a genius met a genius, the impact was not small. There's always someone better than you. The Great Azure State is indeed full of talents. The first-generation successors mumbled to themselves and retracted their auras. Previously, they seemed to have unrecognized talents, but now, they knew how weak they were. Off in the distance, the first-generation successor with the severed finger looked deeply at Lin Ling and the young man. He knew that Lin Ling was being merciful, otherwise, it wouldn't have been as simple as a severed finger. There are still 5 spots left. You can decide for yourselves. The old man looked at the first-generation successor standing outside the door, leaving behind a sentence before turning around and entering the mansion. The mansion was quiet, seemingly empty. Along the way, Lin Ling didn't sense any powerful auras. Finally feeling relieved, a short while later, they arrived at a large hall that was even quieter. There were more than a dozen people inside, all of them sitting on chairs. Although they didn't look old, each of them exuded an imposing aura. The Great Ensemble is about to begin. Our goal is to interrupt the Great Ensemble, defeat all the opponents recruited by Lei Tianlan, and suppress the Thunder Note Manor's momentum. As long as you can do this, you can enter my Azure Dragon Manor. Clear. A clear and melodious voice drifted out, and it actually carried an unquestionable dignity. Yes. The others nodded in agreement. Outside the hall, Lin Ling and Sakura's eyes lit up, understanding the purpose of the other party's invitation. So it was for Lei Tianlan's Great Ensemble. She knows me? But Lin Ling was still doubtful. Someone among them must have sensed your aura through your mask, but it's also very strange. After all, that's the profound pond mask, used by the Great Azure Divine Dynasty's divine guards to do some secret things for the Great Azure Divine Dynasty. Even a master surpassing the true god realm might not be able to see through the mask's concealment. Sakura was also puzzled. Looks like there's someone capable among them. Lin Ling suddenly thought of something. It should be him. He thought of Mang Lu he met in the restaurant. That guy's background was one of the 9 prefectures 10 vicious. Adding on the fact that they had fought before, he naturally had a way to sense Huang Xiaolong's aura. Let's go in, an acquaintance recommended us. Thinking of this, Lin Ling strode into the hall. After the two of them entered, many people in the hall were surprised. Other than Xian Linglong and the others, everyone else was surprised. Say it, what are the conditions for me to join? Lin Ling went straight to the point the moment he entered. Insolent. As soon as his words came out, a dignified voice sounded. A tall and sturdy young man stood up in an instant, like an invincible god of war, causing the ground to shake. This young man was called Prince Wu Chen. Being able to enter, his strength was obviously stronger than the first generation outside, and the fact was indeed so. His talent was a 7th grade awakened physique. Moreover, he had the power to shake the opponent's spiritual energy. Most importantly, they were invited by Xian Linglong, therefore, they were grateful. However, Lin Ling's tone did not contain any gratitude. Instead, it was as if he was on the same level as Xian Linglong. Xian Linglong was the Azure Dragon Mansion principal's daughter. She had the qualifications to be looked up to. Those two people did not have such qualifications, not to mention, although he was one of the candidates, he also wanted to prove in front of Xian Linglong that he was the strongest among them. Big brother, are you going to do it or should I? Seeing this, Lin Ling's mask was still as cold as ever, turning to look at Sakura. This time, I'll do it. Sakura nodded lightly, taking a step forward. His powerful momentum rose steadily, like the Big Dipper stars, suppressing the world. Boom. Boom, boom. Their momentum collided madly, and Prince Wuchen's expression changed. He could not see through Sakura's momentum at all. When Sakura arrived in front of him, he roared, and his awakened physique erupted, wanting to shake all of Sakura's flesh and blood. Break for me. However, Sakura was like the undead king of hell. When his opponent's momentum enveloped him, his flesh and blood disappeared, turning into a skeleton. The scary thing was that this skeleton did not give off a gloomy feeling. Instead, it had the domineering aura of a king. Trash, get out of my way. A skeletal arm reached out, grabbing Prince Wuchen's neck, and then threw him out of the hall. Bang! As the voice fell, everyone's heart trembled slightly. There was only one word in their mind, so strong. As for Prince Wuchen, he was not injured, but his face was green and red, ashamed to the extreme. Previously, he questioned the two's qualifications, but Lin Ling and Xian Linglong told him that if they were not qualified, then trash like him was even less qualified. Below the Black Tortoise Mountain. Earlier, at the main entrance, one person was sent flying, and now that they were inside the mansion, another person was sent flying. Those two mysterious people's strength was too terrifying. Among the 20 spots, their strength was probably ranked in the front. If they knew that one of them was Lin Ling, who was the talk of the town, what would they think? Paw, paw, paw. At this time, crisp sounds of slapping rang in the air. The green-robed woman, Xian Linglong, said nonchalantly, "Welcome, welcome. However, there is no reward for participating in this year's great ensemble, and you don't need to pay anything. It's just that we have a common goal, that's why we're working together. Do you have any objections?" Xian Linglong added. She was young, but her way of doing things was flawless. Lin Ling nodded his head. Before this, he had thought that participating in the great ensemble would require him to pay something, but now, this was the best, each fighting for their own goal. Straightforward, then we'll set out immediately, and arrive at the valiant great ensemble before dawn. Xian Linglong also stood up, leading the group out of the main hall. This woman, as a woman, is able to summon this generation's strength, truly amazing. Looking at Xian Linglong's decisive action, Lin Ling thought to himself. Most importantly, he could feel that Xian Linglong's strength was unfathomable, worthy of being the Azure Dragon Manor's daughter. The Azure Dragon Manor was born at the same time as the Azure Province. Their foundation is deep. As their descendant, her strength is definitely not bad. However, in the Great Azure Divine Dynasty, there are geniuses more powerful than Xian Linglong. Sakura explained, which made Lin Ling nod his head. After he discovered that these powerful forces, every single one of them was an ambitious person, Lei Tianlan was like that, and so was Xian Linglong. However, these two women were clearly competing with each other, and this also benefited Lin Ling. Subsequently, Lin Ling sensed a meaningful gaze looking at him. It was Meng Lu. Obviously, Meng Lu recognized Lin Ling. "I'm looking forward to your strength," Meng Lu muttered to himself as he walked out of the main hall. But Lin Ling knew that those words were directed at him. However, Dreamflow also reached True God Realm. His combat strength was likely extremely not weak too. Under the cover of the night, they walked along the Four-Ring City. Gradually, they arrived at the southeast part of the city. Black Tortoise Mountain sat on the ground. The mountain was covered with withered branches, which added to the desolate atmosphere. There were more and more people around, but the security was extremely tight. This made Lin Ling frown. He was here to kill Lei Tianlan, but it didn't seem like it would be easy. The Thunder Sound Manor was indeed a powerful force in the Four-Ring City. Although it wasn't the strongest force in the Four-Ring City, it was obvious that even the Four Symbols Heavenly Palace wouldn't dare to provoke it. "Second brother, there's some trouble. What should we do next?" Sakura also said solemnly. If they alerted the enemy, it would attract more experts, and then it would be more difficult to kill Lei Tianlan. Play it by ear. Lin Ling's eyes flickered as he secretly transmitted his voice. With Xian Linglong and the rest leading the way, they managed to blend in. It was hard to imagine that without Xian Linglong, they wouldn't even be able to get close to Black Tortoise Mountain. At this moment, a large number of people had gathered at the foot of the mountain, forming groups of 2s and 3s. Although the voices of discussion were soft, when they gathered together, it still caused a commotion at the foot of the mountain. There was an ancient mansion in front of them. A towering banner was placed there, with the words Thunder Sound Manor embroidered on it. Although the Thunder Sound Manor wasn't the most powerful force in the Four-Ring City, no one dared to underestimate it because of its owner's relationship with the Empress Dowager of the Divine Dynasty. Thank you, heroes, for participating in our brave and scheming heroes gathering. This is the blessing of the Thunder Sound Manor. An aged voice reverberated through the mountain range. An old man dressed in luxurious clothes smiled at everyone as he spoke. Behind him, there was a high platform made of white jade. Several figures were sitting there, and one of them was Lei Tianlan. Lei Tianlan is so beautiful. Moreover, she has the demeanor of a heroine at such a young age. If I can become partners with her, my life won't be in vain. Do you want to die? Countless people in the Great Qing Divine Dynasty want to hold Lei Tianlan's hand, but who has succeeded? Do you think Marshal Yuqing is stupid? Hehe, I'm just saying. However, I think Marshal Yuqing may not be able to control Lei Tianlan. The young men around them whispered. Yuqing, the marshal of the Fengtian prefecture, was considered young and promising. However, compared to Lei Tianlan, he was not worthy. Although Yuqing had told everyone that Lei Tianlan was his fiancée, and Lei Tianlan had never objected to it, it was obvious that she didn't agree with it personally. This brave and scheming heroes gathering is very simple. It will be a challenge tournament. Geniuses who perform well can enter the Thunder Sound Manor and practice martial arts with Miss. The old man said again. As soon as he finished speaking, there was an uproar at the foot of the mountain. Everyone was in high spirits. For many people, if they could enter the Thunder Sound Manor, they would have a meteoric rise in the future. This was especially true for the generation without a backer. They regarded the brave and scheming heroes gathering as a turning point in their lives. Lei Tianlan knows how to win people's hearts. Seeing this, Sakura, who was among the crowd, sneered. She's just looking for some cannon fodder. Lin Ling shook his head coldly. How could he not know what Lei Tianlan was planning? Lei Tianlan had recruited some geniuses. If anything happened, she would let them take care of it and protect her. If they died midway, Lei Tianlan wouldn't care. If they were still alive, it meant that they were talented and the Thunder Sound Manor would nurture them. Of course, many people knew this, but they wouldn't reject it. After all, if one wanted to stand tall in the Great Azure Divine Dynasty, they couldn't avoid risks. There were countless geniuses in the martial god world. If they didn't have a backer, it would be difficult for them to grow. The challenge tournament is divided into 7 stages. In the end, there will be 7 arena masters. Then, the arena masters will fight against each other and laugh at the Great Azure Divine Dynasty. The old man continued, of course, the purpose of this challenge tournament is to nurture a generation for the Great Azure Divine Dynasty. Therefore, the Thunder Sound Manor doesn't want anyone to cause trouble. This was obviously a private challenge tournament set up by the Thunder Sound Manor. However, it was under the name of the Great Azure Divine Dynasty. This showed that they had thought it through thoroughly. Suddenly, there was laughter all around. Many people shook their heads. Who would dare to cause trouble in this challenge tournament? Some people even saw the people from the Four Symbols Divine Mansion. However, they were sure that the people from the Four Symbols Divine Mansion wouldn't dare to cause trouble. The rules of the challenge tournament are simple. Those who admit defeat will be eliminated. Those who are stubborn can be killed directly. The old man said again. When the last sentence was said, killing intent filled the air. Many people suddenly shuddered. How ruthless! Some of the geniuses even wanted to back out, only the strong ones who were confident in themselves were unmoved. Obviously, their hands were also covered in blood. The weak will be killed directly? Lin Ling thought to himself. The ensemble of heroes seemed to be for nurturing geniuses, but it was actually a game to kill the weak. Moreover, there were many forces here. Once there was a fight, it would definitely lead to a massacre. In the end, these forces would hate each other. Kill Saint Xiaobao. Begin. As the final voice sounded, a murderous aura seemed to permeate Black Tortoise Mountain. 7 ice-cold arenas rose from the ground as the geniuses who had signed the life and death contract stepped onto their respective arenas one after another. Your purpose is to interrupt Lei Tianlan's meeting of heroes and make her return in disgrace. At a corner of the Black Tortoise Mountain, Xianling Long had her hands behind her back as she coldly instructed. Naturally, she would not participate in this meeting of heroes. Lin Ling's eyes flickered. Although Xianling Long looked delicate, she was a woman who killed without blinking. 20 people were fighting for her. If they were defeated, they would die. Second brother, which martial stage are you on? After Sakura signed the life and death contract, he walked back and looked at Lin Ling number 7. Lin Ling replied. Sakura was number 3 and Meng Lu was number 1, this allowed Lin Ling to relax. This big brother and Meng Lu were not to be underestimated, so it would be best if they didn't meet. After that, the battles in the arenas began. Some of the participants were from the first generation of the 3 academies, but there were also quite a number of individual cultivators. Those individual cultivators had no human rights and were even more inferior than the first generation. Therefore, this was also a chance for them to make a comeback. Instantly, blood splattered in all directions on those arenas, and battle cries filled the sky. This great ensemble of heroes was obviously not comparable to the Proud World competition. It was even crueler, and losing meant death. This was especially true for those rogue cultivators. They had been slaves their entire lives and had been suppressed for a long time. Therefore, their attacks were extremely ruthless. After a round of battle, no one admitted defeat. Most of those who lost died. Perhaps it wasn't that no one admitted defeat, but rather that the victor had killed his opponent, causing the referee to be unable to react in time. Of course, the referee's face was cold and indifferent. He didn't seem to care at all. Xing Xiaobao, you should have become a governor, but a dead man delayed your progress. Although this gathering isn't set up by the government, it can still help you make a name for yourself. You have to do well for the Holy King's mansion. A young man in a corner of Black Tortoise Mountain lightly said. Big brother, my strength has increased greatly during this period of time. Those opponents can't even escape a single move from me. Beside him, a slightly younger man replied, his eyes filled with killing intent. Go, there are 3 people to pay attention to on the 7th martial platform. They are Grand Duke Lin, Count Han's men. They are powerful and have a violent personality. However, I have already arranged for them to not be too ruthless when they meet you. The young man said again. Thank you, big brother. Apart from those 3, I'll kill everyone else on sight. Soon, it was Xing Xiaobao's turn. When he appeared, there was a slight commotion in the surroundings. Xing Xiaobao, the young prince of the Holy King's residence, almost became a military governor in the past. Although he wasn't the strongest, he wasn't someone to be underestimated. His opponent had also appeared. It was a mysterious person wearing a large cloak and a black mask, but this mysterious person's aura was merely at the first-level True God realm. If it was in the past, Xing Xiaobao might only have a 60% chance of winning. But now that he had stepped into the second level of True God realm, his chances of winning had reached as high as 80%. Get out. Xing Xiaobao looked at the mysterious person opposite him with contempt. However, the mysterious cloaked person didn't move. Instead, he looked at Xing Xiaobao indifferently with a trace of surprise in his eyes under the mask. This was because he was Lin Ling. He didn't expect to meet Xing Xiaobao. However, after parting with the Grand Council, Xing Xiaobao's strength had obviously increased by a lot. Can't you hear my words? If I attack, it won't be as simple as getting out. Your life will be left here. Seeing Lin Ling's silence, Xing Xiaobao shouted angrily again. In fact, he wasn't surprised that Lin Ling didn't admit defeat. Everyone who dared to step onto the stage would definitely have the intention to risk it all. Unfortunately, Xing Xiaobao wanted to risk it all. Only death awaited him in exchange for a fluke. However, Lin Ling still didn't move, but he opened his mouth. You have 3 breaths of time to live. Grasp it. His words made the surrounding people's eyes narrow. A mere first-level True God realm, yet he was so arrogant. The corner of Xing Xiaobao's mouth curled into a sneer. This battle was the battle that made him famous. How could he take Lin Ling's words to heart? Pitiful person, the 4-ring city isn't a place where an outsider like you can enter. Xing Xiaobao's aura soared to the sky. He didn't intend to let Lin Ling live any longer. He wanted to kill Lin Ling in one move. Crackle, a thunderous blade slashed through the void as if it could sever the 3 worlds. The Holy King's lightning blade. Seeing this, the young man from the Holy King's mansion laughed, seemingly satisfied with his younger brother's strength. As for the mysterious cloaked person, he was merely a sacrificial lamb for his younger brother. He's dead for sure, that's a mid-grade 4 martial art. Many people shook their heads and said. Some brutal rogue cultivators revealed a look of anticipation, their eyes filled with bloodthirst. Only the people on Xianlinglong's side had the opposite thought. Xing Xiaobao wasn't the mysterious cloaked person's opponent. It was fine if he didn't make a move, but if he did, the consequences would be unimaginable, and the truth was indeed so, because Lin Ling finally drew his sword. With the ancient sword in his hand, a dazzling light bloomed, like a rainbow in the sky, piercing through the sun and moon. Boom, a deafening explosion resounded. The thunderous blade was cut in half by the sword, and a sword mark appeared on Xing Xiaobao's neck. He stared at Lin Ling with eyes full of disbelief. Was he killed with a single sword strike? Moreover, the sword strike from before actually gave him a feeling of familiarity. Even though the sword had turned into a myriad of colors and its aura was very strange, he was very sure that he'd seen that sword strike before. Most importantly, when a person was on the verge of death, their mind was the clearest. At that moment, he finally remembered, it was in the Grand Council Hall. At that time, his position as governor was taken away, so he fought with a nameless junior. That junior was naturally Lin Ling. Unfortunately, he was defeated by Lin Ling in the end. This sword and Lin Ling's sword, except for the color and aura, were exactly the same. He even had a feeling that the person in front of him was Lin Ling. Lin Ling, he didn't die. Moreover, he came to the Fourth Ring City, and even stood in front of Lei Tianlan. At this moment, he really wanted to shout, Lin Ling is here. Boom, however, his gaze had just flickered when a sharp sword descended from the sky, and it actually split him into two, causing his blood to splatter all over the arena. Pathetic person, I gave you 3 breaths of time to admit defeat, but you missed the precious time. Cold. At the same time, a cold voice floated out of the arena. Everyone saw that the mysterious cloaked person had left the arena. What a ruthless sword, extremely dense killing intent. Everyone exclaimed inwardly. That sword was too terrifying. It was definitely an ultimate sword Dao. Moreover, its true realm of Dao was not weak at all. Now, in the 7th arena, the mysterious cloaked person had become a formidable opponent. Kill. You killed my brother. Kill. At that moment, a ferocious roar, like that of a thunder god, rang out, causing the Black Tortoise Mountain to tremble. At the edge of the arena, a man looked at Lin Ling in a frenzy. Divine thunder roared around his body. It seemed that he had an extremely powerful awakened divine body. Of course, his gaze quickly landed on the corpse on the stage. Lightning snakes were wreaking havoc in his eyes. Xing Xiaobao was his younger brother, the one he doted on the most in his life. Part of the reason why he kept getting stronger was to protect his younger brother. In 3 Ring City, if anyone dared to provoke his younger brother, he would slaughter their entire family. In the 10,000 realms, his younger brother was once chased by a powerful realm king when he was young. He was so furious that he directly killed countless people in that realm. He even said to his younger brother, Xiaobao, as long as you're happy, you can do anything. Even if the sky falls, I'll hold it up. Kill. And now, his younger brother was dead. He died right in front of his eyes. How could he not hate him? Most importantly, he thought his younger brother would definitely win. In the end, he was killed by a single sword strike. How could he not regret it? If he had known this would happen, he wouldn't have let his younger brother enter the stage. You think I should be killed by him? Kill. At this moment, Lin Ling didn't even raise his head. He was talking to himself, but his words were obviously directed at the man. Good, good, good. I look forward to meeting you. Kill. The young man was so angry that he laughed. However, his laughter was even more terrifying. Xing Xiaobao is angry. Seeing this, many people at the foot of Black Tortoise Mountain shook their heads. They knew that the cloaked man was definitely going to die. Although the cloaked man's strength was not bad, his realm was obviously too low. He was definitely not a match for Xing Xiaobao. The 2 words Xing Xiaobao represented a kind of recognition of strength. It was even higher than the title of Commander-in-Chief. Let's see who that cloaked man is. Then, some experts began to search through the life and death contract. Although the life and death contract was just a formality, it still recorded the participants' information. Kill? Someone exclaimed. That mysterious cloaked man was called Kill? What a sharp name. It seemed that he was also a master whose hands were covered in blood. Pursuit? At this moment, in the distance of the arena, Lei Tianlan frowned and looked at Lin Ling. She seemed to be familiar with him, but she shook her head because she couldn't see through Lin Ling. What is he after? Lanner, in my opinion, this fellow will die on the combat arena in less than 3 battles. A young man in mighty armor laughed coldly from the side, and he was exactly Yu Qing. Let's wait and see. Lei Tianlan shook her head with a smile, but she still had a strange idea in her mind. Pursuit? What were they trying to kill? She didn't know that she was the one being hunted down. However, her gaze quickly wandered and landed on the other arenas, because those arenas were also extremely cruel. As time passed, the weaklings were killed one after another. Until now, there were only 3 people who admitted defeat and left. Blood had already stained the arena and flowed, making the remaining experts who were going to fight look solemn. Who is the cloaked man in the 3rd arena? His strength is so domineering. He killed his opponent with a single punch, and it was a direct explosion. He seems to be very similar to the mysterious man in the 7th arena. The white-haired young man in the 1st arena can't be underestimated. Once the tomb appeared, all his opponents died without knowing why. That's Meng Lu, the strongest 2nd generation in the past. However, although Meng Lu is powerful, the one in the 3rd arena is not weak either. He's the 1st generation ranked 30th on the Heavenly Crossing list, and he's in the 4th level of the True God realm. TSK, the Heavenly Crossing list is for the 1st generation who cultivated for less than 2,000 years, and he reached the 4th level of the True God realm in such a short period of time. What a monster! Before the 30th, the lowest cultivation is at the 4th level of the True God realm. At the foot of the Black Tortoise Mountain, everyone was discussing animatedly as they saw the top experts of the Great Azure Divine Dynasty. Of course, the 1st generation and rogue cultivators who were going to fight trembled in fear, deeply afraid of encountering a powerful opponent. That 5-meter-tall rogue cultivator seems to be under the command of the Sovereign Marquis. He's simply tearing his opponents apart. That's called the King of Savages. Not only does he tear people apart, I heard that he even eats people. Don't ever meet him. Chase after him. I don't want to meet that cloaked man either. As time passed, fewer and fewer people dared to go up the arena because once they went up, they would die even if they admitted defeat. If they dared to go up, they had to be prepared to be killed. In the 7th arena, it was Lin Ling's turn again, and his opponent was a young man. This person was also a swordsman, but his cultivation wasn't weak at all. He was in the 3rd level of the True God realm. Hoo-ho, the goal of this arena is to experience yourself. If you can't kill, then withdraw immediately. At the same time, a woman's voice came from afar. It was extremely cold. She wore a green robe as if she was isolated from the world. Looking at that woman, many people's eyes lit up because that was Immortal Plum Sword, one of the top 10 sword immortals in the Green Prefecture. Ever since Xianxia died, Senior Immortal Plum Sword has been thinking about revenge all the time. She's been looking for strange creatures in the 10,000 worlds and taking them as her disciples in an attempt to make a comeback. Someone said indifferently. Xianxia was the disciple that Immortal Plum Sword was most proud of. Unfortunately, she was killed by Lin Ling. If Lin Ling wasn't already dead, Immortal Plum Sword definitely wouldn't have let Lin Ling go. Even so, she spent a lot of effort to find a disciple. Most importantly, this disciple's talent wasn't much weaker than Xianxia's. One had to admit that Immortal Plum Sword was very lucky. This was because such a sword genius was 1 in a million. Sometimes, one might not even be able to find one even if they traveled through the 10,000 worlds. It's her. At this moment, Lin Ling's gaze was also looking into the distance. Naturally, he saw Immortal Plum Sword. He sneered as he thought of what Immortal Plum Sword said. If he could kill, then he would kill. If he couldn't, then he would withdraw. Wasn't this plan a little too good? He was treating his opponent as a practice stone for his sword. Chase after me. I know that you're quite strong, but I wonder how your sword is. If you can take one of my attacks, I'll spare your life. At this moment, the young man named Hu Xiao said. Looking at his young age, he had already reached the 3rd level of the True God realm. He was obviously the chosen one and was bound to enter the three big colleges. In reality, he didn't have any connections. Otherwise, he wouldn't have taken Immortal Plum Sword as his master. If I can take one of your attacks, you'll spare my life? What if I can't take it? Lin Ling shook his head and asked indifferently. Of course you'll die. You're a swordsman. Don't you know that once your sword is drawn, it'll take your life? How can a defeated swordsman have the right to live? The young man said coldly. At such a young age, he had the aura of a powerhouse. It was obvious that he wasn't a greenhorn. His sword had probably killed many people. Hearing this, Lin Ling laughed sarcastically. If he couldn't take the opponent's attack, he would die. If he could take the opponent's attack, the opponent would spare his life. Was that really the case? A domineering sword. Get ready to receive my sword. This is the sword that will make me, Hu Xiao, famous in Qing State. Although Hu Xiao was talented, he was still a young girl. Therefore, he was impatient and attacked. Although he was the chosen one, he had no reputation in Qing State. Even those weaker than him had mocked him. This was a thorn in his heart, therefore, he wanted to shock the world with his sword. Hu Zhonglu. He attacked with his strongest attack without hiding anything. Roar. Roar, roar. 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 What was terrifying was that his sword wasn't meant to kill, but to attack. This was because the sword was extremely huge. It turned into a sword pillar the size of a small mountain and slashed down. This sword was meant to blast the opponent into pieces. That pursuer is a first-level true god, while Hu Xiao is a third-level true god. Both of them have sword hearts, but my disciple Hu Xiao is obviously stronger. In the distance, Immortal Plum Sword sneered. Kill more geniuses. That way, you can grow faster and surpass your senior sister. This pursuer is not bad. I hope Hu Xiao's understanding of the sword Dao will deepen and his ultimate sword Dao will enter the Dao domain. She had completely treated Lin Ling as a practice stone. His only purpose in life was to practice with Hu Xiao. At this moment, the huge sword pillar slashed down. Lin Ling's eyes flickered. 20% sword heart. Hu Xiao was more powerful than Lin Ling had imagined. This was because Hu Xiao was younger than Lin Ling. Pursuer, look over here. At this moment, Hu Xiao shouted coldly. His eyes changed. They were like the eyes of a tiger. This was his innate talent. A terrifying thing happened. In his eyes, Lin Ling's family and friends were all killed by a single sword strike. Their blood dyed the entire world red. Grandfather, mother, Yu, and the others. This awakened divine body was extremely strange. It seemed to be releasing the might of a tiger. It was like a ferocious tiger. When it roared, millions of beasts would be afraid. The power of this innate gift was clearly meant to make Lin Ling feel fear. Once a swordsman felt fear, their battle prowess would be reduced by 40%. Sure enough, Lin Ling's eyes narrowed as if he was affected by the tiger's gaze. This made Hu Xiao smile coldly. Good, he had killed another powerful genius. This battle was enough to make his name known throughout the three great academies. You're courting death. Unfortunately, he didn't know that Lin Ling wasn't afraid of heaven and earth. Instead, he became even more violent when his friends and family were killed. Boom, a towering aura erupted from Lin Ling's body as he activated the heaven and earth transformation. The boundary rivers in his two dantians also merged, allowing Lin Ling's strength to reach the third level of True God realm. He raised his sword and slashed the heavens. Boom, the huge sword pillar collided with Lin Ling's sword, but it was actually blocked. The collision of the huge swords actually caused countless experts to fall to the ground. Even Hu Xiao's expression changed drastically. The other party was clearly a first-level true god, but the aura that erupted gave him the feeling of a third-level true god. Ka ka ka. At this moment, a crisp sound rang out. Hu Xiao's sword began to crack and finally exploded. Hu Xiao's sword was actually broken by Lin Ling's sword. I admit defeat. Seeing this, Hu Xiao was completely terrified. He didn't expect Lin Ling's sword to be so terrifying. Die. Die. Just as he kept retreating, Lin Ling's sword had already caught up with him. Pursuit. At this moment, Lin Ling's name of pursuit was well deserved. Admit defeat now? Run now, pursue relentlessly. You dare. Die. Almost at the same time, the immortal plum sword in the distance let out an angry roar. Hu Zhao's tiger eyes also widened. I've already admitted defeat, you dare. You dare. However, under his voice, Lin Ling's sword became even faster. The tyrannical song sword merged with the sword heart, reaching the second level of the sword heart. How could he not dare? The ancient sword soared through the sky, clang, the sword in Hu Zhao's hand instantly broke into pieces. A huge sword pillar slashed horizontally. Then, with a boom, the young man was chopped into pieces. Hu Zhao's sword is overbearing, but his sword is even more overbearing. Kill. Seeing Hu Zhao turn into ashes, many people's faces turned pale. The pursuing sword was too crazy. Moreover, a first-level true god killed Hu Zhao, who was a third-level true god. Moreover, Hu Zhao had the sword heart. The power of this pursuit was beyond imagination. One should know that when Hu Zhao fought, everyone thought that he was a rare genius. However, at this moment, they thought that the pursuing sword was the real genius. This was because the pursuing sword's cultivation was obviously lower. Why did you kill my disciple? At this moment, a sharp voice rang out like a nighthawk. In the distant sky, the immortal plum sword was floating there. The immortal sword was pointing at Lin Ling from afar with a sinister expression. It wasn't easy for her to find a good seedling, but in the end, he died here. This made her angry and resentful. My disciple has already admitted defeat, but you showed no mercy. The entire Black Tortoise Mountain was filled with the cold voice of the immortal plum sword. Seeing this, Lin Ling also raised his head. Under the mask, he revealed a cold smile and said indifferently, how can a defeated swordsman be qualified to live? You. The immortal plum sword's expression froze. Because this sentence was said by her disciple, Hu Zhao, and now Lin Ling actually reversed it. Kill if you can, retreat if you can't. Immortal plum sword, one of the top 10 sword immortals in Qingzhou, is this how you teach your disciple? As a swordsman, you want to retreat before the battle. As a master, you're not much. Lin Ling said again. His words made many people gasp. Although the immortal plum sword couldn't be compared to the thunder matter, she was still one of the top 10 sword immortals. Her strength was naturally not to be underestimated. However, a first-level true god junior dared to refute her. Go to hell. The immortal plum sword obviously couldn't win against Lin Ling. Moreover, she was in the wrong, so she directly attacked, a sword, soaring through the sky, filled with immortal energy, and actually froze all the clouds in the sky. The sword light was like snow, so terrifying. At this moment, below the Black Tortoise Mountain, many people felt a chill. That sword was too sharp. Immortal plum sword. Please don't forget about the meeting of heroes. However, at this moment, an ancient voice rang out like a large bell, shaking the ground and causing everyone's ears to ring. This was obviously an expert. Perhaps his strength wasn't as strong as the immortal plum sword, but his words made the immortal plum sword tremble, and she angrily put away her sword. Today was the meeting of heroes organized by the Thunder Matter. She caused trouble here, which was equivalent to provoking the Thunder Matter. Thinking of the old woman from the Thunder Matter, the immortal plum sword was obviously afraid, even respectful. Lin Ling's eyes quietly flashed. As expected, the Black Tortoise Mountain was surrounded by experts. Lei Tianlan was very difficult to kill, unless there was a chance to get close to her. Junior, the meeting of heroes won't be able to protect you forever. The immortal plum sword floated down from the sky and said coldly. Obviously, she would definitely not let Lin Ling go. This pursuit has offended the Holy King's matter, and now he has offended the top 10 sword immortals. He's really brave. Many people secretly shook their heads, thinking that even if Lin Ling's name shook the Thunder Matter today, he would definitely not be able to survive. 7 arena masters. Unfortunately, no one knew that even if Lin Ling did not offend the immortal plum sword, as long as she knew his identity, she would still want to kill him. Therefore, Lin Ling did not need to give her any face. Get lost. Lin Ling let out a low growl and strode out of the arena. You. The immortal plum sword did not expect that Lin Ling would actually ask her to get lost. She could kill such a junior with one strike, but he actually asked her to get lost. She simply could not believe her ears. I'm right here. If you dare to come and kill me, then come. If you don't dare, then don't blabber and say some threatening words. That will only make you more embarrassed. Lin Ling said as he walked. He was fearless. That sentence made even more people's faces change. They seemed to have underestimated Lin Ling's insolence. This chase is really interesting. The more prominent the person is, the more fearless he is. If such a person is recruited, it will definitely be a good background. Lei Tianlan revealed a smile. She admired Lin Ling very much, because only by hunting down such a talented junior could one achieve great things. Unfortunately, he is Shan Linglong's man. He probably did not come here with good intentions. At the side, the corner of Yu Cheng's mouth curved into a cold smile, but his words were filled with jealousy. However, Lei Tianlan did not care. She was still waiting for the next arena battle. The 7 arenas went through bloody battles. The strongest experts gradually emerged. For example, Sakra's arena. His attacks were wild and tyrannical. In addition, the arena rules were merciless. Therefore, he could be said to be unscrupulous. None of his opponents could withstand his punch. Wherever his punch passed, his opponents would only end up being smashed into pieces. He seemed to have vented all his anger towards Lei Tianlan on his opponent. Meng Lu came from the 9 prefectures' 10 evils. He was also a person who did great things. His attacks were also extremely merciless. His opponents' souls were all shattered, but their bodies were safe and sound. Many people looked at these ferocious experts and couldn't help but look forward to it even more. When these arena lords clashed, they wondered how intense the battle would be. As for the 7th arena, Lin Ling was the most dazzling. He killed all the enemies with a single sword strike. When he went up, there were still 2 strong cultivators in the 7th arena, but there was hesitation in their eyes. They didn't immediately go up. Your sword is very sharp. Moreover, you seem to be at the 1st level of True God Realm, but you can explode with the strength of a 3rd level of True God Realm. It's indeed very terrifying. However, if I can block your sword, I think you will definitely lose. A young man from the ancient faction of Grand Duke Lin said coldly. Grandfather Lin was also a powerful force in Three Ring City. Therefore, this young man's strength was definitely not weak. He was the one most likely to become the arena master of the 7th arena. On the stage, Lin Ling's face was cold and indifferent. He didn't say anything. Am I right? Let me guess again. In fact, you can only use that domineering sword strike once. Seeing that Lin Ling was silent, the young man thought that Lin Ling was feeling guilty and immediately laughed. Could it be that that was the flaw in the pursuit? Everyone secretly guessed that perhaps Grandfather Lin would be able to defeat the pursuers under his command. In fact, the young man was indeed guessing. Because he was really unwilling to admit defeat, but seeing that Lin Ling didn't dare to say anything, his confidence grew stronger. Pursuit, let me defeat you. The young man shouted angrily and wanted to go up the arena. Whoever goes up, dies. However, Lin Ling's gaze finally looked over. Just one sentence, boom, this sentence was like a thunderclap, and it actually made the young man stop in his tracks. Although he seemed to have recovered his confidence earlier, obviously, he was just trying to comfort him. Right now, he was hesitating again. You talk so much nonsense. Aren't you just trying to see my limit? If you really want to see it, then use your life to see it. It's useless to rely on your mouth. Lin Ling said again. The white cloak and black mask gave people a feeling of death. I admit defeat. The young man's eyes kept flickering. In the end, he sighed and gave up completely. So powerful. He made Grand Duke Lin's subordinate give up with just his aura. I thought Grand Duke Lin's subordinate was the master of the arena in arena number 7. Looking at this shocking scene, many people's hearts became heavy. Moreover, they were also very curious. Who exactly was this mysterious person who had suddenly risen up? In fact, many of the ancient factions at the foot of Black Tortoise Mountain were also aware of the origins of Qi Lin's pursuit. If not for the Thunder Sound Manor wanting to recruit him, they would definitely have extended an olive branch to Qi Lin. The 7 masters of the arena were finally born. They were Meng Lu, the king of savages, the governor of Water Splitter, the mysterious Sakura, Xianxia, sword artist condensing clouds, and Lin Ling. Among the 7, 4 were the strongest. They were Meng Lu, the governor of Water Splitter, the mysterious Sakura, and the king of savages. These 7 were also qualified to enter the Thunder Sound Manor. However, the 7 of them also had to fight to produce the strongest group of heroes. Of course, the 7 of them were the strongest masters of the arena, so the Thunder Sound Manor would not let them die. They only needed the loser to admit defeat. Next, the 7 of them would draw lots to choose their opponents. At this moment, Lin Ling's gaze was fixed on Lei Tianlan. He was getting closer and closer to the ambitious woman. "Second brother, you must kill her in one blow." At the same time, Sakra's voice was heard quietly. Lin Ling nodded. He had already made up his mind to retreat immediately after killing Lei Tianlan. This was because if he did not kill her this time, Lei Tianlan would definitely attack Lin Ling when she knew that Lin Ling was still alive. Moreover, with Lin Ling's strength, it would be even more difficult to kill Lei Tianlan. Therefore, this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. The first battle, Sakra versus the King of Savages. The 7 arenas gathered in an instant, and a brutal and intense battle began. The 5-meter-tall King of Savages was the first to enter the arena. His teeth were extremely long, and his eyes were filled with brutality. Moreover, the murderous aura on his body was extremely dense. Even demonic aura and ghostly aura could not invade his body. This was because he was an evil man. He was so ferocious that even ghosts and demons did not dare to approach him. Disher Tian also quickly ascended the stage. King of Savages? A disdainful smile appeared on Sakra's face. His domineering aura surged out in layers. King of Savages, tear him apart. Mysterious man, even if he's a savage from the countryside. Around the arena, excited voices sounded. It was as if the arena had stimulated the bloodlust in their hearts. These warriors from the Four-Ring City are even more unscrupulous. Lin Ling looked at the crazy scene and could not help but shake his head. The Four-Ring City was not like the 3 big schools. This place was even more ruthless, brutal, and even murderous. Boom! At the same time, the battle in the arena began. Aren't you worried about him? The King of Savages is extremely powerful. It is said that he was transformed from a piece of the realm-swallowing beast's flesh. At this time, a calm voice floated into Lin Ling's ears. It was actually Xian Linglong. At this moment, Xian Linglong was very interested in Lin Ling and his brother. These 2 people were decisive and powerful. They were indeed geniuses that could not be missed. All of them admitted defeat. Sure enough, the flesh and blood on Sakra's body disappeared, and he actually transformed into the King of Bones. He was 2 meters tall, his bones were wide, and there were even some bones that grew barbs. A wisp of King of Hell's aura also exploded out on the stage. His right arm suddenly shuddered, and his hand turned into a white bone fist. After clashing with the King of Savages, he actually blew up the King of Savages' right arm with a single punch. Smelly blood splattered in all directions. There was a deathly silence around the arena. In this violent collision, the mysterious Sakra was actually so ferocious. The King of Savages also let out a roar. His origins were not weak, as he was formed from a piece of the realm-swallowing beast's flesh. That piece of flesh was also formed from a melancholy aura. He was originally the strongest, but who would have thought that his right arm would be blasted apart? Die. The King of Bones let out a deep growl. His fist seemed to collide with a world, killing the King of Savages. Boom. Boom! In the arena, a thunderous sound rang out as a bloody scene appeared. The 5-meter-tall King of Savages had actually been reduced to a pile of mush. However, the people around didn't think it was cruel. Instead, they cheered. In the end, Sakra left the ring. In a short period of time, one of the 7 arena lords had died. Even if they tried to save him, they couldn't save him. This person can't be provoked. I don't know where he came from, but his strength and talent are simply unfathomable. He has something from the divine dynasty on him, and he's hiding his aura. It seems he has some background. Qing province is vast, with hidden dragons and crouching tigers. At the foot of Black Tortoise Mountain, the hidden experts began to whisper among themselves. As for Xian Linglong, her eyes kept flashing. She was paying more attention to Lin Ling and Xian Linglong. Neither of them were weak. The remaining 6 people drew lots again, and soon it was Meng Lu's turn to fight. His opponent was Xian Shui, Song Ning Academy's first generation, ranked 45th on the Heavenly Surpass list, was an extremely outstanding existence, and also had the status of governor. Such a genius in a second or third ring city would be revered by tens of thousands of people. However, he directly admitted defeat. He had watched the Dream Stream's battle before, and it seemed to be flawless. Although he had heard that someone had found the Dream Stream's weakness and defeated it in the end, the Dream Stream had been defeated. However, there were people who had tried to do this before. Unfortunately, they had failed. Obviously, Dreamflow knew his weakness and had made up for it during this period of time. That weakness no longer existed, unless someone could find a new flaw in him, but the possibility of that happening was very low. Not only did Meng Lu raise his cultivation realm, his talent probably also improved. If he's to me, he's indeed a formidable opponent, Lin Ling thought to himself. In this heroes' gathering, apart from Big Brother, Meng Lu was also the strongest. Although the rest of the people were powerful, they were not a threat to the current Lin Ling. Next battle, Commander Posui against Swordsman Ningyun. Many people were looking forward to the next battle. However, Swordsman Ningyun admitted defeat immediately. To him, Governor Posui was very strong and was at the fourth true god realm. He was definitely not a match for him. Sigh, I thought there would be an exciting battle. What a pity. The crowd sighed in disappointment. However, they did not think that sword artist Ning Yan's admission of defeat was shameful. After all, the latter was indeed not a match for his opponent. Currently, there's still Chase who hasn't fought. I wonder what kind of opponent he'll draw. Only 4 people are left. The mysterious Sakura, Dreamflow, and Commander Posui, Chase. Haha, Chase's luck is bad. The remaining 3 are all stronger than him. In the eyes of the crowd, no matter what kind of opponent Lin Ling drew, his outcome would most likely be defeat. Although Lin Ling was somewhat powerful, he was only at the first true god realm. Being able to become the master of the arena was already his limit. The mysterious Sakura versus Chase. When the voice drifted out, the entire Black Tortoise Mountain was in an uproar. The 2 most mysterious masters of the arena were going to clash. This result also made Lin Ling's gaze turn serious. He wanted to fight Big Brother? Hee, I admit defeat. However, Sakura directly shouted, causing everyone's enthusiasm to be instantly extinguished. Each and every one of them were extremely depressed. How can you admit defeat? You're too despicable. You actually helped each other. Someone roared in anger, unwilling to accept this. You're not convinced, right? Get up here. Sakura stared at that person indifferently and then shouted in a domineering manner. His temper was even more insolent than Lin Ling's. Especially when someone dared to bully Lin Ling, he would even dare to poke a hole in the sky. Seeing this, that person immediately lowered his head and didn't dare to speak anymore. At this time, the old man in the brocade robe received Lei Tianlan's order and said faintly, "You're all people with outstanding talents, so don't kill your opponents. Just win." Next, it's still Chase. Lei Tianlan obviously didn't want the masters of the arena to suffer any more losses. After all, those masters of the arena might be under her control. Dreamflow versus Chase. When the second opponent appeared, the foot of Black Tortoise Mountain became even noisier. Hee, Dreamflow's heaven-defying strength is obvious to all. The sword used by Chase is also very sharp. I don't know who's sharper between the 2 of them. I think it's Dreamflow. Previously, there was also a swordsman who used a sword against Dreamflow. Unfortunately, after the sword was drawn, the swordsman's soul was frozen. Dreamflow's talent is simply invincible. Yes, I think so too. No one can break Dreamflow's talent. Many people's blood was boiling. Powerful geniuses had heaven-defying talents. When heaven-defying geniuses met heaven-defying geniuses, there was no strongest, only stronger. In fact, if anyone knew that Dreamflow's invincibility had been broken by Chase once, they would definitely not think so. Dreamflow. At this moment, Lin Ling's heart was burning with fighting spirit. He was looking forward to this battle. After all, if his opponent was a nobody, Lin Ling wouldn't bother to fight. However, his opponent was one of the 9 states' 10 evils, so this battle would definitely be of help to Lin Ling. I admit defeat. However, just when Lin Ling thought history would repeat itself in the Pride tournament, Dreamflow spoke. What, he admitted defeat again? Everyone's mouth was wide open. The powerful dream flow was being chased, and he actually admitted defeat. Even Lin Ling was surprised. He guessed that even if he could beat dream flow, it would definitely not be easy. But dream flow admitted defeat? Because I know him, so I'll give him face. Dreamflow said indifferently with his hands behind his back. This made even more people unhappy. Was this the reason why Dreamflow admitted defeat? This was too disappointing. However, when their unwilling eyes fell on Dreamflow, they suddenly felt a chill in their hearts and dared not say a word. That was because Dreamflow's strength was unpredictable, and he had the ancient tomb behind him. If they provoked him, they were afraid that a large number of people would be obliterated with a single glance. Give him face. Lin Ling muttered to himself and didn't say much. In fact, Dreamflow was indeed giving face to Lin Ling because he had a feeling that he was still no match for Lin Ling, so he felt that there was no need to continue the battle. Interesting, it's getting more and more interesting. Everyone is giving way to you. Could it be that you have a secret? However, if you want to become the ultimate king of the arena, you still have to fight, so you'd better show your strength again and prove yourself. At this time, a heroic voice was heard. On the high platform, Marshal Yuqing spoke. A bunch of useless people. If your performance is good, my Heaven Tribute Battalion will also recruit you and make you a general under my command. Yuqing said again. He was a marshal, and his status was even higher than that of a commander-in-chief. Furthermore, he had the right to summon the heroes. I'm so envious. Seeing this, the eyes of many powerhouses without a backer turned red. After all, anyone who could become a general of the Heaven Tribute Camp would be respected wherever they went. When they returned home, they would be able to return in glory. Unfortunately, Lin Ling's expression didn't change at all, and his eyes were filled with disdain. Marshal of the Heaven Tribute Battalion, sorry, but he was also a marshal of the Martial God Battalion. In terms of status and numbers, he did not fear Yuqing at all. Of course, his primary goal was to kill Lei Tianlan, so he didn't care about her arrogance. Vice Governor Pashui versus Pursuit. The final battle had arrived. Everyone could see that Lin Ling was determined to fight no matter what. After all, too many people had given in to him before. As for Governor Pashui, he was ranked 30th on the Heavenly Crossing list and was a Stage 4 True God, which was 3 levels higher than him. There was no hope for him to win. Don't kill him. Lei Tianlan seemed to know that she couldn't win the chase, so she emphasized. She didn't want the person she thought highly of to be killed. Haha, since Commander Lei has spoken, I will naturally do as you say. Just one round of sparring will do. Governor Pashui still had to give face to Lei Tianlan, so he immediately nodded with a smile. After defeating the assassin, he had become the owner of the arena. Therefore, he was quite grateful to the mysterious person who had chased after him. After all, if it wasn't for Meng Lu and Sakura admitting defeat, then it was very likely that he would have encountered these two experts. Moreover, with the ferocity of those two experts, he didn't have the absolute confidence to win. Get out of here. I'll fight him. However, at this moment, a furious roar suddenly rang out. It was incomparably domineering, and it shook the void to the point that it echoed endlessly. Are you talking to me? Governor Pashui's pupils constricted in an instant. The other party asked him to get lost? He was quite bold. He wanted to see who this person was. Lightning palm. The moment he turned around, a huge lightning palm slammed down from the sky. It was unstoppable and incomparably powerful. It's you, Holy Guardian. The water splitter governor finally saw the person who attacked. His face couldn't help but become solemn. He immediately erupted with his talent, causing the surrounding black water to overflow and flow. Countless streams of black water converged from all directions, rumbling like thunder. Only then did they manage to block that palm strike. However, his footsteps were also forced backward. He was pushed back 100 meters, and he was in a rather sorry state. You have some strength. You actually managed to block my lightning martial arts. Above the stage, Saint Taibao floated down with his hands behind his back. There was a strong domineering aura between his brows. Holy Guardian, what is the meaning of this? Are you trying to humiliate me? Governor Pashui's face was extremely ugly. The other party had attacked him as if he didn't exist. He was a governor and ranked 30th on the Heavenly Transcendence list. How could he be humiliated like this? Don't you understand what I'm saying? Now, I want to fight and hunt you down. Get lost. Unfortunately, Holy Tycoon didn't care at all. Instead, he looked at Governor Pashui with contempt. This made Governor Pashui's suppressed anger boil again. If the Holy Tycoon had shown him respect, he would have definitely given the Holy Tycoon some face. However, who knew that the other party would be so overbearing? He killed Xianxia before the chase, and this is the last arena match. Therefore, Xianxia took the initiative to fight, so he will definitely kill Xianxia. As expected of the Holy Tycoon, he actually made a move directly. He didn't even put the great ensemble in his eyes. We're in trouble. Everyone's eyes flickered. They knew why the Holy Guardian had appeared. Lei Tianlan's face darkened. The Holy Guardian was ignoring her laying manner. It's up to you two to decide who stays and who leaves. In any case, either one of you will have to fight the pursuers. However, before Lei Tianlan could speak, Yuqing spoke on behalf of Lei Tianlan. Lei Tianlan pondered for a while and fell silent. Holy Guardian, I can give you face, but you must apologize to me. At this moment, Commander Pashui said again. If he left now, others would laugh at him and make him lose his dignity. Haha, Commander Pashui, don't think that you're the strongest. In my eyes, you're just a piece of trash. It's just that I don't want to participate in the great ensemble. Otherwise, you wouldn't be qualified to be arrogant in front of me. Now, I'll give you a chance. Scram. Holy Guardian sneered, his eyes filled with disdain. You've gone too far. Commander Pashui couldn't stand it anymore, but the Holy Guardian immediately made a move. Previously, you used your talent to block my martial arts. Now, it's my turn to use my talent. After saying that, he directly used his mysterious talent. In the sky, 9 violent thunderbolts fell, forming a scene of 9 connected thunderbolts. Each of the thunderbolts was shocking and gave people a great pressure. I have an 8th grade awakened divine body. Once the violent thunderbolts come out, 10,000 gods will kneel down. Against you, Commander Pashui, I can defeat you with 1 thunderbolt. The Holy Guardian's right hand grabbed the sky, and a violent thunderbolt fell into his hand. Then, he threw it out, boom, the void exploded, and the clouds in the sky were all blasted into powder. A chaotic scene of the universe actually appeared. The violent thunderbolt was extremely terrifying, and the characteristic of this talent was the majestic explosive force. 8th grade awakened divine body. Commander Pashui's face changed dramatically. His hands moved quickly, and a black water god appeared above his head. This was his true god martial soul. At this moment, the true god martial soul held a long spear and attacked the violent thunderbolt. Commander Pashui has used his true god martial soul. His strength has increased again. People clenched their fists. They never expected that the final battle would be a clash between the Holy Guardian and Commander Pashui. However, these two were top experts of their generation. Their clash would definitely be exciting. Rumble, the black long spear collided with the violent thunderbolt, and a turbulent aura burst out. The warriors who were close to the arena were directly destroyed by the airflow. The clash between the two strongest experts of their generation on the heavenly crossing list was terrifying. Puff. Soon, Commander Pashui spat out a mouthful of blood, and his face turned pale. Even the true god martial soul above his head dimmed a lot. I admit defeat. Soon, Commander Pashui lowered his head and bowed. This was because he realized that although there was only 1 violent thunderbolt, it could cause 9 thunderbolts to explode. This was only 1 violent thunderbolt, but there were 8 more behind the Holy Guardian. Hence, there was no need to continue the battle. He admitted defeat so quickly. The difference in strength is too great. The arena was in an uproar. Commander Pashui was a 4th-level true god, but he admitted defeat when facing Holy Guardian, who was a 3rd-level true god. Holy Guardian's strength was indeed more terrifying than they had imagined. He was the real 13 guardians. The ensemble of heroes is just a bunch of weaklings. At the same time, Holy Guardian's disdainful voice drifted out. However, no one thought that he was crazy because he had only plucked 1 violent thunderbolt. If there were 9 thunderbolts, no one in the 4th-level true god realm would be able to stop him. He deserved the title. Chase him down, he's dead for sure. Everyone shook their heads regretfully. The holy tycoon was obviously here for his younger brother, so he definitely wouldn't be able to survive today. Do you regret it? You actually killed my brother in order to enter the Lane Manor. You don't know the price you have to pay for killing my brother. Xing Taibao glared at Lin Ling coldly, as though he was looking at an ant that he was about to slap to death. Of course, there was hatred and regret in his eyes. He hated that this ant had actually killed his younger brother, and he regretted that he had actually failed to protect his younger brother, so no matter what, he had to die with regret and pain in his heart. He'll probably beg for mercy. The only thing he can rely on now is the Thunder Manor. Lei Tianlan doesn't seem to say anything. Instead, Yuqing looks forward to being hunted down and killed. Alas, this hunting is so pitiful. That's right, it's easy for the Great Gathering to provoke other experts. To make a name for himself, he obviously took the wrong step. Many people had already guessed the next outcome. They even thought that Chase Kill would kneel down and beg for mercy, and ask Lei Tianlan to help him. In fact, the reason why Lei Tianlan didn't say anything was that she had the same idea. She wanted Zhuai Sha to beg her personally. In this way, Zhuai Sha would be loyal to her. The price is only death. I thought it was a big deal, so you don't have to threaten me. I'm not like those trash. However, Lin Ling also spoke. His words caused the eyes of many to tremble. The pursuit was actually so crazy? What a stubborn piece of trash. I hate people like you who make big mistakes but don't know how to repent. Holy Guardian did not expect Lin Ling to refute him. His anger burned even brighter, causing the stage to shake violently. Trash? Looks like you and your brother are both trash. When dealing with trash, I usually eliminate them directly and kill them every time I see them. Lin Ling sneered. The Holy Guardian was indeed powerful, but he couldn't kill a level 4 true god easily. Otherwise, he would have killed Governor Pashui a long time ago. Therefore, Lin Ling was confident. You have a sharp tongue, I'll break all your teeth. Xing Taibao roared. How dare he say that his younger brother is trash? His long hair immediately fluttered. His right hand reached behind his back and grabbed a wild lightning bolt. Then, he threw it at Lin Ling. This lightning was extremely fast. When it exploded, it would form 9 rings of lightning that could destroy the 9 worlds. Dead. No one thought that the pursuit would be able to block the wild thunder, because even Governor Pashui could not block the explosion of the thunder. Break me? You don't seem to be qualified. At this moment, Lin Ling's gaze turned serious. Xing Taibao was a rank 3 true god. Most importantly, his talent had reached rank 8. He was a truly formidable opponent. It was also because Xing Taibao had the ultimate lightning way. He was much stronger than the experts of the flame world. Whoosh, Lin Ling stabbed out with his sword. The Azura sword formation was unstoppable, as if the sword formation wanted to sever heaven and earth. At the same time, his 2 dantians had completely merged. Is that all you've got? Let me destroy your sword. Seeing this, Xing Taibao roared out loud. His hands moved again and again. He actually plucked out wild lightning. Xing Taibao against Xing Taibao, he actually plucked out more lightning. This terrifying scene caused many people's complexions to change. Xing Taibao had to kill Xing Taibao no matter what. On the arena stage, wild lightning collided with the Azura sword formation. Sword light flowed like water, revealing its sharpness. It unceasingly cut apart the wild lightning. But, the wild lightning continued to explode, turning the entire arena stage into dust. This terrifying collision undoubtedly caused many people to be frightened like cicadas in winter. This was the most terrifying battle in the Battle of Heroes. Go die. Xing Taibao's voice was like wild thunder, carrying with it a trace of savagery and madness. Universe change. Seeing that the Azura sword formation wasn't able to cut apart all of the wild lightning, Lin Ling's entire body began to emit flames, as if he had walked out from the flames. Of course, because he was wearing the scabbard and mask, the flame coffin behind him was also hidden, but his strength wasn't suppressed at all. Like this, his cultivation boundary had also reached the 3rd stage of the World King realm. And most importantly, the universe change gave Lin Ling a terrifying speed. This was the speed of the 4 realms, this speed was even faster than the wild lightning. It had to be known that not only was thunder tyrannical, but it was also swift. To be faster than thunder, this could be called terrifying. What? Exclamation point. At the base of Black Tortoise Mountain, the pupils of the powerhouses shrank. This was because they saw that Xianxia had actually dodged the bombardment of wild lightning. It had to be known that the arena stage had already been turned to ashes, so how could this chase have been avoided? A sword seemed to come from the horizon, bringing with it a bloodthirsty light. It appeared in front of Xianxia. At this time, Xianxia thought that Lin Ling had already died and was venting his anger. But soon, his pupils began to tremble. In his eyes, a sword light was drawing closer and closer. 9 Thunder Link. Roar. Xianxia roared out loud. The 9 wild lightning bolts behind him linked together, forming an impenetrable thunder pool. Borrowing the obstruction of the thunder pool, he madly retreated. Rumble, the tyrannical song sword appeared in the thunder pool. The sword light seemed to be about to soar into the sky, stirring up the thunder pool. However, the thunder pool was extremely powerful, so it blocked the sword's momentum. At the same time, the 2 figures appeared in the arena. They looked at each other, and an oppressive storm swept across. This. Exclamation point. The crowd couldn't see through the previous battle at all because it was too fast. At this moment, their hearts were roaring, and their eyes were fixed on the arena. They saw that Xianxia was panting heavily, and his face was even more ferocious. When they looked at Xianxia again, he was wearing a large cloak and a black ghost mask. He was still as cold and ruthless as before. Xianxia is more powerful than we thought. Exclamation point. This scene undoubtedly made the crowd's heart explode. They thought that Xianxia was even weaker than Commander Pashui, but now they realized that Commander Pashui was no match for Xianxia. If the 2 of them fought, Commander Pashui would definitely be defeated, and there would be no suspense. Not bad at all. Exclamation point. Even Lei Tianlan and Yu Qingdu nodded slightly, seeming to be very satisfied. Meng Lu, did you know that he was so powerful? Yes. At the foot of Black Tortoise Mountain, Xian Linglong said with a solemn expression. Only she knew that Xianxia was the real body of Xianxia, and this was even more terrifying. Not long ago, Xianxia was only the strongest 2nd generation, but now he could threaten Xianxia. This speed of growth undoubtedly moved her. However, Meng Lu shook his head. He was just relying on his intuition. Slap. Slap. At this moment, the sound of slapping also drifted in the air. Very well, the 2 of you are equal in strength. There is no need to continue fighting. Today's great ensemble first place is Xianxia. Slap. After the sound of slapping, a calm voice drifted out. Many people looked over and found that it was Yu Qing who spoke. Marshal Yu Qing obviously acknowledged Xianxia's strength and attached great importance to him. Truly powerful. Get out of here. However, after Yu Qing's words fell, Lin Ling coldly shouted. Previously, if he couldn't block Holy Taibao's lightning, Yu Qing would have ignored him and let him die, and now, Yu Qing saw that his strength was not weak, so he asked him to stop. This was simply impossible for Lin Ling. He had no enmity with Holy Taibao. It was Holy Taibao's younger brother who wanted to kill him, and he, Lin Ling, was merely retaliating. However, Holy Taibao was enraged and attacked him out of humiliation. Now that it was a draw, was he supposed to pretend that nothing had happened? Do you know what you're talking about? Lin Ling's words not only caused the surrounding people to exclaim in surprise, even Yu Cheng's pupils constricted. You do have some ability to chase after me, but don't think that you can refute me just because you have some ability. Whoosh, however, just as Yu Cheng finished speaking, a sword shot over and stabbed heavily into the ground in front of Yu Cheng, causing it to hum without end. This was the Azura sword. It was also Lin Ling's doing. This sword represented Lin Ling's answer. Shut up. One had to know that Yu Cheng was only a marshal. He, Lin Ling, was also a marshal. Why should Lin Ling give him face? Moreover, he didn't like Yu Cheng's arrogant tone. How arrogant. At this moment, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. As for Yu Cheng, he was even stunned on the spot. It was as if she didn't take him seriously at all. From the beginning to the end, he was the one who thought too highly of himself. Yu Qing, don't interfere in their affairs. At this moment, Lei Tianlan suddenly interrupted. Yu Qing, who had just stood up, sat back down angrily. Lei Tianlan stared at Lin Ling with interest in her eyes. She liked this kind of pursuit more and more. It was obvious that he was more decisive than Yu Qing. He was someone who was going to do great things. As for Yu Qing, although he wasn't bad, he thought that he was a genius and looked down on everything, causing him to be a frog in a well. His achievements were probably only at the martial level. Lei Tianlan's man couldn't be just a marshal. Holy Taibao, you said that I killed your brother and you want me to pay the price. Then, what is the price? At this moment, Lin Ling stepped forward and unleashed his four-realm speed. A sword pierced through the void and shot towards Holy Guardian. Let I tell you, every time I see trash like your brother, I'll kill him every time I see him. Lin Ling's translation is Lin Ling translation Lin Ling Li translation is translation killing? Everyone held their breaths when they saw Hot Pursuit taking the initiative to attack. Previously, when Holy Guardian attacked, they thought that Hot Pursuit was dead for sure. Who would have thought that Hot Pursuit would draw his sword in the end? I dare you to say that again. Holy Taibao let out a roar. He was frantically gathering lightning. Clearly, he was about to explode from anger. Lin Yi his. Lin Qing Lin Ti. The sky was filled with Lin Ling's cold voice. Lin Ling respected Xing Taibao for avenging his younger brother, but if he couldn't tell right from wrong, then Lin Ling would kill Xing Taibao too. True God martial spirit. Holy Taibao was infuriated. His true God martial spirit descended. 9 lightning bolts circled around him, filling the sky with lightning snakes. At the same time, an imposing lightning god emerged from behind Holy Taibao. The 9 lightning bolts circled around him and landed on Holy Taibao's head like a crown. I'll show you how domineering an 8th grade awakened divine body is. The entire Black Tortoise Mountain was filled with Saint Taibao's voice. Many first-generation experts had solemn expressions. Although they were all first-generation experts, the difference in strength between them and Saint Taibao was too great. Indeed, none of the 13 gangsters lived up to their reputation. Can you still fight when you're being chased? After that, many people watched as Xing Taibao was being chased. At that moment, Xing Taibao had unleashed his true God martial spirit. How could the sword chase after him? You've unleashed your talent, but I haven't. It's just an 8th grade awakened talent. It's not enough to dominate Qingzhou. At the same time, Lin Ling roared. Billowing flames rushed out from his body like an erupting volcano. Wherever he passed, flames soared into the sky. Black Tortoise Mountain instantly turned into a flame world. Xing Taibao's talent was 8th grade, but Lin Ling's talent was 9th grade. Moreover, Lin Ling had the inheritance of the flame world. Lin Ling wasn't afraid of him at all. Flame God, this is the true flame God. Sensing the terrifying aura, countless people's faces turned pale. Some of the weaker warriors even started to burn without any fire. Flame God was Xing Taibao's trump card. This guy was a genius who cultivated both the sword Dao and the flame Dao. Second brother. Witnessing Lin Ling's flames with his own eyes, Sakura couldn't help but smile emotionally. Back then in the rainforest sacred land, Lin Ling had used flames to burn the heavens and earth and became famous throughout the world. Today, not only did his second brother not stop on the path of flames, but he had become even more powerful. Bang bang bang. As soon as the flame world appeared, Xing Taibao's face turned pale. The lightning around his body started to burn. Lightning was tyrannical, however, Flame God wasn't weak at all. In fact, it was even stronger. Other than Lin Ling's talent being higher, Lin Ling's flames came from the most ancient flame world. As the flames soared into the sky, a sword shot out. The flame Dao and the sword Dao had completely merged. 9 Thunder King. Xing Taibao knew that he couldn't wait any longer. Otherwise, he would definitely be burned to death. In terms of realm, Xing Taibao wasn't weaker than him. In terms of talent, Xing Taibao was stronger than him. In terms of ultimate martial Dao, he couldn't compare to Xing Taibao. He didn't have the right to be arrogant now. He didn't expect that there would be someone stronger than the 13 gangsters in this great ensemble. Therefore, he regretted it now. He even wanted to run away, After all, if he died, the Holy King Palace would have no descendants. Unfortunately, it was too late for him to run away now. The billowing flames mixed with the cold sword, one hot and one cold, brought along a chaotic melody as it attacked everything. The lightning was all burned. Xing Taibao's true god martial soul dimmed. The 9 thunder crown on his head continued to explode. Bang bang bang. Then, the lightning disappeared, under the combination of Lin Ling's flame Dao and the sword Dao. It seemed like nothing could stop his attack. Boom, the endless sea of flames completely engulfed Xing Taibao. A sword light flashed in the flames as if it was the fastest sword in the world. Boom boom boom, then, a figure slowly walked out from the raging flames. When the martial artists below Black Tortoise Mountain saw who it was, their hearts trembled violently. Xing Taibao had walked out. When the flames gradually dimmed, they saw a corpse lying on the ground. It was Xing Taibao. The 13 gangsters had been defeated, although they had guessed it. Seeing it with their own eyes still gave them a huge shock. He's so strong. Many people felt as if they had been slapped in the face. After all, they thought that they would die for sure. This meant that Xing Taibao had the strength to step into the top 30 of the Heavenly Crossing list. If Martial Governor Posui fought with him, he would only be killed. My goal is to kill you. In the chaos of the universe, anomalies would be born at a certain time. They would be rising stars who would defeat famous experts and become famous in Qing province. Clearly, the anomaly was the one who chased after him. What was certain was that the name of being hunted was deeply engraved in everyone's hearts. Amazing. Lei Tianlan also smiled. It was a smile of appreciation. Beside her, Yu Qing had an ugly expression on his face. Previously, he had asked Lin Ling to call a truce with the Holy Guardian, but Lin Ling had refuted him. At that time, he thought that Lin Ling was overestimating himself and was simply courting death, but in the end, the one who died was Holy Tycoon. He had become even more delusional. In reality, he was even more aware that with his strength, he might not be able to gain an advantage in a battle against the pursuers. This further proved that how could he be qualified to make the pursuers work for him. At this moment, Yu Qing felt unbearably ashamed. He even flew into a rage out of humiliation, as if he had lost all face. Fortunately, I didn't fight him. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to defeat him. As for Meng Lu, his expression was extremely solemn. His intuition was right. Based on the terrifying strength that Lin Ling had displayed earlier, he estimated that the battle between him and Lin Ling would end in a draw. Therefore, he did not fight with Lin Ling now. This was indeed a good choice. Good, good, good. The meeting of heroes is completely over. The first place is the pursuit. At this time, Lei Tianlan's voice finally rang out. She glanced at the crowd, as if asking if anyone had any objections. However, at the foot of Black Tortoise Mountain, it was completely silent. No one had any objections. The power of the pursuit was obvious to all. Lei Tianlan stood up and said to Lin Ling with a smile, "You want to hunt me down, right? Your talent and strength are excellent. You are decisive and daring to take responsibility for your actions. You will become a great person in the future. On behalf of the Leiyin Mansion, I will reward you with the Leiyin Token, which is a supreme-grade celestial treasure that can block a large number of attacks from the true immortal realm." It had to be said that she indeed had the ambition to do great things. She had already openly bribed Lin Ling. Of course, after she finished speaking, she quietly looked at Xianling Long. She was thinking that no matter what, she had to snatch this opportunity from Xianling Long. A supreme-grade immortal treasure. Hearing Lei Tianlan's words, the crowd burst into an uproar. To be able to block the attacks of large numbers of true god realms, this treasure was very heaven-defying. With this treasure, his strength would increase by at least 50%. Many people looked at Chase Assassin with envy, but they were helpless because Chase Assassin was indeed worthy of being recruited with great treasures. That be *TCH. In the distance, Xianling Long's face was extremely ugly. She was the one who had chased after Yi Shiwen's men, but Lei Tianlan had openly recruited them. Wasn't this embarrassing for her? Furthermore, after the battle on the arena, she placed great importance on being hunted down. How could she hand it over so easily? Give it to her. However, at this time an ethereal voice sounded in her ears. It was Meng Lu, and his words made Xianling Long frown, as if she didn't understand. Lin Ling will never become Lei Tianlan's man. He has his own principles, and he must take revenge for any enmity. Therefore, no matter what Lei Tianlan plans to do, Lin Ling will definitely kill her. Meng Lu transmitted his voice again. Xian Linglong couldn't help but smile. This was beneficial to her. Moreover, if Lin Ling killed Lei Tianlan, he would have nowhere to go. At that time, it would be the time for Xian Linglong to extend an olive branch. One had to admit, whether it was Xian Linglong or Lei Tianlan, both of them were extremely shrewd. But, don't think too much about it. Lin Ling is not someone you can control. However, Meng Lu's next words made Xian Linglong freeze on the spot. She couldn't control Lin Ling. Moreover, these words came from Meng Lu. If it was someone else who said this, she wouldn't believe it. After all, with her identity as the Azure Dragon Mansion's daughter, a mere Lin Ling shouldn't be difficult to control. However, she couldn't help but believe Meng Lu's words. At this time, Lin Ling ignored Xian Linglong. Just like what Meng Lu said, he had no intention of joining the Azure Dragon Mansion, nor did he intend to be controlled by anyone. He walked towards Lei Tianlan. Chase seems to be Azure Dragon Mansion's Xian Linglong's man, but now, he has switched sides and joined the Thunder Sound Manor. A top-grade immortal artifact, this isn't something that anyone can refuse. Looking at Lin Ling's actions, many people began to speculate. Lei Tianlan smiled faintly, and she was a little excited. She had finally succeeded in recruiting Chase. She had a feeling that in the future, Chase's name would shake the great Azure Divine Dynasty. She watched as Chase walked step by step towards the high platform, and a smile appeared on her face. She also went up to welcome him, and a thunder sound token appeared in her hand, ready to reward Lin Ling. Watching the distance between the two getting closer and closer, at the foot of the Black Tortoise Mountain, Sakura sneered. He knew that the real battle was about to begin. His second brother was finally close to Lei Tianlan. Chase, your sword, your flame capital is very powerful. Today, in order to make your name known in the Four-Ring City, you have indeed put in a lot of effort. Gradually, the two got closer, and Lei Tianlan took the initiative to speak. Her eyes were full of admiration because even when Chase met her, he was still indifferent and unmoved. This kind of calmness was rare, at least when other men saw her. Most of them were excited. In order to achieve my goal, I have been working hard all this time. Lin Ling also spoke. His voice was very cold. In order to achieve your goal, your indomitable perseverance is indeed worthy of us cultivators to learn. Now, you have achieved your goal, and, can you take off your mask? Lei Tianlan tucked the hair in front of her forehead behind her ear, revealing a beautiful smile. That smile immediately made Yu Cheng's face turn ugly. He naturally could see that Lei Tianlan admired Chase very much. Unfortunately, although he was not convinced, it seemed that he could not find a way to suppress Chase. My goal has not been achieved yet. However, Lin Ling said lightly and indifferently, you want to see my face? Yes, I'm very curious and I'm looking forward to it. According to my knowledge, swordsmen are cold and aloof, so your face under the mask must be extraordinary. Lei Tianlan laughed again, which made Lin Ling shake his head with a sarcastic smile on his face. In the past, he had no enmity with Lei Tianlan, but Lei Tianlan coveted his space-time steel, framed him, killed him, and made Yu and the others suffer countless times. Today, he came to kill Lei Tianlan. Ironically, Lei Tianlan was actually looking forward to seeing his face under the mask. If Lei Tianlan knew that he was Lin Ling, who knew what she would think? My appearance will definitely surprise you. However, compared to my appearance, let me first tell you my purpose. Lin Ling said indifferently as he slowly pulled out the sword on his back. This action undoubtedly surprised Lei Tianlan, but she believed that Chase would not do anything excessive to her, unless he was stupid. Therefore, she subconsciously rejected this idea, and even thought that Chase seemed to be asking her to help him forge a sword. Yes, this might be the purpose of Chase, and the Leiyin Mansion also had the strength to do so. Then, what is your goal? Lei Tianlan asked kindly. Clang, the sword flashed, and the killing intent was fierce. A sword seemed to pass through the void, and ruthlessly shot towards Lei Tianlan. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. Why do I want to kill you? The sword shocked the world. Everyone at the foot of Black Tortoise Mountain was shocked, especially when they heard Lin Ling's firm words. Is he going to kill Lei Tianlan? It should be known that Lei Tianlan attached great importance to Huntsman, even more so than her fiancé, Yu Qing. However, Huntsman gave up such great love and wanted to kill Lei Tianlan. This is crazy. Lei Tianlan was the daughter of the Leiyin manor. Killing her was equivalent to offending the Leiyin manor. No normal person would give up a bright future just to offend Lei Tianlan. Some people even thought they were hallucinating. However, the sword revealed a cold glint and killed decisively. It was so firm, it was so ruthless, everything was in the name of being hunted. Why? Lei Tianlan was the commander-in-chief and the daughter of the Leiyin manor. Her strength was not weak. She retreated like a willow catkin, however, she only asked because she couldn't figure it out. Unfortunately, the sword did not answer her. It was still coming at her coldly, boom. However, Lei Tianlan immediately unleashed an ancient and turbulent chi power. A huge purple bamboo appeared in front of her. The bamboo was covered with purple thunder and attracted the pursuing sword. Leiyin bamboo. Seeing this, many ancient experts' faces changed slightly. They could see that it was the thunderclap token. According to legend, the Leiyin token was made by the Leiyin bamboo. The Leiyin bamboo was a divine bamboo that grew in the chaos of the universe. It eventually became the master of the Leiyin manor. Crackle, however, the sword was still chasing her. The Ashura sword formation shot out, filling the sky with sword shadows and shocking the world. Boom, with a loud boom, the sky exploded and the whole Foring city was shaken. How is it? The people at the foot of Black Tortoise Mountain clenched their fists and were extremely nervous. Today's event was full of twists and turns. Lei Tianlan is a commander-in-chief, and she's from the Leiyin prefecture. She must be stronger than commander-in-chief. That chase can't kill her. Someone said coldly. If the chase failed, he would die. In the sky, the lightning gradually dispersed, revealing a slender figure. She stood in the sky like a queen. She was Lei Tianlan. On the other side, Lin Ling was also standing there, his eyes sparkling. Lei Tianlan was indeed the daughter of the Leiyin manor. She had a strong background. Look, it failed. Seeing the two of them appear, many people immediately made a noise. Indeed, chasing after Lei Tianlan wouldn't be able to kill her, not even a strand of her hair. Even the Azure Dragon Mansion's Xian Linglong might not have the ability to kill Lei Tianlan. Humph. You're overestimating yourself. Someone else said disdainfully. Perhaps the pursuit today was too dazzling, so they were jealous and wanted nothing more than for the latter to die in front of them. However, after that voice, a strand of black hair floated down from the sky like a withered flower. People saw that although Lei Tianlan was fine, the hair on her cheek had been cut off by the sword. This meant that if Lei Tianlan did not have the protection of the Leiyin token, she might have died. So scary. This unforeseen event made people's hearts tremble, especially those who were gloating over Lei Tianlan's misfortune. Their expressions froze, speechless. Why, kill me? In the sky, Lei Tianlan crossed her arms behind her back, but her expression was cold. At the same time, thousands of eyes were on the pursuit. They were also curious as to why the pursuit didn't let Lei Tianlan go. Your strength is not bad, even I am wary of you. However, I have the Leiyin token, you can't kill me. So, you better tell me why you want to kill me. Lei Tianlan said again. At this moment, she seemed to be fearless. Hearing this, Lin Ling remained motionless. His hand slowly reached for the mask on his face. The moment his hand touched the mask, an even more mysterious aura filled the air. Rumble. The first to change were the swords floating around Lin Ling. Those swords began to turn pitch black. The Ashura sword formation returned to its original form. Ashura sword! Exclamation point. At the foot of Black Tortoise Mountain, many people who practiced the Ashura sword formation exclaimed. There are 81 swords. As far as I know, there are no more than 3 people in the first generation who have this sword. Someone suddenly guessed, could it be him? Boom, at the same time, the terrifying flame coffin appeared behind Lin Ling. The flame coffin had arrived. It's really him. Yes. At this moment, the whole Black Tortoise Mountain was shocked. If the Ashura sword formation could not represent that person, then the flame coffin definitely could. In the Pride tournament, the strongest second generation defeated Meng Lu. At that time, he showed the flame coffin. Because of his unique temperament, It was also talked about in the 3 academies. Who is he? Yes. Of course, there were countless experts in the foreign city, and there were still some who did not realize it. Lin Ling. Yes. When an ancient voice floated up, Black Tortoise Mountain became even quieter. Even the strongest generation, although they did not take Lin Ling seriously, had heard of Lin Ling's name. Of course, the most surprised person was Lei Tianlan. Her eyes were fixed as if she could not believe everything in front of her eyes. Lin Ling was still alive and had returned. She could not help but think of the past. At that time, Lin Ling was the strongest second generation, but he exposed the time steal, so she was very interested in Lin Ling. She invited Lin Ling to meet her and tried to kill him. Who knew that Lin Ling was so difficult to deal with, and he would rather die than submit? Lei Tianlan did not care about all of this at all. He was just the strongest second generation, and that was all he could achieve in his life. However, in today's brave stratagem gathering, a mysterious assassin was born. He overcame all difficulties and finally became the king of the arena, which made her pay great attention to him and think that he had unlimited potential. However, the person she paid attention to was Lin Ling, who she did not take seriously in the past. How terrifying. Wow. Lei Tianlan had to admit that she had indeed underestimated Lin Ling. The strongest second generation in the past had now become the 30th generation on the Heavenly Crossing list. With such progress, who else in Qingzhou could compare to him? Lin Ling, the strongest second generation not long ago, has now entered the 30th generation. Wow. After Lei Tianlan recovered from her shock, people also realized how monstrous Lin Ling was. They also felt that it was ironic that Lei Tianlan wanted to kill Lin Ling in the past, but now she valued Lin Ling so much that she did not hesitate to give up Yuqing for Lin Ling. All of this felt like a dream. Lei Tianlan must be regretting it now. No wonder you wear a mask. All of this is to get close to me. Lei Tianlan seemed to understand everything. She was in an extremely complicated mood. Finally, she smiled and said, "How about we shake hands and make peace?" Boom, hearing that, countless people's hearts exploded. His principles would never change, because they knew Lei Tianlan's pride. Such a noble woman would never lower her noble head, unless a miracle happened, and today, a miracle had indeed happened. However, they knew that Lei Tianlan didn't admit defeat. She just didn't want to give up on a talented young man. I was wrong in the past, and I apologize here. But as long as you agree to shake hands and make peace, I promise you on behalf of Lei Manor that we will train you with all our resources. We will even let you enter the Great Azure Divine Dynasty. You will be qualified to step into the Five-Ring City and stand at the peak of Qingzhou. Lei Tianlan said again. She was indeed shocked by Lin Ling's strength. Moreover, in order to get close to her, Lin Ling had overcome all difficulties. This kind of courage was also the courage to do great things, therefore, she valued Lin Ling very much. Enter Five-Ring City. Hearing Lei Tianlan's words, many people became even more jealous, but they also felt that Lin Ling had the qualifications. After all, not everyone could charge to the 30th place on the Heavenly Crossing rankings in such a short period of time. This was also the potential that only the 9 heavens of the Azure State possessed. Are you trying to recruit me? At this moment, Lin Ling let out a calm laugh. That's right. Do you agree? Lei Tianlan looked at Lin Ling calmly and said, I can tell you that you can't kill me, so why are you so stubborn? She obviously gave Lin Ling enough face. However, Lin Ling knew that Lei Tianlan was only giving him face because of his strength. Lei Tianlan was an ambitious person who valued strength more than anything else. Do you know my life principle? Lin Ling shook his head and said. Then he saw Lei Tianlan's eyes twinkling. He said again, I will treat people the same way they treat me. This is my principle, and it will never change. It would never change. When the last word was spoken, the entire Black Tortoise Mountain was completely silent. Lin Ling seemed to have given his answer. He refused. What courage! He's so stubborn. If he doesn't have a stubborn personality, then how can he grow? I finally know why he is so powerful. It is precisely because he is firm and won't be tempted by external things. This Lin Ling is really arrogant. Some of the ancient experts exclaimed in admiration. If a person kept going back on his words, He might be able to do well in the short term, but in the long run, it would be detrimental to the path of martial arts. Unfortunately, how many people could actually do it? Therefore, they could see from this that Lin Ling was also a martial arts fanatic. Since you can't kill me, do you really want to die? Wouldn't it be better to give up everything and make peace with me? Lei Tianlan's pupils turned red, as if she was still unwilling to give up. It will never change. Lin Ling stepped forward. His grip on the sword became even steadier. In the holy land of the rainforest, his principles would never change. In the martial god world, his principles would never change. If they changed, he wouldn't be Lin Ling. The Thunder Sound Manor is a powerful force in the Four-Ring City. Even the Azure Dragon Manor doesn't dare to provoke us. Moreover, the Thunder Sound Manor can meet the Great Azure Divine Dynasty's Divine Sovereign and allow you to have a meteoric rise in your future. Are you really going to give up everything? Lei Tianlan shouted again. She didn't believe that Lin Ling would give up everything. It will never change. However, Lin Ling's voice was as firm as ever. Perhaps he could have a limitless future if he joined the Thunder Sound Manor, but it went against his principles. Moreover, who would bear the pain that Yu and the others suffered? Moreover, if Lin Ling was really recruited, then he might lose his sense of gratitude. How others treat me, how should I treat others? If someone did Lin Ling a favor in the future, would Lin Ling attack his benefactor in order to become stronger? This was something that Lin Ling would never be able to do. Therefore, his principles were irreversible. I, Lin Ling, have been preparing for this day for a long time. Lei Tianlan, you said that I can't kill you, but let me tell you, even God can't save you. Lin Ling roared towards the sky. The flame coffin behind him emitted a crackling sound, as if something was about to awaken. Seeing this, fear rose in Lei Tianlan's heart. Lin Ling was too determined. In a battle between cultivators, the most terrifying thing was this kind of indomitable martial fanatic. Whoosh! At the same time, a sword shot towards Lei Tianlan. Lin Ling had made his move. Lin Ling, how dare you? Do you really think you're something? However, at this time a roar erupted. Rolling sound waves rushed towards them from all directions. A huge white fish appeared in the sky, opening its mouth and swallowing Lin Ling. The most frightening thing was that this white fish had huge wings. There was a fish in the northern underworld named Kuan. This was the true bloodline of the Kuan. Many similar martial arts had been born in the myriad worlds, but they were all imitations of the Kuan's original form. It was said that in the chaos of the universe, there was a fish swimming in the myriad worlds. When it spread its wings, it transformed into a rock and could easily travel between worlds. It's Martial Yu Qing. Seeing this, many people exclaimed. Yu Qing's talent was not to be underestimated. Most importantly, he was the marshal of the Skyward Battalion. To be able to become a marshal, their strength was naturally not to be underestimated. Yu Qing is going to stop Lin Ling, and it is said that Lin Ling is also a marshal of the Martial God Battalion. This is a battle between marshals. I think Yu Qing is stronger. Today, although I admire Lin Ling's spirit, it's obvious that he can't kill Lei Tianlan. However, this is also Lin Ling's best chance. If he misses it, it will be even harder to kill him. Many experts clenched their fists, and their hearts were inexplicably surging. This gathering of heroes had quietly become an earth-shattering battle in the Four-Ring City. The reason was Lin Ling. At this moment, who didn't know him, Yu Qing's attack could be said to have exploded with his full strength, because the white giant fish was his true god martial soul. The surging aura made the experts shake their heads, thinking that Lin Ling would be stopped by Martial Yu Qing. Rumble. In fact, it was indeed so. The giant fish opened its mouth as if it was going to swallow the heavens and the earth. Most importantly, the giant fish's speed was extremely fast, like a rock, causing Lin Ling to be unable to react in time. Then, he was swallowed into the fish's stomach. The victory and defeat seemed to be clear at a glance. What a pity! Seeing this scene, Xian Linglong couldn't help but shake her head regretfully. Lin Ling, after all, was a rising star. He was still a little weaker than Yu Qing, who had been famous for a long time. He shouldn't have died so easily. Next to her, Meng Lu frowned. He didn't think that Lin Ling was a match for Yu Qing, but he thought that it would be a pity for Lin Ling to die like this, because he still wanted to defeat Lin Ling. Tianlan, that ignorant junior has been killed by me. At this moment, Yu Qing's domineering voice came from the sky, causing Black Tortoise Mountain to sway continuously. He seemed to have proven himself, which made him very excited, because he also told Lei Tianlan that a mere Lin Ling couldn't be compared to him, the marshal of the Heaven Tribute Camp. Hearing this, Lei Tianlan also let out a sigh of relief. Previously, Lin Ling had indeed frightened her. She wanted to smile and nod, but her pupils suddenly shrank, and all the words were swallowed back into her stomach. In the name of being hunted, the huge ancient fish continued to sway, and flames were spewing out from its mouth. What happened? I used the true God martial soul. In fact, Yu Qing could feel the ominous premonition the most, and his face turned pale. Thump, thump, almost at the same time, the terrifying sound of a heartbeat was heard, causing the hearts of many Black Tortoise Mountain warriors to jump. Could that be Lin Ling's true God martial soul? Someone stared at the sky and said anxiously. His words made many people nod. Lin Ling had never shown his true God martial soul until now, but he gave birth to a true God martial soul at the true God realm, which made people wonder how Lin Ling cultivated. Boom, at this moment, the terrifying flames surged out majestically. The huge white fish actually twitched as it was burned by the colorful flames. Puff, Yu Qing spat out a mouthful of blood, and his eyes were filled with fear. He knew that Lin Ling was very strong, so he immediately used his full strength and used his true God martial soul to quickly devour Lin Ling. He didn't want to give Lin Ling any chance to resist. However, he found that he couldn't devour Lin Ling. His true God martial soul dimmed, and finally exploded. A coffin full of flames floated in the sky, a ghastly sight. On the coffin, the ancient heart from the flame world was beating slightly. Every time it beat, a melody spread out, and circles of flame clouds bloomed. This scene made the ground even more silent. The flame coffin and the heart were the most monstrous things they had ever seen in their lives, especially the flame coffin. The lid of the coffin was constantly trembling, as if something terrible was awakening. I am the pursuit. Finally, a low voice came from the coffin, and the lid of the coffin finally exploded. An evil flame god covered in red scales appeared in the world. Red hair danced wildly, and the flames were shocking. At this moment, not only the warriors on the ground, but even Yu Qing and Lei Tianlan's hearts trembled. That evil ancient object gave them a strong sense of pressure. It's you. At this moment, the red-haired man in the sky looked at Yu Qingdao. Yu Qingdao opened his mouth wide and didn't dare to say a word. A hero saving a damsel in distress, this is something that everyone praises. I also like it very much. The man spat out a sentence. He actually disappeared in an instant. When he reappeared, he was already in front of Yu Qing. His speed reached the speed of 5 realms. It was too fast, no one was able to react at all. It could be said that in this generation, other than the top few people on the Tianyue list, no one could see through this speed. Me. Looking at the tall man, Yu Qing said nervously, I give up. This matter has nothing to do with me. If you want to kill her, then kill her. I won't interfere anymore. In the face of an unfathomable strength, Yu Qing obviously gave up on Lei Tianlan. The reason why he pursued Lei Tianlan was because of the Leiyin mansion. This is Yu Qing? Seeing Yu Qing abandon Lei Tianlan without hesitation, many people's eyes immediately flashed with sarcasm. You're the marshal? You want to recruit me? You want me to be your general? The red-haired man smiled and seemed to be very curious. Hearing this, Yu Qing's face froze and was full of awkwardness. Was he qualified? He was also a marshal like Lin Ling, but when he saw Lin Ling, he could only tremble, fear, and even beg for mercy. I was wrong. Yu Qing lowered his head and said, his body still trembling. You're afraid of me? The red-haired man tilted his head, his expression full of ridicule. His words made Yu Qing raise his head involuntarily. He could give up on Lei Tianlan, but he seemed unwilling to lower his noble head. However, the pride in his heart, when he saw the red-haired man's evil smile, the confidence that Yu Qing had just built up collapsed instantly. He lowered his head and said sincerely, Your Excellency, I'm indeed afraid. Please spare my life. I won't be involved in your matters anymore. After saying this, he immediately turned and left. He was indeed afraid of everything. However, he was also very careful when he turned around, afraid that Lin Ling would attack him. However, Lin Ling obviously didn't attack, which made him feel relieved. Looking at the cautious Yu Qing, the crowd felt that it was extremely ironic. Marshal Yuqing was obviously a person who bullied the weak and feared the strong. He seemed to be domineering, but he was only strong in appearance. However, people were also very curious. Did Lin Ling really intend to let Yuqing go? He's dead. However, Sakura sneered. He knew his second brother's temperament. If people didn't offend him, he wouldn't offend them. If people offended him, he would pay them back 10 times. Sure enough, after he spoke, the red-haired man's figure vanished and reappeared in front of Yuqing. Yuqing's pupils constricted. At this moment, he felt as if he was a rabbit that had been targeted by a ferocious wolf. You promised to let me go, Yuqing said with a pale face. He seemed to be able to guess what would happen next. I did promise you, but you made me very unhappy. Because you didn't continue to act like a hero saving a beauty. I hate people who give up halfway. The red-haired man revealed an evil smile. He stretched out one hand and, with lightning speed, penetrated Yuqing's chest in an instant. You didn't keep your word. Yuqing couldn't resist at all and shouted unwillingly. I am the evil infernal god. How can I keep my word? Whoosh, with the red-haired man's overbearing tearing, the dignified marshal of the Heaven Tribute Camp was torn in half. Blood sprinkled in the sky, which was a ghastly sight. Marshal Yuqing of the Heaven Tribute Camp was an extremely powerful existence in this generation. Previously, when he unleashed the true god martial spirit, everyone thought that he had defeated Lin Ling. However, when Lin Ling unleashed the true god martial spirit, Yuqing couldn't withstand a single blow. All of this seemed to have happened very slowly, but in fact, it happened in a flash. In the sky, Lei Tianlan's face became even paler. She muttered to herself, Lin Ling, how did his strength become so strong? Not only does he have the true god martial spirit, but it's obviously not an ordinary thing. Bang, everything that happened in front of her eyes was completely different from what she had imagined. The huge contrast made her feel a strong sense of regret. She shouldn't have coveted Lin Ling's time and space. Still, because Lin Ling couldn't be offended, while she was feeling complicated, Lin Ling had already arrived in front of her. He appeared like a ghost and grabbed Lei Tianlan with his big hand. Looking at the rapidly approaching flaming palm, Lei Tianlan finally knew the name of the hunt. It turned out that she was the one being hunted. Your Excellency, how dare you? Of course, because of Yuqing's obstruction, a large number of experts had already arrived. They wanted to stop Lin Ling and kill Lin Ling. They would never let Lin Ling kill Lei Tianlan. Otherwise, it would be a disgrace to the Thunder Sound Manor. In fact, many experts were hidden in Black Tortoise Mountain for the meeting of heroes, but they were far away from Lin Ling. Those who were close to Lin Ling thought for a moment and immediately took action. This was because this time, the Thunder Sound Manor would owe them a favor. Translator, Transin editor, Transin who doesn't know you? Lin Ling, give me your life. The immortal plum sword had wanted to kill Lin Ling for a long time, and she pulled out her sword. Bitch, how dare you stop my brother? However, just as the immortal plum sword was about to stop Lin Ling, a domineering aura shot up to the sky. A white bone giant seemed to have crawled out from the ground, and a rolling white bone fist was thrown at the immortal plum sword. Boom. Before the fist landed, the Black Tortoise Mountain exploded. Rocks the size of houses rolled in the sky, and in the next moment, they turned into dust. That punch was so terrifying. Someone is helping Lin Ling. Looking at the clash between the top experts, many people's eyes were filled with excitement. They realized that the person who attacked was the mysterious Disher Tian. Most importantly, his strength was extremely terrifying, and he was able to block the immortal plum sword. Boom. Boom, boom. Disher Tian's strength made the immortal plum sword curse in anger. She did not expect Lin Ling's brother to be so strong. Will Lin Ling succeed? The immortal plum sword was blocked, which meant that no one could stop Lin Ling from taking revenge. Therefore, many people were looking forward to it. In fact, many people admired Lin Ling secretly, because Lin Ling was a real man, and he would repay any kindness. Today, in order to take revenge, he hid his identity and approached Lei Tianlan, enduring humiliation. Not everyone had this kind of determination, so they wanted to see Lin Ling succeed in his revenge. Dream on. However, the Thunder Mansion did have a strong foundation, and they brought another expert, and the one who attacked was a level 5 true god. Xianling Long, don't you want to recruit Lin Ling? This is an opportunity. At this moment, Meng Lu's eyes flickered, and he said quickly. You want me to help Lin Ling? Xian Linglong frowned. Helping Lin Ling was equivalent to falling out with the Thunder Mansion. Was it worth it? This opportunity will not come again. You only have 3 breaths of time to consider. Meng Lu said calmly. Xian Linglong's face became anxious. Should she help or not? In fact, she thought that Lin Ling was a failure and couldn't kill Lei Tianlan at all. Go help him. However, Xian Linglong was indeed an ambitious woman. She made a decision when it was necessary. Because she and Lei Tianlan were rivals, she gambled and hoped that Lin Ling would succeed. Whoosh! Whoosh! Experts from Xian Linglong's side immediately shot out, and they were all at the 5th stage of True God Realm. They blocked all the incoming experts. Rumble, the fierce battle continued to erupt, shaking the entire 4-ring city. It was as if the sky was falling and the earth was splitting. What a terrifying battle. The fuse was Lin Ling. Looking at the great battle that could kill any first-level true god, countless people's faces turned pale. Of course, they were also staring at Lin Ling. Now that no one could stop Lin Ling, would Lin Ling succeed? Boom, Lin Ling naturally sensed that someone was helping him. The opportunity was fleeting, and he wouldn't waste it. Raging flames appeared in his palm, and he slapped it towards Lei Tianlan. However, Lei Tianlan had already used the thunder token, so she barely blocked Lin Ling's attack. It's useless. You can't break the thunder token. Lin Ling, you'd better run away immediately. When the people from the Thunder Mansion come, you won't be able to escape. Lei Tianlan said malevolently. Lin Ling had become a huge threat. Boom, boom. Boom, however, after her voice, the surrounding purple lightning dimmed by quite a bit. What? She immediately let out a cry of horror. Lin Ling was about to break her thunderclap command through Quang Ba's attack. Could it be that Lin Ling's strength had already reached the 4th stage of True God Realm? Bang! With Lin Ling's crazy attacks, the thunder token was completely shattered. Seeing this, the ground was in an uproar. Impossible! Lei Tianlan once again let out a cry of horror. Fortunately, she still had a thunder token, which she had originally given to Lin Ling as a reward. Who knew that she would use it to save her life? The new thunder token once again formed a raging thunderbolt to protect Lei Tianlan. Of course, it seemed that it was only a matter of time before this thunder token was shattered. Lin Ling, I admit that I underestimated you. But let me tell you, you can't kill me. My grandmother is here. Roar. Lei Tianlan couldn't help but roar. At this moment, she wanted Lin Ling to die. She couldn't wait to kill Lin Ling. However, Lin Ling was still attacking fiercely, attacking the thunder token at the speed of 5 realms. He and Lei Tianlan were obviously racing against time. What a shrewd junior. But don't be so arrogant. Bang, but at this moment, another terrifying expert arrived. It was the mansion master of the Holy King's mansion. Obviously, after the death of the 2 holy guardians, he immediately rushed over. Therefore, when he saw Lin Ling, he immediately let out a terrifying killing intent. The imposing manner of the Holy King had descended on the 4th ring city. This was an expert who had surpassed the True God Realm. Lin Ling is dead. Bang! Seeing this, many people shook their heads regretfully. Lin Ling was so close. Lin Ling is not running away. Is he going to kill Lei Tianlan even if he dies? This was indeed an unchanging principle. Bang! However, many people exclaimed because Lin Ling simply turned a blind eye to it. His target was only Lei Tianlan. His boldness undoubtedly made more people admire Lin Ling. Holy King, Lord of the 3 realms, my Bright Academy's business has nothing to do with you. Go. Just when the expert of the Holy King's mansion was about to kill Lin Ling, a roar was heard. The sky was forcibly separated, and the universe was chaotic. Tens of thousands of stars shone brightly, and 3 of them were the most dazzling, as if they had come from another martial god realm. An arrow light shot out at a speed faster than the speed of 10 worlds. Not good. The Lord of the 3 realms of the Holy King's mansion master exclaimed in horror. Boom, the giant arrow fell, and all the buildings in the 4th ring city collapsed. Even the 3rd ring city was affected. At the same time, an old man appeared in the sky like a god. He held a dazzling ancient bow in his hand. The bow was 2 meters long, and it was extremely brilliant. Most importantly, the arrow on the bow was extremely dazzling, as if it was transformed from a meteor. Vice Principal Gong. Looking at the indomitable expert, countless people exclaimed in surprise. The newcomer was Mount Tai and Beidou of the Bright Academy. No one had expected that Mount Tai and Beidou would fight for Lin Ling. Let's see who dares to stop Lin Ling today. After Vice Principal Gong's appearance, many more Mount Tai and Beidou appeared. They were Luo Riyao, Lord 8, and Red Jade Tiger from the Martial God Camp. All of these experts had actually gathered in 4 Ring City. The Great Azure Divine Dynasty is surging. Today, Lin Ling actually caused such a huge commotion in the 4th Ring City. At this moment, everyone was moved. Aren't you guys too overbearing? Are you trying to kill Lei Tianlan in front of everyone? However, after Vice Principal Gong and the other experts appeared, a large number of experts also arrived from the other side. Marquis Sovereign Heaven. Lord 8's face instantly turned ugly. I didn't expect that Grand Duke Lin would also come. Viscount Fish Dragon. The violent commotion in the 4th Ring City had undoubtedly attracted a large number of ancient experts. The latecomers were obviously here to kill Lin Ling, making the situation difficult to decide. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. The 4 Ring City was in turmoil. Do you think the laws of the Great Azure Divine Dynasty don't exist? I'd like to see if you're going to be so lawless. The Marquis of Sovereign Justice shouted coldly and ordered the experts behind him to attack immediately. Lin Ling, go to hell. The Emperor of Tating Commandery, the only commandery among the 4 commanderies, had also arrived. He wanted to take this opportunity to kill Lin Ling. How dare you? Vice Principal Gong and the others naturally wouldn't stand by and watch. Lin Ling does whatever he wants and treats the Great Azure Divine Dynasty as if it doesn't exist. Such a rebel deserves to be killed. However, the Marquis of Sovereign Justice was extremely smart. He insisted that Lin Ling had violated the Great Azure Divine Dynasty's rules, so the experts behind him were also unscrupulous. Fight, fight, fight. The situation was like an arrow on a bow, and they had to be released. Vice Principal Gong and the others also rushed over. At the same time, they thought to themselves, Lin Ling, time is running out. We have to get rid of Lei Tianlan as soon as possible. They knew very well that they wouldn't be able to stop it in the long run. Moreover, the Marquis of Sovereign Justice had already charged Lin Ling with a crime of looking down on the Great Azure Divine Dynasty and being lawless. Eventually, more experts would be attracted. At that time, Lin Ling would definitely be killed. Boom, 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 bang, bang, bang. Under the collision of the 2 terrifying forces, the 4 Ring City continued to shake. Even the 4 Ring City noticed the shocking battle here, and the fuse was Lin Ling, who was now the focus of everyone's attention. Could he successfully kill Lei Tianlan? This was the thought that rose in everyone's mind. Haha, Lin Ling, I told you, you can't kill me. At this moment, Lei Tianlan was no longer panicking. She hid in the Thunder Token and laughed arrogantly. You must have had a good time recently. Your market was almost destroyed by me. Your wife, your friends, they all suffered 100 times the humiliation. All of this is because of you. And let me tell you, after tomorrow, I will increase the pressure by 100-fold and make you and your friends regret coming to Qing Province. Lei Tianlan's crazy voice continued to spread, making people tremble with fear. This woman looked weak, but she was very vicious. No wonder Lin Ling wanted to kill her. Boom. Boom, Lin Ling was also continuously attacking, but it was clearly a little difficult to break the thunderclap command. Time passed bit by bit, leaving Lin Ling less and less time. Lin Ling, save it for next time. In the end, a solemn voice came from the sky. It was Vice Dean Gong's voice. Lin Ling could not break Lei Tianlan's defense in a short time, so it was useless to continue fighting. However, Lin Ling still did not retreat. Lin Ling, more experts are coming. We can't hold them off for much longer. Lord 8 also admired Lin Ling's courage and determination, but if he did not leave now, Lin Ling would probably never be able to leave. Never change. Finally, Lin Ling made a determined voice. Just like his name, he would not stop chasing, his principle would never change. Today, he had to kill Lei Tianlan. Even if he went to hell, he would not regret his choice today. This guy. They stared at the red-haired man in the sky. At this moment, everyone was full of admiration. This was what a martial artist should be like. Rumble. At this moment, a sudden change occurred. Finally, an even more terrifying expert had arrived. The ground shook as if there was an earth dragon swimming in it. Moreover, the entire four-ring city was surging. Countless experts immediately fell to the ground, and their faces were extremely pale. What kind of divine being was this? Crackle, countless thunderbolts rushed out of the ground like fire snakes. The ground of the four-ring city exploded, and the whole city was turned into demons. They're here, they're finally here. In the sky, Vice Dean Gong's face was extremely solemn. He knew who was coming. Rumble. Almost at the same time, a huge bamboo tree grew out of the ground. The bamboo was so big that it was even more majestic than any mountain. As the bamboo grew, it was accompanied by thunderbolts. This was the thunder bamboo, a divine object born in the chaos of the universe. This was also the symbol of the thunder sound matter master, the thunder sound mother. Her strength was known to everyone in the Great Azure Divine Dynasty. This was also the reason why no one dared to provoke the thunder sound matter. Oh no, what should we do now? Lord Eight's face was also very serious. With the arrival of the thunder sound mother, Lin Ling would definitely die. Haha, my grandmother is here. Lin Ling, let's see how arrogant you can be. Lei Tianlan sensed the change in the ground and immediately let out a sharp voice. At this moment, she seemed to have lost her mind. There was only madness and bloodlust. It was hard to imagine that she was actually a delicate woman. She was simply a female demon. Rumble. At the same time, countless bamboos shot toward Lin Ling, accompanied by the terrifying purple thunderbolts. Wherever they passed, a large number of martial artists died. Even their bones were electrocuted into powder. Lin Ling, the moment of life and death had arrived. Even Vice Principal Gong and the others could not save Lin Ling in time. Even if they could, they might not be a match for the thunder sound mother. Die, beast. The old woman's sinister voice rang at the same time. She wanted to kill Lin Ling. Second brother. Sakura was still fighting with the immortal plum sword, but he let out an anxious and worried voice. However, what was terrifying was that Lin Ling turned a blind eye to the thunder bamboo that filled the sky. He was still resolutely attacking Lei Tianlan, as if telling everyone that he would never stop unless he died. Everyone watched helplessly as Lin Ling was drowned by countless bolts of lightning and gradually disappeared. In the end, they could only vaguely see a lonely figure still fighting among the ferocious purple bolts of lightning. He still did not fall. Lin Ling's principle would not change for the rest of his life. 9 lanterns. However, just as the huge power of the thunder bamboo was about to drown Lin Ling, the sky changed and the universe opened. A mysterious fish suddenly swam over from the universe. The fish was huge, ancient, and surging. There were 9 mysterious lanterns on top of its head. Those lanterns were blooming with divine light, illuminating the earth. The purple thunderbolts that entangled Lin Ling were all frozen in place. Then, like ice meeting sunlight, they gradually melted. The 9 lanterns fish was so terrifying. Who are you? On the earth, the thunder sound mother let out a shocked voice. The person who could easily destroy her attack was very strong. Who else is coming? What a powerful strength! People also exclaimed. After the appearance of the 9 lanterns fish, the entire four-ring city was razed to the ground in an instant. No one knew how many people had died. Lin Ling, I'm not here at the moment, so I can only help you temporarily. You must seize the time. In the sky, a majestic voice floated out, shocking the crowd and making their eardrums hurt. However, they were even more shocked because the person who attacked was not in Qingzhou, but could block the attack of the thunder sound mother. What if that person was in Qingzhou? This was obviously a godlike existence. Lin Ling's appeal is so terrifying. He actually knows such a powerful person. Not only people, but even Vice President Gong and the others were shocked. It's him. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. I want to be extraordinary. Because the other party was also a member of the 9 States 10 Evils. He seemed to be Lu Chen, the legendary 9 lanterns of the Founders Alliance. With the other party's help, Lin Ling was like a fish in water. At this moment, his momentum was rising rapidly, and he continued to suppress Lei Tianlan. Lei Tianlan did not expect Lin Ling to be so influential. She underestimated Lin Ling again. It's useless. That person is obviously not in Qingzhou. He will disappear sooner or later. You, Lin Ling, will also die. However, thinking that Lin Ling would not be able to break her thunder token in a short time, Lei Tianlan shouted crazily. That's not necessarily true. However, Lin Ling also said coldly. The evil charm on his face gradually disappeared, and he became ruthless and decisive. For some reason, his eyes made Lei Tianlan tremble with fear. Could it be that Lin Ling could really break through her thunder token? Don't you want the space-time steel? Now, I'll show you the space-time steel. Sigh. Lin Ling murmured to himself. Then, an ancient tablet fell from the sky and crushed Lei Tianlan's thunderclap token. Lei Tianlan's thunderclap token was shattered. Puff, Lei Tianlan spat out a mouthful of blood, and her face instantly turned pale. It's broken, Lin Ling is going to succeed. Sigh. Seeing this, countless people clenched their fists. They were even more nervous than Lin Ling. I admit that you're very powerful, but don't be too proud. Let me tell you, I don't only have the thunder token. Sigh. However, Lei Tianlan roared again. A jade pendant floated out of her neck, emitting a divine light, and shot up into the sky. Under the light, a large number of thunder bamboos grew. There were 12 of them, firmly guarding Lei Tianlan. Alas, Lei Tianlan still has some tricks up her sleeve. Looking at the mysterious thunder bamboos, many people were stunned and surprised. That's the Thunder Sound illusory gold formation. The Thunder Sound matriarch has really put in a lot of effort. Some of the more knowledgeable ancient powerhouses sighed. The Laying Manor was much more powerful than they had imagined. After all, the Laying Manor was a spiritual barrier that was even more powerful than the Laying Token. This meant that Lin Ling had completely failed. After all, he didn't have much time left. Lin Ling, is it? Let me tell you, you are beyond redemption. If you have the ability, try to kill my granddaughter. She is just standing there for you to kill. Go ahead and kill her. On the ground, the Thunder Mother let out a cold laugh. She knew that Lin Ling was unable to break through the Thunderclap illusory gold formation. After all, one would need a cultivation at the 6th level of the True God realm to break through the formation. Moreover, even if one possessed such a cultivation, one would still be unable to break through the formation in a short period of time, and that period of time was enough for the 9-lantern fish in the sky to disappear. Without the 9-lantern fish, Lin Ling was just a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. Regret, fear, and tremble. Lin Ling, don't think that you are so arrogant just because you have some ability. I, Lei Tianlan, am someone you will always have to look up to. Now, even if you beg me to recruit you, I won't be moved anymore. There are many choices in life. One wrong step and you will lose everything. With the help of the Thunderclap illusory gold formation, Lei Tianlan's long hair danced wildly as she shouted angrily like a goddess. At this moment, she was sacred and invincible. She was high above Lin Ling and suppressed him. What else do you have to say? The loud voice shocked the great Qing divine dynasty. What else was there to say? Everyone shook their heads at that sentence. The winner was the king and the loser was the bandit. Lin Ling was obviously the loser. He had nothing to say, but even so, everyone admired him. If it weren't for Lei Tianlan's background, Lin Ling would have succeeded long ago. Lin Ling, retreat. Even Vice Principal Gong and the others said regretfully. They knew that the situation was hopeless. Lin Ling, the power I left behind is gradually disappearing. Leave here. The 9-lantern fish in the sky became dimmer and dimmer. He was also persuading Lin Ling to leave. In the past, Lin Ling helped Lu Chen find the white fox. Lu Chen owed Lin Ling a favor, so he had been paying attention to Lin Ling. Unfortunately, Lin Ling disappeared in the huge whirlpool last time, so he couldn't help much. This time, he rushed over immediately after knowing that Lin Ling had returned to Qingzhou. Second brother, go back. Sakura couldn't help but shout. He felt sad for Lin Ling. Lin Ling had sacrificed so much, but unfortunately, he still failed. In fact, he knew that Lin Ling couldn't even leave, let alone kill Lei Tianlan. Countless eyes were looking at Lin Ling. Some were sympathetic, some were sneering, and some were gloating. However, Lin Ling's long red hair was dancing wildly in the sky. His cold eyes didn't change at all. This is a battle with my back to the river. I bet my life and everyone's expectations. How can I lose so easily? A firm voice came out of Lin Ling's mouth, making everyone's pupils tremble. Lin Ling, he didn't give up. Was he really going to fight to the death? Big brother, Vice Principal Gong, 8th Lord, Senior Liu, you know that something happened to me, Lin Ling, and immediately came to help without asking for the reason. If I leave now, how can I face you? If I leave this time, my heart of martial arts will completely crumble. I will doubt myself, I will lose my confidence, and my principles will crumble. So, I can't retreat. Martial artists are supposed to go against the heavens. If I don't go against the heavens, then I'm just an ordinary person. I, Lin Ling, can't be an ordinary person. I want to be extraordinary. Lin Ling's voice continued to float out, making the earth silent. Lin Ling was more determined than expected. Good, very good, but what's the use? The martial god world and the myriad worlds are divided into the lowly and the weak. No matter how powerful you are, as long as you come from the myriad worlds, you're an ant, trash, and an inferior person. Hearing this, Lei Tianlan made a sarcastic sound and laughed sinisterly. You call me an ant, trash, I think you're the real trash. Lin Ling looked at Lei Tianlan, and the disgust in his eyes became even stronger. Haha, you can't break my spirit formation. It's clear who's the trash. You can show off your power with your mouth. I, Lei Tianlan, am waiting for you to kill me. Lei Tianlan laughed wildly, but her laughter suddenly froze. She didn't even finish her words. Instead, her face was filled with fear. Because in front of her, Lin Ling had raised his right hand at some unknown time. In his palm, a terrifying power spread out. Flame spread out like a cloud wheel, and when it contracted, a fist-sized fireball appeared. Moreover, as the cloud wheel continued to add to the fireball, it gradually became bigger and bigger. Gradually, Lin Ling's right hand was holding a huge blazing sun. Compared to the blazing sun, he was as small as an ant. Lei Tianlan was stunned, and panic appeared in her eyes. The majesty that the fireball gave her was endless. What is this? What a terrifying flame power! The people on the ground were also pale. They never thought that Lin Ling had hidden such a trick. Not good. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations blood splatters all over Qingzhou. This guy has such a trick up his sleeve. Vice Principal Gong and the others couldn't help but be overjoyed. They blocked the attacks of the Sovereign Marquis and the others even more crazily. Even the owner of the 9-lantern fish couldn't help but smile. It seemed that Lin Ling didn't let them down. This battle had already turned the 4th Ring City upside down. If Lin Ling returned in defeat, it would be a huge humiliation to everyone because this was also a clash between two great powers. Luckily, Lin Ling didn't disappoint them. Lin Ling, you're shameless. How dare you bully a weak girl like me? If you're really a man, we'll fight another 300 rounds in 2 days. Now, stop. The fireball in front of her covered the sky, making Lei Tianlan more and more panicked. Fear, regret, shock, all of these emotions were tangled on her face. She thought that the Thunder Illusionary Gold Formation could make Lin Ling helpless. As long as the time passed, Lin Ling would definitely lose. However, when the fireball appeared, she immediately smelled the scent of death. After all, her Thunder Illusionary Gold Formation could barely block the time and space Divine Steel. But with the fireball's attack, the Thunder Illusionary Gold Formation would definitely break. I'm shameless? I overcame all difficulties and became the king of the arena just to kill a vicious girl like you. Do you think this process is easy? You made the 4th Ring City's experts come out together. You made the Thunder Hall move for you. You relied on external forces, but I relied on my own courage. It's clear who's shameless and who's despicable. Plus, you're not a weak girl. Also, you said that I'm a lowly person from 10,000 worlds and you're a noble from the martial god world. But now, a noble like you is going to die at the hands of Lin Ling. At this moment, Lin Ling stood in the air, his robe fluttering wildly. He raised one hand and sneered. If I, Lin Ling, want to kill you, even a god can't stop me. Flame wheel. The forbidden fire completely exploded. The rolling fireball was like the light from the destruction of the flame world. At this moment, it appeared in the fourth ring city. After colliding with the 12 thunder bamboos, the dazzling light illuminated Xianxia. The 12 thunderclap bamboos were instantly torn apart. Lei Tianlan's eyes widened, and everything in the past flashed through her mind. At that time, she learned that Lin Ling possessed the spacetime divine steel. She was greedy and wanted to kill Lin Ling. She thought that it was Lin Ling's fortune that she, Lei Tianlan, was interested in Lin Ling's time and space divine steel. Therefore, Lei Tianlan had no choice but to hand over the treasure obediently. However, she failed. However, she did not care. She thought that Lin Ling was only SOSO, but who would have thought that Lin Ling would come back and kill her in the hands of countless powerhouses? All of this was like a dream. Her heart was filled with regret. If he had tried to persuade Lin Ling back then, or if he had tried to establish a good relationship with Lin Ling, then none of this would have happened. Boom, with a deafening roar, the flames exploded. In the flames, Lei Tianlan spat out a mouthful of blood and fell to the ground like a kite with a broken string. Lan'er! Thunderclap Manor mother roared. Her granddaughter was injured right in front of her. This was a great humiliation to the Thunderclap Manor. People also looked at the sky. There was only one sentence in their minds: Lin Ling had succeeded. Lei Tianlan, didn't you want the spacetime divine steel? Now, I'll fulfill your wish. At this moment, Lin Ling roared in the sky. He controlled the spacetime divine steel and smashed it toward Lei Tianlan. Her eyes widened in shock. She came for the spacetime divine steel, but she died for it. I won't accept this. Lei Tianlan's voice could be heard in the four-ring city. Boom, unfortunately, it was useless. The spacetime divine steel smashed her into pieces. When she dared to provoke Lin Ling, she already had one foot in hell. Lei Tianlan is dead. Sensing the tremors on the ground, people sighed. Today's matter was full of twists and turns, but Lin Ling finally succeeded in turning the tide and killing Lei Tianlan. However, no one thought that Lin Ling was lucky. Everything he did was obvious to all. Is that the spacetime divine steel? It's so scary. Xian Linglong also stared at the sky. Of course, she was more shocked by Lin Ling's madness because even she couldn't kill Lei Tianlan, but Lin Ling succeeded. This counterattack was a miracle. Smack. At the same time, a figure landed on the spacetime divine steel. His long red hair danced wildly, and his body was covered in scales. It was Lin Ling. At this moment, he was the center of attention. At this moment, his name was known in Qingzhou. At this moment, he let people know what a real martial artist was. How dare you kill me? Qingzhou will be stained with blood. After a brief moment of silence, the thunder sound mother roared, you killed my granddaughter. She still didn't seem to accept the reality, because a junior like Lin Ling was not qualified to be arrogant in front of her. However, Lin Ling was so arrogant that he even killed Lei Tianlan in front of her. Lin Ling, I can only help you to this point. The rest depends on your luck. Goodbye. At the same time, the 9-lantern fish in the sky began to dissipate, which made many people come to their senses, because without the 9-lantern fish, Lin Ling was in danger. Vice President Gong and the others also knew that the trouble was not over, and that the real disaster was coming. Although Lei Tianlan was dead, Lin Ling couldn't escape. Was this a mutual destruction? Everyone thought so and looked at the man on the steel. Thunderclap mother, I, Lin Ling, will avenge you for killing me in the past. However, even though the man on the steel was very weak, the flames in his eyes were still burning. Lin Ling was not afraid. He didn't even intend to let go of Thunderclap mother. And you, I, Lin Ling, don't have a big grudge against you, but today you set me up, so I must kill you. Lin Ling's firm voice floated out again. Marquis Sovereign Heaven, the people of the four commanderies had tried to harm him repeatedly. Since that was the case, he would not stop until he was dead. Great waves rose in everyone's hearts when they heard those arrogant words. Was Lin Ling going to return an eye for an eye for an eye for an eye for an eye? Not long ago, they would have thought that Lin Ling was talking nonsense, but now, Lei Tianlan was the best example. Lin Ling was a man of his words. Haha, good, good. I like fearless juniors like you the most. But do you think you can live through today? At this moment, the thunderclap mother also let out a roar, and countless thunderclap bamboos rushed out from the ground, sealing off the sky on Lin Ling's side. I'm so scared, but come and kill me. You're still so stubborn in the face of death. We'll watch you be obliterated with our own eyes. After being stunned for a while, the Marquis Sovereign Heaven's experts sneered. Lin Ling still wanted to kill them? Dream on. Lin Ling is really arrogant. What a pity, what a pity. Seeing Thunderclap Mother's crazy outstanding performance, people shook their heads regretfully. After today's events, they also completely admired Lin Ling, however, this was also a hero's lament. Go to hell. Lin Ling obviously couldn't block Thunderclap Mother's attack. The Imperial Edict had arrived. The Azure Emperor's Imperial Edict has arrived. However, at this moment, a majestic imperial aura surged forth. A mysterious person had appeared in the sky at an unknown time. He held a resplendent Imperial Edict in his hand, as if he was the ruler of the world. As soon as the Imperial Edict came out, a huge pressure suppressed the entire Four-Ring City and silenced it. No matter what kind of expert they were, their hearts were trembling at this moment. Emperor Qing, according to legend, he was one of the first 9 people to be born in the chaos of the universe. Like the other god emperors of the 9 states, he had an endless lifespan and was the first emperor of the myriad worlds. All the emperors of the myriad worlds were his subjects, his divine might, his holiness. There was no one in the world who didn't kneel before him. Plop, instantly, everyone in the Fourth Ring City knelt down. An imperial edict? However, many experts were also surprised. They did not expect that the incident in the Fourth Ring City would alarm the Great Azure Divine Dynasty. Of course, they could guess what would happen next, because Lin Ling had made such a big fuss and attracted so many cultivators. The Great Azure Divine Dynasty would definitely want to kill him. Otherwise, what dignity would the Divine Dynasty have? Therefore, the Imperial Edict was definitely to kill Lin Ling. Thundersound Mother's face was full of cold laughter. Now, even God could not save Lin Ling. The faces of Vice Principal Gong and the others were incomparably pale. With the arrival of the Imperial Edict, Lin Ling was beyond redemption. Countless gazes immediately raised their heads and looked at the mysterious person expectantly. The mysterious person looked at the ground indifferently and finally spat out a sentence. Lin Ling of the Resplendent Academy is innocent. When this sentence floated out, the entire Four-Ring City exploded. Right now, Sihuan City was completely destroyed because of Lin Ling, but Lin Ling was innocent. Even Lin Ling's eyes flickered, unable to guess the meaning of this Imperial Edict. My lord, Lin Ling has offended his superiors and slandered the rules of the Divine Dynasty. How can he be innocent? Are you seeing things? The one who found it the hardest to accept was undoubtedly the Thundersound Mother. She raised her head and roared. How dare you? In the sky, the mysterious man in the divine robe shouted coldly, and the imperial decree in his hand pressed down. Puff, the terrifying imperial aura enveloped Thunderclap Mother, causing her to spit out a mouthful of blood. Her face was extremely pale. The Imperial Edict was the dignity of the Great Azure Divine Dynasty, the light of 10,000 emperors. Thundersound Mother actually dared to question the Imperial Edict. She was simply courting death. If it wasn't for the fact that she was old and had meritorious service, she would have been crushed into pieces. My lord, please repeat the Imperial Edict again. Old Mother Lane didn't dare to act rashly and said respectfully. She was afraid that the mysterious man had seen wrongly, so she wanted to hear him admit it himself. That's impossible. Lin Ling is just a junior without any background, and Mother Lane is a favorite of the God Empress. How could the Great Azure Deity Dynasty help Lin Ling? There must be something wrong. The Marquis of Sovereign Heaven also did not believe the result in front of him. In fact, the others were the same. They were all staring at the sky. The mysterious man was still expressionless. At this moment, he held the Imperial Edict with both hands and said again, by the order of the Azure Emperor, Lin Ling is not guilty. Moreover, Lin Ling is not afraid of power. For the sake of martial arts, he defeated the strong as the weak. Therefore, the Great Azure Divine Dynasty has decided to reward him with the position of Grand Marshal, unifying the 6 military camps, and his military rank is only below the Grand Secretary. Not only was he not killed, but he was also rewarded. At this moment, the entire Fourth Ring City was silent. Thundersound Mother's gaze was trembling. She spat out a mouthful of blood as if she had been slapped 3,000 times. Her granddaughter was killed by Lin Ling, and Lin Ling caused a huge commotion in the Fourth Ring City. In the end, not only was he not guilty, but he was also rewarded. So, her granddaughter died in vain. She was unwilling, he was extremely unwilling to accept this. How could this be? The Marquis of Sovereign Heaven also kept shaking his head. He felt that all of this was a dream. They even thought that this was fake. The Emperor of Tating Commandery even slapped himself hard to see if this was a dream. Slap, unfortunately, it hurt. This was not a dream. Could it be that Lin Ling knows someone in the Great Azure Divine Dynasty? Some of the ancient strong people secretly guessed. Meng Lu, what is the background of this Lin Ling? Xian Linglong was also surprised and couldn't help but ask. However, Meng Lu frowned and shook his head. He didn't know either. Among all the people, only one person revealed a sneer on the corner of his mouth, and it was Sakura. He knew that the grandmother had made her move, only that grandmother of his had such power. Did you hear it clearly? At this moment, the mysterious man asked indifferently. However, the whole place was silent. Thundersound Mother, did you receive the imperial edict? The mysterious man's voice became deeper and deeper as he stared at Thundersound Mother. He knew that Thundersound Mother wanted to kill Lin Ling, but he also reminded her not to disobey the imperial edict. Thundersound Mother raised her head. Her face was full of unwillingness. She obviously didn't want to agree, because if she did, not only would she be too ashamed to face others, but it would also be a great humiliation to the Thundersound Manor. Did you receive it? However, the mysterious man was domineering. Yes, old servant. Sensing the majestic gaze of the mysterious man, Thundersound Mother had no choice but to lower her head. Lin Ling is not guilty. He's completely fine. Seeing Thundersound Mother lowering her head in humiliation, the crowd was in an uproar. This result was obviously beyond everyone's imagination. Haha, good, good. Vice Principal Gong and the rest finally relaxed. They immediately looked at Lin Ling and realized that Lin Ling had already fallen into a coma. However, he was still standing proudly on the ground. What a tough guy. Lord Eighth sighed. He didn't expect that the younger generation, who was slightly valued in the past, would attract the attention of the great Qing divine dynasty. This was really the case of the new generation surpassing the old. Second brother. Under countless gazes, Sakura took the lead and flew towards Lin Ling. Then, he carried Lin Ling and left. Although there was an imperial edict, there were many men of sacrifice in Qingzhou. As long as they received their master's order, they would dare to disobey the imperial edict. Therefore, for safety's sake, it was better to leave. Looking at Sakura leaving with Lin Ling on his back, for Ring City was silent. Lin Ling. Thundersound Mother's eyes were as red as blood, and her body was trembling non-stop. She had to kill Lin Ling. Today, Lin Ling had escaped. She didn't believe that Lin Ling could hide forever. The same thought appeared in the minds of the Marquis of Sovereign Justice and the rest. Lin Ling had obviously become a big problem. After Lin Ling completely disappeared, the people sighed in their hearts. They felt that they hadn't had enough. Today was really too exciting. Lin Ling had brought them too many surprises. Meng Lu, your vision is really good. Today is simply Lin Ling's stage. Xian Linglong said meaningfully. Previously, she had also helped Lin Ling. Looking at it now, it seemed to be the best choice she had made in her life. It seems that if I want to surpass him, I have to work harder. Meng Lu didn't answer Xian Linglong. Instead, he secretly clenched his fist. Brothers gather. A day later, the battle in Qing province's Four-Ring City spread throughout the entire Qing province. Countless people were shocked. Who is this Lin Ling? So crazy. Yes. He's the most monstrous genius in the history of the Resplendent Academy. Not long ago, he was the strongest second generation. Yes. I really envy him. However, I heard that the battle that day was extremely intense. It was soul-stirring and showed off the might of our generation. Yes. In the three academies, the geniuses were all talking about this matter. At the crucial moment, their blood was boiling. Because Lin Ling was the true genius that they wanted to catch up to. Unknowingly, a month had passed quietly. Only then did the commotion in Qing province subside. In the room, Lin Ling sat cross-legged. In the past month, he had been recovering and recuperating, although the battle that day did not cause him any serious injuries. After using the heart of the flame god, his consciousness was almost devoured. Fortunately, he was determined to kill Lei Tianlan and his will was firm. That was how he avoided the backlash of the evil flame change. Although the evil flame was strong, the side effects were extremely obvious. I used the flame wheel and the spacetime divine steel. That power could kill a 6th level true god. Lin Ling thought to himself. However, he knew that it could only kill an ordinary 6th level true god. Moreover, that battle also showed Lin Ling the strength of the great Qing divine dynasty. There were countless experts. Right now, Thunderclap Mother and the others must hate me to the core. I have to become stronger. While recovering, Lin Ling was also slowly increasing his cultivation realm. However, after the battle in the meeting of heroes, Lin Ling's foundation was extremely solid. In addition to the treasures that Vice Principal Gong and the others gave him, he naturally broke through after a month. 2nd level true god, the world river in his dantian was even larger. When it surged, it could drown 10,000 worlds. However, there were no changes in his second dantian. It was still in the 1st level true god realm. After that, Lin Ling slowed down his cultivation speed. Moreover, he recalled the events at the Four-Ring City, especially the 9 Lanterns fish Lu Chen. He couldn't help but smile. Sure enough, doing good deeds occasionally would bring good luck. By helping White Fox, her husband was returning the favor. After that, Lin Ling left the room. Second brother, you're awake. You've been cultivating for 2 whole months. Noticing that Lin Ling had come out, Sakura immediately laughed. Milord. Master. Boss. The others couldn't help but feel happy. They already knew what happened in the 4th Ring City. At this moment, they worshipped Lin Ling to the extreme. Big brother, you're really amazing. Now, the whole street is talking about you. Your unchanging principle has become the motto of many geniuses. Little Flame rubbed his bald head as he looked excitedly at Lin Ling. This caused Lin Ling to laugh involuntarily. He rubbed Little Flame's bald head as he recalled the days when he had fought alongside Little Flame. This caused him to sigh a little. The battle in the past seemed distant, but it was as if it had happened just yesterday. Countless battles and countless moments of life and death made Lin Ling stronger and stronger. Moreover, Lin Ling couldn't help but feel emotional about what happened at the Ensemble of Heroes. That battle could be called a battle of life and death. If the imperial decree ordered him to die, there was absolutely nothing he could do. Without the 9 Lanterns fish Senior Lu Chen, it would be even more difficult for him to escape from Leiyin Mother. All of this seemed to be luck, but it seemed to be predestined. However, Lin Ling didn't regret killing Lei Tianlan, because if Lei Tianlan knew that Lin Ling had returned alive, she would definitely attack Lin Ling. At that time, Lin Ling would be in a passive position and could only run for his life to resist Lei Tianlan's attack. Therefore, the best choice was to strike first and gain the upper hand. Big brother, was it her who helped me that day? Then, Lin Ling looked at Sakura. During this period of recovery, he had been constantly guessing. In the end, there was only one conclusion, and that was Grandma Wendao. Sakura nodded with a smile. Lin Ling couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Grandma Wen's origin was so mysterious, but why was this old lady hiding in the rainforest Holy Land? It seemed that Grandma Wendao had a story that Lin Ling didn't know. Then, Lin Ling didn't ask any more questions. Some things would come sooner or later. Knowing more now might not be useful. Little Flame, 3rd level World King Realm. Lin Ling looked at Little Flame and said. His gaze swept around and found that Martial God Yungu, Sword Immortal Firmament and the others had all reached the 2nd level World King Realm. As for Lai Qing, Yang Gan and the others, they were all at the 4th level World King Realm. Moreover, Lin Ling also saw an acquaintance. It was the 9 spirits of heaven who had been cultivating together under the 7 emperors' heaven. 9 spirits of heaven, you also came to the martial god world? Lin Ling was shocked. More and more people from the rainforest Holy Land were coming to the martial god world. Moreover, they were all brothers who had fought side by side with him. Haha, Lin Ling, you've finally seen me. I thought you were ignoring me and was about to silently cry. The 9 spirits of heaven walked out with her halberd on her back, all smiles. You're looking for a beating. Lin Ling scolded Xianxia Hun and punched him in the chest. Xianxia Hun was stunned for a moment before he laughed even louder. With Lin Ling's current status and strength, he didn't need to care about her at all. But Lin Ling didn't. He was still the same as before, and this was Lin Ling's principle. No matter how strong he became or how high his status was, he, Lin Ling, was still Lin Ling. Yes, I, Lin Ling, have more and more brothers arriving at the Blue Province. This proves that our rainforest holy land isn't weak. In the future, I want even more people to come to the Blue Province. Lin Ling confidently said, a bold idea rising in his mind. His words caused everyone to laugh in excitement. You are the pride of the rainforest holy land, and also rare geniuses. Lin Ling knew that wanting to comprehend a world essence seed in the rainforest holy land was extremely difficult. It was harder than ascending to the heavens, but the 9 spirits of heaven had succeeded. This was a precedent that had been set. The real genius of the rainforest holy land is you, Lin Ling. We followed your footsteps here. Hearing this, the 9 spirits of heaven solemnly shook their heads and said word by word. If it wasn't for Lin Ling leaving behind a large number of cultivation methods and cultivation resources after returning to the rainforest holy land, the 9 spirits of heaven wouldn't have been able to comprehend a world essence seed in their lifetime. Lin Ling had paved the path, and they could only follow it. Yes, you will always be our boss. Little Flame also nodded. Lin Ling blocked all the wind and rain so that they could cultivate in peace. Without Lin Ling, they wouldn't be here today. Hearing this, Lin Ling smiled and shook his head. He casually asked, have you all entered the Resplendent Academy? Yes, and we are doing well in the Resplendent Academy. Speaking of this, Sword Immortal Song Tian couldn't help but proudly say. Lin Ling's eyes narrowed as he was somewhat puzzled. Then, Sword Immortal Song Tian said with admiration, because of Master's name, we can do whatever we want in the Resplendent Academy. Return to the Martial God Battalion. Why do I feel like I've left a bad name in the Resplendent Academy? Lin Ling was taken aback. He rubbed his nose and said. Hearing this, everyone looked at each other and couldn't help but laugh. The impression that Lin Ling gave to Resplendent Academy was indeed a bad name. He had even become an existence that could not be provoked. Lei Tianlan was an example. She dared to provoke Lin Ling and barge into the 4th Ring City. She didn't show any respect to anyone. Sometimes, although the word villain was unpleasant to hear, it was undeniable that it was a huge protective umbrella. Alright, so be it. I'm used to it anyway. Lin Ling was still rubbing his nose. He didn't care what others said. Everyone chatted as they walked out of the market square. Soon after, Lin Ling was surprised to discover that his rainforest market square was filled with customers. When the rogue cultivators saw Lin Ling, they all bowed respectfully. It was clear that in 2nd Ring City, Lin Ling was like half the sky. No one dared to provoke him. But shopkeeper Lin, TSK, I've long heard of your great name. Now that I've met you today, you're indeed extraordinary. That's for sure. Shopkeeper Lin is young, but his name has already spread throughout the Azure Province. He's the #1 genius of the Resplendent Academy. Does Shopkeeper Lin have a wife? Although martial artists don't look old because they cultivate, starting a family and establishing a career is still a path that martial artists must take. Shopkeeper Liu, you want to introduce your daughter again, right? Get lost, your daughter is not good enough for Shopkeeper Lin. As more and more people arrived, the owner of the nearby market also arrived and spoke politely. The owners of these markets also had great backgrounds. Furthermore, they were all shrewd people. Naturally, they knew how to build good relationships. Looking at the lively scene, Lin Ling was stunned. However, Yu Yu and Xianxia immediately showed a dark expression. They were obviously jealous. Seeing this, the shopkeepers who wanted to introduce their daughters were all scared out of their wits. After a few chuckles, they fled. They didn't expect that Lin Ling had already married, and his wife was extremely beautiful. Their daughter couldn't compare at all. Haha, second brother, I didn't expect you to be so henpecked. Among everyone, only Sakura dared to tease Lin Ling. This made Lin Ling bitterly smile and said, Big brother, don't add oil to the fire. Otherwise, I'm afraid they won't let me enter the room tonight. Haha. When they heard Lin Ling's words, the others couldn't help but laugh heartily. This kind of Lin Ling was the most real, just like the big brother next door. Everyone chatted and laughed wittily as they left the rainforest market. After arriving outside, Lin Ling's eyes constantly flickered. Now that he had become the Grand Marshal, it was time for him to return to the Martial God's barracks to take a look. After all, Chi Yuhu had been running around for him. When something happened to him, Chi Yuhu came without asking for the reason. Lin Ling had no choice but to return this favor. Chi Yuhu had long wanted Lin Ling to take over the Martial God's barracks. Since he was free today, he might as well complete this matter. He told everyone his thoughts, then led them out of the Qing province and towards the Martial God's barracks. The Martial God's barracks was far away from here, but everyone's strength wasn't weak. Therefore, after half a day, a huge barracks appeared in front of them. Lin Ling stood on top of a mountain and looked at the army camp that was filled with high morale. He couldn't help but smile. The Martial God's barracks was the first place where Lin Ling grew up in the Qing province. He had left many memories there. Today, he was returning home in glory. At that time, I almost killed you in this area. Queen Xianxia's voice drifted out when she sensed Lin Ling's thoughts. The first time she met Lin Ling was when she was a scout in the Martial God's barracks. Fortunately, you didn't kill me. Lin Ling replied with a smile, otherwise, no one would help you take revenge. Queen Xianxia fell silent when she heard this. She was extremely grateful. The revenge Lin Ling mentioned was naturally to kill the Sovereign Marquis. The Sovereign Marquis was Queen Xianxia's biggest enemy. However, it was difficult for Queen Xianxia to kill him, but Lin Ling could. However, the Sovereign Marquis wasn't simple. If he wasn't careful, Lin Ling's team might be wiped out. Therefore, Queen Xianxia didn't want Lin Ling to get involved in this matter. Stop. Who are you? Stop. When Lin Ling and the others approached the Martial God's barracks, an angry shout came from the front. It was the soldiers guarding outside the barracks. However, they were obviously new recruits. When they saw Lin Ling and the others, their eyes were filled with fear. That was because they couldn't see through Lin Ling and the others. How dare you? Do you know who he is? Falling Flowers Flowing Water shouted angrily and strode forward. The soldiers shuddered and took a step back. However, one of the young men gritted his teeth and didn't back off. I don't care who you are. This is a military base. Outsiders are not allowed to come close. After he finished speaking, a gun appeared in his hand. It was a gun filled with murderous intent. If you take another step forward, don't blame me for being merciless. The young man said word by word. Falling Flowers Flowing Water and the others were furious when they saw this. Is that guy rebelling? They wanted to step forward, but Lin Ling stopped them with a smile. Instead, he strode forward. Didn't you hear what I said? The young man's eyes widened. He almost stepped aside. Although the young man looked calm, it was like the calm before the storm. He had no doubt that he would be torn to pieces if the storm came. However, he still didn't back off. He held the gun and pointed it at Lin Ling. Of course, his arm was trembling. However, Lin Ling still walked forward. Martial God Spear. The young man attacked. It was the basic spear technique of the Martial God barracks. This was a first-grade boundary origin martial art. Naturally, this martial art was no threat to Lin Ling. The spear was like a dragon. However, Lin Ling's hand was even faster. Under the young man's unfathomable gaze, he instantly grabbed the spear. This caused the young man's eyes to narrow and his face to turn pale. He knew that this person was powerful, but he didn't expect him to be so powerful that he could grab his most powerful technique with a single hand. He's dead. He's dead. The other soldiers muttered to themselves. They could imagine the young man's fate. You attacked me with your spear? At this moment, Lin Ling looked indifferently at the young man. His gaze was like a torch, causing the young man to finally lower his head. He knew that he was in trouble. Ironically, no one came to his aid. However, just when the young man thought that he was doomed, Lin Ling smiled and said, "Your spear isn't bad. However, it would be even more perfect if the tip of the spear was a centimeter higher." These words undoubtedly struck the young man as if he'd been struck by lightning. Because the expert before him was actually giving him pointers. Moreover, when he thought about it carefully, he couldn't help but be pleasantly surprised. No wonder he'd always felt that his ultimate spear technique seemed to lack some charm. It turned out that it was a centimeter higher. A centimeter didn't seem like a big change, but in reality, when cultivators fought, it was often this centimeter difference that determined victory and defeat. How dare you, Yi Xiao? Do you know who he is? Right at this moment, a furious voice suddenly sounded. Then, the sound of orderly footsteps could be heard from the martial god barracks. The three great generals. Commander Huang Qi. The soldiers immediately cried out in alarm, because the person who appeared was actually the great commander. However, the commander didn't pay attention to them. Instead, he looked at Lin Ling and said, "Lin Ling, you are back." The person who came was Commander Huang Qi, Lin Ling's former superior. Commander Ling Hu and the others were all here. Apparently, they knew who Lin Ling was. However, the soldiers of the Martial God Battalion didn't know, because it was an order from the Great Qing dynasty. Ordinary soldiers didn't have the right to know. "Sir, who is Lin Ling?" Someone cried out in surprise and knelt down on one knee. "You should know that the Martial God Battalion is going to have a new commander." "He is the new commander," Commander Huang Qi blandly said. "What? Him? But he is so young." "Lin Ling. I remember now. He is the soldier who created the miracle of the Martial God Battalion." The expressions of the surrounding soldiers changed drastically. As for the soldiers guarding the gate, their faces were as pale as paper. Some of the more cowardly ones even knelt down. "We are finished. We are finished." They actually dared to stop the commander of the Martial God Battalion. The young man whose spear was held by Lin Ling was shaking. He looked at Lin Ling and couldn't believe it. "Is this the commander?" He was very clear that the others might be spared from death, but they would not be able to escape punishment. Then, he would definitely be sentenced to death. The military was strict. Whoever dared to offend the commander would be executed. "You are Yi Xiao?" When the young man's face turned pale, Lin Ling suddenly looked at him and asked. The young man nodded. "You remind me of someone. My disciple, Yi Xiao. However, he is not talented enough. He can't go to the martial god realm." Lin Ling sighed. Li Xiaoyao had many disciples, but Lin Ling only had two. One was Yi Xiao, and the other was Wan Er. However, they couldn't follow Lin Ling to the martial god realm. What a pity. Even so, Lin Ling still treated them as his own disciples. "Marshal Lin Ling, if you want to kill them, please do as you please. This matter has nothing to do with them. They didn't stop you." Yi Xiao gritted his teeth and raised his head, pleading for mercy for the soldiers behind him. "You'd rather die for them?" Lin Ling said with great interest. "This is my mistake. I am willing." Yi Xiao knew that he was going to die, so he nodded his head heavily. "You are a recruit now, right?" However, Lin Ling did not say that he would kill Yi Xiao. Yi Xiao was a little confused, but he still nodded his head, replying to Lord Marshal, "I just joined the Martial God camp this year." "Alright, from today onwards, you are the Grand Commander." Lin Ling gave him a look of appreciation before he strode into the Martial God's camp. Boom. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone's hearts rumbled, as if they couldn't believe their own ears. Yi Xiao went against his superiors and attacked Marshal Lin Ling, but not only did Marshal Lin Ling not kill him, he even made him a great commander. This was incomprehensible, especially Yi Xiao. He felt as if he was dreaming. The words "great commander" made him feel as if he had been struck by lightning. However, he still gritted his teeth and asked, "Lord Marshal, why?" As soon as he spoke, everyone looked at Lin Ling. They didn't understand why Lin Ling would do this. "Because, you don't know who I am, but you sensed that I was very strong. Even so, you still attacked me to protect the dignity of the martial god camp. That alone is enough." Lin Ling said with a pause between each word with his back to Yi Xiao. As soon as he finished speaking, tears flowed out of Yi Xiao's eyes. The reason he attacked before was because he wanted to protect the dignity of the martial god camp. If an army camp was allowed to be invaded by others, what kind of military prestige would it have? Therefore, he risked his life to walk out. However, Marshal Lin Ling understood his painstaking efforts. "Once you call me Lord, Lord forever." Thinking of this, Yi Xiao knelt on one knee and slammed his fist on the ground with a bang as he spoke in a soul-stirring manner. Hearing this, Lin Ling smiled slightly. With his back to Yi Xiu, he waved his hand and walked into the martial god camp. Sakura and the others shook their heads. Lin Ling's way of doing things was still different from the rest. However, this was Lin Ling. After they entered, the surrounding soldiers immediately looked at Yi Xiu enviously. After all, it was the first time in the history of the martial god camp that someone had become a commander after just entering. Therefore, they were very envious. They envied Yi Xiu's fearlessness and how he was valued by Marshal Lin Ling in the end. Of course, they were only envious. They weren't jealous because Yi Xiu had risked his life for this. Yi Xiu, you're quite lucky. If you had encountered an unprincipled marshal, you would already be dead. Cherish your current military position and serve Lord. Commander Huang Qi smiled at Yi Xiu and personally helped him up. Yi Xiu was overwhelmed by the favor and said, Lord, this is. However, Commander Huang Qi's next sentence made him speechless. From now on, we're on equal footing, so there's no need to call me Lord. Indeed, Yi Xiu had already become a commander and was on equal footing with Commander Huang Qi. After Lin Ling entered the martial god barracks, all the people in the barracks came out to welcome him and shouted in unison, Marshal. All the soldiers, commanders, and commanders looked at Lin Ling with admiration, especially some of the veterans. They all recognized Lin Ling. However, they never would have thought that after Lin Ling left that day, he would return today and become a marshal. In reality, they didn't know that Lin Ling wasn't just a marshal, he was also the grand marshal of the 6 barracks. It was just that this matter happened in the distant Qingzhou, so they didn't know. Lord Lin Ling, welcome back. At this moment, 3 generals appeared. The one in the lead was Huang Fuidao. During the scout mission in the past, Huang Fuidao had saved Lin Ling from the hands of Queen Qianji. At that time, he was extremely optimistic about Lin Ling, but who knew that what his intuition said would come true? Lin Ling had become the martial god camp's marshal. Thinking back to all of this, it felt like a dream. Li Pomo greets Lord. The other 2 generals also bowed. Their expressions were extremely solemn, and there was only respect in their eyes. Lin Ling looked at them with a smile. In reality, he had only come to the martial god camp to return a favor to Red Jade Tiger. He was very concerned about the position of marshal. Of course, he still had to have the necessary military power. So, Lin Ling smiled and nodded lightly, and said in a dignified manner, take me to the martial god camp. Yes, Lord. The 3 generals nodded, turned around, and strode forward. The eyes of all the soldiers flickered as they looked at Lin Ling's back. Especially some of the new soldiers. After they found out about everything Lin Ling had done, there was only admiration on their faces. The martial god camp was the highest authority in the martial god camp. Lin Ling sat at the head of the table, and the 3 generals and commanders sat down one after another. Where's Marshal Red Jade Tiger? Lin Ling was the first to speak. Summon the 6 barracks. Lord Red Jade Tiger has become a hands-off boss. Sigh. Hearing this, Lin Ling said somewhat helplessly. His words made all the soldiers in the barracks smile bitterly. The position of marshal was something everyone dreamed of. In the end, Marshal Lin Ling seemed to be very unwilling to do it. Alright, everyone, don't be restrained. In front of me, Lin Ling, there's no need for that. Sigh. Looking at the silent barracks, Lin Ling waved his hand and said. He disliked rules and regulations the most. It made people feel extremely uncomfortable. Sir, is this true? Sigh. Huang Fuidao blinked and asked. Do I look like I'm joking? Sigh. You should have said so earlier. I knew you weren't the kind of person who doesn't recognize people in the blink of an eye. But you're really amazing. You actually became a marshal. Sigh. What marshal? I heard that you've already become a grand marshal and can summon the 6 barracks. Sigh. Sure enough, a soldier who doesn't want to be a general isn't a good soldier. This guy didn't even want to be a general, but he became a grand marshal. Sigh. The 3 great generals chattered endlessly. They were the only ones in the barracks who dared to do so. However, as they spoke, they felt that the surroundings suddenly became quiet. They couldn't help but look at Lin Ling. They found that Lin Ling's face had darkened. Heavens, we actually ridiculed Lord Marshal in public. Sigh. But he said he didn't care. Sigh. The three great generals immediately trembled with fear. Men, drag them away and give them 100 beatings. Sigh. At this time, Lin Ling said majestically. His words made the three old men's beards puff up. Lin Ling, you tricked us. Sigh. You bully this old man. Sigh. The three of them felt extremely wronged. It was clearly Lin Ling who had said that she did not care. That was why they had spoken so boldly. Who would have thought that this little fox, Lin Ling, would settle the score at an opportune moment? Seeing their red eyes, Lin Ling's originally gloomy face finally revealed a smile. Haha, I was just teasing you. Could it be that only you three old men can make fun of me, Lin Ling, but I, Lin Ling, can't make fun of you? As soon as these words came out, the three generals were like deflated balloons. With a put-on sound, they sat down one after another. With a bitter expression, they said, Sir, it's not easy to joke about the military rod. Moreover, everything was going well, so why did you suddenly become so imposing? That would scare us to death. If they were beaten, they would definitely become the laughingstock of the martial god battalion tomorrow. Haha. Seeing this, Lin Ling couldn't help but laugh out loud. Sakura, falling flowers, flowing water, and the others were also the same. They were laughing so hard that they fell off their horses. In fact, although falling flowers, flowing water, and the others didn't dare to make fun of Lin Ling, they knew that Lin Ling was extremely amiable. Even if they made fun of him, he wouldn't care. The reason why they didn't dare to make fun of Lin Ling was that they revered him from the bottom of their hearts. Alright, all of you, get up. You're already so old, yet you're sitting on the ground in fear. If others see this, you'll be embarrassed to death. After Lin Ling smiled, he personally walked down and helped the three old men up. These three old men were all unyielding men. They were not afraid of enemies, nor were they afraid of any calamity. The only thing they were afraid of was military law, because they were soldiers. There's one more thing that I came back for this time, and that is to unify the 6 battalions. Moreover, I have a mission to send out. After Lin Ling helped the three generals up, his eyes were somewhat cold. What mission? Huang Fuidao immediately asked curiously. Confiscation. Lin Ling sneered coldly, confiscation of the homes of Taiding Commandery and Weiwa Commandery. In the past, in Sihuan City, the two emperors wanted to kill Lin Ling, but they failed in the end. Today, Lin Ling came to collect the debt. Interesting, interesting. The three generals all smiled excitedly. Naturally, they didn't dare to send out such an order, but Lin Ling was the Grand Marshal. He had the right to do so. But, how do we confiscate their homes? Although the 4 commanderies are allies, they also have a strong background. Idiot. Are you stupid? Just pin a crime on them. Anyway, Lin Ling, that cunning little fox, will definitely have a way. No, that's not right. It's Lord Lin Ling's divine foresight. What a divine foresight. I, Li Pomo, am the first to admit defeat. The three generals were still talking excitedly. Lin Ling couldn't help but roll his eyes. These old men really didn't know how to talk, however, they were also cunning old foxes. Pass down my order. One day later, the 6 barracks will gather in the prairie. Then, Lin Ling looked outside the barracks, and his calm voice floated out. However, that calm voice carried an unquestionable majesty. The three generals were stunned. In Lin Ling, they seemed to see the young Lord Red Jade Tiger, and he was even more powerful than Red Jade Tiger. This time, we will go to Spring Terrace to gather our old subordinates, and we will kill the King of Hell with 100 banners. That night, Lin Ling stayed in the Martial God Barracks. He didn't stay idle, and he made use of the time to cultivate. Currently, he had reached level 2 of the True God realm. His strength was so strong that ordinary level 4 true gods were no match for him. If he used the flame wheel and spacetime divine steel, he could even kill a level 6 true god. However, although these trump cards were strong, they could only be used once in a short period of time. Moreover, Lin Ling didn't want to rely too much on these trump cards because it wasn't beneficial to his growth. Although I'm very strong now, Green Province is vast, and I haven't reached the peak of the pyramid. Sooner or later, I will walk out of Green Province and catch up to Li Xiaoyao. Lin Ling muttered to himself. In fact, in this life, Lin Ling's cultivation speed was faster than Li Xiaoyao's, and the time he spent was also shorter. Moreover, in this life, Lin Ling's foundation was more solid. Among the triple cultivation of essence, qi, and spirit, his qi and spirit had reached a new level, but his essence didn't have much of a breakthrough. On the other hand, essence was the strength of his physical body, stepping into a new level. The chaos divine formula could be cultivated to the third level, and the third Dantian would be born. The night passed quietly, and Lin Ling felt that his cultivation had improved. Then, he went outside the barracks. Outside, everyone in the martial god barracks was already waiting there. They looked at the new marshal with excitement in their eyes. "Let's go to the prairie." Lin Ling smiled and took the lead. This prairie was the prairie where the scout mission used to be. It was vast, boundless, and ancient. Lin sat on top of a mountain peak, with only 3 generals by his side. The soldiers of the martial god barracks were gathered in the prairie. They were densely packed, and their auras were extremely majestic. There were scout barracks, spear barracks, archery barracks, and so on. If these soldiers appeared in the myriad of worlds, they could easily sweep through thousands of worlds. In the eyes of the warriors in the myriad of worlds, these were divine soldiers. This was the first time the 9 spirits of heaven had come to the martial god barracks. At this moment, they were extremely shocked. Divine soldiers and divine generals, this was the only way they could describe the martial god barracks. Moreover, they felt that many of the soldiers were stronger than them, and they were existences that could dominate. However, these terrifying existences were actually obeying Lin Ling's orders. Just thinking about it made them feel that it was unreal. "Marshal." He refused to accept it. "Ao." The other beasts roared as well. There was a 3-headed giant wolf, a mutated vine dragon, an ancient Qilin beast, and even a martial god giant. These divine beasts all knelt down and looked at the man on the mountain peak with reverence. "Master is so mighty." Seeing this, ancient martial god Yungu and the others were filled with excitement. It was as if they were witnessing the arrival of a king. "Get up." At this moment, on the mountain peak, Lin Ling calmly waved his hand. He was not affected by the aura of the vast army. He even sensed that within the army, mysterious auras were suspended in the sky and then drifted around Lin Ling. Lin Ling's eyes immediately lit up. He knew that this was a type of faith power. This was because the army used Lin Ling as their flag and believed in Lin Ling. They believed in the marshal and worshipped him. Thus, this mysterious power was born. Interesting. Lin Ling couldn't help but smile. He allowed the power of faith to flow into his body. With this, he could use it to temper his body, making it impervious to all evil. At the same time, Lin Ling took out a book to read. This was the historical record of the martial god barracks. It recorded all the major events that had happened in the martial god barracks. Beside it was the martial arts of the martial god barracks. Lin Ling also began to check them. There were all kinds of strange martial arts, many of which Li Xiaoyao had never seen before. Originally, Li Xiaoyao's martial arts foundation was very deep, and now it was even more accumulated. Army formation? Lin Ling also saw a large number of military strategies. Of course, what interested him the most was the military formations. Those military formations were broad and profound, seizing the essence of the universe, able to make the sun and moon lose their light. In reality, they were also a type of spirit formation. Lin Ling's interest was piqued, and he activated the myriad mammoth's demonic eyes. This brat is actually looking at military formations. Of course, as a marshal, he has to act like one. I'm guessing that Lord Red Jade Tiger is also secretly keeping an eye on this brat, so this brat will definitely not embarrass Lord Red Jade Tiger. However, I won't be able to comprehend the art of military formations in a short period of time. On the side, the 3 great generals snickered. Rumble. After an unknown amount of time, the army arrived in the distant sky. What was even more frightening was that in front of the army were a large number of headless generals. They wore armor and were like slaves pulling a war chariot as they majestically led the army over. Furthermore, a flag was also fluttering in the wind. 1000 Trick Battalion. This was also one of the 6 military camps. The eyes of the martial god battalion members flickered when they saw this. However, Lin Ling acted as if he had not heard anything and continued to read his book slowly. At this time, the scene of 100 birds paying homage to the phoenix appeared. In the sky, all kinds of divine birds flew proudly, and behind them were many female soldiers, 10,000 Phoenix Battalion. Next up was the 9 Stars Battalion, Heaven Tribute Battalion. After receiving the order, the 6 military camps all rushed over at this moment. The scene was extremely spectacular. If these 6 armies were to move out, it was likely that even powerhouses that surpassed True God realm would not be able to withstand their assault too. That surging aura directly caused the hearts of Little Flame and the rest to beat faster. When had they ever seen so many experts? Of course, not only them, even Falling Flowers and Flowing Water Sword's faces were incomparably pale. However, even though so many experts had arrived, the man on the mountain peak still did not move. He would not be moved even if the sky collapsed. Who gave the order? At this time, a roar broke the silence. It was the Marshal of the 9 Stars Battalion. Obviously, they did not know who had summoned them, but they sensed that it was a military order from the Great Azure Divine Dynasty. I'm afraid something big is about to happen for the 6 military camps to gather here. I'm curious as to who will be here today. The Marshal of the 10,000 Phoenix Battalion shouted. In fact, they were extremely unhappy. After all, they had only one day to rush here. Moreover, if they were late, they would be punished by the military order. Anyone would be in a bad mood. Rumble. The armies of the 6 military camps landed one after another, causing the prairie to become even more crowded. At a glance, they looked like statues. Various kinds of armor gathered together, giving birth to surging killing intent. However, everyone looked at the mountain peak. Although many people did not know what was going on, it was obvious that the person on the mountain peak was the person in charge today. Could it be that he gave the order? Who is he? The eyes of all the marshals flashed, and the anger in their hearts became stronger. What kind of expert would come here today? In the end, it was just a kid who was still wet behind the ears. One should know that the marshals of the various military camps were mostly very old, and they were also people of virtue and prestige. The young man on the mountain peak was no different from a child to them. Who are you? What punishment do you deserve for falsely reporting a military order? The Marshal of the 9 Stars Battalion was the first to shout angrily. This person was actually a 3-meter-tall giant. His skin was blue, and his long golden hair was like a lion's. As soon as he finished speaking, the other marshals sneered. That was what they wanted to ask too. However, the man on the mountain peak was still reading, and he did not ask anything. He was as calm as Mount Tai, and he gave off a scholarly feeling. Answer me. The Marshal of the 9 Stars Battalion was furious, and he shouted angrily again. Slap him. Finally, Lin Ling opened his mouth. What shocked everyone was that he was still reading, and he even took a sip of wine from the wine pot. He was so calm and composed that he seemed like a scholarly emperor. This made many people think of a line in a poem. Sitting alone in a pond is like a tiger, resting under the shade of a tree to recuperate. When spring comes, if I don't speak first, which insect dares to make a sound? Domineering. How dare you? The eyes of the Marshal of the 9 Stars Battalion narrowed. This kid was really arrogant. Swoosh. Swoosh. However, 3 figures flew down from the mountain peak. They were Huangfu Yidao and the others, and they landed in front of the Marshal of the 9 Stars Battalion. Without saying anything, they directly slapped the Marshal's face. At this moment, the whole army was in an uproar. One should know that the Marshal of the 9 Stars Battalion was in charge of several 100 million experts, and he was the king of the 9 Stars Battalion. Not to mention slapping his face, even looking at him was a crime of offending one's superior. But now, such a terrifying expert was slapped in the face, and he was slapped in front of the army. How could the Marshal face others? Huangfu Yidao, Li Pomo, you're courting death. As expected, the Marshal of the 9 Stars Battalion roared angrily. Slap him again. However, before the 3 marshals could say anything, a calm voice rang out from the mountain peak. It was Lin Ling's voice. Slap. Slap, slap. Slap. The marshal was stunned. The other marshals and their camps seemed to have been beaten into a daze. There were 2 reasons why the young man was so arrogant. Firstly, he was a madman, and secondly, he had a powerful background. If it was any other time, the soldiers would definitely think that the young man was a madman, but now that the 6 battalions were gathered together, their auras were so powerful that even a madman would be scared silly. Therefore, the marshals believed that the young man wasn't simple. Moreover, the 3 marshals were all arrogant people, but they still listened to the young man's words. This proved everything. Fine, fine, fine. I, crazy 9 stars, won't act out for the time being for the sake of the army. However, if you don't give me an explanation, don't blame me for massacring the Martial God Battalion. The Marshal of the 9 Stars Battalion also thought of this, so he temporarily restrained himself. That's right. You asked all the battalions to come here at night, and if you don't give us an explanation, don't blame us for being impolite. Questioning the authority of the generals. Explanation? No. However, the 3 great generals immediately replied and spread their hands, telling them that they could beat them up if they wanted to. There was no explanation. Such an imposing manner could be said to be extremely arrogant. Huang Fuidao, you. All the marshals were stunned, and their murderous auras completely erupted. He is the Grand Marshal. However, their anger was instantly quelled by Huang Fuidao's words as though they had been splashed with cold water. All the marshals widened their eyes in disbelief. All of you should have received the news that there is a new Grand Marshal in the 6 barracks. He is under the Grand Secretary, but he can command the 6 barracks. Huang Fuidao took a step forward and spoke again. We have indeed heard of this rumor, but is he the mysterious Grand Marshal? He seems to be very young. I don't believe it. Who is he? Dissatisfied voices rang out from the various military camps. This was because all of this was too sudden for them. As for the marshals and the others, they were also frowning. Huang Fuidao's gaze swept across the army and finally landed on the faces of the marshals. He then said indifferently, he is Lin Ling. As soon as he said this, a murderous aura suddenly rose in the prairie, especially the marshals, their eyes trembled violently. Others might not know who Lin Ling was, but with their seniority, how could they not know? In Four Ring City, Lin Ling had caused a huge battle and killed the granddaughter of the Thunder Echo Manor's mansion master. This matter had already shaken Qingzhou. He is Lin Ling. The marshals were all mumbling to themselves. The army behind them also had their own thoughts. Some of them had heard of Lin Ling's name, but the soldiers who had never been to Qingzhou were still confused. However, they could tell that their marshals were all very nervous. Now, tell me, do you all deserve to be slapped in the face? Huang Fuidao took another step forward and said indifferently. All the marshals were silent. If Lin Ling was the Grand Marshal, they were indeed not qualified to speak. Sir gave you a day to come, but you came in the afternoon and made the marshal wait for you for half a day. He has already read 3,700 sets of books. Tell me, do you all deserve to be slapped in the face? Huang Fuidao said again. All the marshals' expressions quietly changed and revealed a hint of reverence. As soldiers, as long as they were in the barracks, it was their duty to obey military orders. After your arrival, you all deserve to be slapped in the face? Huang Fuidao's third sentence, do you all deserve to be slapped in the face? Huang Fuidao was the 3rd marshal, his aura was as though it represented the 6 barracks, the marshals gritted their teeth. Huang Fuidao's words had broken their hearts. Great marshals. Finally, the marshals, the marshal, the marshals, the Grand Marshal, Edons, to the marshal. All the soldiers behind them knelt down. Their terrifying aura soared into the sky. Lin Ling, I have a brother in the Heavenly Saint Institute. He once told me this name. It is said that he is the most monstrous genius in the history of the Resplendent Institute. I've also heard that his cultivation speed is the fastest. In the drill ground, he even won first place in the Pride tournament. I also heard that he killed an expert in the 4th Ring City. TSK, the 4th Ring City is a place that we will never have the chance to go to in our lifetime. The kneeling soldiers secretly transmitted their voices and discussed spiritedly. They never expected that Lin Ling would become the Grand Marshal of the 6 barracks at such a young age. Comparisons were odious. Get up. At this moment, Lin Ling's indifferent voice floated out from his mouth. Hearing this, all the soldiers stood up and looked at the mountain peak. They were shocked again. On the magnificent mountain peak, the man was still holding the book with one hand and reading it slowly. From time to time, he would stuff a mouthful of wine into his mouth. If he sobered up, he would be in charge of the world. This aura, this indifference, no doubt, shook the hearts of the soldiers, they thought that Lin Ling was still wet behind the ears. But looking at it now, Lin Ling did indeed have the aura of a grand marshal. I have only one order for you to come here. Search the homes of Tating Commandery and Solitude Commandery. The 6 barracks will move out together. Lin Ling was still reading his book. His voice carried a hint of laziness as he spoke. He had stated his purpose. What? Hearing this, the faces of the marshals changed. Tating Commandery and Solitude Commandery were one of the 4 great commanderies. They were also allies of the Great Green Holy Dynasty. Although they were not as powerful as the Great Green Holy Dynasty, they had been in the good books of the Great Green Holy Dynasty for many years. Furthermore, they had sent a large amount of salary to the Great Green Holy Dynasty every year. Hence, they were not to be underestimated. Now, they were going to search their homes. This was no small matter. Do you have the order of the Great Green Holy Dynasty? At this moment, an unwilling voice floated out. The one who spoke was the new marshal of the Sky Tribute Battalion. This marshal was also the youngest among all of them. He looked to be about 40 years old. The previous marshal of the Sky Tribute Battalion was Yu Qing. Unfortunately, he was killed by Lin Ling. This caused the entire Sky Tribute Battalion to be unconvinced by Lin Ling. If he asked them to kneel, they would grit their teeth and accept. However, if Lin Ling wanted to order them around, they would be dreaming. My words are the words of the Great Green Holy Dynasty. Unfortunately, Lin Ling said lightly. There were no imperial edicts or military orders. It was just a verbal order. What if the Great Green Holy Dynasty pursues this matter? The Sky Tribute Battalion cannot bear the consequences. The marshal of the Sky Tribute Battalion sneered. Do I need you to bear the consequences? To put it bluntly, you are not qualified. Even if the sky falls, I, Lin Ling, will hold it up. You just have to do as you are told. Lin Ling said disdainfully. He was still reading his book. That expression and those words were undoubtedly filled with disdain. It was as if he was saying, you are just a small soldier. Just do as you are told. If something big happens, the Great Green Holy Dynasty won't have time for a small soldier like you. You. The marshal of the Sky Tribute Battalion was infuriated. I refuse to accept this. I will definitely not go. After saying that, he hurriedly looked at an elder beside him. Senior Qianji, say something. Among the 6 battalions, Senior Qianji was the oldest. It was said that when the Great Green Holy Dynasty was first formed, he was already a soldier of the Great Green Holy Dynasty. It took him millions of years to become a marshal. However, he was a person of virtue and prestige. Everyone in the 6 battalions gave him face, even the Grand Secretary gave him face. At this moment, the white-haired but energetic marshal of the Qianji Battalion remained silent. He did not agree to Lin Ling's request, but he did not reject it either. However, all the marshals knew that Senior Qianji's silence was a rejection. However, this was normal. How could a million-year-old monster listen to Lin Ling's orders? At this moment, all the marshals laughed coldly. Everyone refused to listen to Lin Ling. Let's see what face Lin Ling has left. Humph, you are just a true god. How dare you be so arrogant? Senior Qianji is an existence that has surpassed the true god realm. We accept that he is a marshal. Haha, if you are polite, you can call him marshal. If you are rude, you are just a passerby. The marshal of the Sky Tribute Battalion sneered. This time, there was an awkward silence. 30% Sword Heart. Heaven Tribute Camp Marshal, you seem to be a swordsman. Let's fight. If you win, your army can leave, and I, Lin Ling, will no longer order you around. How about it? Good. At this moment, Lin Ling finally put away the book in his hand and stood up with the wine jug in his hand. He knew that it was time to establish his military might. He also knew that far away, Lord Red Jade Tiger, Lord 8, and the others were all watching him, therefore, Lin Ling could not disappoint them. If you fight me, you're the Grand Marshal. The Heaven Tribute Camp Marshal's eyes flickered. Scared? Good. Lin Ling floated down the mountain and looked at the Heaven Tribute Camp Marshal with contempt. I'm a level 2 true god, and you're a level 5 true god. You don't even dare to spar? How can you call yourself a soldier? Good. Me. Good. The Heaven Tribute Camp Marshal could not refute. In fact, he knew that Lin Ling had killed Yu Qing, and Yu Qing's strength was unquestionable. Therefore, although his cultivation level was higher, he did not have the confidence to defeat Lin Ling. What a trash. How about this? I see that you're a swordsman. Let's compete in sword dao. Lin Ling said again. Just sword dao? Good. The Heaven Tribute Camp Marshal's eyes lit up. If they competed in sword dao, he was not afraid of Lin Ling. He asked again, good. But Marshal Lin Ling's words should count, right? If I win, our camps will not be under your command? Good. When have I, Lin Ling, not counted? Good. Lin Ling sneered. Of course, what if you lose? Good. Me. Good. The Heaven Tribute Camp Marshal found it hard to answer. This made Lin Ling's eyes full of sarcasm. Indecisive, neither up nor down. How did you become a marshal? How about this, if you lose, you can walk down from your marshal position yourself. Good. Ruthless. Good. The marshal of the Heaven Tribute Battalion cursed inwardly. He had just become a marshal, however, he glanced at Senior Qianji, who remained silent. He immediately knew that with Senior Qianji's support, he only needed to defeat Lin Ling. Lin Ling would not dare to go back on his words. Then let's fight. A green sword appeared in his hand. The sword was simple and unadorned, like a tranquil ancient lake, however, a sense of calmness pervaded the air. Since he was able to become a marshal, his strength was naturally unquestionable. Moreover, after he drew his sword, his aura changed as well. Looking up at the heavens, the clouds move in all directions. With a sword in hand, I asked the world who is the hero. He instantly struck out with his sword, causing the winds and clouds to change. It was as if a sword had pierced through the void. This sword actually contained 30% of the sword heart. His Omega Sword Dao was extremely formidable. After all, his talent was average and could not compare to Yu Qing. However, he was still able to become a marshal because of his powerful sword Dao. On the other hand, Lin Ling's sword heart was only at the second level 5. Therefore, this was the reason why he had competed in sword Dao earlier. Haha, if he loses, it will be a bit embarrassing. Not only will he lose his prestige in the 6 barracks, but he will also lose his prestige in the Martial God barracks. The other marshals sneered. At this moment, Lin Ling placed his hands behind his back and looked at the sword with bright eyes. The sword was very fast and had the speed of 4 realms. Unless he used the Qiankuan change, he would not be able to dodge the sword. Marshal, it will be too late if you don't draw your sword now. The Heaven Tribute Camp's marshal's voice accompanied the sword. However, Lin Ling still did not move. Many soldiers' eyes flickered. Could it be that Marshal Lin Ling was so weak? However, at this moment, Lin Ling's sword moved. He still had his hands behind his back, but the tyrannical Song sword floated up on its own. The sword pointed at the Heaven Tribute Camp's marshal's sword. Then, it split into 2, then into 4, and in an instant, there were 81 swords. These swords all shot toward the Heaven Tribute Camp's marshal's sword. Clank! A clear sound rang as a murderous aura filled the air, causing the armor of many soldiers to crack. However, the frightening thing was that Lin Ling's 81 swords actually stopped the Heaven Tribute Camp's marshal's sword. In terms of the power of the sword, Lin Ling's sword is not as powerful as Gu Feng's. However, he has used the Ashura sword formation to its limit. The power of the 81 swords is not wasted at all. This control is very frightening. The Thousand Chance Camp's marshal frowned as he seemed to have noticed something. The falling leaves rustle, the blood of a warrior is hot, the cold wind is like a blade, the sorrowful song cuts through the air. Riding a fast horse across the heavenly mountain, he draws his bow and sweeps the treasury. The Heaven Tribute Camp's marshal sneered and waved his sword as if he was dancing. The sky was filled with sword shadows that could break through 10 worlds. The dense sword shadows enveloped Lin Ling and rushed toward him. Lin Ling's 81 swords could only stop the Heaven Tribute Camp's marshal Gu Feng's sword. However, Gu Feng had scattered the swords, making it difficult for Lin Ling to stop them. After all, if one of the 81 swords was missing, he would not be able to stop Gu Feng's sword. However, a frightening thing happened. No matter which angle Gu Feng's swords came from, they would be met by the 81 swords. The Shura swords protected Lin Ling completely as if they were alive. How is this possible? Seeing this, the marshals all cried out in surprise. What terrifying control! In order to be so impenetrable, Marshal Lin Ling would have to focus all of his attention on controlling the swords. They immediately looked at Lin Ling. They immediately realized that Lin Ling was still standing there. Not only was he not focused, he was reading a book like a scholar about to become the top scholar. This caused a stir in the army. How calm and indifferent, how calm and composed. Elder Qian, why is this happening? Even though the marshals were at a higher cultivation level than Lin Ling, they could not understand what was happening. In fact, even Senior Qian Ji was frowning. He could not understand what was happening either. However, he did not dare to confirm his guess. At this moment, Gu Feng's swords were continuously attacking Lin Ling with 30% of his sword heart. However, it was to no avail. Lin Ling was like an iron bucket that he could not bite. Most importantly, Lin Ling had blocked his attack with ease, which infuriated him greatly. Gradually, his aura also dimmed. Marshal Lin Ling, it seems that you can only defend like a turtle. Gu Feng said mockingly. It's over. Lin Ling raised his head and looked at Gu Feng calmly. I admit that your swords are strange. However, if you only know how to defend, you won't be convincing. Gu Feng replied with a cold smile. I'm sorry. I thought that you were very powerful. In the end, I didn't even use 50% of my strength, and you can't do anything about it. I'm very disappointed. Lin Ling shook his head and said helplessly, since you said that I only know how to defend, I'll show you what the way of the sword is. Lin Ling closed the book and waved his sleeve, swoosh. Swoosh, 81 swords were shot at Gu Feng. However, Gu Feng sneered, what's the use? Previously, the 81 swords were only able to block his attacks. Therefore, Lin Ling's swords could not hurt him. However, just as he finished speaking, something strange happened. The 81 swords started to change. Azura Chi spread out and began to split. 82 swords, 83 swords, 90 swords, 99 swords. Gradually, it reached 108 swords. Azura sword formation third stage. 100 flowers, clang, a deafening sound rang out as the 108 swords shot out crazily. The sword in Gu Feng's hand flew out and stabbed into the ground, swaying continuously. Defeat. He couldn't block a single blow from Lin Ling. This caused the prairie to become silent. After all, Marshal Lin Ling had given up on his strongest technique and used the sword Dao to fight against the Heaven Tribute Camp's marshal. The latter had a sword heart and was at the 5th level of the true god realm. How could he lose? This was too strange. What kind of power did Marshal Lin Ling control? If I become a marshal in the future, I will repay the blooming of the peach blossoms. When autumn comes, on the 8th of September, I will kill all the flowers that bloom. At this moment, Lin Ling had already turned around and flew back to the mountain peak, leaving behind a sentence. His words were bold and domineering. Who else but him? Hearing those words, the army couldn't find any words to refute. Marshal Lin Ling, why? At this moment, Gu Feng raised his head and looked at Lin Ling's back with bloodshot eyes. He was unwilling to accept this. He didn't know why he lost. Sword array is soldier array. Lin Ling didn't even look at him as he replied indifferently. This caused Gu Feng's body to tremble. Could it be that the previous sword wasn't just a sword array, but a soldier array? Soldier arrays could defend themselves. Could it be that this was the reason why Lin Ling could read while defending against his sword? This also meant that when he attacked with his sword, he had already entered Lin Ling's array formation. He learned all the art of war that he read before. The people who were the most surprised were none other than Huangfu Dao and the others. This was because Lin Ling had been reading all this while, and they thought that Lin Ling was just putting on an act. Who would have known that Lin Ling was really studying the art of war and comprehending the weapon formations? Most importantly, in such a short time, he actually upgraded the Ashura sword array into a soldier array. No wonder Lin Ling could block a sword heart with only 81 swords. It was because of the soldier array. What a terrifying comprehension ability. Monster. Huangfu Dao's mouth trembled as he spoke. Gu Feng seemed to have reacted. He finally knew why the Great Azure Divine Dynasty valued geniuses. Geniuses were not only the representatives of fighting above their level, but they were also the representatives of miracles. He remained silent and walked towards his sword step by step. After he pulled it out, he looked at it with reluctance. "Old friend, I'm sorry." Clang, his simple and unadorned sword had actually been cut in half by him. After he finished speaking, he strode away and said in a slightly desolate tone, "From now on, I will no longer practice the sword." Everyone looked at the broken sword on the ground, then looked at the dejected Marshal Gufeng. All of them fell silent. "Wait." However, a dignified voice rang out from the peak, causing Gufeng to stop. He said unwillingly, "Lord Linling, I have already taken the position of Marshal and broken my sword. I have already fulfilled my promise. Did I allow you to leave?" Linling stood on the peak and looked coldly at Gufeng. "As a soldier, you questioned your superior. How should you be punished? Now that you've lost, you're just fulfilling your promise. Are you trying to wash your hands of the crime of offending your superior?" Gufeng couldn't refute. Linling's words made sense. "Kill me or torture me, it's up to you." Gufeng threw caution to the wind. Many people in the Sky Tribute camp were shocked. They all knelt down and begged for mercy for Marshal Gufeng. Although this middle-aged man wasn't as good as Yu Qing, he treated his soldiers like his children. That was how he became a marshal. "Why? Are you forcing me to abdicate?" However, Linling didn't appreciate their kneeling. Instead, he said coldly, "All of you, stand up. Otherwise, you'll be punished according to military law. My lord, please spare Lord Gufeng. I'm willing to die for him." However, those soldiers still knelt down. They were extremely stubborn. "All right, then I'll kill all of you." However, Linling wasn't afraid of anyone. He spoke coldly and mercilessly. His words were domineering, causing all the soldiers' expressions to change drastically. Lord Linling was so cruel. "Stand up immediately." The soldiers in the Martial God Battalion shouted coldly. In the military camp, the military order was the most important. It was even more important than their own lives. Therefore, how could they disobey Linling's orders? Gufeng's eyes were moist as he looked at his soldiers. However, how could he let all of them die? He quickly shouted, "Everyone, get up. Otherwise, I won't acknowledge you for the rest of my life." "My lord." The soldiers all cried, but they still stood up unwillingly. Gufeng also cried quietly. Men didn't cry easily. However, he immediately looked at Linling and knelt down on one knee. "My lord, please grant me death." He was a soldier. Even if he died, he would die openly. He couldn't let others look down on him. Seeing this, the soldiers of the Sky Tribute Battalion became gloomy. As for the other marshals, their hearts trembled. Linling was cruel and merciless. This was a huge blow to them. They didn't dare to question Linling's authority. "Marshal of the Sky Tribute Battalion, you disobeyed your superiors and attempted to desert. Therefore, I, Linling, have decided to punish you with a great crime. A crime of a lifetime." Linling's voice drifted out. It was extremely cold, but it caused many people's hearts to tremble. It was as if they could already see Gufeng being beheaded in public. This was to make an example out of him so that the army would revere him. The crime of a lifetime is to serve the Sky Tribute Battalion forever. You'll be responsible for leading the Sky Tribute Battalion to a vaster sky. Therefore, Gufeng will become the Sky Tribute Battalion's marshal. However, when Linling's final words drifted out, the entire prairie fell silent. Everyone raised their heads and stared at Linling in disbelief. Previously, Gufeng had lost to Linling, so he was stripped of his martial position. But now, Linling had returned it to him. This was too shocking. "Gufeng, accept your punishment." Linling looked at Gufeng and said. Gufeng kneeled on the ground, his body trembling. He didn't seem to believe Linling's words, but he immediately nodded. This subordinate accepts his punishment. "Alright, if after 3 years, your Sky Tribute camp is still a pile of trash, then you can bring your head to me. So, you have to do your part well." Linling said again. "Yes, Your Excellency." Gufeng kowtowed to the mountain peak, but as he kowtowed, tears flowed out once more. On the Sky Tribute Battalion's side, everyone was ecstatic, but no one dared to laugh out loud. They were truly afraid of His Excellency Linling. Linling seemed dignified, but he wasn't as cruel as imagined. Your Excellency, why? At this moment, Gufeng stood up and bowed to Lin Ling. Do I have to tell you the reason why I do things for the Grand Marshal? Lin Ling glanced at Gufeng, causing the latter to rub the back of his head awkwardly and laugh out loud. He was grateful to Lin Ling from the bottom of his heart. Your Excellency, this time I, Gufeng, am willing to be the vanguard for the confiscation of the two commanderies. Gufeng requested. He was the first to oppose Lin Ling, but now he was the first to agree with Lin Ling. Clearly, he was completely convinced by Lin Ling. At this moment, the other marshals looked at Marshal Qianji. The old man smiled. Gufeng, you really know how to take advantage of others. How can the Sky Tribute Battalion take such military merit? This meant that the 1,000 Trick Battalion would also participate in the confiscation of the commanderies. Obviously, he was convinced of Lin Ling's strength by now. Go to Tating Commandery. At this moment, far away in the distance, two figures were floating in the clouds. They smiled as they watched the scene unfold. In the beginning, he gave people the impression that he was cruel and merciless, making people respect and fear him. But at the critical moment, he was lenient, like sending charcoal in snowy weather. This was using both soft and hard methods. Not only did he establish his prestige, he also won the hearts of the 6 tribes. The one who spoke was Red Jade Tiger. He was originally worried that Lin Ling wouldn't be able to suppress the army, but in the end, he saw that not only was Lin Ling doing well, but Lin Ling had even surpassed his expectations. Hee, that brat is much more powerful than you. You should know that you, Chi Yuhu, are only powerful in the martial god barracks. In other barracks, you are nothing but a fart. Qianji even looks down on you from the bottom of his heart. Beside him was Lord 8th. At this moment, he said with a faint smile. His words made the Red Jade Tiger extremely depressed. On the other side of the prairie, the army looked at Lin Ling in awe. Lin Ling stood on a mountain peak, looking at the densely packed soldiers on the prairie. Behind him were the marshals of the 6 camps. They stood there quietly without moving. Lord Lin Ling, what did you see? Senior Qianji said with a smile. He was curious about Lin Ling, but at the same time, he was in awe of Lin Ling. That was because Lin Ling did not pretend to be majestic. He was a man of his words. Luckily, Lord Lin Ling was lenient in the end. However, Lin Ling threw the jug of wine over and didn't answer. Senior Qianji immediately opened the wine pot and took a sip. Good wine, he exclaimed. Then, he threw the wine jug to the other marshals, and the others scrambled to snatch it. To them, it was extremely rare to be able to obtain Milord's wine. Senior Qianji, you asked me what I saw at the top of the mountain. Now, I will ask you the same question. Tell me, what did you see? At this time, Lin Ling's voice floated in the air, causing the 1,000 Chance Battalion Marshal to be surprised. He then looked at the densely packed soldiers on the prairie. There, armors were like clouds, divine beasts roared, and iron hooves tore through the sky. A magnificent army with thousands of men. The 1,000 Trick Battalion Marshal said solemnly. Hearing this, Lin Ling turned around and looked at the marshals. Wrong. This is my, Lin Ling's, magnificent army. The moment he said this, all the marshals felt their hearts tremble. The prairie instantly fell silent. A moment later, an earth-shattering sound also rushed out in shock. They were all Lin Ling's soldiers. Second brother, you're so domineering. In the prairie, Sakura couldn't help but smile. Lin Ling had the demeanor of a king since he was young, and now, this demeanor was even more obvious. Amidst the thunderous cheers, Lin Ling waved his hand and said, "Let's go." Under his command, the neat and tidy army left the Great Plains in a grandiose manner. Seeing this, Lin Ling smiled faintly. Previously, he was cold and emotionless because he wanted to establish his military might. Fortunately, his brutal appearance was quite effective. My god-devil body has been tempered by the power of faith and has improved again. Lin Ling also left the Great Plains and thought to himself. His physical body had always been strong and had the power of 10,000 universes. Unfortunately, he had encountered too many geniuses and experts, so he couldn't use the advantage of his physical body. Therefore, this tempering was a rare opportunity. Tating Commandery, one of the 4 commanderies, had the same history as the Great Qing dynasty. In Lin Ling's hometown, this commandery was known as the Godly Country. in fact, it was indeed so. The warriors of Tating Commandery were godlike existences in the North Territory. However, at this moment, the godly country was facing a great calamity because they had provoked someone they couldn't afford to provoke. That person was also telling them that today, he had come to collect the debt. Of course, there were too many people in the 6 barracks, so they didn't reach Tating Commandery in a short time. On the contrary, Lin Ling brought falling flowers, flowing water, and the others and arrived first. They had fewer people and traveled light, so naturally, they arrived faster. However, when they arrived, Lin Ling was surprised to find that Tating Commandery wasn't small. It was even bigger than the sacred rainforest. This vast commandery had 99 cities, which were filled with an ancient aura and countless experts. If a small commandery was already so big, it was hard to imagine how many crouching tigers and hidden dragons there were in the great Qing dynasty. 99 cities. I don't even know which city the emperor of this country is in. Falling flowers, flowing water, and the others walked along the main road. Lin Ling nodded. He had the speed of 4 realms and could pass through the 4 realms. However, Tating Commandery was even bigger. Even with this speed, he couldn't travel all over the place. Lin Ling also couldn't use his soul power to cover the entire commandery. Let's go in and take a look. After shaking his head, Lin Ling said lightly. Although there were countless experts in Tating Commandery, the 6 barracks had even more experts. Moreover, they were backed by the great Qing dynasty. Therefore, Lin Ling had nothing to fear. After randomly choosing a city, they entered. However, after entering the city, everyone was shocked by the prosperity of the city. Experts of the World King realm could be seen everywhere. There were even some experts of the True God realm walking by. As expected of the 4 commanderies. They have such a deep foundation. Wow, if the sacred rainforest had so many experts, no one in the North Territory would dare to bully them. Martial God Yunga said in surprise as she stared at the experts in the city. Moreover, Tating Commandery has experts beyond the True God realm. Although there aren't many, it's enough for ordinary people to not dare to provoke them. Sakura also said at the side. However, Lin Ling didn't answer them. Instead, he revealed a mysterious smile. I didn't expect to encounter such a treasure. Wow. Treasure? Where is it? Wow. Sakura and the others immediately looked at Lin Ling. Right under your eyes is the city wall of Tating Commandery. This is the corpse of the realm-swallowing beast, called the Iron Parasol realm-swallowing beast. It is one of the many realm-swallowing beasts. Lin Ling explained. Realm-swallowing beast. Yes. Sakura's face changed slightly. Little Flame and the others didn't know what the realm-swallowing beast was, but they explained the falling flowers water sword. The realm-swallowing beast was the most mysterious thing in the universe. Until now, no one could see through this divine beast. They only knew that when this divine beast appeared, it could swallow thousands of worlds. It had many attributes and was extremely mysterious. Tating Commandery has such a deep foundation. They actually got the corpse of the realm-swallowing beast. Yes. Now, everyone felt that Tating Commandery was indeed not simple. That's all. Yes. Lin Ling shook his head and strode forward with the others. Lin Ling and the others all had extraordinary auras and attracted a lot of attention. TSK, this group of people is quite strong. They are all in the World King realm. I can't see through the cultivation of 2 of them. I don't dare to think that they are also in the World King realm. They should be the geniuses of the 3 academies. Yes. Just the 3 academies. What's so great about them? They always pretend to be arrogant. I don't like it. However, that girl is quite good-looking. She looks very gentle. Yes. Young master, you can't have taken a fancy to that beauty. Yes. They were being planted as crops, their voices were unbridled, and many people on the streets heard them. However, many people also sneered at Lin Ling and the others. Although the strength of this group of people was not bad and they should be the geniuses of the 3 colleges, the Tating Commandery was not weak either. In the past years, there were also some geniuses who came to travel here. However, even dragons had to lie down obediently in the Tating Commandery. This was because the pride of Grand Court County was none other than the 9 heavenly sun bones of Qingzhou. You lot, stop. Leave the woman here, and get out of here. At this moment, a dignified voice drifted out from the second floor. The one who spoke was a young man with golden teeth. Tai Yanzhen, son of the governor of the capital. The crowd immediately began to gloat. That young man had a powerful background. His father had the bloodline of Tating Commandery, and he dominated the area. What's more, this kind of thing was not uncommon. Many talented girls who dared to come to Tating Commandery had been ruined by the Taiyan route, but they did not dare to say anything. It could also be said that the extreme flame route was their pride. They dared to do what they didn't dare to do. That woman is out of luck. Hee, her looks aren't bad, but I really envy the grand young master. After all, being able to play with the Academy's genius beauties isn't something that just anyone can have. Didn't you hear what the grand young master said? The passers-by discussed animatedly. Many people shouted angrily at Lin Ling and the others. Many of them possessed the bloodline of Grand Court Commandery, so they naturally sided with Tai Yanzhen and the others. At this moment, Lin Ling and the others had long since noticed those youths, but they didn't care about them. Now that the entire street was roaring at them, they finally stopped in their tracks and were somewhat startled. They had come here to search for treasures, but before they could do anything, Tating Commandery had already taken action, especially ancient martial god Yungu. She was speechless. That young master seemed to have taken a fancy to her. She couldn't help but feel sad for him. Little girl, do you think that I am very domineering? Follow me and you will be able to eat and drink well. Moreover, in my Taihu city, you can also walk sideways. Why do you need to follow those trash? However, Tai Yanzhen didn't know his current situation. He continued to smile. Then, he looked coldly at Lin Ling and the others. Didn't you hear me? Hurry up and hand it over. If you make the young master unhappy, you won't be able to lead the city. Everyone's aura became even more domineering. It had to be said that the Tating Commandery was extremely united. I've been thinking about what to charge Grand Court Commandery with, but now it saves me a lot of trouble. Lin Ling stroked his chin and said, making Sakura and the others laugh. Sakura said, second brother, this kind of trash, who's going to fix it? As soon as these words were spoken, the street fell silent, but soon, a burst of laughter rang out. Those people actually wanted to convict Tating Commandery? Wasn't this joke a little too much? Who would fix them? It wasn't just Tai Yanzhen who had heard such words, but in the end, it was the outsiders who were being taught a lesson. Hee, these people are dressed well. I want that sword. I want that sky piercer. Grand young master will definitely reward me. You're greedy enough. I saw that sky piercer first. The people around had begun to share the spoils. Usually, as long as they helped Tai Yanzhen, the latter would reward them. Hee, you're too much. He's a passerby and is also a guest. How can you be so rude? But a little lesson is still okay. Go ahead, but remember not to hurt the beauty. As for the man, break his arms and legs and throw him out. On the second floor, Tai Yanzhen and his friends were drinking wine and waiting for a good show. Grand young master's eyes are still sharp. I think that girl is still a virgin. I wonder if grand young master can let me have a taste when he's tired of her. Well, anyway, there's more than one beauty in Tating Commandery. Next time, I'll catch a virgin for you. They talked and laughed, thinking that they were the emperors of Tating Commandery. However, the scene they were waiting for didn't happen. On the street, those warriors attacked one after another. Unfortunately, they were not as strong as Lin Ling and the others. Bang, 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 no one knew who attacked, but more than a dozen figures were immediately sent flying through a large number of restaurants on the street. Cries of pain continued to ring out. Everyone looked over and saw that the warriors who had attacked were all sent flying. Some of them were even sent flying out of the city. What was even more exaggerated was that more than a dozen figures were sent flying in the sky. They seemed to have been thrown out. As for those that weren't swept away, they were planted on the ground like crops. This scene was as shocking as it could be. The entire street was silent. Everyone was shocked. These young men were so strong, one should know that there were more than 100 of them who had attacked. My sky piercer is right here, who else wants it? In the silence, one of them spoke. It was the 9 spirits of heaven. Please send some stronger ones. They're so weak that I can't fight them. Little Flame said as he waved his fist. Even Marshal God Yungu sneered and looked at the second floor mockingly. This appearance undoubtedly infuriated Tai Yen-jen greatly. The martial artists on the streets were also incensed. Catch all of them. Tai Yen-jen slammed the table and came to the window. He pointed at Lin Ling and the others and shouted. The young men beside him smiled and attacked. They were not the geniuses of the 3 academies, but they were not weak. Their talents were average, but their families were well off. They had cultivated to a high level with powerful cultivation resources. They were quite powerful. Good, young master, he has attacked. And the martial arts champion who is ranked 7th in Tating Commandery has also attacked. TSK, the martial arts champion who is ranked 7th. He was famous in Tating Commandery in the past. There was a genius competition in Tating Commandery, so many people knew how powerful those who had attacked were. You flatter me, you flatter me. A gentle breeze drifted through the sky, giving off an indescribable sense of elegance. Several figures leaped down from the 2nd floor and spoke in a carefree and unruly manner, which made the warriors on the street very excited, as if they had seen the pride of Tating Commandery. Unfortunately, it was useless. Bang, 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 Lin Ling did not even need to attack. Falling Flowers, Flowing Water and the others had already attacked. As a result, there were a few more crops on the street. The top martial artists of Tating Commandery had been stabbed into the ground, leaving only their feet outside. They kept shaking their feet, which was as funny as it could get. Martial arts champions? Falling Flowers, Flowing Water and the others said sarcastically. The martial arts champions of Tating Commandery were indeed powerful, but they could only dominate Tating Commandery. They were nothing compared to the geniuses of the 3 academies in Qingzhou. Moreover, the former strongest 2nd generation was here. The martial arts champions would be humiliated. After beating up the young, the old had come. Do you still want my junior apprentice sister? Sword Immortal Song Tian smiled as he looked up at the 2nd floor. Now, there was only one person left in the restaurant, Extreme Blaze Root. His pupils shrank. In the past, the geniuses here had never been so strong. How could these people's strength be so heaven-defying? It seems that I have underestimated you all. You are clearly not ordinary geniuses. Fierce, fierce. Extreme Blaze Root rushed down from the 2nd floor, walking towards Lin Ling and the others step by step. This caused Lin Ling and the others to be stunned. What was this playboy young master planning to do? Everything before was a misunderstanding. If you brothers are dissatisfied, I am willing to pay any price to appease your anger. Of course, all of this is to get to know you brothers, because I admire heroes and elites the most. Extreme Blaze Root fearlessly strode forwards. He seemed to be sincerely apologizing and also wanted to get to know Lin Ling and the others. This caused Falling Flower, Flowing Water and the others to withdraw their auras. As the saying went, one did not slap a smiling face. This person's attitude was humble and his goal was to get to know them, so they couldn't do anything. However, the surrounding onlookers' eyes flashed. They knew what young Master Extreme Blaze Root wanted to do. Since you all are so strong, you should be quite famous. May I ask your names? Extreme Blaze Root stopped and bowed. But after he bowed, a cold dagger appeared from his right sleeve. This was the Yali dagger, a 9th grade treasure that could increase the strength of one's world essence by 5 boundaries. It was extremely fierce, and what was most terrifying was that this treasure could increase one's speed by an entire world. After the dagger appeared, Extreme Blaze Root sneered and instantly attacked. It was clear that he had played this trick several times already, and each time he had used it, the effect had not been weak. Many geniuses had been bewitched by his words and let down their guard. In the end, they had been crippled by this dagger. Most importantly, his dagger didn't stab towards Falling Flower, Flowing Water and the others, but instead chose 2 people to attack, and these 2 people were Lin Ling and Sakura. This was because these 2 people hadn't attacked before and their cultivation didn't seem to be at the World King realm, thus, he chose to attack the weak. His success rate was 100%, and as long as he could catch one, then he could threaten this group of people. Then, once his father arrived, everyone would obediently be subdued by him. At this moment, his heart filled with excitement. To turn defeat into victory, this feeling was too wonderful. However, the dagger was indeed extraordinary. Its speed had exceeded the perception of falling flowers and flowing water. Great! The people around cheered again. They had long known that this would happen. However, the dagger chose Lin Ling in the end, because Disher Tian looked rather tall and sturdy while Lin Ling's figure was thin. He should be the easiest to take down. You geniuses, your hearts are higher than the sky. Today, this young master will teach you a lesson. All is fair in war. Tai Yanzhen shouted proudly, but in the next moment, his agile body was suppressed. His gleaming dagger was also grabbed by someone. It was an arm. This caused his heart to skip a beat. He looked up and saw the young man standing in front of him with a cold expression. He had actually grabbed his Yali dagger with one hand. Blaze was Blaze, God Blaze. To be able to wield a 9th rank artifact, just who was this guy? Could he be a true immortal? But how could there be such a young true immortal? Pong, Yali's dagger suddenly shattered. Sparkling shards fell to the ground. Yali's dagger had been crushed by Lin Ling. With Lin Ling's current strength, he didn't place any world king in his eyes. Ah! Blaze Root screamed like a pig being slaughtered. His eyes were as wide as bells. Holding Yali's dagger was one thing, but now the dagger had been crushed. He wanted to ask Lin Ling if his hand didn't hurt. Unfortunately, even if he asked, Lin Ling disdained to answer. Instead, he lightly said, "You sneak attacked me?" I. Blaze Root only wanted to slap himself 3 times. He had deliberately chosen the weakest, but the result seemed to be the strongest. This is a misunderstanding. He took 3 steps back and frantically explained. Pa, Lin Ling took a step forward and threw out a slap. The slap knocked out half of Tai Yang'an's golden teeth. Misunderstanding? Moreover, a cold voice sounded at the same time. It's really a misunderstanding. I just wanted to test the sharpness of the dagger. Tai Yanzhen lost half of his teeth and couldn't even speak clearly. Sharpness? Unfortunately, what greeted him was another slap. This time, all of his golden teeth were knocked out. Enough! Blaze Root roared. He was the son of the city lord. When had he ever been slapped in the face like this? It had always been him slapping others in the face. Enough? However, another slap made Blaze Root's nose bleed and his teeth bleed all over the ground. My father is the city lord of this city. Blaze Root almost fainted from the slap. He directly brought out his trump card. City lord? Who knew that it would have been better if he didn't say it? After he said it, Lin Ling kicked him between his legs. Everyone heard the sound of eggs breaking. Many men even trembled and subconsciously touched their crotch. Ah! Blaze Root stood in place, his legs trembling. Then, he screamed like a pig being slaughtered and fell to the ground like a gourd. Rolling on the ground, he had been completely destroyed. His pride as a man, from now on, Blaze Root would be called Blaze Root, Lin Ling sneered. He grabbed Blaze Root from the ground and stabbed it into the ground. Suddenly, there was a new crop on the street. It was pleasing to the eye from afar. Crazy, crazy! He actually destroyed the son of the city lord. He's dead, he's dead. Everyone, keep an eye on them. Don't let them escape from Tating County. The surrounding martial artists were pale. They were so scared that they didn't dare to move. However, they were still confident, because they were waiting for the arrival of the city lord. However, they thought that Lin Ling and the rest would run away. Who knew that Lin Ling and the rest would stride forward and come to the 2nd floor of the restaurant? They ordered wine and dishes and started eating and drinking. No one knew that Lin Ling had no intention of leaving. He didn't want to torture these trash. It was just that he suddenly remembered that there were 99 cities in Tating County and he didn't know where the emperor was. Since that was the case, he might as well let the emperor find him personally. As for the restaurant's manager, he was scared out of his wits. He knew that once the city lord arrived, these people would die for sure. If the city lord didn't vent his anger enough, then he would suffer a calamity. After all, who told him to give the enemy food and wine to drink? But, if he didn't, then Blaze Root's miserable state caused his legs to go cold. He couldn't afford to provoke these fellows. As for the people on the street, they were all dumbfounded. Did these fellows not know that Blaze Root was the son of the city lord? That must be it, and since they were so arrogant, they would definitely regret it. What's happening? What everyone was looking forward to soon happened. A massive number of martial artists arrived, many of them at the 5th level of the World King realm, and the one leading them was an old man. He was tall and sturdy and had white hair. He was a true immortal powerhouse. The city lord made his move. The old man's name was Xianxia. He was the city lord of this city and Taiyang'an's father. However, when the old man arrived, he was dumbfounded by the human-shaped crops that were planted on the street. Moreover, among the crops, he saw his son's legs shaking powerlessly. His upper body was buried in the ground. It was extremely comical. Most importantly, he saw the blood between her legs. At this moment, his eyes turned red. He had been practicing martial arts all his life and had accumulated a lot of experience. Eventually, he was valued by Tating Commandery and became a governor. He had a son at an old age, so he was very fond of his son, the Taiyan root, and was afraid that it would melt in his mouth and fall in his hands. But now, his son had been crippled and planted on the ground. He was in a sorry state. Most importantly, he had no descendants. Who did this? An angry roar soared into the sky, and all the warriors in the city were startled like cicadas in winter. The city lord was furious. Was it you? The old man was like a lion. His gaze swept across the martial artists on the street. Under his domineering gaze, several martial artists exploded and died. Sir, it's not us, it's them. Everyone on the street was pointing at the restaurant. At this moment, they were no longer afraid. Instead, they were looking forward to the miserable state of Lin Ling and the others. Surround them and bring them out. The old man's face was filled with killing intent. He pointed at the restaurant, and a large number of armored warriors shot towards the restaurant. The old man's eyes turned red as he personally dug out the extreme flame root. When he saw that his son's golden teeth had been knocked out, he was so heartbroken that he began to cry. Jenner, you've suffered a lot. Father will avenge you. Taiyan Zhen gradually woke up. When he saw his father, he couldn't help but shed tears. With snot and tears, he said, Father, catch them. I want to castrate them. And that woman, I want to play with her until she dies. At this moment, he seemed to have forgotten that he was already impotent. However, the old man didn't forget. When he heard those words, his heart felt as if it was being cut by a knife. What a ruthless person. All of them must die today. A terrifying coldness emanated from the old man, and it caused the people on the street to shiver. They clearly knew that those young men were in trouble. They immediately raised their gloating eyes and looked at the restaurant. Bang! 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 However, at this moment, the city guards who had forced their way into the restaurant were all beaten out of the restaurant. They fell to the ground and spat out blood. More than 10 people were thrown into the sky. They tumbled like straws and they let out painful roars. Moreover, a few figures also walked out. It was falling flowers, flowing water, and the others. You're courting death. The old man became even more furious. These people were about to die, yet they still dared to be arrogant. Even more city guards rushed over. Although their cultivation levels were not low, they were geniuses with the falling flowers flowing water sword. They could fight above their cultivation levels. A fierce battle broke out on the street. The bystanders were all caught in the crossfire, and many of them died. Kill. 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 I don't believe they're that powerful. The old man seemed to have lost his mind. He pointed to the front and roared like a mad lion. Instantly, all the cultivators in the city rushed over and besieged the restaurant. But what was surprising was that the people in the restaurant were still drinking and chatting merrily. One could even hear them laughing loudly. They didn't pay any attention to what was happening outside the restaurant. The laughter of the people drinking seemed to be mocking them. The old man and all the warriors in the city seemed to have been humiliated. They didn't believe that they couldn't catch those young men even with the power of the entire city. Attack. The people guarding outside the restaurant are getting weaker and weaker. No matter how powerful they are, they can't stop us from taking turns to fight them. They're in our territory. Even if they're tigers, they'll have to kneel down. Although many warriors were injured or killed, their fighting spirit was high. They wanted to catch those young men even if they had to sacrifice their lives. That was because they were fighting for the dignity of Tating Commandery. Of course, the most important thing was that they saw the light of victory. Haha. Your good luck has come to an end. At the thought of this, the people in the city wiped the blood from their mouths and shouted proudly. They were ready to catch those young men. I'm sorry. Lord thinks that our battle experience is too weak, so he wants us to train. Now, let's continue the battle. However, just as they shouted, Little Flame and the others smiled. Elixirs appeared in their hands. After swallowing the elixirs, they recovered their luo. Human Ring Elixir, this was Lin Ling's reward from the Pride Tournament. It could recover a large amount of luo. It was an elixir that even the geniuses in the academy were jealous of, as Lin Ling had 2 dantians, he rarely ran out of luo. Hence, he gave them many elixirs. This. Damn it. Bastard. Bang. Bang. Bang, some of the people who were already exhausted fainted from anger. Some of them were so angry that they vomited blood. City Governor, please do it. The remaining people looked at the old man with pitiful expressions. They no longer had any energy to fight and they were full of anger. However, the city governor did not do anything. After all, he was the city governor. If he attacked the younger generation, he would lose his face, hence, the people begged him to do it. Father, please do it. Castrate them. Tai Yanzhen also begged. Forget it. I swore 1,000 years ago that I would never attack the weak. However, I will make an exception today. The old man walked out step by step. His body was filled with vicissitudes of life. Flames floated out like clouds. His talent was fire elemental. This was because he also had the bloodline of gods in Tating Commandery. Moreover, his talent was poison flame. Most importantly, his cultivation was at the 5th level of true god realm. At this moment, everyone thought that the young man in the restaurant was going to die. It was their honor to have the city governor personally take action. Even the martial artists who had vomited blood stood up in excitement. This old man has the reputation of being a drug lord in Qing province. Originally, I wanted to conceal my identity and enjoy my old age in peace. However, you despicable juniors have forced me to take action. Since this is the case, it is your fortune to be able to see this old man take action. The old man floated up. His body was filled with a domineering aura. The rolling black flames turned into a black dragon and covered the restaurant. After beating up the old one, the big one comes. Meanwhile, the eyes of the entire city were locked onto them, filled with anticipation. Quite a few people were cheering repeatedly. The city lord of the 5th level of true god realm had made his move, and those people were captured by his own hands. However, just as the black dragon was about to envelop the restaurant, a bright light flickered and multicolored flames began to condense. It actually turned into a huge blazing sun, and with a speed that surpassed the black dragon, it pressed down from the restaurant. This was the 5 realms speed. Flame wheel, boom. The huge fireball collided with the black dragon. In just an instant, the black dragon melted like tofu. Moreover, the fireball didn't stop. It crashed onto the ground like a giant's fist. Boom. Boom. The forbidden explosion instantly turned the entire ancient city into ashes. All the houses collapsed, and all the martial artists near the fireball were incinerated into nothingness. Flame wheel annihilation. After the terrifying power dissipated, those who were still alive felt as if they had been given a new lease of life. They were all stunned, looking at the city lord again. He was topless and covered in blood. He was also standing there in a daze. He thought that once he made a move, the young man in the restaurant would definitely die, but in the end, someone from the restaurant also made a move. With a single move, not only was he defeated, his entire city was destroyed. His reputation as the poison lord of the firmament had once shaken the entire Qingzhou. Now, it was extremely ironic. How could he know that once the flame wheel was unleashed, even a 6th level true god realm would have to go to the underworld with hatred? After beating up the young one, the old one came? Interesting, but the old one is not that strong. Let's send someone more powerful. Now, all of you, kneel down and you won't have to die. As for the governor, please call the Emperor of Tating Commandery here. If he's late by 2 hours, I don't mind killing all of him. An indifferent voice drifted out from the restaurant, leaving all the martial artists in the city speechless. How arrogant. After the Taiyan route was fixed, the Castellan came. Then, the Castellan came and fixed the Castellan as well. What's more, the Castellan didn't seem to be satisfied. He even wanted the Emperor of Tating Commandery to come. This kind of arrogance was something that people had never seen in their entire lives. Who do you think you are to meet His Majesty? Someone immediately shouted angrily. For them, the master of Tating Commandery was like a god. They had to believe and worship him. Whoosh. Whoosh. Unfortunately, a couple of figures shot out just as that person's voice sounded. It was Little Flame and the rest. Bang bang bang. That person was directly planted into the ground and planted into crops again. Furthermore, Little Flame and the rest did not stop, planting all of the martial artists who were still alive like crops. Not even the women were spared. After all, Tating Commandery always bullied outsiders. They were not good people, so there was no need to give them face. Moreover, they wanted the qualifications. Now, he would show them the qualifications. Who are you? The old man looked at his people with heartache, then stared at the restaurant. Tell your majesty that I'm Lin Ling, tell him to come see me. A dignified voice came from the restaurant. Ask him to come see me? He had actually asked a dignified Emperor Realm Venerable to personally come and see him. How arrogant. However, the old man reacted quickly and muttered to himself, Lin Ling, it's actually Lin Ling. All the warriors in the city came to their senses because Lin Ling was the archenemy of the Tating Commandery. Everyone in Tating Commandery had heard of Lin Ling's name. In the past, a young master of the Tating Commandery had provoked Lin Ling and caused trouble. Naturally, the Tating Commandery wanted to kill Lin Ling. However, the Tating Commandery failed again and again, and Lin Ling became stronger and stronger. In the end, he became the #1 enemy in the whole country. All of this was like a dream. Many people even knew that Lin Ling would come back one day, but they did not expect that day to come so soon. This also explained why Lin Ling was so ruthless to them. It was because they and Lin Ling were originally enemies. There was no need to think about what would happen next. The old man quickly informed the emperor. In the restaurant, Lin Ling and the rest were still drinking merrily and waiting for the arrival of the strongest man of the Tating Commandery. The merry sound of drinking undoubtedly made the people outside the restaurant grit their teeth. The strongest man of the Tating Commandery was about to arrive, but Lin Ling was not afraid at all. Instead, he drank even more merrily. He's dead meat. The old man spat out a mouthful of blood. He admitted that he was no match for Lin Ling, but he believed that Lin Ling was no match for the emperor. Then, he looked at the corpse on the ground with heartache. Because of the explosion of the Wheel of Flame, his son, Tai Yanzhen, was completely dead. The people around him had already knelt down. At this moment, they saw Tai Yanzhen's corpse. Their eyes were red. Lin Ling had gone too far. Lin Ling, you're here. Just as they were looking forward to it, a majestic voice finally sounded, which made all the warriors in the city excited. The emperor had arrived. His strength was beyond the true god realm. Lin Ling, let's see how arrogant he can be. At the same time, a slender figure strode over. He wore a jade crown and looked gentle. However, his eyes were shining and he had an aura of supremacy. Tai Huang, the strongest man of the Tating Commandery. There were many other experts following him. All of them were at the peak of the true god realm. It was as if an army had arrived. Of course, when Tai Huang arrived, he looked at the crops on the ground and heard the merry drinking in the restaurant. His face turned cold. This was because he was furious. This was because Lin Ling had given him a huge welcome gift. It was as if Lin Ling had treated him like heir. Lin Ling was looking down on the 4 commanderies. Bang, bang, bang. Almost at the same time, the other experts landed on the ground and looked coldly at the restaurant. Your Majesty, this man is too arrogant. He killed my son. You must avenge me. The governor quickly hugged Tai Yanzhen's corpse and said with tears and snot. The other warriors who were kneeling and those who had been turned into crops were crying out bitterly. I'm here. Tai Huang replied coldly. Rumble, however, as soon as he finished speaking, the sky was filled with an ominous aura. It was as if the gates to the underworld had been opened. A huge fist fell from the sky and went straight for Tai Huang. The fist was filled with white bones and carried a terrifying aura. It was not something a true God Realm expert could possess. Protect the emperor. Seeing this, many generals were shocked and quickly protected Tai Huang. Although Tai Huang did not need their protection, this was the dignity of the emperor. They had to protect it with their lives. However, although the terrifying fist seemed to be aimed at Tai Huang, it was actually aimed at the governor on the ground. A strong wind blew in the sky. The fist immediately shrunk and turned into a white bone spear. It was getting closer and closer to the governor. The governor was still hugging his son. At this moment, his eyes narrowed. After killing the young, the old will come. After killing the old, the big one will come. The domineering voice was accompanied by the white bone spear. How dare you? Tai Huang reacted immediately. Unfortunately, he was too late. The white bone spear pierced through the governor's chest. Fresh blood spurted out and he fell to the ground with his eyes wide open. Bang! When the sound was heard, all the warriors in Tating Commandery were shocked, arrogant. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations Humiliating Tating Commandery. Tai Yanzhen was dead, and so was his father. Was Lin Ling saying that it was Emperor Tai's turn next? Ask His Majesty to come here immediately. At the same time, Lin Ling's voice was heard from the restaurant. Sakura was the one who attacked earlier because Lin Ling did not have the strength to threaten Emperor Tai. However, this was also a show of strength. In this vast universe, there was no such thing as arrogance. There was only the difference of strength. Arrogance with strength was not seen as arrogance by others. Kill them. Unfortunately, the people of Tating Commandery did not know this. They only knew that Lin Ling had bullied them. They could not take this lying down. Emperor Tai, you'd better think about it. However, at this moment, Lin Ling's voice was heard again. Emperor Tai frowned slightly. After thinking for a while, he waved his hand and said, ask someone to inform Tating Commandery. Your Majesty. Seeing this, many people could not understand why Tating Commandery would listen to Lin Ling. After all, no matter how strong Lin Ling was, he could not stop the entire Tating Commandery. However, Emperor Tai ignored them and said coldly, can't you hear my order? He knew very well that Lin Ling was not a fool. Since he dared to come here so arrogantly, Lin Ling must have something to say. Moreover, Tating Commandery also wanted to kill Lin Ling. Therefore, Emperor Tai asked him to come. In this way, he was not afraid that Lin Ling would cause any trouble. Tating Commandery, I, Lin Ling, do not have any great enmity with you. In the past, one of your sons came to my hometown to kill people and was killed by me. After that, you tried to kill me again and again. Today, I'm just returning what you have done to me. While everyone was waiting, Lin Ling's voice was heard from the restaurant again. It was very cold. Lin Ling, I admit that you are very powerful. You have escaped the pursuit of Tating Commandery many times. But do you think you can escape this time? The Emperor Tai looked at the restaurant and said. Tating Commandery and Lin Ling were mortal enemies, so it was normal for Lin Ling to provoke them. However, if they came to his territory to provoke him, they might not be able to leave alive. You don't have to worry about that. Let's wait until His Majesty arrives. Lin Ling disdained to say anything more, and slowly drank with his brothers. We will be waiting for you. The Grand Emperor sneered and ordered his men to bring out the dragon throne and wait quietly. The warriors of Tating Commandery also calmed down and stood still, waiting to see how Lin Ling and the others would die. He should be beheaded in public and hung at the city gates. If that was the case, Tating Commandery would be famous in Qingzhou. After all, killing Lin Ling was something to be proud of. This Grand Emperor has the demeanor of a king. He is being bullied, but he can still remain calm. The people in the restaurant did not know what they were thinking. Sakura said lightly. If it was someone else, they would have started a fight. However, the Grand Emperor did not. He endured the humiliation and was really something. He just wants to drag Tating Commandery down with him. Lin Ling picked up his wine glass and clinked it with Sakura, smiling slightly. Lord Lin Ling, we have fought with all the warriors in the city. Now, our strength has improved a lot. Falling Flowers and Flowing Water Sword was at another table and was very excited. It was a rare opportunity to fight with all the strong warriors in the city. Of course, if they did not follow Lin Ling, they would never have this opportunity. These guys are still in the mood to drink? The shopkeeper hid in the distance and muttered to himself. He was completely convinced by these young men. Shopkeeper, more wine. Yes. At this time, Lin Ling's voice came. The shopkeeper was so scared that he directly sat on the ground and then rushed out to serve the wine. Lin Ling was casually chatting with Sakura, but his mind was thinking about the evil flame transformation. Previously, he used the Heart of Flame God again, but he found that the evil flame god was getting bigger and bigger. It wanted to devour Lin Ling's consciousness, but it failed in the end. In fact, the evil flame god did not have intelligence. It did everything by instinct. It was a demon spirit born from a cultivation technique. I have to find a way to suppress it. Yes. Lin Ling's eyes flickered. He had a strong will and it was difficult for his consciousness to be devoured. However, no matter how strong his will was, there would be times when he was tired. For example, when he was seriously injured and unconscious, the evil flame god would take advantage of him. Therefore, Lin Ling had to be careful. I am back. Yes. At this time, a cold voice came from the sky. A ray of light rushed to the sky and a pair of golden wings flew from the distance. It was extremely dazzling. Sunbone. Yes. Seeing this, all the martial artists in Tating Commandery shouted excitedly. Sunbone, one of the 9 heavenly gifts of Qingzhou, was the pride of Tating Commandery. He was also here. Your Majesty, what happened? Yes. In the sky, the golden wings disappeared and a young man in armor appeared. His aura was endless and was not much weaker than Emperor Tai. Looking at Sunbone, Emperor Tai smiled with relief. You are back? Then, he told Sunbone what had happened. Sunbone was not only the pride of Tating Commandery, but also the descendant of Tating Commandery. When Emperor Tai stepped down from the throne, he planned to pass the throne to Sunbone. Lin Ling, get out here. After knowing Lin Ling's arrogant behavior, Sunbone was so angry that his hair danced wildly. A mere Lin Ling dared to behave atrociously in his house? Unfortunately, the restaurant was still full of laughter and chatter. Lin Ling and the others completely ignored him, as if he was a fly. Don't worry, he can't run away. Emperor Tai waved his hand. Sunbone snorted and endured it for the time being. However, he was getting angrier. In the past, in the 8 gods' heavenly palace, Lin Ling was just an ant. If it weren't for the guide, he would have easily killed Lin Ling. But who would have thought that this ant would grow too quickly? Now, Lin Ling's name had already shaken the entire Azure province. Of course, even so, Sunbone still didn't care about Lin Ling. However, before he could do anything to Lin Ling came to humiliate Tating Commandery, courting death. He was courting death. Although Lin Ling is powerful, he is only ranked 30th on the Tianyue list. Sunbone is one of the 9 heavenly gifts of Qingzhou. How can a piece of trash like Lin Ling compare to him? Let's see how Lin Ling kneels down and begs for mercy later. The crowd shouted coldly and continued to wait for a good show. Sunbone, how pitiful. You are being bullied by a junior? At this moment, a carefree voice suddenly floated. In the distance, a slovenly man strolled over. He had braids and was neither fat nor thin. He looked ordinary. Who the F***ck are you? What right do you have to talk about Sunbone? Many people were stunned. Then, many warriors shouted angrily. How dare this slovenly man mock Sunbone? Haha, I'm nobody. I'm just passing by. The man smiled and flicked his finger. A huge black primordial realm appeared in the sky like a black sun and floated to the ground. Rumble. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. It was earth-shattering. He's so powerful. At this moment, the faces of the people from Tating Commandery changed dramatically. Tell me, let's see who has bad breath. The man said with a bloodthirsty smile. Great Change Ape, what are you doing here? Sunbone stared at the man with a serious expression. Can't I take a look since I'm passing by? The man replied. You'd better not cause trouble. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite. Surprisingly, Sunbone did not attack impulsively. Apparently, he was afraid of the man. Emperor Tai's eyes flickered as he asked, Sunbone, who is he? One of the 9 heavens of Qingzhou, the Great Change Ape. Sunbone replied. It's him. Emperor Tai's expression changed. The 9 heavens of Qingzhou were the most dazzling geniuses in Qingzhou. From a certain point of view, the status and strength of these 9 geniuses were higher than Emperor Tai had heard that the great change ape was formed from a blood fetus. It drifted in the chaos of the universe for hundreds of millions of years before it was born after it obtained the essence of the sun and the moon. The moment it was born, half of the chaos of the universe shook. Of course, this was just a legend. Emperor Tai was not sure if it was true, however, he was sure that this was an existence that could not be provoked. In the restaurant, Lin Ling and the others also noticed the great change ape. Sakura narrowed his eyes and said, "This person is very powerful. He's one of the 9 heavens of Qingzhou." Yes. Hearing this, Lin Ling nodded. Indeed, those who could become heaven's messenger were not weaklings. He was sure that if he fought with that person, he would not be able to withstand a single blow. "Big brother, who are the 9 heavens of Qingzhou?" Lin Ling asked again. "Every one of them is an earth-shattering existence. Their birth is a legend, but some of them are still a mystery. However, don't worry, one day, you'll know these legendary figures." Sakura smiled mysteriously. He thought highly of Lin Ling and knew that Lin Ling would be one of the heavens in the future. That's for sure. Lin Ling smiled confidently. Only by becoming one of the 9 heavens would he, Lin Ling, be able to leave Qingzhou. "Lin Ling, I'm here." At this moment, a voice sounded. In just a short moment, those experts had completely surrounded the nearby area. Looking at the man, Emperor Tai said with a smile. He knew that the man was called the Third Tsar. Originally, only Mi Commandery was not part of the 4 commanderies. This tribe was born in Huanyu Desert, a barren land where even true God Realm warriors could not survive. This showed how tenacious this tribe was. Where is Lin Ling? Does he have anything to say to the emperor? Or perhaps, he had some last words. Before King Only could speak, a young man beside him spoke. He was also one of the 9 heavens of Qingzhou. He was Luo Xianxia. This was another indomitable expert. The crowd looked at the gathering of these experts, and all of them revealed looks of interest. The 4 experts here were not people that Lin Ling could stop. Lin Ling had indeed come here to die. "Lin Ling, what do you have to say?" Then, everyone's gaze shifted to the restaurant. Even the great change ape revealed an interested expression. He had heard of Lin Ling. It was said that he was an arrogant junior. Now that he was surrounded by 2 emperors and 2 heavens, he did not know what to think. Lin Ling finally walked out of the restaurant. He had his hands behind his back. His face was calm as if he did not know that he was surrounded by experts. How bold! The great change ape thought. Lin Ling was really amazing to be able to keep calm in such a situation. "Lin Ling, I hope you can find an excuse to persuade us. Otherwise, you know what will happen. If you want to beg for mercy or bury the hatchet with us, you can. But you have to take out something that will move us. You can choose for yourself. We will give you the time it takes for an incense stick to burn." Sun Gu and Luo Xianxia stared at the young man below the restaurant and sneered. It was up to Lin Ling to choose. "Excuse?" Lin Ling said calmly. He shook his head and said, "My commandery will take out 50 million divine gems and promise to never provoke me, Lin Ling. Then, from today onwards, I will write off the hatchet between me and my commandery." However, when Lin Ling's voice drifted out, the entire Tating commandery fell silent. Everyone thought that Lin Ling would beg for mercy or even take out some treasure in hopes of making peace with the 2 commanderies. However, Lin Ling did not beg for mercy. Instead, he threatened my commandery. No, this was extortion. Haha. Luo Xianxia and my king looked at each other and could not help but laugh. Emperor Tai, who was beside them, almost laughed out loud. However, Lin Ling's voice drifted out again. "As for Tating commandery, I want the city wall. If you agree, from today onwards, we will not interfere with each other." This time, Emperor Tai did not just almost laugh. He really laughed. Sun Gu was dumbfounded. It was bad enough that Lin Ling threatened my commandery. Now, he was threatening Tating commandery as well. Could it be that he wanted to stop the 2 commanderies by himself? What a piece of trash who does not know his limits. "Your Majesty, please allow me to take his head and prove the strength of Tating commandery." "Let me do it." In Tating commandery, many old generals shouted angrily. In their opinion, Lin Ling was a junior who they could easily deal with without the need for His Majesty to do anything. However, Emperor Tai smiled and waved his hand. He squinted at Lin Ling and said, I want to know. What if I refuse? As soon as these words were spoken, many people's spirits rose. Lin Ling, what if His Majesty refuses? What will you do? Do you want to risk your life? Or do you want to say that this is a misunderstanding and run away with your tail between your legs? Say it, Lin Ling. More people shouted. Many people thought that Lin Ling was deliberately mystifying things. I will destroy all of you. However, before they could finish cheering, Lin Ling softly spat out a sentence. His voice was cold and earth-shattering. The martial artists of Tating Commandery were dumbfounded. The martial artists of my commandery were also dumbfounded. Previously, when Lin Ling threatened them, they thought that Lin Ling was crazy. However, not only did Lin Ling threaten them, he even threatened to destroy them if they did not comply, by himself. Ignorant child, I will capture you. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations kill all over the country. A level 9 awakened divine body at the 8th stage of True God realm was not to be underestimated in Qingzhou. Lin Ling would not be able to resist such cultivation. The ever-victorious general. Yes. Many martial artists from only my commandery were excited. That was the #1 general of only my commandery. Only my king, don't you think you've gone too far? How could you act faster than me in my territory? Emperor Tai looked at only my king with dissatisfaction. In his opinion, it was Tating Commandery who had captured Lin Ling first. It doesn't matter who did it. Anyway, Lin Ling can't escape today. Only my king knew that although Emperor Tai looked dissatisfied, his words were actually filled with excitement. After all, Lin Ling's talent was obvious to all. If he was given more time, he would definitely achieve great things. However, Lin Ling was too impatient. He did not wait for his growth before seeking revenge. This was exactly what they wanted. At this moment, the rolling sandstorm turned into a lion and enveloped Lin Ling. However, Lin Ling still had his hands behind his back. He would not be shocked even if the sky collapsed. I have to say that he is calmer than we thought. Yes. He must be pretending. Yes. People were in a good mood as they talked about it. However, at this moment, a big saber suddenly fell from the sky with the power to cut 100 realms. The saber slashed the lion. Oh no. This sudden change caused the two emperors' expressions to change drastically. When they wanted to take action, it was obviously too late. Rumble, the saber slashed down and all the sand was separated. Then, a huge lion's head fell to the ground, dripping with blood. Along with it was the body of an old man. It was the ever-victorious general. This king of the 8th stage of True God realm had been killed with a single slash. This meant that the person who had come was definitely someone who had surpassed the True God realm. Bang! At the same time, a white-haired but spirited old man descended from the sky and smashed the entire Tating Commandery into pieces. Who dares to come here to die? The old man's arrogant voice, which caused countless people's expressions to change drastically. Who are you? Emperor Tai asked with a frown. However, his expression was very serious because the strength of this person was not any weaker than him. Fujitor, Marshal of the 1,000 Trick Battalion of the 6 armies. The old man's voice was like thunder, causing the Grand Emperor's pupils to constrict. 1,000 Trick Battalion. So what? I don't believe that an old ghost like you can protect Lin Ling. But soon, a cold shout was heard from the Grand Court County. Then, dozens of figures shot out. These people were all very old, but their strength was not much weaker than the ever-victorious general. They were the 49 Heaven Suppression Fire Generals of Tating Commandery. In their opinion, the 49 generals could definitely kill Marshal Qianji. Although the other party's identity couldn't be underestimated, it was better to kill him first. Old ghost, you've come to the wrong place to be arrogant. Their arrogant voices were heard in unison, which made the warriors of Tating Commandery feel their blood boiling. Previously, only the general of my commandery had failed. Sure enough, only Tating Commandery could suppress Lin Ling. This also proved that Tating Commandery was more powerful. Boom. Boom, boom. Unfortunately, just as their blood rushed to their heads, meteors fell from the sky. They were so huge that they covered the sky like giants falling from the sky. Most importantly, it was not one giant, but 100 of them. What is that? What a terrifying aura. The generals who attacked turned pale. Some of them even attacked the meteors in the sky. Unfortunately, the meteors seemed to be made of metal. Any attack that landed on them only caused sparks to fly. They were safe and sound. On the contrary, the 49 generals were smashed into meat paste after the giants fell. They didn't even have time to cry out in pain, rumble. As for Tating Commandery, it was as if it had been destroyed. The ground cracked and the whole country collapsed. In the dust, the figures of the giants finally appeared. They were hundreds of steel giants. They were the martial god giants. They were all expressionless. They were taller than towers and more magnificent than city walls. Their metallic luster bloomed as if they could easily slaughter a country. These giants were also the symbols of the Ministry of War of the Great Qing Divine Dynasty. This time, the people of the two commanderies were shocked. Lin Ling could actually summon the martial god giants, and it wasn't just one, but several hundred of them. They couldn't react to this result at all. Your Majesty, this is bad. A large number of experts came from the east and attacked the city with divine beasts. Just as the Grand Emperor's eyes widened, someone rushed over anxiously from afar and knelt down to pass down the order. It was urgent news. What's going on? Let the army kill them. The Emperor Tai frowned. Why were their experts attacking at this time? How strange. Of course, he didn't care because Lin Ling was more important at the moment. Your Majesty, our army couldn't stop them. 200 million people guarding the east of the city were annihilated in the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. The embarrassed person knelt down and said. His words made Tating Commandery even more silent. 200 million people were annihilated in the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. Could it be the martial god? This is bad, Your Majesty. Thousands of beasts are attacking the city in the north. The north of the city has fallen. Another urgent news came, which made the Emperor Tai realize that this was no small matter. When did this happen? Who are they? Where are they now? Emperor Tai said anxiously. In fact, Tating Commandery had been established for many years, and it was not the first time they faced such a situation. Unfortunately, most of them were defeated. Moreover, Tating Commandery was so big that it fell in such a short time. This showed how powerful the invaders were. It happened 30 minutes ago. They were all wearing the same armor. They are here now. The person knelt down and said. Thud, 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 the Emperor Tai took 3 steps back. What kind of experts could kill the entire country in 30 minutes? Your Majesty, this is bad. The West. At this time, another news came. Nonsense. My army is in the West. Before the man could finish his sentence, only King shouted angrily and interrupted him. He was not a fool. Today, he had come here to prevent the Tating Commandery from harming them. Therefore, he had ordered the army to guard the West so that they could have a way to retreat. But now, the West had also fallen? This must be a joke. However, the person didn't even look at King only. Instead, he knelt down in front of the Emperor Tai and said, the army of Tating Commandery and our army guarding the west of the city, a total of 500 million people, were annihilated. Exclamation point. This. Hearing this, the two emperors couldn't help but exclaim, how could there be such a powerful force in Qingzhou? Who called for this? This is fake. King only didn't seem to believe it. He even thought that it was a trap set by the Emperor Tai, rumble. However, the facts proved that the Emperor Tai was innocent. It also proved that there was an army coming. In the west, silk banners were waving and iron hooves were ruthless. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. They must be domineering. In the east, military flags fluttered in the wind. Martial God Barracks, War God Barracks. In the north, Myriad Phoenix Barracks, Sky Tribute Barracks. In the south, Thousand Trick Barracks. The mighty army was like a tidal wave that covered the entire sky. Their murderous aura shook the heavens. Great Azure Divine Dynasty, 6 Barracks. Seeing this, the two emperors widened their eyes and roared at the same time. As for their citizens, they were so frightened that they knelt down, their bodies trembling. No wonder the newcomers were unstoppable. They were the 6 Barracks of the Great Azure Divine Dynasty. Although the armies of the two commanderies were powerful, how could they compare to the 6 Barracks? Killing everyone in the country was not a joke. I want to see your Grand Secretary. I want to ask him what happened. Suppressing the shock in his heart, Emperor Tai said hurriedly. He still did not understand what had happened. Don't look for him. He is not free. If you want to see him, see me. However, an indifferent voice suddenly resonated in the sky. It was as if it came from the void. No one knew who it was. However, only me. King hurriedly bowed respectfully and said, May I know who you are? I am Lin Ling. The voice floated again, but this time everyone finally saw who was speaking. It was Lin Ling, who was in front of the restaurant. Silence. Tating commandery fell into a dead silence. It's you. As for the two emperors, they stared at the blue-robed young man through the martial god giant. Although they knew that Lin Ling's background was not weak, they never dreamed that Lin Ling could summon the 6 barracks to battle. This was no small matter. Putting aside whether the Great Azure Divine Dynasty approved of Lin Ling's actions, how could the marshals of the 6 barracks easily obey the orders of a junior? But now, this kind of impossible thing really happened. At this moment, they had mixed feelings and were speechless. Even the Sunbone and the Sand Spike had their mouths wide open. Their expressions were extremely serious. Actually, with their status, they weren't afraid of the 6 tribes. However, they couldn't guarantee the safety of their own people. Moreover, if they were to really clash with the 6 tribes, it would be an arduous and thankless task for them. Lin Ling, you actually dared to privately mobilize the 6 battalions. I will report this to the Great Azure Divine Dynasty and convict you of a great crime. Immediately order the army to retreat. After recovering from his shock, Sunbone suppressed his anger and spoke with a cold expression. In fact, he was completely flustered when facing the 6 tribe barracks. You don't have to worry about that. Lin Ling's gaze was as sharp as a knife as he said indifferently, however, you have besieged the grand marshals of the 6 military camps. This is an act of defiance against your superiors. Based on this, I have the right to annihilate these 2 commanderies. You. The 2 emperors pointed at Lin Ling angrily. It was clearly Lin Ling who called them over, and then they besieged Lin Ling, but now it became a crime of insubordination. Lin Ling was clearly slandering them. Lin Ling was definitely doing this on purpose. He had come prepared. I refuse to accept this. Only King was fuming with anger. However, what was the use of refusing to accept this? Kill. Lin Ling waved his hand coldly, and the army pressed forward. Thump. Thump, the hearts of the people from the 2 commanderies beat violently. They could not stop this ruthless army. At this moment, they suddenly remembered what Lin Ling had said before, annihilate you. At that time, they only had sarcasm, disdain, and ridicule, but now, they only had regret, pain, and fear. Moreover, they could not help but think of everything about Lin Ling. One should know that Lin Ling was not famous at the beginning. When he really became famous, it was when the 2 commanderies repeatedly hunted down Lin Ling. However, Lin Ling was still alive. This made the 2 commanderies feel as if they had been humiliated, and it also made Lin Ling the most wanted criminal in the commanderies. But now, this wanted criminal had grown up, and he had suppressed the 2 commanderies with his enormous courage. All of this was like a dream. Every dog has its day. In the past, you all thought that I was an ant that could be easily killed. Unfortunately, in my eyes today, you are the ants that can be easily killed. While they were still in shock, Lin Ling's voice drifted out. The people from the 2 commanderies could feel how terrifying Lin Ling was. This was a person who could shake the heavens and earth as long as he was alive. Lin Ling, I agree to your terms. Just as the army was about to slaughter the people, the Emperor Tai finally shouted and lowered his noble head. Because of the oppression of the situation, he had no choice but to lower his head. I can't hear you. Come and kneel in front of me and say it. Lin Ling sneered and said calmly. In fact, his purpose today was not to slaughter, but to threaten. After all, although he was the Grand Marshal, slaughtering 2 commanderies was an earth-shattering event, and it would be troublesome to deal with. Kneel? Make His Majesty kneel? The people were even more confused. Their Majesty, who they believed in, had to kneel in front of Lin Ling? I agree. However, the Emperor Tai was indeed an ambitious person, and he immediately nodded his head in agreement. Of course, it was easy to say, but in reality, he was heartbroken. But what could he do? If he did not sincerely apologize, Tating Commandery would cease to exist, and he would become the biggest sinner of Tating Commandery. He could not bear this sin. Your Majesty. Sunbone was the most upset out of all of them. He could easily kill Lin Ling, but he didn't dare to act rashly because Lin Ling was the Grand Marshal. This feeling of being stuck between a rock and a hard place was the worst. And only king, you have to hand over 300 million divine gems, kneel in front of me and say that from now on, don't provoke me, Lin Ling, and I will let this matter rest. Lin Ling said again. Alright, I agree. Only King's heart was also bleeding. If he had known that Lin Ling was so terrifying, he would have agreed to Lin Ling's conditions. After all, at that time, it was only 50 million divine gems, now, it was 300 million, plop. When the two majesties knelt down, the world was silent, plop. For the dignity of the two majesties, everyone knelt down as well. The only one who was still standing was Lin Ling. That blue robe, at this moment, was like a king descending to the world. Your Excellency, you are so majestic. Falling flowers, flowing water, and the others walked out of the restaurant and smiled proudly. Of course, even in my hometown, everyone who provoked my brother can only die with hatred. Little Flame waved his fist excitedly. Lin Ling could always overcome all difficulties and turn defeat into victory. After this matter is over, the Great Azure Divine Dynasty will definitely be alarmed tomorrow. In addition, Lei Tianlan's death will let some people who are eyeing covetously know that if they want to touch Lin Ling, they have to consider the consequences. Sakura smiled meaningfully. Lin Ling's action was also to establish his power. Although it would cause public anger, at least 80% of the people would not dare to provoke Lin Ling. This was not only good for Lin Ling, but also for the rainforest sacred land. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. The experts blocking the way. Pay up and get lost. Get lost. At this moment, Lin Ling looked at the two powerhouses in front of him and said calmly. How could he not know that these two majesties were unwilling to accept this? He even knew that they hated him to the core. It was just that they did not dare to act rashly. Lin Ling had done what he needed to do and warned them. Whether they would understand or not was not something that Lin Ling could predict. As for the two emperors, their throats seemed to be on fire. But when they looked up at the dense army, they finally stood up and quietly made way. Lin Ling did not even look at them. He took a step forward and flew toward the city wall of Tating Commandery. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The ancient city wall of Tating Commandery was collapsing. The city wall was built when the country was founded. It was also the symbol of Tating Commandery and carried the memories of countless people in Tating Commandery, but now, this ancient symbol was collapsing. Lin Ling. Rumble, sensing the earth-shattering rumble, Emperor Tai's teeth were chattering. Naturally, he knew how precious the city wall was because it was made from the corpse of the 10,000 world beast. Once, there was a king in the Great Azure Divine Dynasty who wanted to buy the city wall from him. Unfortunately, he had rejected him in the end. He had also rejected that king's favor, but today, it all went to Lin Ling. If he had known this would happen, he would have sold it to the prince in exchange for a huge favor. It's really hard. Rumble, at the border of Tating Commandery, Lin Ling was floating there. The Shura sword formation appeared around him. These swords formed a complex bounded array and kept hitting the city wall, bursting with dazzling sparks. Lin Ling smiled. With the corpse horror of the realm-swallowing beast in his hands, Lin Ling was confident that his divine devil body would reach a higher level, and after the divine devil body was upgraded, the third Dantian would be born. One should know that he could dominate the two commanderies today only because of the 6 military camps. But personal strength was the basis for him to roam the universe. Without strength, how could he have any power? After an unknown period of time, when the walls around Tating Commandery had completely disappeared, many warriors in Tating Commandery were crying. In their hearts, Lin Ling was the devil. Unfortunately, Lin Ling did not pay attention to them at all. He led the army and retreated. It was as if that kind of carefreeness had never appeared before. Of course, if the ancient city had not disappeared, people would have thought that Lin Ling had indeed never appeared. But now, Lin Ling had killed the young one, then the old one, and finally extorted the big one. This had already left them with memories that they could not erase. Interesting. This Lin Ling really doesn't look at the consequences of his actions. the great change ape smiled. In the Great Azure Divine Dynasty, authority was only a tool. If Lin Ling thought that he could ignore everything just because he was the Grand Marshal, then Lin Ling would definitely suffer. After all, if Lin Ling were to clash with the first generation of the 3 great academies, the 6 barracks would have no right to help him. This was also because Lin Ling's current status was mostly due to his potential. But what if others had the same potential? Obviously, the Great Azure Divine Dynasty would choose better geniuses. After leaving Tating Commandery, Lin Ling took out a large number of divine gems as a reward to the 6 barracks. The army cheered and was extremely excited. After all, if he was the Grand Secretary, he would not be as unscrupulous as Lin Ling. The army continued to move forward, but on the way, they met 2 people who blocked their way. These 2 people stood on a mountain peak heading towards Qingzhou. Both of them had their hands behind their backs as if they were cold stone statues. However, the wind and clouds around them were rolling, forming a vacuum area. It was not to be underestimated. Stop. Lin Ling's eyes, which were as calm as an ancient well, flickered for a moment on the ground. He raised his fist and stopped the large army behind him. On the mountain peak, the person on the left was wearing a large red feather cloak. The red feathers made him look like a fire phoenix. The other person was wearing a long robe with fish patterns. He was not old, but he had the aura of an emperor. These 2 people stood there quietly as if they were divine kings looking at the myriad of worlds. Marquis of Sovereign Justice, what is the meaning of this? After a moment of silence, Marshal Qianji took the lead to speak. That's right, the person who had come was the Marquis of Sovereign Justice. This was an ambitious and ruthless person. In the Great Azure Divine Dynasty, who did not know his name? He was domineering and had a knife hidden in his smile. However, even if the strong cultivators from all sides knew of his character, there were not many who dared to go against him. TSK, Lin Ling, you are generous. On the mountain peak, the Marquis of Sovereign Justice, who was wearing a red feather cloak, smiled at Lin Ling. That smile was very friendly, as if he and Lin Ling were good friends. However, the more he was like this, the more it showed that he was temperamental. Marquis of Sovereign Justice, what do you want? Lin Ling looked up and said coldly. No, I am just passing by and wanted to see a friend. The Marquis of Sovereign Justice smiled again. Your friend is not here. Now, scram. Lin Ling looked at the Marquis of Sovereign Justice fearlessly. His words made many people behind him exclaim in surprise. Lin Ling had actually asked the Marquis of Sovereign Justice to scram. The young man behind the Marquis of Sovereign Justice narrowed his eyes. The 6 paths of reincarnation actually appeared in his eyes. This 6 paths of reincarnation was different from the one Lin Ling had cultivated in the past. It was even more mysterious and massive. He was obviously angry that Lin Ling had actually spoken to the Marquis of Sovereign Justice in such a manner. However, the Marquis of Sovereign Justice waved his hand slightly, making the young man suppress his anger. The Marquis of Sovereign Justice then said, after seeing my friend, I will scram immediately. These words made the young man even angrier. Although Lin Ling had some ability, how could he be a match for the Marquis of Sovereign Justice? He thought that Lin Ling was too lucky. However, he didn't know that the Marquis of Sovereign Justice was so easy to talk to because of the presence of the 6 military camps. Otherwise, this Marquis of Sovereign Justice would have already made his move. Lin Ling, I didn't expect you to be so capable. I, the Marquis of Sovereign Justice, have underestimated you. However, I don't have any great enmity with you. It's just a small conflict. I, the Marquis of Sovereign Justice, admire heroes, especially rising stars. Therefore, we can be friends, said the Marquis of Sovereign Justice. Upon hearing this, Lin Ling sneered. He didn't doubt the Marquis of Sovereign Justice's words. However, this kind of friendship was built on benefits. What the Marquis valued was his identity as the Grand Marshal. Moreover, if he were to be friends with this person, he would be smiling at him one moment and attacking him the next. You are not qualified. Therefore, Lin Ling rejected him directly. Do you know who you are talking to? As soon as he said this, the young man's robe fluttered and a murderous aura surged. He obviously couldn't hold it in any longer. Without waiting for the Marquis of Sovereign Justice to speak, he immediately attacked. He jumped up, and a huge eye appeared behind him. It was like the 6 paths of reincarnation. In the eye, a white grim reaper shot out. Its speed had also reached a terrifying level. The strongest second-generation Lin Ling, let me, the Grim Reaper, meet you. Kill. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. The clash of the strongest. Lin Ling's pupils constricted when he sensed the majestic aura. His opponent was very powerful. He was a level 5 true god with a divine body and a true god martial soul. That true god martial soul was extremely powerful. Death god's reincarnation? Lin Ling thought as he quickly unleashed his strength. Colorful flames spread out and engulfed Lin Ling. In the next moment, the flaming coffin was born. No one is allowed to attack. When Lin Ling disappeared into the flaming coffin, his voice drifted out. The 6 barracks were stunned, but they tacitly dispersed, leaving the boundless mountains and rivers for the 2 young men to use as a stage. Marshal Qianji, who is that? He's so powerful. Yes. Yes, he has such strength at such a young age. If he's given more time, I'm afraid we won't be his match. This person is definitely the top of the 3 academies. Then, the marshals murmured with shock in their eyes. Born as a god, dead as a demon. Jumping out of the 3 realms, immortal and indestructible. Lin Ling, when you see the Marquis of Sovereign Heaven, you can only kneel down. At the same time, the death god arrived. A sickle fell from the sky and slashed the flaming coffin. Boom. Boom, boom. The ground immediately cracked as if the heavens were falling and the earth was splitting. The flaming coffin seemed to have been split into 2. Since you're in the coffin, you'll be in the coffin forever. The young man's cold voice rang out. The terrifying thing was that the white sickle actually slashed the spacetime flame, causing the Earth's aura to become chaotic and messy. My lord. Second brother. In a distant place, Sakura and the rest clenched their fists in worry. Bang. However, at this moment, the raging flames erupted again. An arm full of red scales appeared and grabbed the white sickle, preventing it from slashing down. Great! Seeing this, the army cheered. Previously, they thought that the flaming coffin had been split into 2. You have some strength. You haven't even cultivated for 2,000 years, but you were able to block one of my attacks. You should be proud of that, but that's all you have. The young man was like the Grim Reaper, controlling the white Grim Reaper with the scythe in his hand. The scythe slashed out again, a gigantic white waterfall was about to slash apart the heavens. Sword. At the same time, the tyrannical song sword appeared in Lin Ling's hand, and he fiercely slashed at the white light. Clang, a deafening sound rang through the air. Sword and sickle collided, realm essence sweeping in all directions. The great mountains in the surroundings were directly flattened, moreover reaching a point where one couldn't see the end of it. This sword and this saber were terrifying. So this is the legendary flame coffin that has been raised by several realms. It is indeed powerful. When he sensed the powerful aura in front of him, the corners of the young man's mouth revealed a cold smile. Of course, he was also a little surprised in his heart. Lin Ling was only in the level 2 true god realm. However, the young man felt that the majestic realm essence was comparable to that of a level 5 true god realm. Lin Ling, your true god martial soul must have been unsealed. Otherwise, it would be impossible for your realm essence to increase by so much. The young man guessed. Unsealed? Hearing that, the expressions of all the marshals changed drastically. The true god martial soul was the manifestation of one's talent. In other words, it could be said to be able to fully utilize one's talent. From a certain point of view, it could be said to be more powerful than the realm essence martial arts. True god martial souls were also divided into strong and weak. If one reached the unsealed state, his strength would be doubled. Powerful martial artists who specialized in comprehending the true god martial soul could reach the 5th seal. Their strength was unimaginable. Could it be that Lord Lin Ling is able to fight against those of a higher realm because his true god martial soul has been unsealed? Marshal Qianji and the others mumbled to themselves. They knew that Lin Ling was powerful, but they did not know how powerful he was. However, it seemed that everything could be explained now. One had to know that in the vast and boundless primal chaos, the path of martial arts was filled with all sorts of colors. Some people were strong in Jiayuan martial arts, some were strong in cultivation methods, and some had true god martial spirits. Therefore, it was very difficult for others to know how strong a martial artist was. This was also the reason why they couldn't see through Lin Ling's strength. Unsealed? At this moment, Lin Ling's eyes flickered. He naturally knew that the true god martial soul had been unsealed. However, it was difficult to unseal it. It was thousands of times harder than comprehending the realm essence seed. In the past, Li Xiaoyao had only started unsealing his true god martial soul after he had reached the true god realm. This meant that the young man in front of him was so powerful that he had unsealed his true god martial soul and increased his realm essence. This was also normal. The reason why Lin Ling's world essence was so vast was because he had 2 dantians in addition to the evil flame transformation. When all these world essence erupted, Lin Ling's world essence was at the 5th level of the true god realm, but he still couldn't suppress his opponent. This explained everything. This young man was a strong opponent. He was also one of the strongest stage 5 true gods. Moreover, his true god martial soul was very strange. His strength seemed to have been absorbed by the 6 paths of reincarnation. Then let me see how powerful your true god martial soul is. At this moment, the young man smiled coldly. His body floated backward eerily. The sickle in his hand danced in the air as if he was writing something in the sky. Gradually, white strokes appeared in the sky. What is that? It looks like a word. It's the word death. The army in the distance was shocked. They could feel a strong pressure from the word death. Come, let's see who is stronger. The young man's confident voice floated out. That's what I was thinking. Lin Ling stared at the word death solemnly. Naturally, he could sense that strange technique. However, at this moment, he was also excited. It was Lin Ling's goal to fight against the strongest generation of the 3 colleges. Flame wheel. Quietly floating in the sky, the flame god's heart appeared. Bright flames burned the sky, the ancient heart beat continuously. Flame shocks the world. What a strange true god martial soul. It should have been unsealed. The young man's eyes were filled with curiosity. However, Lin Ling did not pay attention to him. His true god martial soul had not been unsealed. If it had been, the young man would have been defeated. Lin Ling was relying on the pressure from his 2 dantians. This was also Lin Ling's secret. Naturally, he would not reveal it. Rumble, flame wheels bloomed like flowers. However, when they contracted, they gradually condensed into a huge fireball. Not bad, not bad. You make me excited. Seeing this, the young man became excited. He seemed to be very happy. Perhaps, the stronger Lin Ling was, the more his fighting spirit would be stimulated. You make me want to fight too. At the same time, Lin Ling held the huge flame wheel in his hand and shot towards the young man like a shooting star. Good timing. The young man held the sickle in his hand and attacked with the word death. The 2 geniuses were going against each other. Rumble. When the 2 different colored attacks collided, the surrounding area was immediately turned into ruins. It was as if the world had been destroyed. Moreover, the surging power frightened the army. They were shocked and full of admiration. I want a friend, boom. Finally, a huge shockwave shot towards the heavens. The heavens split open and chaos appeared in the universe. However, the shockwave didn't stop there. It continued to charge towards the end of the universe. All the weak realms it passed were directly destroyed into dust. This collision was so terrifying. If they fought in the 10,000 realms, many realms would collapse. Rumble. At the same time, a figure fell to the ground. It was Lin Ling. However, he quickly got up and his eyes were still evil. However, he was obviously injured. Blood flowed from the corner of his mouth and many of the scales on his body were broken. Rumble. On the other side, the young man was blasted to the ground. A 1,000-mile deep crater appeared on the ground. The deep crater seemed to run through Qingzhou. However, soon, a white figure shot out. It was the mysterious young man. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and seemed to be injured as well. However, not only was he not angry, he was even happier. Good, good, good. You actually injured me. Not bad. The young man's voice was filled with madness. In his opinion, with his strength, Lin Ling would definitely die. However, who knew that not only did Lin Ling not die, he even injured him. If Lin Ling was the top generation of the 3 academies, there was nothing to say. However, Lin Ling was only at the second level of the true god realm. This meant that he had lost this battle. This time I won't underestimate you. Of course, the young man didn't use his full strength before. Okay, enough is enough. Stop. However, just as the young man moved, the sovereign marquis waved his hand and interrupted the battle. He seemed to be helping Lin Ling. The young man gritted his teeth as if he was unwilling to give up. Yes, my lord. Yes. Of course, what was surprising was that the arrogant young man didn't complain and immediately retreated. Of course, he didn't feel good being injured by Lin Ling. Therefore, he looked at Lin Ling and said, "The battle of the Heavenly Transcendence rankings is about to begin. Lin Ling, I'll wait for you to clear the rankings." Yes. I'll be there. At this moment, Lin Ling stood on the ground like a god of war, nodding fearlessly. In reality, his injuries were not light at this moment. Many of his bones were also shattered. Moreover, the realm essence in his dantian was also completely exhausted. Moreover, Lin Ling had 2 dantians, but at this moment, the realm essence in his dantian was completely exhausted. This showed how terrifying that young man was, coupled with the fact that once the flame wheel was utilized, any 6th level true god realm expert would be annihilated, yet it had failed before his eyes. This also indicated that his opponent's strength was absolutely not at the 6th level of the true god realm. Then, the flames around Lin Ling's body retracted, and the demonic aura on his body also disappeared without a trace. He raised his head to look at the Sovereign Heaven Marquis and had a higher opinion of this person. After all, not everyone could make such a powerful young man obey his orders. Of course, he didn't think that the Sovereign Marquis was helping him. Because if the battle continued, it would eventually lead to the 6 tribes barracks joining the fray, and at that time, the Sovereign Marquis's efforts would be strenuous and unrewarding. Even if he could kill the 6 military camps, he wouldn't be able to explain himself to the Great Azure Divine Dynasty. The Sovereign Marquis had obviously thought it through very thoroughly and was also very cunning. Haha, Lin Ling, you didn't disappoint me. I think you will win the second battle between you and the Grim Reaper. Go and wash the Heavenly Crossing list with blood. You should also be ranked as the strongest of the generation. At this moment, the Sovereign Marquis spoke again. His words seemed to be praising Lin Ling, but it caused the young man behind him to have a cold look in his eyes, and a hint of unwillingness rippled in his heart. This young man didn't realize that this was the Sovereign Marquis's provocation, which made the young man want to kill Lin Ling even more to prove himself. You don't have to talk nonsense. What's your purpose here? Say it. Say it. Unfortunately, Lin Ling didn't fall for it at all and said indifferently. If his attitude fell into the hands of other ambitious and ruthless people, they would have already been enraged. However, the Sovereign Marquis wasn't an ordinary ambitious and ruthless person. He was a king who valued the results and not the process. He still smiled and said, "Lin Ling, you are a real man. Then I'll get straight to the point. Today, I want to see a friend. If you can agree, I, the Sovereign Marquis, will owe you a favor." Yes. In your dreams. Yes. However, Lin Ling rejected him immediately. Of course, he knew who the friend was. It was Queen Xianxia. Based on their recent interactions, he guessed that Queen Xianxia had a good relationship with the Sovereign Marquis. Perhaps they were geniuses from the same generation, and the Sovereign Marquis liked Queen Xianxia. However, in the end, the Sovereign Marquis seemed to have his eyes on a secret of Queen Xianxia's clan. That was why he slaughtered Queen Xianxia's entire clan, which made Queen Xianxia hate him to the core. Speaking of which, Queen Xianxia was quite pitiful. If she didn't trust the Sovereign Marquis, her entire clan wouldn't have been wiped out. She was the sinner of her entire clan. She had been carrying this sin for thousands of years. No wonder Queen Xianxia's life goal was to kill the Sovereign Marquis. Lin Ling, stop joking around. That person is useless to you. Why do you want to keep her alive? Yes. Lin Ling's rejection finally made the Sovereign Marquis's face turn cold. His words were clear. Don't challenge my bottom line again for Queen Xianxia. You can be arrogant in front of me, you can shout at me, but you have to give me the thing that I want. Also, he was hinting to Lin Ling that if he gave Queen Xianxia to him, they would be friends from now on. How could Lin Ling not know what he meant? Unfortunately, he didn't appreciate it at all. I'll give you one word. Get lost. Get lost. Lin Ling raised his right arm and pointed at the sovereign marquis. His attitude was firm. He would not back down. Although he and Queen Xianxia were enemies in the beginning, it was Queen Xianxia who saved him when he was framed by Lei Tianlan. A drop of water should be repaid with a gushing spring. That was Lin Ling's principle. Even if the Emperor Qing of the Great Qing dynasty was here, he would not back down, let alone the sovereign marquis. Do you really want to fight? The sovereign marquis's voice turned colder. He was not backing down either. If Lin Ling refused to hand Queen Xianxia over, he would kill all 6 troops to get Queen Xianxia. Come on, I'm not afraid of you. Listen up, get ready to fight to the death. Lin Ling waved his sleeves and called for the army to charge forward. It was just a matter of mutual destruction. Lin Ling was willing to fight to the death. Ha ha ha, what a stubborn young man. Not bad, I like it. I like it a lot. The sovereign marquis's voice became deeper. Those who knew him knew that he was ready to kill. Once this ambitious and ruthless character took action, the people would definitely be plunged into misery and suffering. However, as a soldier, it was his duty to obey orders. Therefore, the 6 troops did not back down. Instead, they marched forward in an orderly manner. The martial god giant was activated. Thousands of birds danced in the sky. The war chariots roared. Lin Ling, on the other hand, pointed his sword at the sovereign marquis. Needless to say, the scene was spectacular. More importantly, the sovereign marquis was a real king. He was fearless in the face of thousands of troops. Instead, the murderous aura on his body became stronger. Someone protected you. Wait. But just as the shocking battle was about to erupt, a ray of light shot out from Lin Ling's body, and his enchanting body appeared in front of everyone's eyes. It was Queen Xianxia. Looking at Queen Xianxia, the murderous aura around the Marquis of Sovereign Heaven controlling Marquis instantly disappeared, and he revealed a smile. Queen of Xianxia, get back here. Lin Ling shouted angrily. He suddenly understood Queen Xianxia's intention. Little brat, do you think you have the qualifications to tell me where I want to go? Queen Xianxia said disdainfully without even looking at Lin Ling. However, Lin Ling knew that Queen Xianxia didn't want him to join the fight. Lin Ling, you should go back first. I was a little reckless before. I apologize here. After the target appeared, the Marquis of Sovereign Heaven also looked at Queen Xianxia. He did not even look at Lin Ling. Although he seemed to be apologizing, he actually did not care. Lin Ling, I'm tired of you. You're not strong, but you're arrogant. I don't know when I'll die if I stay by your side. So, I'd better stay away from you. Our deal is over. Goodbye. Queen Xianxia still didn't look at Lin Ling. After saying that, she dashed off into the distance. Lin Ling's expression changed drastically. Just when he was about to chase after her, a cold voice entered Lin Ling's ears. Lin Ling finally stopped in his tracks. Also, this is a fated enmity between me and him. You have no right to interfere, and you should never interfere. Otherwise, we can't even be friends. The word friend was the reason why Lin Ling stopped in his tracks. Queen Xianxia, get your ass back here. He roared, but it was useless. Queen Xianxia walked further and further away. Queen Xianxia's goal was obvious. She wanted to bring the Sovereign Heaven Marquis away. Moreover, this matter really had nothing to do with Lin Ling, so she didn't want to implicate Lin Ling. Get back here. Lin Ling continued to roar. He clenched his fists so tightly that his nails pierced through his palms, but he didn't feel it at all. Lin Ling, don't worry. It's impossible for him to catch me. I, the Queen of Xianxia, have made a name for myself in Huanyu. Of course, I have my own means to protect myself. Lin Ling, thank you for taking care of me all this time. I hope that when I'm alive, I'll be able to see you become famous in Qingzhou. I hope that you'll remember that someone once protected you. While Lin Ling was still angry, Queen Xianxia's voice drifted into his mind again. This time, her voice was filled with gentleness and gratitude. Gradually, Queen Xianxia disappeared. The Marquis of Sovereign Justice chased after him. Apparently, he was more interested in Queen Xianxia than Lin Ling. After he left, the mysterious young man sneered at Lin Ling. "You can't do anything to the Marquis of Sovereign Justice." After he finished speaking, he also disappeared without a trace. Lin Ling stood there quietly. At this moment, he finally realized how weak he was. He couldn't wait to regain the strength of Li Xiaoyao in the past. He wanted to crush and destroy everything. His body was trembling, his heart was in pain, an indescribable feeling pierced through him like a knife. Perhaps, he had cherished his family and friends all his life. But this time, he couldn't do it. Queen Qianji didn't seem to want Lin Ling to get involved in this matter, but from another perspective, she was protecting Lin Ling. Lin Ling's eyes were filled with tears, looking at the fearless man standing there quietly. The army was silent. They could understand how Lin Ling felt. "Big brother. Master." Tears welled up in little flames and young martial god's eyes. Lin Ling had always been protecting them, but this time, he was protected by someone else. They could understand how he felt as he watched the person he needed to protect leave. But they never blamed Lin Ling, because they knew how heavy the pressure on Lin Ling's shoulders was. They knew how much pressure this man had to carry the world. With such pressure, let alone Lin Ling, even a god couldn't withstand it. Lin Ling had done well. "Second brother." Sakura clenched his fists. In fact, he knew very well that if there was a confrontation, there would only be one result. Everyone would be wiped out. Although the sovereign marquis wouldn't be safe, at least he would still be alive. "Wait until I become the leader of the sovereign marquis. I will take your head personally." Sakura secretly swore that he could give up his life in this lifetime, but there was a reverse scale that no one could touch, and that was Lin Ling. Because, that was his younger brother, and even more so, his life. Unfortunately, although he was very strong now, he obviously hadn't reached the level of the sovereign marquis. "I'm fine. I'm not worried about her." Just when everyone thought that Lin Ling would be depressed, Lin Ling finally raised his head and revealed a bright smile. This made the army laugh. Lin Ling seemed to have recovered. "Of course, if she loses a single hair, then I will erase the sovereign marquis from this world. If Emperor Qing comes to plead for mercy, I will also erase him." Lin Ling took a step and headed towards Qingzhou, leaving behind a cold oath. Looking at the lonely yet strong man, everyone's heart was pounding. He dared to kill Emperor Qing. At this moment, the 6 camps had mixed feelings. If this really happened, they didn't know if they should listen to Lin Ling or Emperor Qing's orders. However, they all had a feeling that Lin Ling would do what he said. The army continued to move forward. The 6 camps separated from Lin Ling, Sakura, and the rest went to the Yulin market. Along the way, Lin Ling was still talking and laughing with Sakura and the rest. It was as if he didn't care about what happened just now. This strong mentality made falling flowers, flowing water, and the rest admire him. However, Lin Ling knew that it would be difficult for the sovereign marquis to capture Queen Qianji. She definitely had a trump card that could save her life. Of course, Lin Ling wasn't sure how long this trump card could last. The only thing he could do was to surpass the sovereign marquis in the shortest time possible. Moreover, the reason why the sovereign marquis gave up on Lin Ling and went after Queen Qianji was because of the spacetime divine steel. The sovereign marquis might have thought that the spacetime divine steel was with Queen Qianji. After returning to the sacred rainforest, Lin Ling started to cultivate. His main goal was to refine the corpse horror of the realm-devouring beast. "Have you heard?" Lin Ling went to Tating Commandery and blackmailed them. Who is Lin Ling? How can he be so arrogant? He is a genius who challenged the Thunder Mansion. He is a monster from the Resplendent Academy and is currently ranked 30th on the Heavenly Crossing list. TSK, although he is strong, he is too arrogant. In Qingzhou, many forces have good relations with the 2 commanderies. If they meet Lin Ling, they will definitely avenge the 2 commanderies. That's right. In terms of status, the 2 commanderies don't dare to offend Lin Ling. However, the first generation of the 3 academies can. The Great Qing dynasty won't object to this. Lin Ling has become a thorn in their side. Translator, Transin editor, Transin. After all, it was not a small matter to lead an army to besiege 2 commanderies. This could affect the whole situation. The top leaders of the Great Azure Divine Dynasty's 5-ring city had all heard of Lin Ling's name. Of course, what surprised them was that the Great Azure Divine Dynasty actually chose to acquiesce to Lin Ling's attack on the two commanderies. This made many people unable to understand the Great Azure Divine Dynasty's intentions. Of course, it didn't take long for another piece of news to spread. Lin Ling fought against the Grim Reaper and returned in a sorry state. If not for the Marquis of Sovereign Justice's intervention, Lin Ling would have been killed by the Grim Reaper. This news was like a stone that caused 1,000 ripples and once again caused a sensation in Qingzhou. The Grim Reaper was one of the strongest people in the Tianyue rankings. Lin Ling, this rash young man, actually overestimated himself and challenged him? He was really lucky. If not for the Marquis of Sovereign Justice's benevolence, he would have been killed. Everyone believed this piece of news because they knew that Lin Ling was indeed not the Grim Reaper's opponent. They even secretly mocked Lin Ling, saying that he couldn't see through himself and was simply asking for humiliation. I think this Lin Ling is just SOSO. The proudest thing in his life was killing his way into the Four-Ring City and besieging two commanderies. His life will definitely be bleak after this. That's right. Big ups and big downs. Previously, he had a big rise and now he has a big fall. I'm afraid he will decline forever. Some people who wanted to see the world fail gloated at this moment. The news also spread to the Yulin market. However, what surprised people was that the Falling Flowers Flowing Water Sword and the others remained indifferent and didn't even bother to mention it. This made many people think that Lin Ling had a guilty conscience. In fact, no one knew that the Falling Flowers Flowing Water Sword and the others were too lazy to explain. After all, Lin Ling was actually the winner of that battle. After all, Lin Ling was a rising star and his cultivation realm was lower. However, at least he injured the Grim Reaper. Moreover, although Lin Ling didn't win, the Grim Reaper didn't win either. It was a draw. How could there be a defeat? This mysterious young man called the Grim Reaper was really thick-skinned to spread such a rumor. Sir Lin Ling will definitely Tianyue rankings. When that time comes, those idiots spreading the rumor, in the end, they will be slapped in the end. The Falling Flowers Flowing Water Sword and the chessboy secretly. If he didn't explode in the Grim Reaper, then he would die. They knew Sir Lin brother Ling, Queen Xianxia wants to avenge her entire race. That's why she doesn't want you to interfere. In the Yulin market, Yu looked at Lin Ling obediently and said, only by personally taking revenge for the extermination of our clan can we face our dead relatives. Xianyuan Ger was also very understanding. Hearing this, Lin Ling smiled and nodded. I know. Then, he looked at his two wives seriously. However, if she left personally and fought with the Sovereign Marquis, I, Lin Ling, would not stop her. However, she was forced to leave in front of me. I, Lin Ling, don't like this feeling, and I don't like to owe people favors. I will return this favor to her. Hearing Lin Ling's firm words, Yu and the other wives smiled. This was their man. He dared to take responsibility for his actions and was magnanimous. Moreover, through their conversation with Lin Ling, they knew that although Queen Xianxia was weaker than the Sovereign Marquis, because of her bloodline, she also had a trump card. Even if she couldn't kill the Sovereign Marquis, she could make him suffer. Alright, it's time for me to cultivate. Lin Ling said to his two wives. Not long ago, he killed Lei Tianlan. At that time, he was ranked 30th on the Tianyue list. Now, his main goal was to clear the list and become the strongest generation. Fortunately, he had obtained a large amount of cultivation resources. Realm-devouring beast corpse horror. Lin Ling sat down cross-legged. With a wave of his right hand, a piece of rock flew out from his ring. The rock was mottled and extremely hard. It didn't seem to have any spiritual energy. Of course, this was just an illusion. Ashura sword formation. The ancient sword behind Lin Ling floated up, and 108 swords shot towards the rock. However, the rock was as hard as iron. After the swords landed, only a few sparks appeared. Just a piece of flesh is already so hard. This realm-devouring beast corpse horror is really impressive. Lin Ling was shocked. He formed a barrier with both hands and sealed the surroundings, preventing the Ashura sword formation sword heart from affecting the market. Then, he started to cut the rock bit by bit. His sword formation was extremely impressive. It could defend and attack autonomously, and it had 2 sword hearts. I have to speed up. Lin Ling wasn't satisfied with the slow cutting. He started to understand the Ashura sword formation, and he swallowed the small pieces of flesh that he cut out. As time passed, Lin Ling's physical strength became stronger and stronger. Physical body cultivation was extremely rare in Jiuzhou, let alone Qingzhou. Lin Ling was one of the founders and had walked the furthest in this field. After an unknown amount of time, Lin Ling's physical body strength reached 20,000 universe power. As his physical strength increased, Lin Ling's sword Dao also increased accordingly. Unfortunately, his ultimate sword Dao still hadn't reached the next level, the realm of Dao. However, among the 108 swords of the Ashura sword formation, the second sword heart was born. In fact, if it wasn't for the short time, Lin Ling would have been able to give birth to the second sword heart. Now, he had 3 sword heart swords. 2 of them were comprehended by himself, and one of them was the tyrannical song sword. The chaotic power that it originally had was as much as 200 universe powers. The 3 sword hearts cut the realm-devouring beast corpse horror, and the speed was obviously much faster. The first piece of flesh was completely cut out. Lin Ling took out the second piece of corpse horror and continued to cut. He had as many corpse horror as a city wall, and it was enough for him to improve his physical strength. Bang, bang, bang. As he continued to devour, Lin Ling's body accumulated a huge amount of realm-devouring beast's essence. His entire body swelled up like a fatty. Also, Lin Ling's life was in danger. If he couldn't refine the essence, Lin Ling would definitely explode. Even Lin Ling couldn't react in time. However, one's prosperity was followed by another, therefore, Lin Ling could only continue to devour the flesh. It was a race with the Hell God. What's happening? Why do I feel like my heart is beating so fast? Yeah, I have the same feeling too. In the market, Luo Hua, Flowing Water, and the others all had a bad feeling. And that aura was the realm-devouring beast's aura. Moreover, as the days passed, not only the market but also the martial artists who entered the street had the same feeling. They felt that there seemed to be some kind of divine beast hiding in the area. Boom! Finally, one day, the market exploded. A bottomless hole appeared in the vast market, and a terrifying aura emanated from the hole from time to time. This made Yu and the others extremely worried. However, they didn't dare to go near the deep hole for fear of interrupting Lin Ling's cultivation. Lin Ling came out of seclusion. My lord's cultivation is the best I've ever seen. Falling Flower's Flowing Water sword was a knowledgeable person, and even he felt that his horizons had been broadened. Hee, is second brother going to break out of the womb? Only Sakura smiled meaningfully, and then everyone left quietly. Sakura bid farewell to Yu and the rest, saying that he would wait for Lin Ling's arrival in Five Ring City. Yu and the rest nodded. They even felt that after their big brother Sakura experienced the Sovereign Marquis, he seemed to want to become stronger. Time passed quietly like this, and unknowingly, 3 years had passed. It seemed like a long 3 years, but to a martial artist, it was very short, like the blink of an eye. In these 3 years, Yu and the rest's strength had increased greatly. Of course, the geniuses of the 3 academies were the same, and many monstrous geniuses were born. These monstrous geniuses were like Lin Ling, appearing out of nowhere and shocking the 3 academies. Lin Ling seemed to be still in a deep sleep, and no one saw that under the ground, the mysterious womb was lying there quietly, revealing a mysterious aura. Moreover, this womb was emitting a magical fragrance. In the womb, it was as if the universe was circulating, and a naked young man was sitting there cross-legged. His slender eyelashes fluttered slightly, as if he was meditating on something. Finally, one day, the womb began to wither, and all the essence disappeared. A handsome young man walked out. His skin was as white as jade, and his facial features were handsome. This devouring process is really dangerous. If not for my strong physical body, which has devoured the blood of the fish demon, the blood of the silver moon supreme beast, and the martial god fruit, as well as the refinement of the fire of time and the power of faith, I'm afraid I would have failed this time. The young man muttered to himself, revealing a clean smile. Of course, he was Lin Ling. One had to know that when he was in the rainforest sacred ground, Lin Ling began to cultivate his physical body, and had already laid a solid foundation. Now that he had devoured the realm-swallowing beast, his physical body had reached a new level. Of course, the reason why he was able to devour successfully was because of the Chaos Divine Formula, because without the Chaos Divine Formula, Lin Ling would have exploded from the essence. Divine Body, Court of the Gods. Lin Ling shouted in a low voice. Rumble, under the ground, a terrifying event occurred. Hundreds of demons crossed over, and divine beasts roared. There was a fish demon king, a silver moon lion king, a fierce tiger, and an azure dragon. Finally, a huge mouth appeared in the middle of all the divine beasts, as if it wanted to devour the heaven and earth, court of the gods, divine bodies unique. This meant that Lin Ling's god-fiend body had reached the divine body level, 100,000 universe power of the universe. Lin Ling extended his right hand and clenched it into a fist. Rumble, a terrifying thing happened, because he only clenched his fist, but the entire ground continued to shake. A certain street in Second Ring City cracked open, causing countless martial artists to be horrified. It was because this was the martial god realm's Azure province, a place known as the Divine Land. However, even the Divine Land had split apart. This was too terrifying. No one knew how strong the power of 100,000 universes was. It could be said that Lin Ling alone represented the power of 10 realms. In the blink of an eye, 10 worlds had collapsed. Not only has my body improved, but my second Dantian has reached the second level of the true God realm. Of course, the most important thing is that my third Dantian is about to be born. Lin Ling's eyes flashed with excitement. The Chaos Divine formula was a triple cultivator of essence, energy, and spirit. His god-devil body had finally caught up to the other two areas. In terms of talent, it was even higher than the space-time flame. Lin Ling sat down cross-legged and began to form his third Dantian. In the past, Li Xiaoyao had already formed 3 Dantians, so this time, his cultivation was a walk in the park. At the same time, Lin Ling's Dantian began to change. A new world was born, and it was like a black hole that constantly absorbed the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Next to the black hole were 2 more Dantians. Not good. Shit. At this moment, Lin Ling's expression changed drastically. He had forgotten that the birth of the third Dantian required a huge amount of spiritual energy. I wonder if the divinity crystals I've accumulated this time are enough to open my third Dantian. Yes. Lin Ling took out all the divinity crystals and even all the treasures he had on him, for example, the human ring pill. All the treasures Lin Ling had obtained over the years were all used to fill his third Dantian. However, it was still not enough. The black hole became bigger and bigger, but due to the lack of spiritual energy, it finally stopped spinning. Sigh. Lin Ling shook his head gloomily. He had been too excited and had forgotten about this. It seemed that he had to find more divinity crystals. After shaking his head, Lin Ling temporarily gave up on opening his third Dantian. Then, he jumped out of the deep hole and came out. He realized that the hole was surrounded by plants, and the fragrance of flowers filled the air. Lin Ling could not help but smile. This must be Yu Yu's doing, everyone must be waiting for him. Not bad. Their strengths have all increased. Lin Ling released his soul force. Sensing everyone's strength increase, he could not help smiling in satisfaction. It seems that my cultivation time is not short. Lin Ling stepped out and walked towards the market square. Presently, the business of the rainforest market was getting better and better. Many were regular customers. After trying the treasures sold in the rainforest market, they also came here to buy things again and again. The rainforest market will close down sooner or later. Of course, there were also people who were taking pleasure in the misfortune of others. This brother, you actually still went to the rainforest market to buy treasures? If you provoke those big shots and make a move against you, you'll be out of luck. After all, this shopkeeper provoked many big shots. Get lost for me. In these 3 years, when has the rainforest market not been in rumors? But the market square is still open. Stop spreading rumors for me. Don't listen to the advice of your elders, and you'll suffer losses soon. Outside the market square, there were also people who constantly slandered the shopkeeper. But, regular customers were regular customers. They did not care about these slanderous words and directly refuted them. This was because the reputation of the rainforest market was accumulated bit by bit. Once it was accumulated, it was not easy to destroy it. Towards the shopkeeper of the market square, many people had a deep confidence in him. Even Lin Ling was stunned by the scene. Did he cultivate for 3 years this time? Moreover, just what had happened in these 3 years? With curiosity, Lin Ling appeared in front of everyone. My lord, you've left seclusion? Master. Falling Flowers, Flowing Water Sword, Ancient Martial God Rhyme, and the others all cried out in alarm. Hee hee, Lin Ling, you've finally appeared. The 9 spirits of heaven and the others couldn't help but reveal excited smiles. Although there were many rumors going around, in their hearts, Lin Ling was still their boss, and he was still omnipotent. Looking at his brothers and friends, Lin Ling was in a good mood. He swept his eyes around and nodded in appreciation. Not bad, you've all reached the late World King realm. Lord Lin Ling, you don't seem to have increased your boundary. The chess boy sized up Lin Ling. If he didn't remember wrong, Lin Ling was at the 2nd level of True Divinity realm before he went into seclusion, and after he left, he was still at the 2nd level of True Divinity. I didn't change, it's you who changed. Haha. Lin Ling coming out of seclusion had undoubtedly given everyone a backbone. Brother Ling. Yu and the rest held Lin Ling's hand. In these 3 years, they had been waiting for Lin Ling. Of course, their strength had also increased greatly, reaching the peak of the 1st stage of True God realm. After that, they knew that Lin Ling was puzzled and told him what had happened during this period of time. In these 3 years, a large number of geniuses had appeared. Moreover, the matter of the Grim Reaper challenging Lin Ling was still known to everyone. Unfortunately, in these 3 years, Lin Ling had disappeared without a trace, so everyone thought that Lin Ling was afraid. However, this was normal. After all, Lin Ling's growth time was too short and his foundation was not solid. Now that he had revealed his true colors, this was something that was inevitable. Therefore, Lin Ling's name was gradually forgotten by everyone, and in turn, it was a form of mockery. After all, Green Province did not have much, but there were many geniuses. Every year, the 10,000 worlds would provide fresh blood, making Green Province full of vitality and geniuses. So it's like this. Lin Ling nodded his head in realization. Everyone kicks a man who is down. This was an unchanging law no matter where it was placed. This is too much. In the past, when Sir Lin Ling became the champion of the Pride Tournament, Resplendent Academy was proud of Sir. But now, the Academy only left Sir with a disdainful reputation. That's right, the most important thing is that those fellows are not strong and only know how to fan the flames. They can't do anything great. Speaking of this, Falling Flowers, Flowing Water and the rest felt indignant for Lin Ling ignore them. However, Lin Ling smiled and shook his head. That kind of indifferent aura stunned Falling Flowers, Flowing Water and the rest. They then realized that although Lin Ling did not break through, his aura was obviously different. It was a kind of grand wind, as majestic as the universe's mythical beast. How could a swallow know the ambition of a swan? The same thought rose in their minds. Dogs bite people, don't tell me I have to bite back the dogs. Besides, there are so many dogs, I really don't have the time to bite them all back. Lin Ling really didn't care because his target was the Sovereign Marquis. Therefore, he didn't even care about the Grim Reaper, let alone those villains who were fanning the flames. Let's not talk about this anymore. Currently, what do I need to do to ascend the Heavenly Crossing list? Lin Ling looked at Blossoming Flowing Swords group and said. To be honest, although he was a member of the Resplendent Academy, he was not as familiar with the Academy as Blossoming Flowing Swords group. If you want to charge into the Sky Crossing rankings, you need to get the approval of the Academy's elders. Hearing this, Falling Flowers, Flowing Water Sword and the others were delighted. Was Lin Ling going to clear the rankings? Alright, let's go look for Vice Principal Gong then. Lin Ling immediately nodded. Becoming the strongest of his generation was also his primary goal. We'll go with you. Everyone was filled with anticipation as they followed Lin Ling to Resplendent Academy. Along the way, Lin Ling saw many unfamiliar faces. They must be the new geniuses of the Academy. Isn't that the top 3 of the 2nd generation, Blossoming Flowing Sword? They haven't appeared in Resplendent Academy for a long time. Che, what top 3 of the 2nd generation? He's just an undeserved reputation. I only need a year to surpass him. Arriving at Resplendent Academy, voices filled with battle intent rang out. Blossoming Flowing Sword and the others seemed to be extremely famous in Resplendent Academy, which made Lin Ling somewhat stunned. As for Blossoming Flowing Sword and the others, they snorted coldly. In the past, they were even more famous and people had to salute them when they saw them. However, ever since Lord Lin Ling went into seclusion, those juniors who were respectful in the past had a 180-degree change in attitude. Of course, they didn't enjoy the feeling of worship, but they didn't like the change in attitude. Those two girls aren't bad. Don't look down on them, they're from the first generation. Many youths stared at Yu and the others and licked their lips. If they hadn't heard the two words first generation, they would have already tried to flirt with them. However, when they saw Yu and Xianyuan are holding Lin Ling's hand, they immediately became jealous. Who's that guy? He has a good face, but his strength seems to be pretty good. Look at his arrogant face, the more I look at him, the more annoyed I feel. He's just relying on the fact that he has more cultivation time than us. In another year, I'll definitely surpass him. Many youths said with high fighting spirit. None of those who could enter Resplendent Academy were pushovers. He's Lin Ling, someone you can't afford to provoke. However, at this moment, a voice suddenly rang out, causing the surrounding youths to be stunned. Lin Ling? Naturally, they had heard of this name before. Humph, he's just a coward. Soon, a disdainful voice rang out. No matter how cowardly he is, he's still better than trash like you who only knows how to talk nonsense. However, the same voice rang out again, mixed with disdain. You're looking for death. Many youths looked at the person who spoke. They originally wanted to teach him a lesson, but they stopped themselves and bowed respectfully, greeting senior brother Genji. The person who came was the former strongest second-generation Genji. The current him was no longer a second generation, he had stepped into the first generation. Genji didn't even bother with his junior brother's bow. Instead, he looked indifferently at the approaching Lin Ling. It had been 3 years, a full 3 years, Lin Ling had finally appeared. In these 3 years, he had worked hard to surpass Lin Ling. Even when everyone thought that Lin Ling had declined, he thought that Lin Ling wasn't that simple. Even so, he had the confidence to surpass Lin Ling. Especially now, his confidence was even stronger. You're finally back. Genji walked out and walked towards Lin Ling. Lin Ling had already noticed him, smiling and nodding. You've changed. In the past, you were arrogant, wild and unrestrained, fearless and fearless. You were the most respected genius of the second generation. But now, facing our junior brother's disdain, you no longer have the strength to refute. Genji said coldly. He knew that Lin Ling must have heard their harsh words, but Lin Ling actually didn't retaliate. This wasn't Lin Ling's character. Lin Ling's character was like a sword, he definitely wouldn't be such a coward. I didn't change, the one who changed is you. Lin Ling was still smiling. After greeting them, he brought Yu and the rest forward. This stunned Genji. He almost wanted to challenge Lin Ling, but after seeing Lin Ling smile, for some reason, he didn't dare. That smile made him feel that Lin Ling was like the clouds in the sky, he could only be seen from afar, but could never be touched. Impossible, definitely impossible. I've already entered the true God realm, I can't still be afraid of him. Genji kept shaking his head, he felt that he wasn't living up to expectations. He wanted to shout, to let Lin Ling fight, but subconsciously, a voice of rejection sounded, making him lose the will to fight. You've changed. In the past, your goal was to reach the peak of martial arts. Now, your goal is to defeat me. Your vision has become narrow. Yes. At this time, Lin Ling's voice floated into his ears, causing his body to tremble. That's right, he didn't know when, but he had actually set his goal to surpass Lin Ling. His lofty ambitions of the past were now gone with the wind. Why didn't you retaliate? Heisher's martial Dao. Because, not interested. The nonchalant voice once again floated into Genji's ears, causing him to smile bitterly. I will never be able to catch up to him. Although there were rumors that Lin Ling had declined, he suddenly had a feeling that not only did Lin Ling not decline, but instead rose up crazily. Because only those with greater foresight would not care about the words of ants. This was like a piece of unpolished jade buried in a pile of rocks. One day, it would shine brightly. This resplendent academy seems to be getting more and more people. Lin Ling and the rest continued to move forward. Lin Ling's gaze swept the surroundings as he spoke indifferently. While the surroundings were filled with discussions, many people had looks of disdain. Unfortunately, Lin Ling did not care at all, as if nothing had happened. That's right, I heard that today is also the day of the exchange between the three academies, so many geniuses came back. Qi Tong said. Exchange? Lin Ling's eyes lit up. That means that the strongest of the first generation came back to give a lecture, imparting some martial Dao experience to the younger generation, so that they would not take the wrong path. Yu Yu curled her lips as she spoke, her tone filled with disdain. Hearing this, Lin Ling laughed in disdain, giving a lecture? These first generation sure have the time. True martial Dao experience, unless it was passed down or gained by oneself, it could not be imparted. Take Lin Ling for example, he had plenty of martial Dao experience, but he had never imparted it to Yu Yu and the rest, only giving pointers, imparting and giving pointers, these two words were like heaven and earth. The reason was that everyone had their own path of martial Dao, imparting from others would only make them look different. The so-called martial Dao, the so-called strength, that is talent. Those with talent are dragons, those without talent are insects. Right at this moment, a vast square appeared in front of them, and an indifferent voice drifted out like thunder. There stood a tall and handsome young man. His hands were clasped behind his back, and he looked at the entire square like a great expert. This person was the first generation, and he was the first generation of Resplendent Academy. Around the plaza stood a large number of people, looking at the youth with admiration. Senior Brothers Wei Yu is so handsome. He is ranked 29th in the sky-surpassing realm, cultivating for 1,500 years, 4th level of True God realm. TSK Tisk, that's amazing. That's nothing. I heard that he even has a divine body. Voices of adoration could be heard from time to time. Some of the girls' hearts were beating wildly. They wanted nothing more than to get to know Senior Brothers Wei Yu and walk around the universe hand in hand. Unfortunately, that was just wishful thinking. How could an ordinary woman get close to Senior Brothers Wei Yu? They could only watch from afar. Senior brother, I don't agree with what you said. But at that moment, a solemn voice suddenly sounded. Everyone looked over and saw that it was a short and stocky young man. He had dark skin and looked very ordinary. What nonsense are you talking about? Instantly, a large number of reprimands rang out. That unprepossessing fellow actually dared to question Senior Brothers Wei. So it's Heisher from the Heavenly Saint Institute. TSK, do you think you're qualified to comment on Senior Brothers Wei Yu's words? Someone recognized the short and stout youth and laughed disdainfully. Today was the day for the exchange of geniuses between the three academies, so the people from the Heavenly Saint Academy were also present. Scram, trash from the Heavenly Saint Academy. Trash, don't talk nonsense if you don't know anything. Some of the geniuses from the Resplendent Academy cursed. Even if Sui Yu wasn't their idol, it wasn't up to the people from the Heavenly Saint Academy to comment on him. I'm just speaking the truth. Heisher said indifferently. He was as calm as ever. Heisher, I've heard of your name. In the Proud World competition, you were a dark horse and almost became the strongest second generation. Unfortunately, you lost to Lin Ling in the end. However, I didn't expect you to become a first generation in such a short period of time. You're quite capable. At that moment, Sui Yu looked at Heisher and said calmly, even though you fought against Lin Ling and became famous in the Proud World competition, that's all there is to you. Lin Ling is also all there is to him. Don't be a frog in a well. I'm not, I'm just speaking the truth. Heisher said bluntly. Of course, I agree with Senior Brothers Wei's words. However, Senior Brothers Wei's words are too full of himself. Talent isn't everything on the path of martial arts. Some people sharpen their sword for 10 years and their martial arts are strong. Some people use their weapons to sweep through the crowd. Some people have strange divine abilities, such as Senior Brother Meng Lu. Therefore, I don't think talent is everything on the path of martial arts. Let's not talk about the distant ones. Take our senior brother He from the Heavenly Saint Academy for example. He cultivated a fist art for 1,000 years and used it to reach 80% completion. He also defeated countless geniuses and became the 12th on the Tianyu rankings. As soon as his words fell, the square fell into silence. Everyone felt that what he said made sense. There were no absolutes on the path of martial arts. Bullshit. At that moment, Sui Yu shouted coldly. You're just saying self-comforting words because you don't have a strong talent? On the path of martial arts, talent is everything. Those with strong talent can unseal the true god martial spirit. The first seal, the second seal, and even the third seal can increase a huge amount of boundary energy. Do you know this? You're just a piece of trash. I know. Xianxia immediately retorted. But I've heard that a strong 7th grade boundary origin martial skill can fight against those who have unsealed it. Therefore, those without talent are not necessarily trash. Hee, I like stubborn people like you the most. Hearing Xianxia's words, Zuiyu laughed. He took a step forward and rushed toward Xianxia. Along the way, he unleashed his talent, causing hundreds of flowers to bloom and court of gods to resonate. A palm seemed to fly among the flowers and arrived in front of Xianxia at the speed of 4 realms. The palm landed on his chest, causing him to spit out blood and fly backward. Although Xianxia was from the first generation, he was obviously not as strong as those who were ranked 30th and above. Facts have proven that what you said is bullshit. You're trash. After defeating Xianxia with 1 palm, Zuiyu laughed disdainfully. What a dazzling move! The crowd exclaimed. At first, they agreed with Xianxia's words. But now, they believed Zuiyu even more. Because strength proved everything. Get lost, trash. Trash. Many people scolded Xianxia. Bang, Xianxia fell to the ground. His eyes were filled with unwillingness, but his face was extremely gloomy. He couldn't even block a single move. The crowd's mockery and sarcasm made him feel like his heart was dead. He didn't mean to disrupt Zuiyu. He just wanted to stand up for his own martial path. He wanted to discuss martial path with Zuiyu, but unfortunately, he wasn't qualified. You're not wrong. Just as the crowd was mocking Xianxia, an arm stretched out from the void and pulled Xianxia up. Xianxia looked up and said excitedly, Lin Ling? The person who came was Lin Ling. He nodded at Xianxia with a bright smile. Back in the Pride tournament, Blackstone had left a good impression on him. Now, Blackstone had relied on his own willpower to enter the ranks of the first generation. He was indeed a man of great willpower, much better than those people in the square and Iyun. Erupting in silence. Thank you, I understand. All the doubts in Haystone's heart were cleared. He believed in Lin Ling's words, and he was even more resolute in his own martial Tao. I also believe that you will become stronger. Lin Ling patted Xianxia's shoulder and walked forward. Who is that person? Lin Ling? It's that freak Lin Ling whose name shook the 3 great academies 3 years ago, and who was deemed as the fastest cultivator in history. But now, he seems to be down and out. Perhaps he has done something that angers both man and God. What's funny is that he actually has the mood to console others. He doesn't even look at himself. Many people recognized Lin Ling, including Zuiyu. He smiled faintly and said, Junior brother Lin Ling, do you have any objections to what I said? Lin Ling nodded and said, What do you think? Unfortunately, Lin Ling didn't pay any attention to him. He continued to move forward with Yu and the others. Sure enough, he's the same as Xianxia, a frog at the bottom of a well. He thought that the Proud World competition was a little amazing, so his self-confidence swelled to the point that he couldn't recognize himself. Everyone, look clearly, this is the reason why his foundation is not solid. Of course, not having a strong talent is also one of the reasons why he fell from the spiritual pedestal stage. Seeing that Lin Ling didn't say anything, Zuiyu immediately spoke to everyone in the tone of a senior. Brother Zua, we understand, we will not learn from Lin Ling. Many people immediately replied, with Lin Ling's talent, he will never be able to catch up with Brother Zua. Zuiyu's words were like the command of God, making the crowd believe him without a doubt. Zuiyu couldn't help but smile when he sensed that he was the moon surrounded by the stars. He looked at the few people around Lin Ling and said, The same goes for all of you. Don't get too close to him. Otherwise, you'll end up like this for the rest of your life. If you want to achieve martial arts, you'd better walk on my side. The reason why he held this forum today was because the academy would reward him. The more disciples who believed in him, the more rewards he would receive. Therefore, when he saw Yu and the others beside Lin Ling, he subconsciously said. Of course, even if Yu and the rest didn't come, he wouldn't mind. After all, it didn't matter if there were a few more people or a few fewer people. As for Lin Ling, naturally, he didn't care at all. Not to mention anything else, just the fact that Lin Ling didn't dare to talk back proved everything, but unexpectedly, his last sentence made Lin Ling finally stop in his tracks. Furthermore, a chuckle could be heard. They are my wives? You're openly recruiting them? Suiyu was stunned. Previously, when he was disdainful of Lin Ling didn't dare to talk back. But now, Lin Ling actually questioned him because of a casual sentence? I'm not recruiting them. I'm just letting them know what martial arts are. Suiyu said faintly. She's my wife. I'll guide her myself. I don't need anyone else's nonsense. Lin Ling also spoke up. His tone made Suiyu a little dissatisfied. Why do you have to hold up other people's martial arts? Don't tell me you want them to decline like you? Being pointed at by others and unable to raise their heads? They've never been unable to raise their heads. On the contrary, they're proud of me. And you don't have to talk like an expert. Your martial arts doesn't mean that everyone recognizes it. The reason why they didn't fight back is because they don't want to. Lin Ling began to give tit for tat. He didn't care about the mocking of the weak, but the weak couldn't have any ideas about his wife, because this was his reverse scale. You're called Suiyu, right? May I ask what's your ranking? Lin Ling asked again. Suiyu sneered. Why do you ask? My ranking isn't something that a junior like you can understand. Alright, if your ranking is below 30, then you can treat me like air. Ignore my previous words and continue to fool these people. Lin Ling also smiled. If your ranking is below 30, then I'm sorry, but I'm very interested. Fool? Suiyu's face turned even uglier. Lin Ling actually said that he was fooling everyone? I'm sorry, senior brother, I'm ranked 28. Suiyu also raised his voice. He wanted to let Lin Ling, this trash, know what was called the Heavenly Crossing List, 28. Senior brother Swa, aren't you ranked 29? You've risen again, that's amazing. Everyone instantly exclaimed. One must know that to advance one place on the Heavenly Crossing List was harder than ascending to the heavens. It was also because this was the battle stage of the strongest generation of the 3 great academies. Everyone was frantically increasing their strength to maintain their ranking, 28. You've successfully attracted my interest. Hearing this, Lin Ling's smile became even wider. His blue and white robe also fluttered. At this moment, he was like a sword that had been unsheathed. Brother Ling. Sensing the soaring aura, Yu and the rest were delighted. They knew that this man had finally awakened. Previously, Lin Ling seemed to be in a deep sleep. He was only interested in the sovereign marquis. Now, the lion has awakened. Lin Ling, is he finally going to make a move? This lazy man is really lazy. At this moment, at the side of the square, a youth appeared. At this moment, he was excitedly clenching his fists. He was Guji. As for Heisher, he revealed an excited smile and his body was trembling. Lin Ling, after being silent for a long time, finally exploded. He was also looking forward to Lin Ling proving everything. I agreed with Heisher's words before. In the martial Tao, there is no absolute. What do you think? At this moment, Lin Ling stepped forward. His long hair fluttered, causing the geniuses who were originally disdainful to fall silent. It had to be said that the current Lin Ling was very handsome, causing them to be in a daze. Are you refuting me? Suiyu snorted coldly. I'm not refuting you. I'm telling you that you are not qualified to discuss martial arts. Lin Ling stretched out his right hand and opened his palm. Look at this palm. When it opens, it controls the world. When it closes, it can sweep away the wind and clouds. Today, I will teach you a lesson. I will show you what the proof of 100 schools of thought is. Bang! Lin Ling stomped heavily on the square, causing the ground to crack, shocking everyone. He shot towards Suiyu like a cannonball. His fist was behind him, gathering strength. He did not use any realm essence energy. Let me teach you another lesson. Talent is not everything. His fist was like an arrow, shooting towards Suiyu. 100 Flower God. Seeing this, Suiyu sneered. He did not expect Lin Ling to take the initiative to attack. He did not care about a mere Lin Ling. On the other hand, the crowd opened their mouths in shock. Lin Ling was courting death. Not to mention that Lin Ling had declined. Even if he was still outstanding, he was only ranked 30th in the first generation. Suiyu was ranked 28th. It seemed like there was a difference of 2 ranks, but the difference in strength was like heaven and earth. What's more, Lin Ling didn't use any of his unique skills and only used ordinary fists. He even used his fist to teach Suiyu a lesson? Crazy. Court of Gods. A magical scene of hundreds of flowers blooming appeared around Suiyu. Divine kings wearing colorful clothes appeared one after another, as if they were giving him their blessings. At the same time, a blurry lady appeared behind him. She seemed to be the master of flowers. She stretched out her hand gently. A terrifying realm essence energy erupted. Her divine body and the strength of a level 4 true god were not something an ordinary person could withstand. Boom, Lin Ling's fist finally arrived. It was like a meteor crashing on the ground. The moment it landed, the crowd realized how terrifying it was. The ground of the square cracked and countless tiles were sent flying thousands of miles high. The scene was shocking. Ka ka ka. Preemptive strike. Boom, a terrifying punch landed on Zuiyu's face and sent him flying like a cannonball, penetrating through countless buildings and disappearing into the distance. Amidst the dust, Lin Ling's figure was faintly discernible, shocking the entire resplendent academy. One punch, the 28th on the Heaven Surpass ranking was sent flying. Previously, Zuiyu had said that those with talent were true dragons and those without talent were trash. But now, he was sent flying by a simple punch. This meant that Zuiyu was wrong. In the 100 schools of thought contest, talent wasn't everything. Senior Brothers was divine physique and Court of Gods could shake the 10 worlds, but Lin Ling sent him flying with just his fist? How is this possible? No one was more shocked than Genji. Because he was a first generation, he was clearer than the others about the strength of the first generation. No wonder he didn't retaliate, it was because he didn't care. Perhaps only an opponent like Suiyu would interest him. Genji muttered to himself. In fact, the surrounding disciples were speechless. Thinking of how they looked down on Lin Ling, it was as if they had slapped themselves in the face. No matter what kind of genius they were, no matter how powerful they were, but Lin Ling was their senior brother in the past, and he was still their senior brother today. They thought that Lin Ling had declined, but that was just their wishful thinking. Who said that Lord Lin Ling had fallen off the stage? Get out here. Someone suddenly roared. It was Falling Flowers' flowing water sword. He wanted to see what these arrogant people had to say. The surrounding geniuses were embarrassed and lowered their heads. In the resplendent academy, strength was everything. Lin Ling had also proved everything. It also meant that Lin Ling didn't care about their mockery and ridicule. They were just a bunch of sparrows squawking. Good, you dare to sneak attack me, it's my turn now. At this time, a figure shot over with the speed of 4 worlds. A halberd seemed to have shot out from time to time. Obviously, Lin Ling's punch didn't injure Zuiyu, it only made him look miserable. Rumble, the divine body descended once again. Hundreds of flowers bloomed, and even time seemed to slow down a bit, and this was the might brought about by Zuiyu's divine body. One had to know that in a battle between martial artists, the short span of a breath could change everything. In addition, he had clearly erupted. With his full strength at this moment, and his strength had reached the peak of the 6th level of the true god realm. Not good. Seeing this, people immediately cried out in alarm. No one thought that Zuiyu would suddenly make a move. He had obviously learned from Lin Ling and attacked as soon as he said so. However, his realm and talent were both higher than Lin Ling's. If he launched a sneak attack, it would definitely be very difficult for Lin Ling to block. At this moment, Lin Ling's eyes flashed. He had not expected his opponent to be so tenacious. This caused his attack to be slightly slower. However, at this moment, sword shadows rushed out from behind him and turned into 108 swords. They formed a military formation to protect Lin Ling. Clang, 108 swords shot towards the halberd in a frenzy, producing ear-piercing sounds of metal colliding. Some of the weaker geniuses began to bleed from their 7 orifices. How terrifying. Lin Ling's Ashura sword formation is actually so powerful. I'm also a swordsman and have also cultivated the Ashura sword formation. Compared to Lin Ling's sword, I'm far inferior. Ironically, I was the first to mock Lin Ling previously. Everyone's faces turned red. Some swordsmen were so ashamed that they wanted to hide their faces. Because they had also cultivated the Ashura sword formation, they had thought that they had surpassed Lin Ling. However, who knew that it was just wishful thinking? Lin Ling, is this all you've got? At this moment, Zuyu's body appeared. He held the halberd in one hand and shattered the void. The pressure was extremely great. The terrifying thing was that the pressure alone was enough to shatter a world. Moreover, although the Ashura sword formation had blocked the halberd, it was only a matter of time before it was swept away. This was because Zuyu's talent had slowed down the speed of the sword formation. It was as though time had been frozen. I've said that talent is everything. Noticing this, Zuyu sneered. He thought that Lin Ling had only ambushed him previously. Otherwise, Lin Ling would not have the right to be so arrogant. I still don't think so. However, at this moment, Lin Ling was also staring at him. With a wave of his hand, an ancient sword shot down from the sky. He had actually pulled out a sword from the Ashura sword formation. Moreover, with the ancient sword in his hand, he slashed at Zuyu along with the Ashura sword formation. Haha, this speed is too slow. Junior brother Lin Ling, did you not eat? Under the influence of Zuyu's divine body, Lin Ling's speed was very slow. Zuyu's eyes were filled with disdain. With such a slow speed, the power of the sword must be limited. Remember, this sword is the Ashura sword formation. It is also a martial art from the primeval world. Lin Ling ignored him. He slashed out with the sword, as though he was going to cut the sky. However, in the eyes of the crowd, this sword was indeed slow. It was so slow that many of the geniuses could easily dodge or even block it. This is normal. After all, senior brother Lin Ling was the last to attack. Zuyu suppressed him first. Someone said solemnly. It was He Shi. As expected of an experienced martial artist, he was able to see through everything. If that's the case, senior brother Lin Ling counterattacked in a hurry. No wonder the power of his sword was so weak. The geniuses around them were not weaklings. They had also figured out everything. For example, Lin Ling had attacked first, which was why senior brother Zuyu was swept away. Now that senior brother Zuyu had attacked first, it would be difficult for Lin Ling to block it. Rumble. However, as soon as they finished speaking, Lin Ling's sword slashed down, accompanied by the Ashura sword formation. Clang, Zuyu's long halberd cracked instantly. Silence. The crowd was dead silent. They clearly saw that Lin Ling's sword was not powerful. However, with one slash, senior brother Zuyu's long halberd was broken. Of course, the most shocked person was Zuyu. His eyes were wide open. Lin Ling was only a level 2 true god. How could his sword be so powerful? Swoosh, as the sword slashed down, blood spurted out. If it was not for Zuyu's strong divine body that could control time, that slash would have split him into two. Even so, his right arm was chopped off. He retreated frantically and spat out mouthfuls of blood. My right arm. How could I lose to a junior brother like you? He shook his head as he retreated, as though he could not believe what he had seen. One should know that he had used 300 years to climb from the 29th place to the 28th place on the heavenly transcendence list. However, he had just stabilized his position and was overtaken in the next moment, and Lin Ling seemed to have only used 3 years. At the thought of this, his heart was filled with jealousy and resentment. There was even a strong murderous intent. This was because Lin Ling had taken away his honor. This is crazy. Previously, Lin Ling attacked first and sent senior brother Zuyu flying. Then, senior brother Zuyu attacked first as well. However, he could not touch Lin Ling at all. Instead, his arm was chopped off. Everyone's heart trembled violently. At this point, it was clear who was stronger and who was weaker. Bang! At this moment, the dull sound of footsteps continued to resound. A mouth that devoured everything. Because he noticed the killing intent in Zuyu's eyes, Lin Ling would not show mercy to those who wanted to kill him. Lin Ling, bang bang bang. His pace was neither fast nor slow, but it was like thunder, causing the air to explode continuously. Every step seemed to step on Zuyu's heart, causing his face to turn paler. He was still activating his god body, so he guessed that Lin Ling couldn't be fast and could only walk slowly. He had the time to escape, but if he escaped, how could he face others? Lin Ling, don't go too far. Gritting his teeth, Zuyu waved his right hand and a blood-red pill appeared. It was the Earth Ring pill. this was a pill that was even more precious than the human ring pill. Not only could it instantly recover one's world essence, it could also heal one's injuries. You forced me to do this. If you die today, you can only blame yourself for being blind. Suiyu looked at the pill reluctantly and swallowed it in the end. This medicinal pill was originally intended to be used at a critical moment, but who would have thought that facing this junior brother Lin Ling, he would also be forced to use it. His heart was also bleeding at this moment, but after the medicinal pill entered his stomach, his severed arm began to grow crazily. His muscles wriggled like worms and gradually recovered to their original state. On top of that, his boundary river had also become even larger. Using medicinal pills? Even if senior brother Suiyu won, he still lost. Seeing that scene, many people shook their heads. This was because Suiyu no longer viewed this battle as a spar, but a battle of life and death. Otherwise, he wouldn't have used the Earth Ring pill, therefore, even if he won, it was an unfair victory. Lin Ling, your previous Jiayuan martial art, Azura sword formation, is very powerful. Moreover, your strength seems to be very strong as well. You have indeed taught me a lesson. However, let me tell you, the truly powerful thing is talent. I want you to personally admit this truth. Suiyu shouted crazily as he sensed the boundary essence climbing higher and higher. Following his roar, the entire resplendent academy began to tremble. At the same time, more and more geniuses arrived and looked at the scene in horror, especially after seeing Lin Ling. They were even more shocked. 3 years, they thought that Lin Ling had escaped from Qingzhou, but today, they saw Lin Ling again. Furthermore, they saw Lin Ling's domineering scene. Is the final battle about to begin? Senior brother Lin Ling, you're amazing. 3 years ago, he was only ranked 30th on the sky-surpassing rankings. Now, I'm afraid he can reach 29th. 3 years, TSK. Voices of admiration rang out one after another. The geniuses who had previously worshipped Suiyu all turned their gazes toward Lin Ling. No matter if Lin Ling won or lost, it was enough for him to be proud. Yan Ningbo blood halberd. The surrounding voices undoubtedly made Suiyu even angrier. A white goddess floated out from behind him. She was as beautiful as a flower fairy. At this moment, the mystic goddess wielded her halberd and shot towards Lin Ling like an otherworldly fairy. Clearly, with the help of the Earth Ring pill, he unleashed the strongest attack of his true god martial soul. What is a divine body? What is unsealing? A frog at the bottom of a well like you will understand. After unleashing the otherworldly fairy, Suiyu also shot towards Lin Ling. Swoosh, what was terrifying was that wherever Suiyu's true god martial soul passed, it tore through the void, causing a black path to appear in midair. That was the chaos of the universe. What was even more terrifying was that time had stopped. The surrounding people could think, but they couldn't move. They could only be shocked by Suiyu's heaven-defying divine body. Stop. At this moment, an anxious voice suddenly rang out. A figure floated in the sky and flickered a few times before appearing in the square. It was Ancestor Dragon Granny. Suiyu, you dare violate the Academy's rules? Ancestor Dragon Granny saw Suiyu unleash his full strength and knew that he wanted to kill Lin Ling. However, Suiyu ignored her and his eyes turned even colder. Lin Ling must be killed. Otherwise, he would be surpassed in 3 years. Sir. Lin Ling. Time had been frozen. Falling flowers, flowing water, and the others could only cry out in their hearts. In fact, they had confidence in Lin Ling from the beginning. However, now that time had been frozen, even if Lin Ling had powerful strength, he couldn't unleash it. The talents of the strongest generation were heaven-defying. I've said it before. You're not qualified to discuss martial arts. However, at this moment, Lin Ling spoke. This caused everyone to be greatly shocked. Time had been frozen, but Lin Ling could still speak. Even Suiyu was secretly shocked. However, he didn't care. He thought that Lin Ling was just a flash in the pan. This was also because he had confidence in his divine body. In the past, with his divine body, he had even killed an 8th-stage true god expert. Because time had been frozen, even if the opponent had powerful realm essence, they couldn't attack. Therefore, they could only hate him. In fact, he didn't know that Lin Ling was full of disdain for his time freeze. This time freeze could only freeze people weaker than Suiyu. It couldn't be compared to the time steal. The time steel could burn space and time. That was the true time freeze. It was just that Lin Ling was still unable to activate that effect at the moment. 29? That's enough for me to unleash 70% of my strength. Lin Ling muttered to himself. An ancient aura spread out from his body, boom, boom. Hundreds of beasts roared. The fish demon, silver lion, azure dragon, and black tortoise appeared behind Lin Ling and roared toward the sky. That terrifying aura actually caused Second Ring City to tremble. What, divine body? Resonance of the gods? Ancestor Dragon Granny wanted to help Lin Ling when she saw the scene. However, she stopped in her tracks with a face full of excitement. Divine body, Lin Ling had given birth to a divine body? And it wasn't of the fire element? How many secrets did this guy hide? What had he done in the past 3 years? The geniuses who were frozen in the surroundings felt their hearts explode as their minds roared. He also has a divine body. Zuiyu was also shocked. No wonder he had always found it strange that his divine body couldn't suppress Lin Ling's combat strength. So that was the reason. Even so, there were strong and weak divine bodies. His spatial datura physique was definitely above Lin Ling's divine body. What's the use? Die. The heavenly flying immortal was getting closer and closer to Lin Ling. The long halberd flashed coldly. However, Lin Ling still stood motionless with a cold expression on his face. However, at this moment, a sudden change occurred. Roar, a huge mouth quietly appeared as if it had appeared out of thin air. Then, it pounced out from behind Lin Ling and swallowed the heavenly flying immortal along with the long halberd. This sudden change shocked the entire academy. What kind of divine body was this? A mouth? That was too strange. Even Zuiyu's eyes widened. His true god martial soul had been swallowed? However, he quickly reacted and immediately wanted to retreat. However, he realized that he couldn't move. Time was frozen. His eyes couldn't help but stare at Lin Ling. He suddenly guessed that Lin Ling's divine body had swallowed the power of his divine body and then fed it back? The Academy's rules. I've said that talent isn't a part of martial arts. That's why you were defeated by my sword. I've also said that you're not qualified to discuss martial arts because your divine body is like child's play in front of me. Lin Ling looked at Zuiyu indifferently with disdain in his eyes. He reached out his right hand and grabbed Zuiyu's neck, lifting him up. Zuiyu tried to resist, but he realized that Lin Ling's right hand was too strong. His realm origin energy couldn't move it at all. This made him realize that Lin Ling didn't just rely on the Ashura sword array to cut off his right arm, but also his terrifying divine body. At this moment, he finally realized that talent wasn't the only thing that mattered on the path of martial arts. Lin Ling had opened his eyes and taught him a lesson about what it meant to be a genius who was strong in all areas. He lost. Senior brother Zuiyu lost. Look at his face. Hee, no one was dissatisfied with senior brother Zuiyu's discussion. Lin Ling was passing by and he didn't care about senior brother Zuiyu. However, senior brother Zuiyu thought that he was stronger and insisted on asking Lin Ling for an answer. He even provoked Lin Ling. Now that he's defeated by Lin Ling, I'm afraid he's too ashamed to show his face. In front of senior brother Lin Ling, senior brother Zuiyu really isn't qualified to discuss martial arts. He's like a clown in front of senior brother Lin Ling. People were shocked and mocking. They were shocked because Lin Ling was so strong and his mouth was so tough. It was their first time seeing him devour a true god's martial spirit. What was ironic was that Zuiyu wasn't Lin Ling's opponent at all. He actually gave Lin Ling pointers. Zuiyu was smashing his own foot with a rock. However, senior brother Zuiyu wanted to kill Lin Ling. I'm afraid senior brother Lin Ling won't let him go. Probably. The Resplendent Academy has a rule that geniuses can't kill each other. Moreover, Zuiyu is one of the strongest geniuses of his generation. That's true, but Zuiyu wanted to kill senior martial brother Lin Ling. More and more people voiced out their opinions. They all believed that Lin Ling would not kill Zuiyu. After all, this was a violation of the rules. However, how could they guess Lin Ling's way of doing things? Previously, Lin Ling had been ridiculed. If it were someone else, they would have already attacked. However, Lin Ling disdained to attack the weak and ignored them. And now, Zuiyu wanted to kill him. How could he, Lin Ling, be afraid of the academy's rules and not dare to make a move? Lin Ling's lips curled into a sinister smile. His right arm rolled like a dragon, and the powerful force caused Suiyu's pupils to bulge. The taste of death appeared in his mind. He wanted to beg for mercy, but he couldn't make a sound. This senior martial brother Lin Ling really made a move? Crazy, crazy. Upon seeing this, the second and third generations of the Resplendent Academy were dumbfounded. Monster Lin Ling's way of doing things was indeed different from ordinary people. Lin Ling, don't be impulsive. But at this moment, an anxious voice suddenly sounded. Ancestor Long looked at Lin Ling worriedly and shook her head. In the Resplendent Academy, disciples are not allowed to kill each other. Moreover, the first-generation disciples are even more so. Otherwise, it would be a violation of the Academy's rules. As long as one is a genius of the Resplendent Academy, no one can violate the rules. Lin Ling, you can teach him a lesson or even trample him under your feet, but you can't kill him. Ancestor Long continued to speak. Lin Ling's hand gradually loosened. His eyes flickered as he said, I still remember this rule. The Resplendent Academy is a place to nurture geniuses. It doesn't want geniuses to kill each other. His voice wasn't loud, but many geniuses nodded. They weren't surprised by Lin Ling's choice. Even Yu and the others were the same. Although Lin Ling is powerful, he still doesn't dare to violate the Academy's rules. Yes, in front of the Academy, even if Lin Ling is a dragon, he will still have to kneel down. Sounds of discussion could also be heard. After Lin Ling loosened his grip, Suiyu could finally breathe again. However, being held by the neck in front of everyone, and whether he lived or died, he still had to see Lin Ling's expression. This made Suiyu furious. He felt that he had no face to see anyone. Haha, Lin Ling, you have guts. I can tell you that today's humiliation will be returned tenfold in the future. Moreover, you, Lin Ling, are a piece of trash, a coward. You don't dare to face a true first-generation disciple. The Grim Reaper has always wanted to fight you, but you didn't even dare to see his face and could only hide for 3 years. Haha, trash. Suiyu's voice was sharp, and he even spat at Lin Ling. It was as if he was saying, kill me if you have the guts. If you don't, you're trash. That arrogance made the crowd's pupils dilate. Mu Ran felt even more disgusted with Suiyu. If it wasn't for Lin Ling having scruples about the Academy's rules, Suiyu would have died long ago. He even spat, what an ugly person. However, Lin Ling didn't pay attention to Suiyu's words. He seemed to be thinking about something. The geniuses of the Resplendent Academy couldn't kill each other, but in the third and fourth ring city, there were so many people who came to kill him. There were experts like Lei Tianlan and the Sovereign Marquis. At that time, who knew where the Resplendent Academy was? Moreover, in these 3 years, the Grim Reaper spread rumors, making Yu, Falling Flowers, Flowing Water, and the others ridiculed in the Resplendent Academy. At that time, where was the Resplendent Academy? Thinking of this, Lin Ling pulled the jade token from his waist, threw it on the ground, and stepped forward. Pa, the jade token was broken. This action made everyone's eyes widen. They didn't understand what Lin Ling was doing. Even Ancestor Longpa was the same. You're Suiyu? Ranked 28th on the Tianyue leaderboard? Lin Ling's gaze started to wander and landed on Suiyu. That's right. You even had the chance to go to the 5th ring city and meet the various heirs. Lin Ling, you're still too inexperienced to go against me. To be honest, in Qingzhou, I'll use 1,000 ways to kill you. Suiyu lifted his chin and said proudly. He didn't know that he was about to die. Pa, however, just as he finished speaking, he was met with a slap. It was a clean slap from Lin Ling. I asked you, are you Suiyu? Who asked you to answer such unimportant questions? That slap knocked out all of Suiyu's teeth. His eyes were burning with anger. Lin Ling didn't dare to kill him, but he humiliated him. Despicable, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Only Lin Ling had the courage to force a member of the strongest generation like this. You're only temporarily proud. Suiyu said in a low voice. Pa, however, Lin Ling was expressionless. He slapped Suiyu again. Did I ask you to speak? You. Suiyu didn't expect Lin Ling to be so arrogant. He didn't even give him the right to speak. Pa. An authority of the Qing state, this time, Zuiyu was so angry that his body trembled. He glared at Lin Ling with resentment, but he did not dare to do anything. He was certain that if he dared to say another word, Lin Ling would beat him again until he dared not say another word. If news of one of the strongest generation falling into such a situation were to spread out, others would laugh their heads off. This Lin Ling is simply a madman. Do you really think that I don't dare to kill you? However, when Zuiyu no longer dared to be arrogant and was about to settle the score, Lin Ling spoke again. This sentence made Zuiyu snort in his heart. He almost wanted to say, "Do you dare?" But when his eyes met with Lin Ling's, he suddenly felt an inexplicable sense of panic. This was because Lin Ling's eyes were filled with killing intent. It was a terrifying massacre, a fearless massacre. Impossible. Lin Ling definitely wouldn't dare to kill him, otherwise it would be a violation of the rules. And the surroundings suddenly became quiet, because people felt the killing intent on Lin Ling's body, very strong, very cold, even Ancestor Long sensed it. She shouted anxiously, "Lin Ling, don't be impulsive." Pa, however, just as she finished speaking, a crisp sound rang out. This was because Zuiyu's neck had been broken by Lin Ling, his head was tilted to one side, and his eyes were still wide open. It was as if he died with his eyes wide open, and he couldn't understand why Lin Ling dared to kill him. Whoosh, however, not only did Lin Ling kill him, he even pulled off his head and held it in his bloody hand. He looked at everyone coldly. Plop, everyone's hearts suddenly jumped violently. Lin Ling was so crazy, like a killing god. At this moment, they were completely in awe of Lin Ling. Was this still the senior brother Lin Ling who had declined for 3 years? Lin Ling! Ancestor Dragon Granny shouted anxiously. Lin Ling had really killed him. I will never let go of anyone who wants to kill me. Lin Ling said indifferently. His voice was calm, but it was like a sharp sword that stabbed into everyone's hearts. If people don't offend me, I won't offend them. If people offend me, I'll pay them back tenfold. This was Lin Ling's principle. Alas! Ancestor Long also knew Lin Ling's temperament. After a long sigh, she hurriedly said, "Hurry up and leave Resplendent Academy. Violating the rules is not a small matter. There's no need to leave. Breaking the rules in front of everyone, Lin Ling, you've got guts." But right at this moment, a voice filled with majesty resounded, and an enormous pressure seemed to descend from the heavens, causing all the geniuses of the Resplendent Academy to tremble in fear. It was too terrifying. It was as if they were looking at an ancient giant. However, what was surprising was that the person who had come was not a giant, but a weak woman. She wore a neat uniform robe, and her long hair was tied behind her head. Her temples were gray, but she was wise and mighty, with a majestic aura. There was a sword hanging from her waist, and as she walked, a powerful aura surged out. Dean Qin. Ancestor Long's expression changed drastically when she saw this, and she took the lead to salute. The entire Resplendent Academy was shocked. That woman, who seemed to be in her 40s, was the dean of the Resplendent Academy. This was an ancient figure who was elusive and elusive. Even Lin Ling was secretly shocked because this was the first time he had seen the dean. However, he could sense that the woman's strength was unfathomable. Vice Dean Gong and the others appeared behind the woman, and at this moment, they had bitter smiles on their faces. First generation Lin Ling, do you know your crime? After Dean Qin appeared, she cast a cold gaze at Lin Ling and angrily shouted, "Kneel." Her voice carried the majesty of heaven, and it had an irresistible majesty. Plop, before Lin Ling could kneel, all the geniuses of the Resplendent Academy knelt down in fright, their faces pale. "Why aren't you kneeling?" Dean Qin was even more displeased when she saw that Lin Ling did not kneel. She had naturally heard of Lin Ling's name. He was the monster with the fastest cultivation speed in the history of the Resplendent Academy. However, he was extremely arrogant and had offended a large number of experts, giving the Resplendent Academy a lot of pressure. The biggest pressure came from the Empress Dowager, and it was obviously the idea of Old Mother Lane. Therefore, in order to appease the Empress Dowager, Qin Zuizan had been reprimanded many times. "Why should I kneel?" At this moment, Lin Ling spoke with an expressionless face. As soon as he finished speaking, Dean Qin's face turned gloomy while Vice Dean Gong waved his hand incessantly at Lin Ling from behind. Even the Ancestor Dragon Granny flashed towards Lin Ling and pulled him to his knees. After all, Dean Qin was an overlord of Azure Prefecture. Not to mention Lin Ling, even she didn't dare to rashly offend him. However, Lin Ling's bones were extremely hard. No matter how Ancestor Long Granny pulled, he did not move an inch. You violated the rules of the Resplendent Academy and killed a generation. I asked you to kneel and admit your guilt, and you were actually dissatisfied? Dean Chen's voice became even colder as she reprimanded, none of you are allowed to pull him. I want to see how arrogant this troublemaker is. Vice Dean Gong smiled bitterly and did not dare to wave his hand at Lin Ling anymore. Ancestor Long Granny was the same. He wanted to kill me. Am I not allowed to resist? Lin Ling replied indifferently. He wanted to kill you, but he didn't kill you, so he didn't violate the Academy's rules. You killed him, so you violated the rules. You still dare to talk back? Dean Chen was getting angrier and angrier. If it weren't for the fact that there were too many disciples around, she really wanted to teach this arrogant Lin Ling a lesson. However, not only was Lin Ling not afraid, but he became even more arrogant. Dean Chen, what you mean is that I have to let him kill me before he can break the rules? What a joke, what a joke. I can tell you that if I die in his hands, you might not stand up for me. You. Dean Chen pointed at Lin Ling and flew into a rage. Was Lin Ling reprimanding her? Or was he laughing at her? She was about to speak, but Lin Ling spoke faster than her. The Academy's rules state that geniuses are not allowed to kill each other. He wanted to kill me first, so I retaliated. You don't blame him, but blame me? In Third Ring City and Fourth Ring City, there were many experts who wanted to kill me. Why didn't you act against them? They wanted to kill the geniuses of Resplendent Academy, so I don't understand where your rules come from. Also, when I was in seclusion for 3 years, my junior brothers and geniuses from other academies mocked and ridiculed me. At that time, I didn't see you standing up for our disciples. Please answer my question, Dean Chen. Lin Ling's words were like a string of cannons, causing Dean Chen to be stunned. For a moment, she couldn't refute. They wanted to kill you because they weren't from Resplendent Academy. The enemies you provoked outside were dealt with by yourselves. As geniuses, if you need the Academy's protection for everything, then what's the point of talking about the martial path? But soon, Dean Chen enunciated each word clearly. Hee, Dean Chen, you're very impressive. You only dare to be arrogant in front of your own people, but when others bully you, you don't dare to retaliate. Instead, you let your disciples deal with them. How ironic, how ironic. Lin Ling sneered. Lin Ling, might not be considered a big shot, but the battle on the drill ground and the Pride Tournament have greatly increased the glory of Resplendent Academy. Is this how you, Dean Chen, treat your own disciples? You're rebelling, you're rebelling. No matter how glib your tongue is, the rules are the rules. If you dare to kill a generation, you'll have to pay with your life. Retreat, her body did not move, but a powerful energy condensed around her. She was like a god that could cover the sky. With her strength, she might not even need to use 10% of her strength to deal with Lin Ling. Lin Ling is dead. Sigh. Everyone sighed inwardly. In truth, they agreed with Lin Ling's words. As geniuses of the Resplendent Academy, they had won glory for the Academy time and time again. But now that they had offended an outsider, the Academy actually ignored them and let them handle it. This was too chilling. Most importantly, it was one thing for the dean to not help her own disciple, but to attack her own people. If not for Dean Chen's strength being too strong, they would have said that she was bullying the weak and fearing the strong. You don't dare to kill me. Sigh. However, just as Dean Chen's god's palm was about to reach him, Lin Ling remained standing there with his hands behind his back. What a proud young man. At this moment, the third generation, second generation, and even the first generation began to worship Lin Ling. What a joke. Sigh. However, Dean Chen snorted disdainfully. In front of her, Lin Ling could be arrogant, not to mention a mere Lin Ling. Even Vice Dean Gong had to lower his voice in front of her. However, Lin Ling's next sentence caused Dean Chen's pupils to constrict. I'm no longer a member of Resplendent Academy. Sigh. The terrifying palm stopped in front of Lin Ling. What did you say? Dean Chen's eyes narrowed, the expressions of the surrounding people changed. Lin Ling said that he was no longer a member of Resplendent Academy? What did that mean? Lin Ling, don't be rash. Vice Dean Gong and Ancestor Dragon Granny suddenly thought of something and immediately shouted. As geniuses of Resplendent Academy, they are not allowed to kill each other. Otherwise, it would be a violation of the Academy's rules. However, cultivators from the outer realm can kill geniuses of the Academy. Resplendent Academy has always said that they should settle their own problems. This means that Resplendent Academy will not interfere in the affairs of cultivators from the outer realm. And now, I've killed Zuiyu. What does it have to do with you? What does it have to do with your Resplendent Academy? Lin Ling stared at Dean Qin and said calmly. You, what do you mean? Dean Qin seemed to have guessed something, and her mood became complicated. Hearing this, Lin Ling didn't say anything. He waved his right hand and the broken jade token on the ground fell into his hand. At this moment, Lin Ling had already trampled it into pieces. As he looked at the broken jade token, the corners of Lin Ling's mouth curled up into a mocking smile, and he lightly waved his right hand. The jade tablet floated in the air and scattered like flower petals. I'm withdrawing. It was accompanied by an indifferent voice. Boom, everyone felt as if their hearts were about to explode. They stared at the broken jade tablets that were falling from the sky and recalled those words. It was as if their hearts had been ruthlessly stabbed by a knife. Withdraw from the Academy. The most monstrous genius in the history of Resplendent Academy had withdrawn from the Academy. At this moment, it was as if a magnitude 9 earthquake had occurred. In Radiant Academy. Lin Ling, no. Vice Dean Gong was the first to shout, shaking his head constantly. Lin Ling had helped Resplendent Academy obtain glory several times, and he was also the genius that Vice Dean Gong thought highly of. In the past, when Lin Ling fought against Genji in the Pride Tournament, Vice Dean Gong chose Genji and asked Lin Ling to forfeit the match. However, who knew that Lin Ling would reject his request and continue to fight? Instead, he defeated Genji and won first place in the Pride Tournament. At that time, he knew that Lin Ling couldn't be underestimated. He also knew that he had let Lin Ling down, and now, Lin Ling had chosen to withdraw from the Academy. This was the first thing he didn't agree to, and he felt that it was a loss for Resplendent Academy. As for Ancestor Long, she and Vice Dean Gong both cast their gazes on Dean Qin. However, at this moment, Dean Qin was silent, and her eyes were mixed with complicated emotions. Lin Ling withdrawing from the Academy was something she didn't want to see. This was because although Lin Ling was arrogant and unruly, he was indeed capable. However, Lin Ling had withdrawn from the Academy in front of her. Did he still think that she was the dean? After you leave, don't ever come back. Dean Qin shouted coldly. Hearing this, everyone's heart trembled. They knew that Dean Qin couldn't put down her face, so her attitude was firm. Lin Ling was also decisive enough to give up his endless future in Resplendent Academy. It would be good if such a person didn't grow up, but if he soared to the sky, he would definitely be a terrifying figure. Please remember, I'm the one withdrawing from the Academy, not Resplendent Academy. Lin Ling didn't even look at Dean Qin as he enunciated each word clearly. You. Dean Qin wanted to say something, but obviously, she couldn't say anything. If she had expelled Lin Ling, she could still retain some dignity, but now that Lin Ling had withdrawn himself, it felt as if Lin Ling had abandoned her. You think you can leave just because you want to? She shouted angrily, unwilling to be trampled on by a junior. Dean Qin, you're the dean of an academy, and also a powerful figure in Qing province, so please don't go back on your words. Remember what you said before, the academy will ignore the cultivators from outside who came to kill the academy's geniuses. Now that I've killed Zuiyu, I'm a cultivator from outside. So, are you going to go back on your words and attack me? Lin Ling's fearless voice drifted over, causing Dean Qin to stop in her tracks. Previously, she had personally admitted that the academy's geniuses had been hunted by cultivators from outside and they had dealt with it themselves. Now, she had the nerve to stand up for Zuiyu. If she attacked, she would be going back on her words. If a dean went back on her words, how could she lead Resplendent Academy? Seeing Dean Qin speechless, the crowd shook their heads. Their gazes once again fell on Lin Ling, only to discover that Lin Ling was even more unyielding than they had imagined. He would rather withdraw from the academy than lower his head. He would rather withdraw from the academy than compromise. He was also very stubborn. Under the sunlight, the youth's figure grew longer and longer, gradually disappearing from everyone's sight. What he left behind was only endless glory and legends. In the battle on the drill ground, he was the #1 second generation rookie. In the Pride tournament, he was the strongest second generation. He killed his way into Four-Ring City, not fearing authority, only for the peaceful place in his heart that he had to protect. All of this was the pride that the youth had left behind. What a pity. Many people secretly shook their heads. In the past 3 years, Lin Ling had disappeared without a trace. They thought that Lin Ling had declined, but who knew that Lin Ling would erupt in silence, suddenly appearing out of nowhere and defeating Sui Yu. He even dared to confront Ding Qin, shocking the world with a single brilliant feat. Sigh. Vice Dean Gong and ancestor Dragon Granny sighed, secretly blaming Ding Qin in their hearts. After leaving Resplendent Academy, he's just a piece of trash. Everything he has today was given to him by Resplendent Academy. I'd like to see how miserable he'll be without Resplendent Academy. However, Ding Qin did not feel any pity. Instead, she sneered. Lin Ling had offended many experts. If he went out to roam Qingzhou, he would definitely end up as a pile of bones outside the city. Ding Qin, don't think that Lin Ling's current glory was given to him by Resplendent Academy. In fact, it was obtained through Lin Ling's own efforts. Let's not talk about other things, just take the siege of Four-Ring City as an example. Resplendent Academy did not provide any support, so don't think too highly of yourself. Stop Lin Ling. Also, I hope you won't regret your actions today. Next year, you will realize how laughable your words are. Xian Yuanguo sneered. They believed in Lin Ling. You dare to speak to me like that? Ding Qin was furious. I'm sorry, but I'm not from Resplendent Academy. I'll withdraw. However, Yu Yu and the rest just smiled and threw the jade token on their waist to the ground. Falling flowers, flowing water, and the rest did the same. We'll withdraw as well. After saying that, the group of people followed Lin Ling without hesitation. Go, go, go. After you leave, don't ever come back. You'll regret it. Withdraw. Ding Qin couldn't help but roar as her students withdrew one after another. This undoubtedly caused her to lose her dignity. However, Yu Yu and the rest didn't stop. Instead, they left as if they had removed some shackles. How courageous. Wow. Everyone secretly admired them. After all, entering one of the 3 great academies was the dream of all geniuses. However, those fellows didn't even frown when they withdrew. The news of Lin Ling's withdrawal spread throughout the Resplendent Academy in a short period of time. This was also the time when the geniuses of the 3 great academies were interacting. Therefore, there were more people than usual. It can't be, someone actually withdrew? Is that guy crazy? Hee, if it was an ordinary person, they wouldn't dare. However, that person is Lin Ling. There's nothing he doesn't dare to do. Lin Ling, he's still alive? Many of the second generation and first generation were shocked when they received the news. Lin Ling left with Yu Yu and the rest. Everywhere they passed, there were sounds of discussion. Those geniuses were all looking at Lin Ling in shock. Withdrawal. This was the first time in the history of Resplendent Academy. Moreover, Lin Ling defeated Sui Yu and became the 28th in the sky-surpassing academy. Someone shouted, causing the surrounding geniuses to breathe heavily. Was this the coward Lin Ling they had imagined? Lin Ling, stop right there. You only have your current achievements because of the cultivation resources of the Resplendent Academy. Do you really think you can leave just because you want to withdraw? At this moment, on the flight of stairs leading to the exit of the Resplendent Academy, an old man bellowed furiously. Many people turned to look at the old man who had spoken, and their expressions turned solemn. Because that was Elder Xiaoren, this elder and Lin Ling were old enemies. Today, when he saw that Lin Ling had left the courtyard, he came out to make things difficult for him. As the saying goes, the king of hell is easy to block, but the little ghosts are hard to deal with. Ding Qin didn't dare to touch Lin Ling because of his status, but Elder Xiaoren wouldn't. However, under everyone's gaze, Lin Ling and the rest continued to walk forward. Lin Ling even muttered to himself, where did this old dog come from? Lord Lin Ling is right. If a dog bites a man, do you think we should bite the dog back? Falling flowers, flowing water, and the rest replied with a smile. Old dog, everyone looked at Xia Ren and realized that the old man's half-dead appearance really did look like an old dog. At this moment, they were secretly laughing. Lin Ling, stop right there. Xia Ren's wrinkled face bloomed like a flower, and a powerful aura erupted from him. He seemed to be about to make a move on Lin Ling. Unfortunately, Lin Ling turned a blind eye. He didn't even look at Elder Xia Ren and said, "You don't dare." His words carried a fearless and arrogant aura of the Azure Prefecture. You. Elder Xia Ren's face was filled with anger. He wanted to make a move, but in the end, he stopped himself. He really didn't dare, because even Dean Qin didn't make a move. It seemed like the dean was waiting for something. Maybe she wanted to see Lin Ling's miserable appearance after leaving the Resplendent Academy, therefore, if he made a move, he might go against the dean's wishes. Moreover, according to the dean's rules, he didn't have the qualifications to make a move. Elder Xiaoren really doesn't dare. Seeing this, many people started whispering. Their eyes were fixed on the blue-robed youth, and their eyes were burning with passion. How awe-inspiring, how domineering. Facing the former Elder Xiaoren, Lin Ling didn't even look at him. He only said one sentence, "You don't dare." And Elder Xiaoren really didn't dare. Elder Xiaoren was so angry that he kept coughing. However, he gave a girl beside him a look. The girl immediately understood and shouted, "Everyone, don't treat him as a genius of the Resplendent Academy. Right now, he's an outsider. Moreover, he humiliated our Resplendent Academy. If we really have a backbone, we shouldn't let him leave. We are all cultivators. We must have dignity," the woman said with a strong sense of righteousness. After she finished speaking, she shot towards Lin Ling and actually stood in front of Lin Ling. She was like a brave warrior who didn't fear death. However, Lin Ling obviously recognized her because she was Lu Hongyan. Previously, she came to his market with Xia Ren and wanted to obtain the rainforest market through a bet. "Where's your godfather?" Lin Ling asked. These words were like salt to a wound, causing Lu Hongyan's body to tremble. That day, she and Lin Ling competed in alchemy. After losing, she personally called Xia Ren godfather. Most importantly, she even kissed Xia Ren's old face. Currently, in the academy, many people were secretly calling her a lewd woman. Lin Ling, don't twist right and wrong. Today, you betrayed the Resplendent Academy. Do you still have a conscience? Do you know how much effort the Resplendent Academy put in to nurture you? However, you just said that you're leaving and ignored it. You really don't deserve to be a cultivator. Lu Hongyan tried to change the topic. She shouted, "You can leave if you want, but you have to leave everything the Resplendent Academy gave you behind. I, Lu Hongyan, have no enmity with you. However, the Resplendent Academy is my home. I can't bear to see the Academy being humiliated by you." Her voice became louder and louder. In the end, her eyes were moist. It was as if she really did stand up for the Academy. When these words fell, falling flowers, flowing water, and the others exploded in anger. Lu Hongyan obviously wanted to kill Lin Ling, but she still spoke with a strong sense of righteousness. What a hypocrite, however, with the words of a delicate girl and the fact that Lin Ling had offended the Resplendent Academy, many people stepped forward to uphold justice. Among the second generation, most of them worshipped Lin Ling. The first generation was the opposite. They couldn't wait for Lin Ling to stay. Perhaps, they didn't want to admit that Lin Ling had surpassed them. "Lin Ling, you're heartless." "That's right. If you want to leave, then cripple your own cultivation. How can you forget your roots? If you don't cripple your cultivation, you won't be able to leave here today. I, your senior brother, am the most impartial person, but I won't help you." The first generation continued to speak as if they were standing on the side of justice. Cripple his cultivation? Hearing this, falling flowers, flowing water, and the others gritted their teeth. If Lord Lin Ling crippled his cultivation, wouldn't that be the same as dying? These people were using this opportunity to kill Lin Ling. As for Xia Ren, his old face was filled with a sinister smile. He didn't dare to make a move against Lin Ling, but as geniuses of the same generation, they could. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations Lawless. Anyone who blocks the way will be killed. I'm not leaving. I'm going to stand up for Resplendent Academy. Lu Hongyan gritted her teeth as if she was going to go all out. However, her eyes were filled with pride. Currently, Lin Ling was indeed stronger than her. However, she didn't need to do anything to kill Lin Ling. All she needed to do was to infuriate the crowd. Stand up for Resplendent Academy. Lin Ling sneered. When he was besieged in Four Ring City, other than Vice Principal Gong, who else from Resplendent Academy had come to help him, he was stopped by the Sovereign Marquis. Other than the 6 tribes, who else had come to help him, now, he owed Resplendent Academy? If you're not leaving, then stay here forever. Lin Ling's voice was even colder. His killing intent was overflowing. I'm not leaving even if I die. However, Lu Hongyan didn't know that Lin Ling wanted to kill her. She thought that Lin Ling was afraid of her and didn't want to leave. Of course, this was normal. How could a mere Lin Ling dare to go against the entire Resplendent Academy? Unfortunately, she didn't know that the one who would stay here forever wasn't Lin Ling, but her. Bang, Lin Ling smiled. In the next moment, he threw out a punch like a ferocious tiger descending the mountain. How could Lu Hongyan react to that punch? When the punch landed on Lu Hongyan's body, her pupils constricted. Her internal organs were immediately overturned, and her meridians and bones were shattered. She was going to die. At that moment, this was the only thought in her mind. It turned out that she was the one who would stay here forever. Bang, in the next moment, her body exploded into pieces. Blood danced on the steps. Before she died, she finally realized that she had been used by her master, Xiaoren. You actually killed one of your own. You're lawless. Xiaoren was stunned. His old face was filled with pain. Lu Hongyan was his confidant, and he was very happy that she was good at martial arts. However, she was killed by Lin Ling with a single punch. The surrounding disciples were also terrified. Lin Ling, who killed her just because of a disagreement. How dare you? Junior sister Lu was just giving you some advice, and you actually killed her. A person like you isn't a genius of Resplendent Academy. You can do whatever you want. Catch him. The second-generation disciples didn't dare to speak, but the first-generation disciples all shouted out. They didn't believe that with so many people present, Lin Ling would be able to continue acting like a tyrant. Hearing this, Lin Ling smiled. It was a bloodthirsty smile. Falling flowers flowing water sword and the others were the same. Lu Hongyan was clearly doing this on purpose. Could it be that Lin Ling was going to kowtow and beg for forgiveness? Junior sister? Does a filthy woman who sells her body have the qualifications to be Lord Lin Ling's junior sister? Moreover, Lord Lin Ling is no longer a genius of Radiant Academy. The chess boy and the others spoke one after another. Their words stunned the first-generation members, and they had no words to refute them. I can only say that you are all trash. The falling flowers flowing water sword spoke again. His words were like a sword that pierced deeply into the heart of the first-generation successor. Don't mislead us. With your words. One by one, figures shot down from behind and stood on the stairs. A powerful aura quietly spread out. If you want to leave, cripple your own cultivation. I, Zhang Feng, will immediately make way for you. Don't forget your roots. Junior brother Lin Ling, be careful of your heart's devil. You want to leave? Not unless I agree to it. These people were all first-generation successors. They wore golden robes that represented their status. Some of them had their hands behind their backs, some looked up at the sky, and some stroked their swords. Each of them had their own unique characteristics. If ordinary people put on such a posture, they would definitely be mocked and thought that they were deliberately mystifying things. However, they were first-generation successors. This gave people a feeling of arrogance and even made people worship them. Seeing this, Lin Ling sneered. These people probably didn't know about Zuiyu's defeat. Are you sure you want to stop me? We're not stopping you. We're just trying to wake you up. The first person spoke first. Most importantly, he didn't even look at Lin Ling. Instead, he stared at the top of the stairs because more and more people were gathering there. There were first-generation successors from other academies. Therefore, this was his time to shine. However, just as he finished speaking, a ferocious fist blasted toward him. Do you really want to die? That person laughed sarcastically and shook his head in disdain. My name is Feng Zhongfei. I have the speed of 4 realms. I can easily dodge this punch of yours. However, since I'm trying to stop you, I won't dodge. He reached out his palm, wanting to shock everyone with a single move. Unfortunately, he thought too much. The power of the realm-swallowing beast was not something that he could stop. Boom, a punch blasted toward him. His arm was severed. If he hadn't used his ultimate technique at the critical moment and escaped to the other side, he would have been killed by the punch. With one punch, he stepped aside. This made everyone at the top of the mountain speechless. Feng Zhongfei was so weak? I'd like to see how you're going to stop me. Boom. At this moment, Lin Ling was like a dragon flying in the sky. He stepped straight down. Boom, boom. Boom, boom. His fist looked ordinary, but it had the power to destroy 10 realms. Wherever it passed, no first-generation successor could stop it. Their limbs were severed, and the weaker ones were directly killed. Lin Ling had transformed into the realm-swallowing beast. He was on a killing spree. Boom, boom. Boom, the stairs were suddenly dyed red with blood. Dull sounds kept coming out. Those who blocked his path all exploded and died. This feeling of defeat, this momentum that could sweep away 1,000 soldiers, was shocking. On the stairs, the eyes of the crowd trembled fiercely. Although many people knew that Lin Ling was not weak, those who blocked his path were all first-generation successors. They already had the advantage in numbers. However, it was useless. Lin Ling violently opened a path and killed with his fists. How is this possible? My awakened godly body is useless against him. God. Heavens, he broke my sword with one punch. Run. 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 Those first-generation successors who were in all kinds of postures changed their expressions. They hurriedly made way for him. They were as pathetic as they could be, because if they did not leave, they would be killed by his fists. Mercy! 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 Those who ran slower were so scared that they knelt down, kowtowing and begging for mercy. Boom! Lin Ling raised his leg and stomped down like a battle axe. Then, a dull sound rang out. Blood bloomed like flowers. That first-generation successor was stomped to death. A first-generation successor was an expert that countless people looked up to. But now, he was like a lamb, begging for mercy. He even knelt down. So scary. I'm not coming anymore. No. The remaining first-generation successors immediately reacted. They knew that begging for mercy was useless. They could only make way for him. You're smart. If you dare to block my path again, you'll die. Die. Lin Ling coldly shouted. His blue robe fluttered as he walked down the stairs. He had been patient before, but now, his patience had reached its limit. He was going to leave Resplendent Academy. Anyone who did not obey him would be killed. Let's see who dares to stop him. Falling flowers and flowing water sword followed Lin Ling, proudly walking down the stairs. They also wanted to see who dared to block them. You're Lin Ling. However, at this moment, a cold voice suddenly rang out. At the bottom of the stairs, several figures stood there. One of them narrowed his eyes and spoke. His small eyes were emitting a cold light. Who is that? He dares to block Lin Ling? Looking at the person who spoke, the geniuses on the stairs exclaimed. Lin Ling had opened a path with violence. Ordinary people had been scared away. But now, there were still people blocking his path. This was too surprising. It's the Black Faction's senior brother. You're already crippled. Xian Faction, the 5th-ranked genius of the Resplendent Academy? Many people had heard of this name before, and their expressions changed drastically. The Resplendent Academy didn't have many disciples, but there were still over 1,000 of them. To be able to be ranked 6th, his strength was definitely not undeserved. Most importantly, this Xian Faction was ranked 18th in the Sky Surpassing Academy. One must know that the difference in the Sky Surpassing Academy was a difference in strength. Being ranked 18th, there was no need to doubt his strength. Good, Xian Faction's senior brother is going to stop Lin Ling. Everyone was looking forward to it. After all, if they let Lin Ling leave just like that, the Resplendent Academy would lose face. However, under everyone's gaze, Lin Ling ignored the Xian Faction. Instead, he held the hands of Yu Yu and continued to walk down the stairs. A good flight of stairs is actually dyed red with blood. How ironic. Lin Ling even said with a smile. Big Brother Ling is right. There are quite a few of us who have returned here. We originally wanted to leave a good impression, but others don't want to lose face. They shed all pretense of cordiality and still want to make things difficult for us. That's right. Don't tell me we're not allowed to leave the academy? Xian Yuangur sniffled and also replied. The three of them talked and laughed, as if they didn't know that they were the focus of everyone's attention. Did you not hear my words? The Xian faction finally frowned and said in a low voice. Because Lin Ling was actually ignoring him, even the few people beside him narrowed their eyes. Did these juniors know what they were doing? This resplendent academy has a few good people. For example, Senior Long, Senior Dandelion, and Vice Principal Gong. Unfortunately, the principal of the resplendent academy simply takes advantage of her seniority and can't differentiate right from wrong. At this moment, Yu Yu said to Lin Ling again. Who cares about her? We're not asking for help anyway. Lin Ling shrugged and said to Yu Yu. The few of them were still ignoring the Xian faction, causing the people above to suck in a breath of cold air. Although Lin Ling was strong, he was only ranked 28th on the Heavenly Crossing list. In the future, Lin Ling might be able to catch up with the Xian faction senior brother, but now, how could he? Lin Ling was courting death. Many people secretly prayed for Lin Ling. They felt that Lin Ling would not be able to leave Resplendent Academy. Did you hear me? At this moment, Xian Pai's patience had run out. His voice made the surroundings even colder. Some of the weaker geniuses were trembling and didn't even dare to look at Xian Pai. I know what you're talking about. The cold aura seemed to freeze the front of the stairs, and Lin Ling finally stopped. I thought you would keep pretending that you didn't hear me. Seeing this, Xian Pai narrowed his eyes. You asked me if I was Lin Ling. This means that you don't know me, right? Lin Ling also looked over. When he said this, Xian Pai laughed sarcastically, thinking that Lin Ling's brain was stupid. Before he could say anything, the people beside him sneered, aren't you talking nonsense? Who do you think you are, that Xian Pai senior brother would know you? Since you don't know me, then why should I answer your question? Lin Ling ignored their sarcastic words and said indifferently, since I don't know you, why should I care about you? Who do you think you are? The last sentence floated out, frivolous, overbearing, unrestrained, the entire stairs seemed to be suppressed. The people above were like cicadas in winter. They all thought that Lin Ling was dead for sure. He actually dared to speak to Xian Pai senior brother like that. One must know that in the 3 academies, there were no more than 20 people who dared to speak to Xian Pai like that. Sure enough, Xian Pai's body moved slightly, and his pupils constricted. He was angry. He came here out of curiosity. He wanted to see the first genius in the history of Resplendent Academy to leave. Therefore, he asked Lin Ling a question. In his opinion, Lin Ling should respectfully answer, but who knew that Lin Ling would ignore him, and even ask him who he was? Junior brother, you can eat whatever you want, but you can't say whatever you want. You have already offended Xian Pai senior brother. Immediately kneel down and beg for mercy. Before Xian Pai could say anything, a young man walked out from the side and blocked Lin Ling's path. He stepped onto the stairs. It's Zhang Tugu, the 7th strongest generation of Resplendent Academy, ranked 26th on the Heaven Crossing list. Seeing this, many people were looking forward to it. Today, there were many geniuses blocking Lin Ling's path, and none of them were weak. It seemed that the upper echelons of the academy would not make a move against Lin Ling, but they planned to let the geniuses of the academy do it. And with these powerful geniuses, it was enough to suppress Lin Ling. They wanted to let Lin Ling know how lowly he was, and how miserable he would be after leaving the academy. What's your name? At this moment, Lin Ling did not know the expectations of the crowd. Instead, he looked indifferently at the young man in front of him. Zhang Tugu, ranked 7th in the strongest generation. The young man raised his chin and said indifferently. I have a grudge with you. Lin Ling asked again. No, but you offended Xian Pai senior brother. The young man laughed disdainfully. I offended Xian Pai senior brother, so you came out to help him? Zhang Tugu, right? You're considered one of the best in your generation, but unfortunately, you have no position and only know how to rely on others. You've forgotten the heart of martial arts and only want to follow the strong. You'd better take down the 4 words of the strongest generation yourself. However, Lin Ling's calm words stunned Zhang Tugu, and his expression began to change. He was indeed one of the strongest generation, but he did not have his own martial arts and only knew how to worship others. This meant that he would be behind others for the rest of his life, and would never stand out. You! Zhang Tugu shouted angrily. In fact, how could he not know that Lin Ling was affecting his heart of martial arts, but even if he knew, he was still shaken, because, Lin Ling was right, ever since he lost to Xianpai senior brother, he had lost the ability to fight. In this life, he had never thought of surpassing Xianpai, only wanting to follow behind him. If he was an ordinary person, it would be fine, but he was one of the strongest generation. If he had no fighting spirit, he might as well take down the title of the strongest generation. A true martial artist is his own world. I am the heavens, I am the earth. My heart is strong, tenacious, and will only continue to surpass my idol. I will not blindly follow. You're obviously crippled. Seeing Zhang Tugu's appearance, Lin Ling smiled coldly. He took a step forward, and the aura of an expert filled the air. It was like the pressure of heaven and earth, and it made it difficult for Zhang Tugu to breathe. Lin Ling was the reincarnation of Li Xiaoyao, and he had seen a lot. His casual reprimand was like the wind of a sect leader. His words, his steps, made Zhang Tugu subconsciously take a step back, and he felt that something was suppressed in his heart, and it was very uncomfortable. There was only one sentence in his mind: am I crippled? Of course, if Lin Ling casually bewitched him, he naturally would not believe it. However, over the years, his progress was slow, and he had been following Xianpai senior brother. He also thought that he was indeed crippled. Why don't you try blocking my way? This. When everyone saw this scene, they were all shocked like celestials. He was the dignified strongest of the generation, yet he was actually provoked to vomit blood by Lin Ling with just a few words. This was too fantastical. Zhang Tugu, if you waver and cannot find your heart of martial arts, not only will you be crippled, you will be like a walking corpse, living a life worse than death. At this time, Lin Ling took another step forward. His words were like swords that pierced Zhang Tugu's heart. Walking dead. Zhang Tugu's face turned paler and paler. He covered his ears with both hands as if he was trying to prevent the demonic sound from entering his ears. Zhang Tugu, don't forget your goal. But at this moment, the senior brother of the Xian sect also spoke, and his voice was mixed with anger. This time, Zhang Tugu felt as if his mind was about to explode. Should he stick to himself, or should he listen to the senior brother of the Xian sect? You can't go up, and you can't go down. Coward, die. Upon seeing this, Lin Ling shook his head. He was too lazy to save Zhang Tugu. He simply threw out a punch. The power of the realm-swallowing beast exploded. Bang! A muffled sound immediately rang out, accompanied by the sound of bones shattering. Zhang Tugu was stunned as he looked down at the fist in his chest. That punch had shattered all the bones in his body. This time, he seemed to have woken up. You attacked me. He muttered to himself. Previously, Lin Ling's words had distracted his attention. Coupled with the fact that he indeed had a knot in his heart, Lin Ling's punch landed easily. Most importantly, he sensed that the power of this punch was extremely terrifying. It had destroyed his life force. Because you stepped on the steps. Lin Ling said coldly. He walked past him and placed his right hand on the side of his head. Then, he gave him a push. His movements were clean and direct, free and unrestrained. Plop! Zhang Tugu fell down and rolled down the steps like a gourd. He landed at the foot of the mountain and no one knew whether he was dead or alive. This scene caused the Resplendent Academy to become even more silent. Even in the depths of Resplendent Academy, the upper echelons of the academy were watching this scene. They were purposely not making an appearance, allowing the geniuses of the academy to block Lin Ling. But who would have thought that Zhang Tugu would also be defeated, and be defeated so thoroughly? And this was the Lin Ling that was abandoned by Dean Qin. At this moment, many higher-ups of the academy had complicated feelings. Relying on his lotus flower tongue to bewitch Zhang Tugu's heart of martial arts. Otherwise, he would have been stopped long ago. However, there were still some people who disdained Lin Ling. These elders naturally sided with Ding Qin, however, they were not in a hurry because the Xian sect would stop Lin Ling. After all, if Lin Ling was allowed to leave Resplendent Academy safely today, Ding Qin would lose face, and Resplendent Academy would lose its honor. The other two great academies would laugh at them even more. They didn't want such a genius like Lin Ling and actually abandoned him. Was Ding Qin stupid? Therefore, the Xian sect could not be defeated. In fact, all the geniuses of Resplendent Academy had this thought. In their opinion, it was impossible for Lin Ling to sweep away the geniuses of Resplendent Academy. He could not leave with pride, he could only leave Resplendent Academy dejectedly. In this way, if he withdrew, others would think that Resplendent Academy had abandoned him. What a waste. You're not even qualified to be my follower. At this moment, the Xian sect finally spoke. He also knew that it was time for him to make a move. What was chilling was that Zhang Tugu had fought for him before. After being defeated, not only did he not sympathize, he was extremely disdainful. Zhang Tugu had obviously followed the wrong person. The Xian sect looked at Lin Ling, waiting for Lin Ling to speak to him. However, Lin Ling, who was on the stairs, did not even look at him. He continued to lead Yu and the others forward. Are you afraid of me? Seeing this, the Xian sect could not help but laugh. Previously, Lin Ling was so arrogant, but in the end, he did not even have the courage to look at him. It was really disappointing. It seems that Lin Ling is afraid of the Xian sect senior brother. That's for sure. The Xian sect senior brother is the 18th generation. Although Lin Ling is powerful, he is still weaker than the Xian sect senior brother. The people on the mountain top were not surprised by Lin Ling's actions. Because their strength was inferior, they were afraid, so they did not dare to speak or even look at the Xian sect senior brother. This was because the Xian sect senior brother was in the 6th level of True God and had a first-grade divine body, the invincible war god body. This was the successor of the Eastern Borders war god sect. It was said that this bloodline had the same lifespan as Huanyu and had endless history. He was a true battle maniac. Although you are afraid of me, do you think that you can leave Resplendent Academy without leaving anything behind? The Xian sect turned around and looked at Lin Ling indifferently. No matter where it is, even if it is a military camp, if anyone wants to leave, they have to pay a price. This is the price. Lin Ling, look at me directly. Running away is useless. The Xian sect said word by word. His long hair also danced wildly. So powerful, no one in Resplendent Academy can stop Lin Ling, but the Xian sect senior brother can. He's our only spiritual support. Seeing this, the people who were silent earlier also cheered. Even the upper echelons of the academy could not help but laugh, even if they had no enmity with Lin Ling, even if they thought highly of Lin Ling. For the sake of the academy's honor, they would sacrifice Lin Ling and make Lin Ling return in disgrace, because Lin Ling provoked the Resplendent Academy. Trash. At this moment, Xiao Ren's spirit trembled and he could not help but shout. Trash. After his voice was heard, many people also echoed his words. However, Lin Ling continued to walk forward, ignoring them. Haha, you are indeed a trash. Seeing this, the Xian sect could not help but laugh towards the sky. There was an indescribable pride and an indescribable spirit. It's time for your nonsense to end. However, at this moment, Lin Ling finally spoke. What? Are you going to face reality? A trash like you is not completely useless. You finally dare to say a word to me. The Xian sect shook his head in disdain and stared at Lin Ling with contempt. I'm too lazy to talk to you because I don't care about a dog's barking. But you say I'm afraid of you? Lin Ling continued to walk forward, his voice ice cold. Isn't that the case? If you're not afraid of me, why don't you stop walking? The sneer on the Xian sect's face became even thicker. Lin Ling, even at death's door, was still stubborn. In fact, everyone thought so too. Lin Ling was unwilling to lose face and was just showing off his strength. Stop walking? With just you? Lin Ling still spoke, but his next sentence caused the entire Resplendent Academy and even the other two academies to fall silent. You, try blocking the way. This sentence was like a bolt from the blue. Only now did people realize that Lin Ling only attacked those who blocked the stairs. No wonder he didn't care about the Xian sect before. So that's how it was, and the ironic thing was, they actually thought that Lin Ling was afraid and didn't dare to speak. For a moment, he suddenly felt like a clown. Lin Ling was still ignoring him. The reason why he didn't make a move was because he didn't appear on the steps. If he stepped on the steps, Lin Ling would definitely make a move. Ranked 18th in the strongest generation. As you wish. Xianpai immediately roared, the war god's blood erupted, and like a giant, he shot towards Lin Ling, and fiercely smashed onto the stairs. Boom, the entire resplendent academy was in an uproar. The terrifying aura of the war god caused everyone to have difficulty breathing. Look below. Many people even pointed at the tunnel in fear. They saw an ancient war god standing there. His long hair danced in the wind, and a white armor appeared. He was wise and mighty. Around him, the gods of war had also descended, court of the gods. The bloodline of the war god. It said that once this talent appears, any martial artist's bloodline and bones will turn into nothingness, suppressed by the aura of the war god. Some of the academy's higher-ups exclaimed in surprise. The bloodline of the war god could battle the heavens and the earth, and they would never be defeated. Their auras were extremely terrifying. It was rumored that the war god bloodline was one of the first ancient people to learn martial arts in the chaos of the universe. Later generations learned martial arts by following in their footsteps. Come, Lin Ling. I'm already blocking your path. Let me see if you're afraid of me, trash. At this moment, a loud shout rang out. Xianpai proudly pointed at Lin Ling. What is a war god, what is a trash, it is clear at a glance. How impressive. Looking at the Xian sect's senior brother who was like a god of war, countless people's blood boiled. The 6th strongest generation of the resplendent academy, the 18th generation of the sky-surpassing academy, was indeed terrifying. They looked at the war gods around the profound sect, and a terrifying thought arose in their minds. Those war gods couldn't be the existence that could tear apart the ancient dragon and suppress the Qilin, right? Now that such a terrifying existence had appeared, would Lin Ling still dare to talk back? This was obviously impossible. Being able to defeat Sui Yu didn't mean everything. Lin Ling would definitely choose to kneel down and beg for mercy, and then leave the academy with his tail between his legs. Bang! However, just as they thought of this, a rumble immediately sounded, causing everyone to be dumbfounded. This was because Lin Ling, who was on the steps, shot down the mountain like a cannonball. At this moment, he was also like a god of war. Lin Ling didn't seem to be afraid from the beginning to the end. He didn't make a move before because the Xian sect didn't appear on the steps. However, as long as they dared to step on the steps, even if it was a god, Lin Ling would dare to fight. Crazy, this was the only word people could use to describe Lin Ling. Defeat him. In the depths of the academy, the higher-ups were secretly shouting coldly. Among them, Dean Qin was the most excited. It was fine for Lin Ling to withdraw from the academy, but the resplendent academy wasn't a place where one could come and go as one pleased. Therefore, he could only fight his way out. It's useless. Under my war god bloodline, your bones, organs, and blood will all turn into nothingness. My noble war god bloodline can make millions of ants submit to me. Staring at the figure that was shooting down, Xianpai roared towards the sky and punched out. The ancient moon heavenly sun wrapped around the war god fist and struck out mightily. This war god fist was also the original form of all war god martial arts in the 10,000 worlds. When the fist wind came out, some of the weaker ones in the distance felt their blood disappear and their cultivation continued to drop. This godly body was too heaven-defying. It could actually affect one's cultivation realm. An irresistible force attacked, causing Lin Ling's eyes to flash. Behind him, a scene of a divine beast roaring appeared, and a huge mouth appeared, world-swallowing beast. That terrifying huge mouth opened wide and swallowed all of Xianpai's attacking force. It was terrifying. Xiao. Xiao. At the same time, 100 swords flew across the sky and shot towards Xianpai like meteors. It was the Shura sword formation. The 3 swords were the emperors of swords. They pierced through the void to kill the war god. What godly body is this? Xianpai's eyes flashed slightly. That godly body was too strange. It was actually a mouth. Moreover, that mouth gave him a familiar feeling. It seemed to be a world-swallowing beast. However, how could someone's talent be a world-swallowing beast? This must be fake. What's the use? In front of me, the war god, you are just a piece of trash. As his fist blasted out, the Shura sword formation that shot towards him were all swept away. They could not even withstand a single blow. That terrifying force made falling flowers, flowing water, and the others' faces change drastically. After all, Lin Ling's sword had always been extremely invincible. This was the first time they saw the sword formation being swept away. Moreover, it was swept away cleanly. Was the 18th strongest of the generation really that strong? Bang, bang. At the same time, two roaring sounds were heard. Xianpai raised both of his legs high and stepped on the ground respectively. It was as if he was rooted in the ground, causing the ground to crack continuously. Lin Ling, if you want to leave the courtyard, unless you go out on your knees, you will not be able to step over my big body. The roaring sound was heard at the same time. The war god blocked the way, bang. Bang. Bang, under Xianpai's voice, countless disciples could not stand still and were so shocked that they sat down on the ground. Their faces were full of shock. The aura that Xianpai had released was probably enough to shatter 10 worlds. In the level 6 true god realm, he rarely had an opponent. One had to know that there were strong and weak level 6 true god realm experts. Rarely had an opponent. This proved that he was strong. 90% of the martial artists in the same realm could only kneel down and bow their heads when facing him. Lin Ling has failed. He is the first person in the history of the Resplendent Academy to withdraw from the courtyard. No, he should be the first person in the 3 great academies. Therefore, if he wants to break the rules, he must leave on his knees. That's right. If he leaves with pride and glory, not only the Resplendent Academy, but even the 3 great academies will have no face to speak of. Following which, the crowd shook their heads and discussed animatedly. Rumble, the space seemed to be distorted. The aura of the war god shrouded over, causing Lin Ling's eyes to flicker slightly. Xianpai, level 6 true god realm, divine body, seemed to be one of the 100 great bloodlines in the universe. The 100 great bloodlines were, in fact, the most ancient bloodlines. It was said that when the heavens and earth were first created, all living beings did not practice martial arts. Later on, a different species was born. They reached the heavens and earth and created their own martial arts. In the end, they stepped onto the peak of the universe and left behind endless bloodlines for their descendants. These bloodlines became the 100 great bloodlines. There were a total of 100 types of bloodlines, and each of them was extremely powerful. Lin Ling's 10,000 elephant demonic eyes was also one of the 100 great bloodlines, and it was one of the 6 strongest talents in the divine eye system. No true god martial spirit? Lin Ling mumbled to himself. Xianpai did not seem to have comprehended a true god martial spirit, but this did not mean that he was weak. The older the bloodline, the harder it was to comprehend a true god martial spirit. Even so, without a true god martial spirit, Xianpai could easily defeat someone with a true god martial spirit. In terms of divine body, on the surface, Xianpai's divine body is stronger than mine. However, my god demon body is the world-swallowing beast. In the universe, there are no more than 5 people with this talent. Therefore, in terms of potential, my world-swallowing beast might not be weaker than his war god bloodline. And the advantage of the world-swallowing beast's divine body is that it can swallow the enemy's divine body pressure and power, which greatly increases my defense. The strongest flame wheel. Lin Ling's mind raced and came to a conclusion. He could win. Lin Ling didn't need to think to kill an ordinary 6th stage true god. However, Xianpai was the strongest 6th stage true god. He couldn't be underestimated. Flame coffin. Then, Lin Ling let out a low roar, causing the ferocious spacetime fire to erupt. His body also disappeared into the ancient coffin. Is that the legendary flame coffin? Everyone stared at Lin Ling. When they realized that Lin Ling had entered the coffin, they were shocked. It had to be said that the flame coffin had become Lin Ling's symbol, entering the coffin with flames, exiting the coffin, burning the world. Eh? Xianpai obviously didn't know about Lin Ling's methods. With his seniority, he would only pay attention to the stronger generation. He had never heard of the fame that Lin Ling had created in the past. Boom, at the same time, the flame coffin exploded. A man covered in flames descended and shot towards Xianpai. That speed had reached the speed of 5 realms. It was like a divine beast. So fast. The crowd could only see a line of fire streaking across the sky. Those who were weak couldn't even see anything. They could only feel a strong pressure pressing down on them. Is that the flame wheel? More people said solemnly. Because a huge fireball had appeared in the sky. It was a shocking sight. Once the flame coffin appeared, the flame wheel would destroy the world. This was a hot topic among the second generation, and even the first generation. It was also a symbol of Lin Ling. In the three major academies, there might be many fire attribute experts. However, in the Resplendent Academy, Lin Ling was the #1 fire attribute expert. He was also the #1 fire attribute expert in the Resplendent Academy. Interesting. Xianpai's mouth revealed an excited smile. His robe and hair danced wildly. The war gods behind him waved their fists. Following that punch, Xianpai also punched. In the world, in terms of war gods' martial arts, my family is the authentic one. Fighting the heavens and fighting the earth, invincible. Surging battle intent erupted. The bloodline of the war god was indeed the foundation of all war god martial arts. In reality, ever since Lin Ling started learning martial arts, he had already fought many geniuses who possessed Ares martial arts. But in terms of the orthodox, he was indeed from the Xian faction. But so what? This was because Lin Ling had unleashed his strongest wheel of flames. His cultivation was no longer the same as it was in the past. Most importantly, his fiend god physique had stepped into a whole new world. His defense and strength seemed to have been reborn, and after he fused with the wheel of flames, his might had increased by an entire 1/3. The huge fist and the fireball were about to collide in the air. At this moment, the geniuses of the three academies felt their blood boil as they waited anxiously. When one reached Lin Ling's level, the geniuses of the three great academies could only look up at his battles with others. Even those intense battles had benefited many people greatly. Maybe Lin Ling had left the academy, or maybe many people thought that he was too arrogant, but no matter what, Lin Ling was still one of the strongest of the three great academies. Who will win? It must be the senior brother of the Xian faction. He is ranked 18th. That's right, he has also been to the Five-Ring City. Solemn voices rang out one after another. Boom, almost at the same time, the fist of the war god and the fireball collided. The ferocity of the collision was earth-shattering. The gigantic ancient fist let out a rumbling sound as it was sent flying by the surging fireball. Not good. Could it be that the senior brother of the Xian faction can't block Lin Ling's wheel of flames? Everyone's eyes widened, as if they were a celestial being. Even the higher-ups of the academies held their breaths as they were extremely nervous. Lin Ling, your strength can be ranked 20th. Zhang Tugu's defeat was not unjust. Unfortunately, your opponent is me. At this moment, the senior brother of the Xian faction was also shocked by Lin Ling's ferocity. The wheel of flames was like a divine beast, and he was unable to block it. That feeling, it was as if he was fighting against 10 realms. However, in the end, he was ranked 18th in the first generation. How could his strength be an undeserved reputation? The wind breaks the earth, the water overflows the sky, the fire burns the wilderness, the mountain frightens ghosts and gods, the thunder shatters the heaven and earth. Boom! The Xian faction roared. The deities behind him exploded with light that shot into the sky, destroying the clouds and reaching the heavens. Their fists turned into palms and slapped the back of the Xian faction. Suddenly, an unparalleled force entered the Xian faction's body. Facing the god of war, you are just trash. With the birth of a new force, the Xian faction's momentum rose. He punched out again, and it could destroy the sun, moon, and stars. Rumble, the huge fireball was suddenly blocked by the fist, and it seemed like it was about to explode. This scene made many people finally relax. The Xian faction's skill was one level higher. This time, Lin Ling was finally going to lose, but even so, at this moment, no one dared to laugh at Lin Ling. Because, before Lin Ling went into seclusion, he was only ranked 30th. After 3 years of seclusion, he broke out in silence and rushed to the 20th place. It could be said that in the history of the heaven-surpassing list, Lin Ling's speed was the fastest. After all, for others to rush to the list, it was counted in hundreds of years. That may not be true. However, at this moment, a roar rang out. Behind the huge wheel of flames, the red-haired man revealed an evil smile. You think that was the power of the wheel of flames? You think too much. Now, the wheel of flames is exploding. The tyrannical voice continued to ring out. That aura was even more ferocious than the god of war. What? Previously, the force that repelled the Xian faction's god of war wasn't the power of the wheel of flames? How is this possible? Lin Ling must be talking nonsense. He is not talking nonsense. In the Battle of Four Ring City, I heard that Lin Ling used the wheel of flames. This time, he used the wheel of flames to attack. This means that the power that suppressed the Xian faction was not the power of the wheel of flames, but Lin Ling's own power. What a terrifying power, he is only a level 2 true god. People continued to exclaim. They could not believe their eyes because this meant that the power of the wheel of flames did not explode. However, how could a level 2 true god be so powerful? They did not know that when Lin Ling used the wheel of flames to attack, it was the power of the realm-swallowing beast. So what? At this moment, the Xian faction's face was extremely ugly because he thought he had won. Nothing. I will let you see who is the god of war and who is the trash. Wheel of flames. In the sky, the cold voice rang again, accompanied by the explosion of hot flames. Rumble. The new wheel of flames was obviously more ferocious than the one in Four Ring City. The moment it exploded, it was as if the resplendent academy was about to be destroyed. At this moment, a large number of strong people rushed out from the depths of the academy and used their methods to isolate the power of the flames. This was because if strong people like them did not make a move, the people here would be in a terrible situation. How terrifying. People looked at the scene in front of them with pale faces and did not speak for a long time. Dean Qin and other strong people had appeared and were also staring at the scene in front of them. Over there, the flames formed a raging storm and continued to collide. Faintly, the roar of the god of war could be heard. Obviously, this was the final collision of power. Arrogance. Who won? It can't be Lin Ling, right? Impossible. You must know that Xian Pai defeated a 7th stage true god. Some of the elders of Resplendent Academy admitted that they were not his match. Many people refused to accept the reality and thought that it was impossible for Lin Ling to reach the 18th place in an instant. But at this moment, footsteps were heard. A slender figure walked out from the rolling flames. It was as if he had been reborn from the flames. Who is that? Seeing this, the crowd became even more nervous. They kept shouting secretly. The one who walked out should be Xian Pai. Unfortunately, reality gave them a slap in the face, because it was a blue and white robe. Lin Ling walked out from the battlefield. Moreover, his left hand was dragging a figure. That figure was like a dead dog. His entire body was covered in blood. It was obvious that he had lost the ability to fight, and that figure was Xian Pai. How big is the land of the 9 prefectures? You are arrogant just because you have 100 bloodlines. You call people trash every time you open your mouth. Is that all you see? Don't be a frog in a well. Also, you were once weak. At that time, you were also trash. So, don't be complacent and look down on everything. Following Lin Ling's footsteps, his voice kept floating out. And Resplendent Academy became even more silent. War God? Finally, Lin Ling raised his left arm and looked at the person in his palm mockingly. Xian Pai spat out another mouthful of blood. Previously, he thought that Lin Ling was afraid of him, so he did not dare to speak. Who knew that it was because he did not step on the stairs? In the end, he stepped on the stairs. Lin Ling also gave him a warning. Now, the warning was fulfilled. He was defeated. Scram! Lin Ling roared again. With a wave of his arm, the strongest generation of Resplendent Academy was thrown away like trash, and the word war god he said before was undoubtedly full of ridicule. Who was trash? It was clear at a glance. Let's go. No one should dare to block the way now. After that, Lin Ling didn't even look at the Academy's higher-ups. He waved at Yu and the others and strode away. The previous clash was also a clash of strength, to see who was stronger. Unfortunately, Lin Ling had 2 dantians, and with the demonic flame change, the Xian faction had chosen to meet force with force. This could only be described as an egg smashing against a rock. Big Brother Ling. Milord. Yu and the rest ran over excitedly. They were so worried before this, fortunately, as in the past, after Lin Ling came out of seclusion, his strength had indeed increased greatly. The Xian sect was no match for him at all. Of course, this was normal because Lin Ling's target was the sovereign marquis. What right did a mere first generation have to be arrogant? Watching Lin Ling proudly leave, the resplendent academy remained deathly silent. All the geniuses' faces were pale, and their eyes were more or less filled with worship. When Lin Ling left the academy, the resplendent academy didn't want to let him leave with too much glory, so they sent the geniuses to stop him. Unfortunately, what was the use? Every one that came, he would fight. With his strength, he would prove that he was the 18th strongest in the heavenly crossing list. In terms of monstrous talent, in terms of cultivation speed, who else but him? The most ironic thing was that such a genius was actually abandoned by the Resplendent Academy. Wasn't the dean of the Resplendent Academy too stupid? Good, good, good. At this moment, Dean Qin's face was gloomy, and she couldn't say anything. She could only say good 3 times in a row. Lin Ling left the academy with endless glory. At this moment, everyone would think that it wasn't her who abandoned Lin Ling, but Lin Ling really did leave the academy. The two concepts were completely different. In less than a year, this kid will definitely decline. After a cold snort, Dean Qin turned and left. She would wait and see. Seeing Dean Qin leave with shame, the crowd's mood became even more complicated. In less than a year, Lin Ling would definitely decline. Regarding this point, they held a doubtful attitude. Monstrous geniuses were monstrous geniuses because they could achieve something different from ordinary people. Without the nurturing of the Resplendent Academy, monstrous geniuses might not necessarily decline. Sigh. Vice Dean Gong and Ancestor Dragon Granny let out a long sigh. They didn't blame Lin Ling for this matter, but blamed Dean Qin. After all, Lin Ling had contributed a lot to the Resplendent Academy, but the academy had never helped him. This time, they wanted to convict Lin Ling. If it was anyone else, they would also be in a bad mood. In fact, if Dean Qin was lenient and was more polite to Lin Ling definitely wouldn't have left the academy. However, Dean Qin was a prideful person, and so was Lin Ling. When they clashed, it was natural that intense sparks would be ignited. Haha, awesome. On the way out of the academy, falling flowers, flowing water, and the others couldn't help but roar at the sky. Previously, the Resplendent Academy had said that the academy wasn't a place where one could come and go as they wished. However, Lord Lin Ling came and went as he wished. Who could stop him? When they thought of the shocked faces of the academy's geniuses and higher-ups, they felt proud. The Resplendent Academy thought that they were great, but in the end, all their geniuses couldn't stop Lin Ling. Now, they have embarrassed themselves. I think it won't take long for this matter to spread throughout Qingzhou. At that time, the Resplendent Academy will be even more embarrassed. Yu Yu and Xian Yuanga also laughed. However, their words were indeed true. After tomorrow, rumors would definitely spread throughout Qingzhou. This was because Lin Ling was also the first genius in the history of the 3 great academies to leave the academy. He had set a precedent, and it would probably spread like wildfire 10,000 years later. Lin Ling, please wait. At this time, a bitter voice came from afar. Vice Principal Gong and Ancestor Dragon Granny had caught up and were looking at Lin Ling apologetically. Seeing this, Lin Ling felt warmth in his heart. Sigh, I didn't expect things to turn out like this. However, can you give me some face and return to the Resplendent Academy? Vice Principal Gong sincerely said, the Resplendent Academy nurtures geniuses. You have already created countless glory. If you leave just like this, it will be the Academy's loss. Thank you, Senior Gong, for thinking so highly of me. Lin Ling had a good impression of Vice Principal Gong, but he stubbornly shook his head and said, however, I will treat people the same way as I treat them. The current principal looks down on me, but I, Lin Ling, am a person with dignity. Therefore, I will not go back humbly. I am truly sorry about this matter. This was a matter of dignity. Lin Ling would never compromise. Sigh. Vice Principal Gong sighed again. He also knew that Lin Ling was stubborn, so he didn't persuade him anymore. I believe that Vice Principal Qin will regret it soon. She isn't targeting you. She is just a little stubborn and opinionated. After all, she used to be Emperor Qing's bodyguard. She has followed Emperor Qing since she was young. She has long developed the habit of looking down on others. Vice Principal Gong said again. Lin Ling's eyes flickered. No wonder that woman was so arrogant. It turned out that her background was not small. Lack of money. A dean doesn't even dare to protect her own disciple. Hee, so what if she's Emperor Qing's guard? It'll be even more embarrassing if word gets out. However, Lin Ling didn't care about Dean Qing's background. Instead, he was somewhat disdainful of her. That's right. That old woman actually said that if we encounter something outside the academy, we have to solve it ourselves. Is this what a boss looks like? To put it bluntly, she's bullying the weak and fearing the strong. She doesn't dare to bully outsiders and only dares to attack her own people. The chess boy also said. At the same time, his eyes looked at Lin Ling. Lord Lin Ling is different. He dares to take responsibility for his actions. He has the courage of a superior. Hearing this, Yu and the rest nodded. In terms of courage, Dean Qing couldn't compare to Lin Ling. Lin Ling was the master who openly protected his children. Whoever dared to bully them, Lin Ling would draw his sword and meet them. Vice Principal Gong also felt that compared to Lin Ling, Dean Qing was still a little narrow-minded. However, he asked again, Lin Ling, what do you plan to do next? Charge into the Heavenly Transcendence rankings. That guy called Grim Reaper should have been waiting for me for a long time. Lin Ling pondered. This. Vice Principal Gong and Ancestor Dragon Granny looked at each other, their eyes filled with shock. Lin Ling had been in seclusion for 3 years. After coming out, he charged into the 18th place. Now, he wants to clear the rankings. If that's the case, then those strongest generation in the Heavenly Transcendence rankings would be too worthless. One had to know that those strongest generation had been sitting on the throne for thousands of years. Anyone who challenged them would return in failure. This showed how difficult it was to clear the rankings. Of course, this will take some time. However, I believe it won't take long. Lin Ling said again. After the battle with the Xian sect, he knew what level his strength was at. I have some divine crystals here. I hope they can help you. Vice Principal Gong pondered for a moment before taking out a brocade pouch that contained a large amount of divinity crystals. He knew that Lin Ling needed cultivation resources the most right now, however, Lin Ling did not accept it. He smiled and said, thank you for your kind intentions, Vice President Gong. However, I, Lin Ling, am also a man. I don't beg others, only myself. If it were anyone else, Lin Ling might have accepted this favor. However, Vice School Head Gong was a member of the Resplendent Academy. Thus, to prevent rumors from spreading, Lin Ling directly rejected him. Otherwise, in the future, people would say that although Lin Ling had left the academy, he was still borrowing the cultivation resources of the Resplendent Academy. Lin Ling wasn't going to leave behind such a topic. If he wanted to prove himself, then he would do so in an open and honorable manner. This is my private stash. It has nothing to do with the Resplendent Academy. Sigh, you're really stubborn. Vice Principal Gong also understood Lin Ling's thoughts. He couldn't help but smile bitterly. He had to admit that Lin Ling was indeed a man of character. The few of them exchanged a few more words before Lin Ling also left. Looking at Lin Ling's back, Vice Principal Gong's expression turned solemn. If Lin Ling successfully clears the rankings, Qin Suizan will be even more embarrassed. Yeah, I wonder if Vice Principal Qin will personally beg Lin Ling to return for the sake of the Resplendent Academy? Ancestor Dragon Granny suddenly felt a sense of anticipation. As for Lin Ling's group, they had already returned to the Rainforest City Market. My third Dantian is still lacking. If it's born, my strength will double. It's a pity that it requires too many divinity crystals. Lin Ling shook his head helplessly as he looked at the crowded market. The market's business was not bad, but it was still far from what Lin Ling needed. Li Xiaoyao left behind a large amount of divinity crystals in the Fortune Travel Manor. If I can obtain those divinity crystals, it'll be enough for me to break through. However, those divinity crystals won't be easy to obtain. The experts in the Heavenly Court will definitely pay attention to those divinity crystals. If I'm not careful, my identity might be exposed. Lin Ling thought. The Heavenly Court was very familiar with Li Xiaoyao. Naturally, they were also eyeing those divinity crystals covetously. If Lin Ling went to take them, he would definitely be suspected by the heavenly court. With Lin Ling's current strength, he still couldn't go against the entire heavenly court. Therefore, this matter could only be pushed back. "Sir, this is my master." "Yes." At this moment, Falling Flower, Flowing Water, and a few others walked over with several figures. These people were slightly older, but their strength was unfathomable. "Your master?" "Yes." Lin Ling looked over and immediately knew that these people were the top 10 sword immortals of Qing province. Apart from them, there was also the master of the chess boy, the chess ancestor. "Lin Ling, are you short of money now?" "I have some here." "Yes." Then, a few more people walked into the market. The person in the lead was Tang Yue. Obviously, they had all received the news that Lin Ling had withdrawn from the academy. Most people thought that Lin Ling's withdrawal meant that it would be difficult for him to rise again. Only Falling Flower, Flowing Water, and a few others still believed in Lin Ling. Therefore, they hurriedly asked the elders behind them to ask for a favor. "I promise you on behalf of Square Commandery." "How many divinity crystals do you want?" Tang Yue patted her chest and said. After not seeing her for a while, this girl had become more ambitious. It seemed that no one else could be the successor of Square Commandery other than her. "If I say that I want the whole Square Commandery, will you give it to me?" Lin Ling's heart warmed, and then he joked. This sentence stunned Tang Yue. Sir Lin Ling was so arrogant. However, when she thought of Lin Ling extorting money from Tating Commandery, she immediately nodded and said, "You are my sir, no problem." Yes. This girl seemed to be straightforward, but in fact, she was very cunning. Obviously, she knew that Lin Ling was not such a greedy person. What she said before must be a joke. Moreover, she was also betting on Lin Ling's future. "You have been with me for a long time, but you have learned a lot in business. You have never done a bad deal." Yes. However, how could Lin Ling not know what Tang Yue was thinking? He immediately laughed and scolded her. Tang Yue stuck out her tongue cutely. No matter how dignified she was in Square Commandery, in front of Lin Ling, she was a naughty little princess. Moreover, she was under the shadow of Lin Ling. "Lin Ling, if there's anything you need help with, just say it. These disciples of mine have grown a lot under your guidance and often speak well of you in front of me. If I don't help you, I'm afraid that these fellows will leave the sect." The master of the Falling Flowers and Water Sword looked at Lin Ling and smiled. His name was Qing, and his swordsmanship was also famous in Qingzhou. Of course, the most important thing was that the Falling Flowers and Water Sword valued Lin Ling too much and insisted on his help. Otherwise, he would cry, make a fuss, and threaten to hang himself. He was also at a loss for what to do. The old man next to him also said so. If he did not help, the chess boy would not even recognize him as his master. "Thank you, senior. However, you can take it as my self-esteem causing trouble. I, Lin Ling, can solve it by myself." "Thank you." Lin Ling looked at these seniors gratefully. These seniors were very powerful, but they took the initiative to help him. This was also a favor. After all, although Lin Ling had infinite potential, that was a matter of the future. Who knew what would happen in the future? Moreover, being close to Lin Ling also meant that they had offended many powerful forces. Hearing this, the masters all sighed and shook their heads, but they also secretly admired him. Now, Lin Ling had become a hot topic. Everyone in Qingzhou knew about him, and a large number of people were waiting to see him fail. If it was an ordinary person, he would have asked others to help him improve his strength as soon as possible. Ancient Stone Auction. By the way, seniors, is there an auction in Qingzhou? Suddenly, Lin Ling thought of something and hurriedly asked. Previously, in order to form the third Dantian, he had refined all the treasures on him, but there was one thing that was missing, and that was the realm-swallowing beast's corpse terror. Because the corpse horrors could only improve the strength of the fleshly body, and it wasn't of much help to the birth of the Dantian, right now, Lin Ling still had 3 pieces left. Although it wasn't much, it should be worth a lot of money if they were to be sold. There are auctions all the time. She glanced at the market and said, "I see that your market is doing well, so you shouldn't be short of money." If you want to find big money, you can only go to the fourth ring city. The transactions there are bigger. By the way, what do you want to auction? Realm-swallowing beast corpse horror. Lin Ling looked at Senior Xianxia and said. His words made the other seniors gasp. The world-swallowing beast was the most difficult to kill. Even if it was killed, it would be reborn somewhere else. That was why this kind of corpse horror was so valuable. This also meant that Lin Ling had the qualifications to enter Sihuan City's auction. After that, the few of them exchanged a few words and immediately set off. Xianxia and the other masters felt that they weren't able to help Lin Ling, so they volunteered to go with him and protect Lin Ling along the way, and for this trip, Lin Ling also brought along Yu because the scabbard that Big Brother Sakura had left for him just happened to be for Yu to use. And now that Lin Ling was the Grand Marshal, he already had the qualifications to enter Four Ring City. Master, take me with you. Falling Flowers, Flowing Water, and the others weren't qualified to enter the Four Ring City. At this moment, they were looking at their master with eager eyes. You guys just love to join in the fun. Didn't you say that martial artists should be more knowledgeable? It's time for us to see the wider world of martial artists. Master, I know you must have a way. Take me to the Four Ring City. Stinking brat, when you need master's help, you're so sweet. When you don't need master's help, you won't even see him for half a year. Xianxia and the other experts laughed and scolded. However, they did have a way to bring Falling Flowers Flowing Water Sword and the others in. This was the second time Lin Ling had entered Four Ring City. He still remembered the great battle that had taken place there. If he did not remember wrongly, the biggest force in Four Ring City was the Four Symbols Divine Palace. Of course, the hidden forces were not to be underestimated either. When I killed Lei Tianlan, Xian Linglong also helped me once. I don't know if we'll have a chance to meet again. And Meng Lu, I also owe him a favor. Lin Ling mumbled to himself. When he came to Sihuan City, he had also put on his mask. There were too many people here, so there was no need for trouble. It was better to save as much as possible. As for the auction, it was held in the city and was called the Ancient Stone Auction. When Lin Ling and the others arrived, the people around them exclaimed in surprise, especially Yu. It was her first time here. This was because the Ancient Stone Auction was very large. It was tall and majestic, and one could not see the end of it. It was like a deep pit. The pit was surrounded by chairs, and in the middle of the pit was a platform used to display treasures. It was not time for the auction yet, but there were already many people sitting around. All of them had monstrous strength. World King Realm powerhouses were extremely rare, and most of them were true God Realm powerhouses. Moreover, these powerhouses all had different auras. In the distance, there were many 5-meter-tall giants sitting there. They were also here to auction their treasures. Those are the giants of the eastern border. Sensing Yuyu's surprise, Xianxia explained with a smile, causing Yuyu's pupils to narrow again. That's nothing. The true giants are several hundred meters tall. Lin Ling was very knowledgeable, so his reaction was very calm. The chaos of the universe is indeed much bigger than I imagined. Yu could not help but sigh. Okay, let's go and sell our treasures first. Lin Ling led Yu forwards. As for Xianxia and the other seniors, they remained in the Ancient Stone Auction. The treasures for sale were in a great hall beside the Ancient Stone Auction. Martial artists entered and exited one after another. Of course, there were some martial artists that had looks of regret on their faces. It was clear that the treasures they had put up for sale were too low in value and could only appear in Three Ring City. They didn't have the qualifications to enter Four Ring City. Are you two here to buy something? Or to sell something? After Lin Ling and Yu entered, an old man immediately walked over with a smile. Of course, although he seemed polite, there was a trace of disdain in his eyes. He could see that these two people were very young. Although their strength was good, such young characters couldn't take out anything good. Treasures for sale. Lin Ling glanced at the old man and faintly smiled. Haha, then please follow me, little friends. The old man smiled politely and led the way. However, he felt even more depressed. It was not easy to wait for two guests, but in the end, they were two paupers. One had to know that these people specialized in receiving martial artists who put up treasures for sale. They could also get a cut of the divine crystals obtained from the auction treasures. If the guests' treasures were too poor, then they would have lived in vain. However, the rules of the ancient stone auction were that they had to receive guests. Therefore, even if they had no choice, they still had to politely receive Lin Ling and Yu Yu. The three of them came to a luxurious room. There was a burning jade sandalwood incense, and the billowing green smoke could calm a martial artist's mind. Jade sandalwood incense, this is even more valuable than red sandalwood incense. Even Lin Ling was secretly surprised. This ancient stone auction was indeed rich and imposing. When the old man saw his surprised expression, it made him even more disdainful. These two bumpkins. What treasures do you want to put up for sale? Even so, the old man still smiled politely and poured tea for Lin Ling and Yu Yu. Hearing this, Lin Ling decisively took out the realm-devouring beast's corpse. The quaint rock directly smashed the table into smithereens. The old man's pupils constricted. What kind of trash was this? He was so angry that he did not even bother to pour the tea. That was because the realm-devouring beast's corpse had been there for many years and had already turned into stone. Otherwise, the Grand Court Commandery would not have used it as a city wall. This made the old man think that it was just a piece of broken stone. If not for the old man's good manners, he would have already scolded them. Not to mention pouring tea, he would have used a broom to chase the two away. What is this? The old man's tone was obviously not good. Take a look for yourself. Lin Ling also noticed the change in the old man's attitude, but he did not care much and was still as calm as before. Hearing that, the old man slightly frowned. He formed a spirit formation with both of his hands and enveloped the stone. It was a spirit formation technique used to search for treasures. Lin Ling lightly nodded his head. This ancient stone auction was even bigger than he imagined. A mere old man who was supposed to be a guest already knew some spirit formation techniques. This. As the old man continued to check, his expression changed drastically. Because he could not see through this rock. Could this be the flesh of a demonic beast? He raised his head and exclaimed. At that moment, he did not dare to be careless. He was only surprised. That's right. Give me a price. Lin Ling immediately nodded and said. Hearing that, the old man's forehead was full of sweat. He could see that this was the flesh of a demonic beast, but he could not understand what kind of demonic beast it was. Wait for me. The old man quickly left the room. Of course, just as he walked out of the door, he immediately ran back and personally poured a cup of tea for Lin Ling and Yu Yu before leaving. End of chapter 2697. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.